And Nelly, I think you can have my back on this. I said yesterday during the show that there was a distinct possibility that I thought that could happen. I thought that maybe, just maybe, the Nuggets would be satisfied with one win in OKC. They've expended a lot of physical and emotional energy trying to win a 7-game series and then winning game 1 on the road against the best team in the NBA. And maybe they just don't have it and don't really care going into the game last night. And the only way you lose the way that they lost is if you don't care. It's the only thing that makes sense. Because we know the Nuggets are better than that. Now, there's a few things I want to get to. Not X's and O's. Certainly not anything like that. But there is a couple of things that I would like to talk about in regards to how something like that happens last night and how much does it matter. I really don't think it matters all that much. You can't be stung and you can't be hurt. I'm talking at least for the Nuggets. Fans, you feel whatever you want. But the team, you can't be stung and hurt by something you didn't care about to start with. Like they tried early in the game to get Jamal going. Didn't work. They were either hesitant or just really poor at trying to knock down jump shots. And the second that happened, it felt to me like if you could forfeit the game before it started, the Nuggets might have. But then they said, you know what, let's go out and play the first quarter, and if it's close, then maybe we can find a way to steal another game. And what happened was they were down about 50 points immediately. So that's the issue. I am unbothered by the game yesterday because they didn't care. And there's something to be said about 3 different times, or 3 consecutive series, I should say, that the Nuggets have gone out and played. So it dates all the way back to Minnesota. They've had a clunker like this. They've had a game where they just get completely obliterated. It happened multiple times in the Minnesota series. It's happened once against the Clippers. That was game 3. And then obviously it happens now. And OKC is a very good basketball team who is wholly capable of doing that to you. Ask Memphis about that, because they did that to them virtually every single game. But I can't get upset, and I can't, yell and scream over the idea that the Nuggets got blown out, because they very obviously were okay with one win in OKC. And part of me doesn't blame them, and I'll explain why. There's a lot of different things that I want to talk about that are more general discussions than specifics about the game, because the actual game, who cares? I think there was something about, again, you expend a physical and emotional toll just to get to the point where you have the privilege to play OKC. And then you hang around in game 1 long enough to where you steal it at the end. And OKC comes out beginning of game 2, and they were physical. Beating up on Joker, making sure everybody felt them every time especially when the Nuggets had the basketball. Making sure the presence of OKC was felt. And I think to a certain extent, they're like, you know what? If that's what today's going to be, then I'm done with that. No problem. You guys take game 2, salute, we'll see you in Denver. Like, that's how it felt. Like, here's what I noticed. They went to the bench. They brought in Russ. And because Russ is Russ, he was the only one on the floor showing any sort of effort whatsoever. And I got to be honest, it felt like he was being a brown noser. Like, because Russell Westbrook's who he is, and he's going to go a million miles an hour every time he touches the floor, it felt like the kid trying to impress the school teacher. Oh, no, I'll do extra homework, Mrs. Green. Don't worry about it. Like, he was embarrassing his own teammates by actually trying in the game. That's what it felt like. Like, Nelly, am I right or wrong on that?
Yeah, he was still crashing into the hoop at 7 million miles an hour, even when they were down 31 points. It was good. I know at that point you can just punt on the game, but it was fun to see someone at least showing some modicum of effort.
It was just hilarious to me because nobody else wanted to try, and because Russ is Russ, he's just making everybody look bad. The Nuggets went out there. If you remember the scene from Wedding Crashers, where they're all playing football in the backyard, and it's Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson and Bradley Cooper. Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson are out there to have a funsy game. It's like Owen Wilson's trying to hit on the chick. Vince Vaughn's just out there being the wingman. And then Bradley Cooper and his buddy, they want to hit you with some sack lunches. And the Nuggets were like, is this really the game that we're trying to play here? Is this what you want to do? Because if we're doing that, then I'll see you in Denver in Game 3. And, of course, that's Oklahoma City did what they should have done. That's a desperate basketball team that could not afford to lose 2 games on their home floor. They couldn't. So they were bringing maximum effort. And guess what? If you haven't been listening to the show lately, I'll give you a news flash on who the Nuggets are. Terrible, awful, horrible frontrunners. The Nuggets belief is not there. I mean, a couple of texters called us out yesterday. We were, for the first time, at least for me, in a long time, being super optimistic. Not that I've been pessimistic about them all the time, but super optimistic in the sense of, I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good about their chances overall in this series. And texters were like, I don't like the way that you guys are saying nice things about them. And guess what? They're right. Because that is what the Nuggets have seemed to look like when they aren't pushed to the brink.
I also think, and this is maybe military grade spinning, because we already are getting that on the text line. Somebody is accusing you of, what was the exact wording? Masterclass in rationalization. So maybe I'm going to also join you in the spin machine here. Let me get some.
Hit me with a couple of those, by the way, Nelly. I'm working on internet out here. I got nothing, so let me know what these people are saying to me.
Well, here's some music for the spin. I think sometimes I'm torn this morning because sometimes a victory, quite the opposite. A loss like that, I think, can galvanize a team because after game 1, the Nuggets were really feeling themselves. And here on the station, we were all pretty excited. I think we all got a little bit too far ahead of our skis. I mean, yesterday, I was listening to PhD, and DMac said, if the Nuggets win Game 2 tonight, they are going to win the NBA championship.
Oh, I heard that too.
Yeah, so
all right.
That's where we were. We were very far ahead of our skis. Everybody here in Denver was smelling our own farts. And I think sometimes you need a loss like that to get knocked back down to earth and remember, oh, that's right, we're playing a 1 seed that won, 68 games in the regular season, that ran away with the West from like week 2 of the season. So yeah. I think sometimes you got to get punched in the mouth to remember who you're playing. I will say, though, you know what accomplishes that feat? Losing by 20. You can get smacked by 20 or 25. You don't have to lose by, let me check my notes here, 43 points to learn your lesson. That was beyond the pale.
Yeah, I actually kind of appreciated that they just, instead of losing by 20, they lost by 50. Like, if you're not going to care, then really don't care. Like, lean all the way into it. And by the way, I don't know how this is coming off as spin. I'm not feeling like good about the Nuggets after last night. But I don't feel any. How about this? They've accomplished what they accomplished. I don't care about how the result looks, if that makes sense. The Nuggets are due for a one-off blowout in every single series. They've done that 3 times in a row. And they've come back. They've won 1 series against the Clippers. And they were up 20 in the second half of Game 7 against another team in which that happened multiple times. Minnesota last year. Like, you can't be surprised by this. It's kind of who they are and what they do now. I'm not saying I like it, but I've accepted it. And to a certain extent, again, the care factor, if that's not there, then they're going to lose. Horrible, awful front runners, and this isn't a surprise. I'm not spinning anything. I don't know if they win this series or not. I will say leaving OKC 1-1 gives you a pretty good shot. It does you a pretty good service. But again, it's more, to me, a matter of looking at this holistically and just kind of understanding the team that you're dealing with. They're very bad at playing with a lead, whether that's in a series or in the middle of a game. And they just didn't care. If they were showing effort in the game and they got blown out that way, then fine. There was no effort. And I guess that, that's a bad thing, but to a certain extent, I understand. It's why I said yesterday I thought, look, I didn't think it was going to be 50 points, but I thought it was possible that the Nuggets would just have a game where they didn't have a shot. When you play a long, extended series, that stat that they had on ESPN matters. 6 times a team has gone into a series with one team on 1 day's rest, another team on 8 or more days rest. The teams that were rested were 6-0 with an average margin of victory of 20 points. You stole game 1. That doesn't just disappear now if you have one more day off after that game and play again. I think emotionally and physically it was going to catch up with you at some point, and the Nuggets decided, we won game 1, we're good. Let's go back to Denver. Texture says this. I got internet now. How about that? Texture says this. How can Brett say they didn't care? I think OKC was just on fire, and the Nuggets were definitely trying to stop them. I don't know why you say they didn't care. Because Oklahoma City, yes, they were on fire. They couldn't miss a shot. Every shot was also wide open. That is a care factor. And I'll tell you how I know they didn't care. They didn't meet physicality at all with OKC. You can't tell me the Nuggets aren't a physical basketball team. But they didn't match that whatsoever. And the second that game started to get a little bit chippy, especially early when there's post-game audio of Aaron Gordon talking about this. They're fouling Joker all the time. Jokic retaliates, and they get the second guy. How do I know they didn't care? I think Jokic intentionally got himself fouled out of that game. That too. So a lot more to discuss with this game. I got a few more thoughts on where you can take this. I do want to talk about officiating because it's going to be a problem here. If they're allowed to defend Joker that way and you can't do that on the opposite side, it's going to be a problem. So, 303-504-0925. Come and say hi to us. We're going to be out here all day today at Safeway. And we got some giveaways over here that we're going to get to. But we are out on the corner of, I forgot the cross streets.
44th and Lowell, is it?
44th, West 44th Avenue and Lowell Boulevard. And we're out here on behalf of Redbird Farms Chicken. Fresh, flavorful, and always delicious. So stop by and say hi. We'll be out here until 10 o'clock. Back after this.
guys were kind of reactionary to the physicality.
Yeah.
Was there any thought of taking the starters out earlier when it looked like it was starting to get messy with Westbrook and Jokic? And did he foul himself out purposely? I mean,
No.
Did he thought of taking the starters out any earlier?
I did not. No, I felt like those guys wanted to go back out there and play. I felt like they needed to find the rhythm of physicality. I think that they thought we were trying to junk up the game, which we weren't. We were just trying to play much harder than we did in the first half. And obviously when he fouled out, got mauled out with about a minute left. They got to sit the whole quarter. They'll get to sit tomorrow, all day Friday, and get ready for Friday night. So, no, I was not just going to sit the guys at halftime. Like, that's not what we're doing here. We're going to try to get better and play.
Real quick, just for clarity, you mentioned feeling like the guys wanted to go back out there and play. Is that a conversation you have with them, or is it ultimately just kind of you making that call on your own?
No, when I walked in the locker room, I knew they wanted to go out and play. It was very obvious. I was going to play those guys regardless. Like I said, that's a lot of proud people in that room that want to go back out there and compete.
One, two, 1, 2. Okay, am I on now, Steve? Sorry, we had a little bit of problem there.
It's all good. You're up, brother.
Okay.
That's just the theme of yesterday and today.
That
just
is
issues
exactly
all over the
what it was.
place.
Yes. Again, the physicality of the game. We're out here with the fine folks at Safeway. So stop by and say hi. We're going to be out here West 44th Ave and Lowell Boulevard until 10 o'clock this morning. Again, I don't know how you classify it. If I throw it out this way, what was the game in a word? In a word, what was it? Because I got one. What was that? Poop fest? Is that what that was? I got a word for it. It wasn't infuriating. It wasn't something that instilled like anger in me. I thought it was boring. It was just boring. You knew a couple of minutes into the game exactly what that was going to be. The Nuggets went out, got punched in the mouth, and did not respond whatsoever. Like, you just knew from the second it started to happen, the second that game tipped off, that it was going to be just one of those experiences that you're like, all right, do I really want to invest the next couple hours in this, despite knowing the result already? And that's what I wasn't willing to do. I stayed out until the end of the game. I gave it my best shot. But at the same time, it's just I knew the result basically after the first. And by the way, OKC just continued to lay it on. They were relentless in and they did this again. Go back and look at their series against Memphis. They did this to them repeatedly. That was the game they were up like 82-39. They're capable of doing this if you just don't match their energy levels and physicality. And so with all that, the Nuggets at the end of the day go back and you can say did what they were supposed to do, right? Got a 1-1 series. Not happy about Game 2. But they aren't. How do I put this? I gotta tell you guys, I'm hearing myself in the echo. That's gonna be a real problem. Sorry. We're producing on the fly. They're just in a place to where if I told you they leave Oklahoma City 1-1, I think everybody would be happy. The way that it happened in Game 2, you're not going to be. And my response is, who really cares? What does it matter? Does it matter if if they lost in overtime on a 3-point shot? I mean, I guess you could say you feel better about it. But I thought that they were due for one of these games because of what it took to get here. A few other things from this. The one deal that I would say I was very discouraged by, it's one thing if the energy isn't matched by OKC just because they had more in the tank. Emotionally and physically, that's fine. It's another thing that the physicality's not quite there. Maybe you didn't have the stomach for it to go out and fight like you did for 7 games against the Clippers or Game 1 in OKC. You can't be hesitant to shoot. And that was a big problem. I saw Christian Braun multiple times because they're always going to pick somebody that's left on the outside to go and do something. Christian Braun was their selection last night. Christian Braun had multiple instances in which he was wide open on the outside that he either hesitated to pull the trigger or he did it too late or he did it without confidence. That can't happen. If you're going to defend Joker the way that they're going to defend Joker, which is put a small guy on him, have somebody roam behind, he's going to hit the open guy, you got to knock down the open shot. Like the Nuggets did that at least in the second half of Game 1. Didn't do it last night. And that was very obvious. At the end of all this, it's funny, I was taking notes during the game and I stopped I had 2 notes in the third. See, I tried to hang with it. But I want to talk about the officiating. I don't know what you do if you're the Nuggets on this. Because how physically the Oklahoma City Thunder play, they're going to be roughing up Joker. That's nothing new to him. It's not like it's a surprise. What will or what could happen, and what happened yesterday and in Game 1, by the way, Jokic starts to get beat up a little bit. He doesn't get foul calls. He gets frustrated because he's deserving of the foul call, especially when you look at both sides of the floor. I wish you could just put a side-by-side immediately in a referee's face about how Jokic is being defended in the paint and then what they call as a foul on a guard on OKC on the perimeter on the opposite side. It's a touch foul for any guard on the outside, and Jokic is able to get hammered. And so here's what happens. Jokic sells a call. He's got some guy fronting him, and he kind of jumps on their back and falls down. He tries to sell it as if the defender took his legs out. And first of all, it makes Joker look bad, and it does. It's flopping. It makes him look bad. But secondly, Jokic has hit the stage of his relationship with the refs like a long marriage. You aren't just going to fire off and just every little thing that bothers you have a conversation about it in a very amicable manner. You're going to let that, almost cursed, you're going to let that stuff fester, and it's going to build and build and build, and then one little thing is going to set you off the handle, and it's going to turn into a problem. So here's what happens. Jokic is getting hammered on the other side. He is the classic example right now in this, the first 2 games in this series, of the guy who's doing some extracurricular stuff in football. So he'll give you a little shove after the whistle. The second guy who gives the shove back in retaliation gets the penalty called on him. That's happening to Jokic, and it's starting to fester. And I think they need to nip that in the bud right now. And I don't know how you do it, though. That becomes the problem. The refs can only be told so many times that it's a foul. In fact, Nelly, I don't know if you have this. I'll send it to you in a DM. There's audio of Aaron Gordon in the postgame kind of talking about this, that he's being fouled. And it's not being called. And then Jokic is getting hit with the retaliation foul. And this is what's leading to him being in foul trouble. Is it 3 straight games he's had at least 5 fouls? Because he had it in Game 7, he had it in Game 1, and now he's fouled out in Game 2. But listen to AG on the subject.
Yeah, they're calling the second foul almost every time. They're fouling Joker first, and then Joker's reactionary, and they do get the second guy a lot of the times. But they're fouling him, point blank period throughout the game, and it's the thing where you can't call every foul, or you'd be calling a foul every single play. but they're fouling him. I also mentioned a joke. You got to play through it. You got to play through it. You got to be stronger, be more physical. All of us do. We all got to play through it because they're not going to call a foul every single play. It's a very handsy team.
They are. And he's right. They can't call it every single play, but I would just like to see an even distribution on what we believe fouls are. That's all. It's another night where Jokic is in for 32 minutes. He's getting roughed up like that, and there's 5 free throws. By the way, who was the head ref last night? Was it Scott Foster?
Scott Foster, who'd been out for 2-3 months nursing a calf injury. Was it a hamstring injury?
Hey, Scott Foster, I got a message for you. I know that you were out for a month. Did you have to make up every single foul call that you missed in the last month with the calf injury? When the game is a 50-point game and you're calling touch fouls on the perimeter in late in the third quarter, let's knock that off. What are you trying to prove to people? Okay? They finished the OKC finished with 36 free throws. The Nuggets finished with 32 free throws. In a game that was a 50-point blowout. What the hell are we doing? 24 fouls for OKC. 29 fouls for the Nuggets. I mean, good Lord. You don't need to take it that far in a game that's a blowout. You let the game end, please. But I do think that this is going to be a running issue. It has been for Joker forever, but it's especially blatant when you play against teams that are this physical. It's one thing when it's kind of just Joker getting hammered like this, but OKC is a very handsy team, and I appreciate it. I actually wish that the Nuggets would be a little bit more like that on the defensive side, because if you're that physical the entire game, they can't call a foul every single time. And that's kind of what OKC employs. It's the playoffs. If I'm going to go down and establish that this is going to be a very physically defensive game early, they can't sit there and blow the whistle over and over and over again and foul out everybody. But they set the tone on that. And I think the Nuggets should do the same thing. If that's how they want to handle things, then go ahead and let's do it that way. But again, it was a blowout. And I asked people, in a word, what would you consider last night? What's the word? One said pathetic. Another said embarrassing. A lot of you guys are using full sentences when I said one word. But, dude, Jokic said this earlier this year, that the Nuggets are capable of beating anybody and capable of losing to anybody. I think I would have taken that to, a step further. They're capable not just of losing to anybody, they're capable of getting blown out in that fashion by anybody. Again, this isn't a total surprise when I talk about the Nuggets being a team that for 3 straight series have had this problem of at least one game in each series being an absolute rout. Because it has been. And I think the only way that happens, well, it's one of 2 options. One, it's a lack of care, and I think that went into last night. Just don't think they cared about the game all that much. 2, they're really bad front runners who are incapable of, when you got your foot on somebody's throat, really taking them out. You can say in Game 7 that they did that to the Clippers, and they did because they crushed them, but that's a one-game sample. I'm talking about a series lead. I don't know how far they go. Let's say the Nuggets win this series, and they move on to the Western Conference Finals, and they play whoever. Whether it's Golden State or, whoever's going to be there. If they're up 2-0 in that series, I think the series is at least going 6 games. At least. Probably 7. This is just how they're wired. It's how they're built. Over and over again, when it feels like they got an opportunity to put somebody away, They're just like, yeah, but we got breathing room, so who really cares? If we lose this game, no big deal. We'll get at them tomorrow. Just how it's always been. You know, but I think the way that they're going to match physicality and sort of dare refs to make calls in the way that OKC is should be something moving forward that is focused on. Do not let Oklahoma City dictate how the game will be called and what the pace of the game is going to be. You get back home for Game 3, you're going to be in front of your home crowd. It should give you a little boost in the refs department. So I think Game 3 should be, I am going to dictate the pace and sort of the tenor of the game and the way it's going to be called. Because I think it's one thing if OKC gets that in their back pocket. They are so good and so adept defensively at making life miserable for you. If they have that established early in a game, good luck trying to reel that back in because it's going to be really, really difficult. And they seem to think that they got their own Rui Hachimura situation going on by putting Jalen Williams on Joker and letting people roam behind him. That comes down to knocking down shots, in which the Nuggets not only didn't knock down shots yesterday, they looked hesitant to even take them. So,
one word to describe this game. Here's my submission.
Trash!
Yep, that too. That is very appropriate. Anyway, out here live at Safeway. Stop by and say hi. We'll be out here until 10 o'clock today. It is the Safeway that is off of West 44th Avenue and Lowell Boulevard. So stop by. Say hi to us before we get out of here today. We're going to be here until 10 o'clock breaking down this game and a ton more. Nellie's back in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this.
Game 2 Western Conference semifinals. About to start the third quarter here. Denver down by 31. And for those of you that have been listening to this broadcast for a while, you've heard me say this several times before. There's a handful of games when you can't do anything right. Then there's a handful of games where you can't do anything wrong. But rarely does that happen on the same night with opposing teams. And that's what we have here with game number 2 between Oklahoma City and Denver. And the Nuggets start the third quarter with a turnover.
I actually love that from Kaz. I think that's a great way to put it. OKC couldn't miss a shot. You know, there was when I was still taking notes during the game, the Thunder were shooting 75% from the floor midway through the second quarter. That is the definition of I can't do anything wrong. And the Nuggets could barely hang on to the basketball. And that's the definition of I can't do anything right. But he's right. For those to happen on the same night, I'm actually kind of glad. You know what? Have your I'm going off game in a game that the Nuggets don't have anything to counter with. Because, boy, wouldn't it suck if that was a game that you played well and they were like that. That'd be brutal. You know, you have now a moment. You have an opportunity. Reset, going back home, get a different vibe going. And I think this is a game you just flush. I mean, what are you going to do? If there's one, like, sort of X's and O's key takeaway, I would say it's two things. One is you just got to be ready to shoot when Joker kicks it out to you. Somebody's going to be open, you knock down the shot. Because I'll tell you on the opposite side, here's what happened with OKC. Ran a little pick and pop play, kick out, wide open three, and they bury it. They bury it. You didn't. And that's kind of what it's been or what it was the entire night. So if it's just like, if you're looking strictly X's and O's wise, I would say that's the only two things I really got for you, because outside of that, no idea.
Is this the game that you feel like you can kind of flush and doesn't...
Oh, man, no, we're not flushing.
I flush this game. Yeah, I flush it. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Like, you want to stew on this for a couple days? Okay, I guess you could. Like, here's what I'm trying to say.
No, we're not flushing.
Well, Coach Malone, I'm speaking to Adelman right now. You flush it. And here's why. I know people hate to hear this stuff, that it sounds lame. Don't care. Think it's the truth. When you have two teams with completely different situations, and the situations are different between the two, you have to analyze things independent and on their own. And here's what I mean. If OKC lost that way, it's a much different perspective and much different takeaway than what the Nuggets did, for two reasons. It was a had-to-have-it game for the Thunder. They played like they had to have it. And I give credit to them. I think if the Nuggets played their best game last night, they still lose, and probably lose by a decent margin. And I've said this before. This isn't a secret. You know, when the Nuggets are winning, then people say that I'm being a pessimist. And now when I'm saying this, they're saying I'm painting a rosier picture than I should. I'm just trying to be fair. I think the Thunder are a better team than you are. On paper, they're better. Now, when it comes down to crunch time situations, when it comes to the little details of the game, do I think they're experienced enough for it? I guess we'll find out. But I think they're better than you are. And so if the Thunder play their best game and you play their best game, I think the Thunder win, especially on their home floor. But they had to have that win last night. The Nuggets didn't, and they played like it. They played like they didn't have to win that game. They played as if they were satisfied with the result of that two-game set already. And when you combine that with a desperate team that had to win, that's how you get a damn near 50-point blowout. that's how you get the starters being benched, with a quarter left to go in the game. But I understand it for this reason. The Nuggets Game 1 on the road against the number 1 seed in the West were probably operating under we did our job. I'm kind of tired emotionally and physically, and they came out super physical on the defensive end, and I'm just not going to match it tonight. Sorry. Taking this back home, we've done our job already. And I can understand how that mindset comes into. Not saying I like it, but I get it. You can't manufacture desperation. And there's been times, whether it's sports or in life, that I think you just kind of look at your situation, you're like, this guy just wants it more than I do. I don't really care today. I feel good about where I'm at. Happens all the time. And I think that's where the Nuggets were. And I don't know if you want to call that excuse making. I think it's a reality of what we saw last night. Because here's the other option. If you don't believe in what I'm telling you, then you believe that the Thunder's a 50 points better team than the Nuggets, which I don't. I don't think that. So anyway, interesting, by the way, the game before the Nuggets, that preceded the Nuggets, was also remarkable. Because, again, you had a road team winning, and the Knicks steal a game from the Celtics again, 91-90. If you're keeping track at home, the Celtics took another 43s last night and hit 10 of them. So, what were they the game before? They were 15 of 60, I think? So 15 of 60. So that means they're 25 for 100 in 2 games in this series?
Gross.
That's disgusting. And as I'm doing the show, Vic's just yelling, "Why are we outside?" he says. The point is, the Nuggets, I think, are the first road team to lose a game in the second round of the series. So, take that for what you will, but they get to come back home and try and do some damage in Denver here in about a day.
I'm so mad now.
I'm not. I mean, you tell me, Nelly. Again, I asked, what was your emotion?
What are you talking about?
I asked the people their emotion after one game, and I said, do it in a word. Nelly, what is you don't have to do it in a word, but just tell me, what did you feel during that game this morning? Are you angry? I'm not angry.
My word is,
yeah.
How do you spell that? I think PFFFFTTTFFTT.
Yeah, I think that's it.
That's my one word. I was mainly playing that Vic Lombardi being mad because you said he's mad that you're outside at Safeway.
Oh, yes.
But I guess the good news, bad news with this game is it was over in the first quarter. Like, it was done. And right. I'll give the Nuggets credit. To start the third quarter, they came out and they rattled off, I want to say, an 11-2 run. And it looked like they maybe had little fire left in them. And Kaz, even on our airwaves, said, if you can cut this thing down to 15 points by the start of the fourth quarter, you have a puncher's chance. And then the third quarter just got out of hand again, and then that was all she wrote. But, like, realistically, this game was over in the first quarter. So, no, I kind of went through all 5 stages of grief before halftime. And I think it just wasn't their night, man. I think, like I said to start the show, the Nuggets believed in themselves too much. We all put a lot of stock in that win in Game 1, which we should. It was an amazing win. But
right.
They all started smelling their own farts. They just were not ready for the game yesterday. OKC got tired of hearing all the noise, and they wanted to remind the Nuggets who they are, and that's what they did. Now, if that happens again in the series, especially during one of the games in Denver, then I'm going to be mad with a capital M. Then we have a problem.
Yeah, I knew the game was over by the start of the second quarter. And I said, if they come out in the second quarter, they knock down a couple of shots, like maybe they can mount some sort of like slow, methodical comeback. And then OKC blitzed them again, and I was resigned to it at that point. I literally turned it off the big TV and I turned it to another smaller TV. And I was like, okay, so this one is it's not necessary to keep track of because this is just going to be an absolute blowout, and it was. So we'll get more into this with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane in a second. Out here live at Safeway. Again, it is off of West 44th Avenue in Lowell Boulevard. You're going to be out here until 10 o'clock this morning, breaking down this game and so much more. So be sure you stop by and say hi before 10 o'clock. We're outside, Vic said. He wanted to make sure that you guys knew that we're outside. And we are. You got a nice little sunrise going on right now. It's not that bad. Don't be a baby. Oh, baby boy, my beautiful baby boy. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is, where are we today? The Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on the YouTube simulcast. Search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Watson has it up the right sideline. Top of the key over to Najee. Najee gerbil handoff Strother. Strother goes to the left hand. Hands it off over to Peyton Watson. Watson gets in the paint. Good move. Layup up and in. Nicely done. 133-90. Denver down by 43 points.
Stop! Stop! He's already dead.
Nice thing was it took a quarter and then the game was over, so you didn't really care all that much after that. That's okay.
I want to start the show by saying something, and if people don't agree with this, I got nothing for you. I got 3 hours of this today.
Okay.
The final score doesn't matter. When you lose a playoff game, you lose a playoff game.
Yep.
If you lose by 1 at the buzzer, it counts the same as losing by 81. It doesn't matter. It doesn't carry over. Have you watched Nuggets games? Do we remember what happened Game 2 against Minnesota last year at home?
Mm-hmm.
Do we remember what happened, what we were saying after that game when they got blown out at home? Do we remember Game 3 against the Clippers when they got blown out in L.A.? It doesn't matter how much you lose by. All the people tweeting at me, sending me messages, oh, how embarrassing. But you can't get embarrassed like that on national TV. It doesn't matter. This team is not built that way. Have we not learned?
By the way, we're out here at Safeway all day today. So stop by and say hi. We're going to be out here until 10 o'clock, West 44th Avenue and Lowell Boulevard.
It's not quite all day now, is it?
All day for us. All of our day.
All day, I'm thinking like till 5 o'clock, like all the shows.
Well, I thought you were going to stay here until 5.
Well, maybe I will.
Yeah, you better watch your words.
Why?
Just be accurate.
Yeah,
all we care about is accuracy.
Let me tell you something right now.
We're looking for precision today.
Let me tell you something right now. You two are going to be very difficult this morning because I've had about 3 minutes of you, and I've had it about here already, about there. So you two better watch it. Secondly, I agree with you, Vic. I don't care. I don't care how much you lose by. Because here's the thing:
so
if you've been
squealing about the score,
if you've been paying attention to Nuggets basketball in recent memory, this is the third straight series in which something like this has happened before. Yeah. And I'll tell you this much: it's funny. Like if I think the Nuggets are going to lose, then I'm a pessimist. If I say this, then I'm somebody who's like trying to polish a turd.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they're going to win the series.
No, but hear me out. If you guys remember. Vic, you pushed back on this when I told you this yesterday.
Yeah.
I thought they might be due for one of these.
Well, there were only two outcomes. There were only two possible outcomes.
That the game was going to be close.
Yeah.
Or the Nuggets were going to get wrecked. And here's the thing. We thought that could happen in game one.
Exactly.
Because teams that have 1 day rest versus teams that had 8 or more days, the teams that had 8 or more days rest were 6-0 with an average margin of victory of 20 points in that game one. The Nuggets stole it. And I said, maybe the Nuggets are physically and emotionally kind of spent right now, and game two they go, hey, man, we did our job.
Yeah, it's exactly what happened.
And that's exactly what it felt like last night. The only way you lose by 50 is if you don't care.
When we expect the Nuggets to zig, they zag.
Mm-hmm.
And they've done that for years now. They're not a good front-running team. It doesn't mean that I still think, oh, my God, I'm confident the Nuggets are going to win this series. It's up in the air. I have no idea. They can. Or they can get blown out again. Who knows? But the final score really has no impact on my life.
Yeah, the way they played the game last night, we're not going to see again in this series. Okay, they couldn't.
You never know. You could.
Well, no. The Ole defense to the bucket constantly.
Most.
Leaving guys.
They did that twice against Minnesota.
They could.
Wide open.
Yeah, they could. You know, this is one of those series where the Nuggets could win 4 games by a bucket each.
Sure.
And then they could lose 3 games by 80 points each.
Sure.
And still win the series.
Fine. They couldn't shoot straight from the get-go. Christian Brown, the kick out to CB, and watching him just brick 3 after 3 after 3 was driving me absolutely crazy. They couldn't do anything in the low post. Joker's being smothered like a dog. He's got every human being in the arena on his butt. Nobody else can make anything. And then the other way, it's Ole defense to the bucket, or it's a kick out for a wide open 3. And again, if I'm just watching it straight away, I'm watching Jalen Williams just hoist. These guys just drive me crazy.
We're live from the hood here in North Denver, my old hood.
Yeah.
Grew up just 3 blocks from here. These are my people. This is my territory. This is my town.
There's a woman that walked up here, said she works at one of these buildings over here. She said she's worked here since 1990. She's give me the whole rundown of how things have changed. There was an old cigar bar that was over here that she helped paint.
There used
back
to be
in the
a
day.
restaurant right back here called Lombardi's, right behind this place.
Was
and
it
then
good?
they redid it all. Oh yeah, way back in the day. Yeah.
You sound like Johnny Drama from Entourage there. This is my town. These are my people.
This is it. This is. I mean.
Well,
this
no,
is,
I know. I know where your parents' house is.
Yeah.
It's right down the street.
This
I know.
Is this is Denver, not where you guys live. This is Denver.
Well, I live in Aurora.
Yeah, I know, but I mean,
I
this
claim
is
A-town.
But this is the town. This is.
You don't think
this
I've
is
been
the
up?
essence
You
of
don't
it.
think I've been up and down Tennyson about 800 billion
I know,
times
but I mean,
in my life?
when people think
Who
of
do you think
Denver,
I am?
this is the essence of Denver. Got a skateboarder running around, crazy.
The
with his-
skateboarder doesn't run; he rides.
Yeah, that's true. He almost got hit by that Home Depot on my way over here.
That's Denver, baby.
On my way over here, there was a guy driving a porta potty truck that was actually spilling the porta potty stuff.
Oh, fun!
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
I saw 2 dudes standing on the curb waiting for the liquor store to open.
That's North Denver, baby.
That was about 6:40 in the morning.
Let's go.
Okay.
I think he has a Sunday to Thursday work week. That's why. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Boy, watch that game last night.
Or that. But here's the thing. I asked this question in the appetizer, and I'm going to do this again. So textures, 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Give me a word. Just a word of how you feel after last night.
Calm.
Yeah, to me, it's I wasn't beat up about it last night. No, not well. Listen, the first quarter, I knew the game was over. In the first quarter, I knew it was over. I'm like, so and I'm going to be honest with you. I bounced in and out of the game. Okay.
Yeah.
I was doing other things, bounced in and out of the game. I watched your entire post game.
Did you
last
really?
night.
Oh, you're a sicko.
Well, in fact, I had to watch Golf at Altitude with Lauren Jabara, of all people, until we got to you.
Oh, wow. So the question was posed in our post game, and Chris Marlowe posed
By the way,
it.
that show still holds up to this day.
It does. You
I
can put a
like Golf at
course
Altitude.
anywhere.
I think it's a great show.
I totally agree
It really
with you.
is.
I'll watch it anytime it's
I'm
on.
watching.
The little flyby. I love the flybys of the holes.
Was it the Jabbar one where she and I were at Westwoods?
No, it was her and Kiefer at I forget.
Okay.
It's her and Kiefer.
All right.
And
Anyway.
then Johnny Mitchell was on the program.
Oh.
So I'm watching that. Because I tuned to Altitude to watch you. I figured the game was over by now. They were down by 30. I'm like, okay, well, I'll just go and watch Vic and Chris and Chris. And then it was Jabbar. So I just watched the end of Golf at Altitude until you came on.
The question was posed by Chris Marlowe last night. And, again, you guys have listened to this show long enough to know I'm not going to feed you stuff that I think is crap. This is how I really believe. He asked, would you rather, and he pronounces rather, which bothers the hell out of me. And I've told him
that's a
times.
ritzy way to do it.
Oh, my God,
that's
that
ritzy
Marlowe
way.
does?
Marlowe does. He said it 3
That's
times on the show
that's
last
so
night.
SoCal.
He said, would you
rather?
Would you rather? And I every time he said it, I just looked at him and I wanted to fight, to be honest with you. Anyway, would you rather lose a game the way the Nuggets did, or would you rather lose at the buzzer? And I'm telling you right now, give me last night over a buzzer-beating loss any time. I know they got embarrassed. I know they got overwhelmed. I know that Oklahoma City's good. I get all of that. But you come off a game like that, you tell me, you think they'll be more prepared Friday night after a buzzer-beating loss or an embarrassing loss?
Embarrassing loss.
What prepares your team more?
Okay. You and me disagree on this, but
Okay.
in this case, we don't. I disagree if it's a game that's like a do-or-die game. If that's a Game 7, I don't want to lose that way. That's terrible to me.
Of course not. They didn't show up. I'm talking about a motivating force.
But this, no problem losing this
Of course not. It wasn't. They got what they needed, guys. They got a split in OKC, and they did it on a night we didn't expect. They did it the first night. If I told anybody listening to the show, here's what's going to happen in OKC. You're going to lose one game by infinity, and you're going to win the other game at the buzzer. Would you take it?
100%.
If I brought you that scenario on
100%.
Sunday, would you take it?
100%.
All of you listening would have taken that scenario.
100%.
But we all live in this recency bias crap world. And I'm telling you right now, flush it. flush. It doesn't matter. That game didn't matter last night. The result, the outcome mattered, but the score didn't matter. Who cares?
You know what's really funny? And I think that this is a big part of it. Again, you can call this excuse making if you want to or blah, blah, blah. But I'll tell you this on the front end. I've said this multiple times. I think OKC is a better team than what the Nuggets are. I think the Nuggets do certain things better than OKC 100%. That can tip the scales of the series.
It's a 68-win team.
But they're a better team than the Nuggets. And here's what happened. One team was motivated and desperate, knowing if they didn't win, they were going to lose the series. Yes. They had to play their best game. They did. The other team was already pretty content and satisfied.
100%.
Not to mention, I think the physical and emotional toll of a 7-game series, along with how Game 1 went, here's what happened, Vic. They tipped the ball off, and OKC was relentlessly physical, especially when the Nuggets had the basketball. Yeah. And I think the Nuggets just said, all right, fine, you win today.
The Nuggets had a 2-0 lead.
They're like, I'm not going to match this again.
Then it was 5-2, then it was 7-2, then it was all she wrote. Hey, listen, I'm not even mad about missing shots. I'm not that you're. I mean, they were so inefficient just from the field. They were better from 3-point range than they were from the damn floor.
I do wish.
My only contention, Vic, is those guys had so many easy buckets.
Yeah,
so many easy buckets.
When you're losing like that is when I do wish a couple bodies were flying.
Yeah,
I do wish for that. Like last night was the perfect example of why you need Russell Westbrook on this team. Mm-hmm. Russell Westbrook enters the game. That Jalen Williams shoves Joker, and what does Russ do? He gets right in his face.
Yeah,
and he gets the tech.
Yes, he is. Well, here's my message to the other Nuggets that are out there. What are you doing?
Do some shoving.
Hang on. It's so funny. I had this written down after that happened. Mm-hmm. I'm not kidding. I said, Russell Westbrook is a brown noser. And here's what I meant. I think the rest of the Nuggets are like, dude, stop trying so hard. You're making us look bad tonight.
He's that guy who tries hard.
Stop trying that hard. We've decided as a team that we aren't playing that hard tonight.
Yes.
And you're making us all look bad.
He's that guy that his motor doesn't stop no matter what the score is, no matter what the scenario.
He was Rudy last night in practice.
Let me ask you this.
He was Rudy.
If every single Nuggets player played with Russ's demeanor and his energy, was that the score that you would see last night?
No.
Of course not.
But Russell Westbrook rose his hand. He said, excuse me, teacher, is there more homework I can do?
That's correct. Can I read another chapter tonight? Yeah. Is that possible?
But
please.
The Nuggets are not a good front-running team. We established that before the game. We said it on the show yesterday. When they have a built-in advantage, that's when they play their worst. That's when they're doubted, when we think it's over, when we don't think they have a chance, when we're sitting there on Monday night after a 7-game series with 1 day's rest against a rested team. What do they do? Right. They win.
You're being a little bit dramatic right now. You're right there on the cusp of a nomination for an Academy Award.
But that's what this team is.
I dig what you're saying, but they also got their butts kicked and they didn't play any D whatsoever.
Last year in Minnesota, they got their butts kicked in Game 2 against the Minnesota T-Wolves here at Ball Arena. Do you remember that game?
I do.
What happened the next game?
They won.
Okay. In L.A., Game 3, what happened in that game?
They got blowed out.
What happened in the next game?
They won.
Okay, so for people who have been watching the Nuggets to think that last night's game is suddenly a carryover to the
agree.
Next, that doesn't exist with this team.
I completely agree.
What's the Academy Award thing that you're talking about? What do you mean?
He's just so true. He's like Al Pacino giving his like a speech in the middle of a scent of a woman, huh? I'm only beginning right now. I mean, that's what he sounds like. I'm taking a blowtorch to this place. I mean, that's what you sound. You're anyway. Look at the boss over here. Hi, boss. He's got his credential on like he needs to get into Safeway to get some eggs.
Hey, Shockey, this is where I grew up, man. This is my hood. Welcome to my hood.
Yeah.
Yes, it's what.
Oh God! Now we're gonna fight. Here we go.
For the texture saying Vic's mic is fuzzy, it's because he's screaming at 7:10 in the morning. That's why. So we'll get that fixed in a second. Out here at Safeway, again, West 44th
I can
Avenue.
get my nails done when they open. Right over here.
Boulevard. We're going to be out here until 10 o'clock this morning, so stop by and say hello. Look, there's a lot more to get to with this game. Maybe not from an X's and O's perspective, just kind of an overall look. We'll get to it next.
Game 2 Western Conference semifinals about to start the third quarter here. Denver down by 31. And for those of you that have been listening to this broadcast for a while, you've heard me say this several times before. There's a handful of games when you can't do anything right. Then there's a handful of games where you can't do anything wrong. But rarely does that happen on the same night with opposing teams. And that's what we have here with game number 2 between Oklahoma City and Denver. And the Nuggets start the third quarter with a turnover.
It's so perfect.
So good.
Nelly, he played that earlier, and it's actually true. It's just the Thunder could do nothing wrong.
Yeah.
If they had an open shot, they buried it. And the Nuggets could do nothing right.
And the Nuggets start the third quarter with a turnover.
And a great transition.
Nobody has lived through more Nuggets games than Kaz, right? He has seen this.
Yeah.
He understands how this works. And he's telling you basically what I told you in the first segment. Guys, calm down.
Mm-hmm.
It was destined to happen at some point in the series. They are a suffocating basketball team. And when they get a hold of you, look out. And the Nuggets decided to punt early. It's okay.
I'm not even
fine
bothered
with it.
I'm honestly not bothered by it. I wasn't bothered by it last night. I'm watching the game. You'd think I'd be at least – I guess I was a little annoyed by the lack of defensive prowess at times. I mean, wide open threes.
It wasn't that, though.
It was, but it was a train. It's just a train to the bucket.
Yeah.
Lay-ins here. You're just waiting for the ball to pop through the net so you can take it out again. I mean, that's all it really was.
Do you know where I believe the game got out of hand? I believe in the first quarter, the Nuggets had 4 straight wide open threes.
Yeah, they
And
did.
they missed
and they
all
missed
4
every
of them.
single. Well, they missed their first 5 or 6 of the game.
And when I say wide open, I mean the kind where you have a chance to collect yourself, write a book, pen something to your pen pal, discuss philosophy with a friend. You have a chance to do all that before you attempt the shot, and they missed all of those shots.
Correct.
And if you make those shots early, you at least give the impression that you're – and they missed. And they're like, okay, it's over.
I was looking for a timeout. It was 2-0, then it was 5-2, then it was 7-2, whatever the score was, and then I think it finally got to like 19-8 or 18-9. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, well, they're gonna run away with this game right this second. Call a timeout. Then I thought to myself, they're not going to win this game. I mean, even right at that particular moment, like, what? That's just a waste anyway. I guess you could give it the old college try and say, guys, listen, if we don't, not even to get your guys in order, just to stop their momentum.
Yeah.
Just to prevent them from running down your throat. They put up 40 whatever in the first quarter, dude.
I would like to present a question. You watched the entire postgame show.
I did.
Did you hear Michael Porter Jr. discuss his shoulder injury?
I did.
Okay. He cannot, if you watch Michael, his guide hand, his left hand, which guides the basketball, which is very important when you're shooting the ball.
He can't get it there.
He can't raise the guide hand high enough to shoot the ball properly. So it's painful when he raises his left hand. It could explain why his shot has been off. I think the conversation has to be had about whether or not you start Russell Westbrook instead of MPJ, or maybe use Julian Strawther a little bit more. I think that question, and it's not because he's in a situation where he's hurt.
Yeah.
He admitted it. He's trying to play through it. In a very physical series like this one, where they're banging on him, it's just not going to work.
He ran into a screen early in that game, and there was a tight shot on him because I think there was a foul. And he's wincing the whole time. And I'm wondering, how effective can you be? Now, to his credit, he had games against the Clippers where he was effective, where he was knocking down shots. And maybe that's just sort of Adelman's approach is, I'm going to keep the starting 5 the same. We'll give him a few minutes. If he's knocking down shots, then we'll keep him in. If not, then we'll go to Westbrook and somebody else.
Trouble is, with Russ, he has knocked down shots. But he's not a spacer. You need a spacer out there to give Joker room, which is why Marlo brought it up. Strawther, he's gotten a couple looks. Yeah, I mean, what options do you have right now? You need someone who can at least space the court.
Yeah.
And that might be an option at this point.
It's funny. We were talking about Westbrook, and I truly think that Westbrook was making the rest of the team look bad by how hard he was trying. It really felt that way. And the rest of the team's looking at him like, dude, stop, please. Just stop doing this because I don't want to do this kind of energy thing, and you're going too much. It just became very clear that, maybe if the Nuggets knocked down some shots early, it would have changed the vibe. But when they didn't, they tried to get Jamal going early. He took the first 3 shots,
He had
right?
open looks. He had open looks.
And he
He
just missed
them.
Yeah, he just missed.
He missed them.
They just missed. again, their 3-point percentage was better than their regular 2-point field goal percentage last night. They couldn't put the ball in the bucket. And I'm not overly concerned and I'm not overly angry about any of this. It just is what it is. Now, you got to come home on – who's that dog? Good boy. You got to come home on Friday, and you've got to and I fully expect them to have a complete reversal of mentality, attitude, everything.
Game 3, mark my words. Game 3 will determine this series. And it'll determine it in many ways. I'm not going to say it's going to determine the outcome of the series. It's going to determine whether the Nuggets are interested in playing in this series.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean by that?
Well, and I think they're going to show up on Friday.
Yes, of course they will. But Friday night will tell us what last night really was. Okay?
Do you want to know why they'll show up on Friday, Vic? Because the game matters now, because it's an even series, and they don't have a one-game lead anymore. I swear to God, if the Nuggets went up 2-0 against
the world would end.
Who's the worst team in the league this year? It was New Orleans or Washington? Washington. If they're up 2-0 on Washington, it's going at least 6.
Well, I wish they could say they were up 2-0.
They lost They lost both games to Washington this year.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what
it's
you're
just
saying, yeah.
if they're up 2-0, they're just going to let go of the rope until it's
100%.
You know, it's funny.
Until it's hectic time again.
I keep hearing these lines. What potential champion would get blown out in a game like that? This one. What potential champion would get swept by the Wizards?
Yeah.
This one.
Yep.
What have we not learned what this team is? Have we not learned this yet? It is a roller coaster.
This is a unique beast of a team, is what it is. It's a very unique, not only the composition of the guys on the team, but the way the team plays the game and the way they're, like you said, Vic, when they're doubted, that's when they play their best. When they are in a difficult way, it's when they play their best. When they're embarrassed, they come back and they play their best. I fully expect them to play very well coming up on Friday night. But it's what you get with this Denver Nuggets club. It's what you get with the makeup of this team.
Okay, we could talk about momentum and all that business. Strategically, a couple people, they're getting out-coached. If you believe that last night was about coaching, you've never watched a sport in your life.
Last night was about missing early and then screw it.
It was nothing to do with
miss.
Zero to do with coaching.
That's exactly what it was.
Now, coaching can play a role moving forward based on rotation. What do you do with an injured shooter? What do you do there? What do you do with that, BJ? What do you do to allow your big man more room in the middle where he is getting now? You see the physical assaults that are taking place.
I wanted to get to this.
You see this. So how do you counter that move? You guys tell me.
Here's the problem. I'll answer your question in a second, but I want to play audio from Aaron Gordon here, so I have this queued up for me, Nelly. Is that Joker now for 3 straight games, guys, has had at least 5 fouls. At least 5.
Yeah.
And he fouled out, obviously, last night. Now,
on purpose. I think on purpose.
Adelman said he didn't do it on purpose. I think he was just done with the game.
He was asked that question, Joker, after the game, if he did it on purpose. He goes, no, I was just trying to set a pick.
Yeah,
I think we all know the intent there.
Yeah, but Aaron Gordon said something that I totally agree with. Here's what he said postgame.
Yeah, they're calling the second foul almost every time. They're fouling Joker first, and then Joker's reactionary, and they do get the second guy a lot of the times, but they're fouling him. Point blank period throughout the game, and it's the thing where you can't call every foul, or you'd be calling a foul every single play, but they're fouling him. I also mentioned the joke. You got to play through it. He got to play through it. You got to be stronger, be more physical. All of us do. We all got to play through it because they're not going to call a foul every single play. It's a very handsy team.
So two things real quick on that. Number one, OKC and the kind of defense they play, they will dare refs. Like, they're going to try and dictate the pace and the tenor of how defense is going to be played. They're like, I'm going to dare you to call 50 fouls on us tonight.
Do you know why they can afford to do that?
Because they have 12 different guys that can roll out there.
To do that. Because they can roll out so many different players that play that role, they can easily do that. That's a great point.
Here becomes the problem. The problem is Joker is getting fouled multiple times every time he touches the ball, and they're calling touch fouls at the perimeter when OKC's guards have it. So Jokic is having that it's like a 10-year marriage situation with the refs where the little things are starting to fester and build and build and build. Yeah. That's why he's doing the flopping stuff where he's jumping on somebody's back and falling down and trying to sell a call.
Sure.
It's because he's like, if this is the only way I can get a call, then I'm going to do it this way. but I feel like we're like this close to a Jokic blow-up, and that makes me nervous.
I was sort of hoping he'd get kicked out of the game last night.
So was I.
I really was.
So
was
was
at that
I.
point. Just mine was somebody get ejected.
At least prove a point. Make a point.
I think the operative word that you just heard Aaron Gordon use, and keep this word in mind come Friday night. He said, you cannot be reactionary.
Oh, I thought...
You cannot be reactionary. He said, you know what? They get the second foul. They get the reaction. Well, again, my message to the Nuggets would then be, don't be reactionary.
Right.
You are the primary puncher here.
I thought you were going to talk about this.
No. What you don't want to be Floyd Mayweather in this foul. You don't want to counterpunch. All right, you don't want to play this game. If they're going to foul you as soon as you touch it in the middle, make your decisions sooner. Be more decisive.
Yeah.
Go at them. It's really the only way to counter it. Otherwise, they will continue to pester you. They will continue to flog. They will continue to do everything you mentioned because they can.
Yep.
They set the tone.
Yep.
I thought you were talking about the word handsy,
Well,
which is a very
handsy's-
good word, by the way.
Handsy's fine, but when you're getting fouled every time down there, and again, that's why it's not on the refs last night, because Oklahoma City established the tone of the game. And Aaron Gordon is so right. They're not going to call a foul every time. They can't. The game would last 8 hours. So the refs were handed
Well, they
this.
tried that.
Yeah,
it
well,
was
why
like
don't
it was a 50-point game last night. They kept calling touch fouls in the late third. I'm like, would you guys stop? Stop doing that.
Very handsy team.
They are very handsy. By the way, my wife has used that term before. Not about me, but about like some other.
Why
like,
did
that
your
guy's
wife
handsy.
drop you off? Did you need assistance to get here today?
No, actually, we have to leave right after the show to go even further north, to deliver something and collect some things. It's really none of your business, to be honest with you.
HIPAA?
I would just love to poke the bear a little bit.
But that being said, she goes, you know what? I'm just going to go with you in the morning so that we can go right after the show. I said, well, what are you going to do? You're going to hang out at Safeway for 3 hours? She's like, I'm going to get breakfast.
There's a long story. I just
gonna go
asked,
visit-
I know.
I just asked a quick question.
Well, now I'm even more curious
now,
that you're doing
please
like
tell
top
us
secret
more.
NASA
Yeah,
stuff,
what
or I'm
else
sorry,
going
NASA.
on?
Okay, let me ask you the question that I was going to ask before the handsy came up.
What are you doing up north?
Okay. What's wrong with calling the fouls early so you send a message to OKC, don't get friggin' handsy on the perimeter?
The tone of
This
the game.
is just like a chaperone at a high school dance. Ain't nobody getting handsy on the perimeter.
The tone
I'm here to make sure of that.
The tone of the game was established early, and that tone was going to be physical. And Scott Foster, who was the lead official last night.
That guy.
Yeah, I know.
As soon as I saw that he was refereeing last night, I'm like, and you know what the funny part is, Vic? I had this visceral reaction of like, oh no. And when I looked at the machine, everybody's like, oh my God, no, right?
Well, all I ask for is some consistency.
That guy.
If you're going to allow for it everywhere. Because remember that time they reviewed whether or not Joker had a flagrant on Jalen Williams? All he did is turn around. I'm like, what are we reviewing here? Just let it go. The Nuggets counter to what Oklahoma City did. If you want to counter that, just, you know what? Eat up a couple fouls early. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
Eat up a couple fouls early. You be the aggressor offensively. Go at them hard, early. Bully ball as soon as you touch the ball. No finesse, no poetic license out there. Just bully ball right away.
Well, that's 15 and that's 32. Send those two guys
Right away.
Get your power forward and your center getting ugly, driving to the bucket.
And you know
fine
what
with
else?
me.
Will somebody, in the name of the Lord, will somebody set a pick on Lou Dort that will shake him up a little bit? He is chasing Jamal Murray around the perimeter and hanging on him like a jacket. Can somebody come up and shake that dude once with a pick, even if it's illegal? Joker did it. That's how he fouled out of the game.
Yeah.
He fouled out of the game with a tough pick. Do it early. Do it 3 times. Do it 4 times. Whoever comes in reserve, set a pick on Lou Dort.
Dort's smart. He's a smart player.
Year after year, though, Vic, this is becoming a pattern for you and for me because I completely agree with you. Brett, you know what I need to see more of? I need to see more butts on floor. That's what I need to see more of. This is big boy basketball. Vic is right.
They don't do
You know
that.
what? If you're going to set a pick, you set a pick. Not a pick.
Yeah.
Not a pick, right? You set a pick. You put him on his butt and say, if you're going to try to run around me, you're going to end up on your keister.
Hang on. How many years have we been saying that?
I know it's a recurring theme.
They
Do you
don't.
agree?
Who's
They
gonna
just
do
don't.
It? Who's going to do it?
The answer is nobody. They've never done it. That's just not. They don't.
Russell do it.
Russ could. I'll give you that. Russell could. Outside of that, nobody. We've been asking for that. Remember like 4 years ago when it was 3-0 Golden State and Steph Curry's hitting shots? You're like, oh, somebody just tackle him. the team just doesn't do it.
'Kay.
So we're hoping for something that they're not going to do.
Well,
unless it's Westbrook. Westbrook would.
The first defensive adjustment has been made in this series, and it was made by Oklahoma City. They showed their hand last night. Let's see how the counter adjustment for the Nuggets.
Jalen?
No. The Chet is no longer guarding Joker.
Well, Jalen was on him a lot.
He guarded him very few times.
He doesn't guard Joker now. Right. If they're not going to do it without help. So they established the fact that that's not going to work. Hartenstein's going to be his primary defender. Jalen Williams off the bench. Those two guys will handle Joker. What can the Nuggets do after that move? What's the counter move? The only counter move after that, if you're going to put Hartenstein on him, I would tell Joker, get Hartenstein in foul trouble. Go straight to the rim right away. Everybody clear out. Clear out, get the hell out of the way, and let's go straight to the rim.
But they weren't going one-on-one. A lot of that game, especially early, was Jalen Williams on him with help behind him. And so what's the counter? The counter is simple. You kick the ball out to the open guy on the perimeter, and he knocks down the shot. The problem was nobody knocked down the shot. In fact, Christian was the guy they were leaving open early in that game, and Christian he looked like he didn't even want to shoot it. He had one where he literally was wide open. He, clutched it and then shot. It was brutal. And I don't know what the confidence thing was going on there, but you can't have that. If he's getting doubled, he's always going to kick to the open guy because that's what Oklahoma City did. They ran pick and pop early in that game over and over again, kicked out to the wide open guy, and they nailed it every single time to the tune of 75% from the field midway through the second.
The difference between Game 1 and Game 2, in Game 1, Oklahoma City missed their first 10 threes. They missed every three attempt in the first quarter. Last night they made their threes, and the Nuggets did not. And at the end of the day, three-point shooting was pretty much even. But early shooting, establishing that early shooting tone is very important. The Nuggets just couldn't find it.
Vic, it's very simple. The Thunder made everything, and the Nuggets missed everything. Then the deficit got to be 24 points in the first quarter, and the game was over. That's it. It's very simple. Let's not overthink this crap.
You know what it is about that place too. I'm watching the Paycom Center. They call that the Paycom, and everybody in those shirts,
I told you.
uniform.
Yeah.
It looks like a scene out of Righteous Gemstones at church.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
It looks like it's like a big old Baptist church.
I told you that.
I know,
but with the people wearing those shirts and all looking the same, it's like they don't move. It's sort of like if they take a drink, they're like robotic. It's a bizarre optical effect.
Hey, I give them credit for one thing.
Billy's Baba Bunkers.
Yeah, baby Billy. I give them credit for this. How often, guys, if the Nuggets do this for playoff games or the Avs do this for playoff games, they lay the T-shirts on the seats and stuff like that?
We have pom-poms, dude.
But I'm saying the Nuggets had T-shirts one year.
Okay, great.
But you always get 20% of the crowd that doesn't wear the shirt. OKC's crowd, they commit. They're all in on the same sort of idea.
They don't know any better. It's probably the only clothes they have.
All right. I'm saying I actually appreciate a crowd that's everybody's kind of in on the same idea.
I got
horse wrestling hillbillies.
I got into it with an Oklahoma guy last night.
Did you really?
He was calling me bad names, and I said, and you're saying I'm stuck here with my teeth in my mouth.
Yeah.
And my retort to him was enjoy those 4 teeth in your mouth and get off my feed.
What'd he say?
No, I don't know. I stopped reading it.
Oh.
Got him, Vic.
Yeah.
Out here at Safeway.
By the way, Brett, from time to time I'll say, you know what? This smells like an Oklahoma rest stop.
Yeah.
You say that a lot.
You do.
And you know why? Have you ever been to an Oklahoma rest stop?
I have.
Okay, well, that smell will never leave your brain forever.
We're at Safeway, West 44th Ave in Lowell Boulevard. Going to be here until 10 o'clock today on behalf of our friends at Redbird Farms. Victor, your friends at Redbird Farms.
Redbird Farm chicken. Available to you.
You cook it straight from the pan.
Yeah.
What? What is it? What did he say?
What do you mean?
Well, you know what?
You cook.
He'll tell you exactly what that is. All of those different beautiful things from Redbird Farms will come up in this break. Back after this.
Okay.
Redbird Farms chicken. Come and get it. right here at Safeway in the Old Hood, North Denver. It's fresh, flavorful, always delicious. Perfect for on grill, in the oven, in the air fryer. Unbeatable freshness. Choose from fresh, juicy chicken breasts, wings, thighs, whatever you like. Perfect for family dinners, game day spreads, weekend cookouts. It's what real chicken tastes like. You can't put a price on good taste. You know that. If you're choosing chicken, choose Red Bird Farms.
By the way, Brett, from time to time also, you know what? This smells like an Oklahoma rest stop.
Yeah.
You say that a lot.
You do.
And you know why? Have you ever been to an Oklahoma rest stop?
I have.
Okay, well, that smell will never leave your brain forever.
Can I ask you a question, Moj, on that
Please.
subject?
On rest stops?
Which one do you feel like smells good? Like what are we parsing through here?
If
What
you
is
go-
different between Oklahoma and Indiana's rest stops?
Well, I'll give you an example. If you go to Rodeo Drive, there are some rest stops that are very well manicured.
What?
Yes. Beverly Hills.
Why?
Do you know what a rest stop is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rodeo Drive does not have
I'm not
rest
I'm not
stops.
talking
big one, right
I'm
off
not,
the
I'm not
highway.
talking about like
Yeah.
a Gucci boutique, bro.
Yeah.
You think that I would ever go to Rodeo? I mean, I've been there, yeah.
Hey,
You think I would actually go? Are you out of your mind?
It's funny. So when I was in New York City, there was this rest stop inside of this Louis Vuitton store.
Yeah.
It's called a bathroom.
Yeah, when I was in Paris and I was at the Louis Vuitton, they had this thing called a rest stop in there. And anyway, gold-plated toilet. It's pretty nice. I mean, dude, I get your point. I understand. Rest stops typically are horrific.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. There was one up, though, between Copper Mountain and Vail one time I thought was pretty nice.
It's all right. It's all right.
Okay.
We don't need to litigate every single
All right,
rest stop
copy.
that we've been to.
Copy, all right.
This is what happens every series against every team in the playoffs, though. You end up fighting against their fan bases. Right? Happens every time. Have we ever not fought against another fan base to some degree?
But coming into this one, Vic, I don't know that we ever have fought against, nor had a reason to fight against Oklahoma City's fans. I mean, I don't know who they are or what they are to
warrant it?
To warrant a feud with their fan base. But,
right.
I mean, that's what postseason play does. You're right. Every fan base gets at every fan base.
Let me say something to change the mood of this show.
Please.
Everybody's grumpy, especially those of you on Twitch.
I'm not really grumpy.
I got something.
I'm grumpy.
I'm not grumpy today.
I'm grumpy about
I'm fine.
Rantan's hat trick last night.
I was going to say, let's lighten the mood and just mention that Miko had a hat trick in one period.
Yeah.
Again.
Yep.
How does that lighten the mood?
Wait, that all came in one period?
Again.
Oh, good Lord.
That's great.
Again.
No, in all honesty, he's a $12 million a year player. He should be doing stuff that's really great. He just happened to do it again last night.
Yeah.
The moose is loose.
Hang on a second.
What? It all came in this. Dude, there was all the scoring in the game was in the second period.
All right, so
all
here's
5 goals in the
here's
game
what
were
you do.
scored in the second.
Here's what you do. If Miko scores a single goal, if you're the opposing team from here on out, you need to chop his legs off.
Think about
because you know 2 more is coming that same period.
Yeah.
So you need to find a way to get him off the ice.
You mean
for the rest of the
Civil War amputation, like with the hacksaw?
Maybe that's a little too far.
over the mouth.
Maybe
center
that's
ice.
a little too far. But no, that's it. That's better, Moj. Chloroform.
Chloroform,
Him
right?
with a chloroform rag just for the rest of the period. He can come back the next period.
Was it ether or chloroform they put over? I think it was ether, right?
Think about
back in the day.
Think about the roller coaster that is Mikko Rantanen. I just want to establish something. So the trade happens. We're in utter shock. Everyone's in shock.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to Carolina, does nothing. We're like, okay, well, the Avs clearly won that trade. He goes to Dallas, still at the beginning, does nothing. Meanwhile, the Avalanche players, they got in return, they're doing a lot. They're doing everything. The team's better. The team's deeper. First part of the Dallas series, he does nothing. I mean, what did he do? Nothing. And then in the final 2 games of that series, he did something.
Yeah.
He did a lot. So he went from nothing, great trade, to what's going on, why'd they trade him? And the reason I bring that up is you got to wait. You got to measure this long term. You have to measure it. He's had a remarkable run. But what did he do before that run? What was it before that run that we kept talking about here? Where was he before that run?
Well, he had 25 goals in 49 games with the Avs, and then he had 7 from that point on the rest of the year until the postseason. I mean, look, this is who that guy is. I mean, Brett, you've watched a billion Mikko Rantanen games.
Yeah.
How many? It was a couple of years ago where I'm like, well, he's a point-a-game guy in the playoffs, and you said to me, yeah, but you know what? It doesn't feel like it, and I don't see it. Because he didn't do it now. Because he didn't do jack, right?
No, to that point. To that point.
And he's having a great. He's had a great 3 games.
I remember
6, 7, and 1.
I remember talking to somebody who knows a little bit about hockey, and I said, Mikko I know the points were there in the postseason a couple years ago, but that didn't look right. And he goes, no, it really didn't. Didn't look right. And I was wondering, well, what was wrong with him?
Nothing.
Nothing was wrong with him.
Nothing was wrong with him. I remember that conversation with this really smart hockey person. And I think that hockey person said, there's nothing wrong with him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that same hockey person when the trade was made, and I texted that smart hockey person. I said, I think they just traded away a Hall of Famer. And that hockey person disagreed with me. Do you think he's a Hall of Famer?
I don't know. I don't think he's there yet. I think
he could get there.
He could get. I mean, listen, you start stringing together 100-point seasons more, absolutely you can get there.
Moj, he's a Hall of Famer.
I don't know about that, bro. I don't know, man.
Well, he's playing like one right now. And again, time will tell about that trade. Time will tell. More time than just one half season. Right now, though, my goodness, he is carrying that squad.
Well, that's the thing.
He is carrying Dallas.
Let me go back. In fact, I want to look at some numbers here, man. I'm going to bring, but here's the problem: is I'm going to bring up guys that you don't even care about or know.
Yeah, it's fine. There's
I think one of the reasons why you don't give him that kind of credit is because playing here, he's surrounded by surefire Hall of Famers,
right?
And it waters it down.
Well,
he's surrounded by the McKinnons. He's
is Alexei Yashin a Hall of Famer? No.
Moser, let's be fair here for a second. Hang on. If Mikko finished his career as an Av, is his name in the rafters?
Without a doubt.
Okay.
Still might be.
Some people call
Not
him the
a
Moose.
friggin' chance.
No way.
Not a.
No way.
You want to fire him up?
It would have been. Absolutely, it would have been. 100%.
You know, bottom line is this. He's still really good. He's always been a really, really good player.
Did you see a couple of those goals, though? I mean, I'm not trying to diminish the goal scoring, but two of them went off dudes and redirected the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what?
I don't even care anymore.
Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
Like that third goal. How did that go in the net?
You just throw it at the net.
Puck's on net, dude.
Throw it at the net. It hits.
But
puck's on
it
net.
wasn't even on net.
Throw it somewhere near the net.
It hits butts. It hits legs. It hits whatever it can hit. The puck is going to hit, and it's going to find something.
Like,
Vic.
I know you
I'm
can't.
telling you. I try to tell you guys. You guys just don't believe me.
I know you can't do this every game, but I did find one stat fascinating going back to the Avs series. Game 4 and Game 6 had something in common, and it wasn't just 2 wins. 48 shots on goal in each of those games.
I know. What did? Let me try to take a look here. Let me take a look.
What are you
last
looking
night,
up?
the Jets had 31 shots. The Stars had 24 shots on goal last night.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna and by the way, they were 1 for 2 on the power play. Winnipeg was 0 for 4. Does that sound? And they lost 3-2. The Jets did.
Does
that sound familiar?
Very familiar.
That sounds familiar, don't?
That sounds like a special teams issue.
Certainly does. I'm telling you, Dallas's penalty kill, it really blew up in the last 2 weeks of the regular season. Absolutely terrible. But overall, they finished 4th. They were a top 3 penalty kill all year long. They were really good at it. It's up to you to break it.
Why are they so good on the power play? What do you notice that they do?
The Stars?
Yeah.
They're pretty creative. They use this. They use the bumper in a different way. They make the quick seam pass side to side, which is what they use to win Game 7 against. Well, that Wyatt Johnston goal that made it a 3-2 game. That's that seam pass right through the top of the crease,
right down the middle.
And when you look back at his shot, you know he basically put it in from the goal line. When you're looking at the side of the net, he's got that much to fill, and he filled it.
And he doesn't miss.
It was a great shot, but they do that very, very well. What?
What's your problem?
I can't hockey right now. I still can't. I'm burned. Still burned.
You know,
by
I really
the
can't.
hockey.
I really can't hockey right now either.
I can't hockey right now.
I can hoop.
I can hoop.
I can. Well, I can't baseball.
I baseballed last night. By the way,
did you really?
I turned that when the Nuggets game was like in the late 3rd, early 4th, whatever. Turned it off because I saw Rockies were tied in the 9th.
Yeah, they lost, dude.
And they
6-29.
Which is they're by far the worst team in baseball. Now, I think the next closest team has what, 13 or 14
I think
wins?
their run's right around the corner.
Okay, hang on a second. Baltimore's got 13, but the White Sox now have 10 wins, for God's sake, and they're awful. Dude, I mean, they're 18 games out, and it's May 7th or 8th. It's May 8th, bro. And they're 18 games out. That seems mathematically and physically impossible.
It does.
For any major league team.
Did you guys, all right, if you don't want to talk about that, did you watch the end of that Celtics-Knicks game?
I did.
I did, too.
All right, so
can we hang on to that for a second?
I know,
because
I want to do a little compare and contrast.
Yep. So we'll get to that in just a second. We're out here at Safeway off of 44th Ave in Lowell Boulevard. Going to be here until 10 o'clock. Stop by and say hi. A texter says, can I stop by and say hi? Moser Bites. So you can. Just be aware of that.
That dog took off. Do you hear that dog barking in that red car over
Did
there
you
for
see
a long
that
time?
kid over here? Should he be in school? Just random kids running around in their school right now? Is he on his? I hope he's on his way to school.
Probably goes to Holy Family. They get out early.
Holy Family doesn't exist anymore.
Well, up north it does.
Yeah, that's the high school, but the grade school's gone.
Oh, you're kidding?
Yeah, it went bye-bye. So did St. Catherine's down the road.
I got to be honest. I'm very confused about Denver, Aurora, the greater Denver area, we'll call it. I go home at 10:30, and every kid in my neighborhood's outside like every day. And I'm like, what is the school process
I don't
here?
understand
How are
that
you
either.
guys constantly not in school? What's going on?
Were you guys allowed in school to go off campus to eat?
In high school, if I was a junior, I was. Junior,
Okay.
senior.
I was, but only because I lived within walking distance of the school.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Otherwise, we did not have an open campus, no.
Okay, you know what? You're right. I think we should serve as truancy officers this morning.
I think so, too. I'm telling you, it's a Wednesday. I get home, and there's kids playing basketball, and I'm like, why aren't you guys in school?
Like that lady. Get to school!
Get to school.
Which one? That one or that one?
Either one.
Okay.
At Safeway until 10 o'clock this morning. Stop by and say hi. Get to that Celtics and Knicks game. Compare and contrast. Get to it next. Circus Sports, which is available right now in Colorado, obviously. And if you guys have been paying attention, been talking about the series price with the Thunder and the Nuggets, because the Nuggets started as a huge underdog. They won game one. It tipped the scales a little bit, but right now it's plus 380 to win this series over the Thunder. You can find that and so much more on the Circus Sportsbook, whether it's the NHL playoffs, the NBA playoffs, the MLB regular season, or golf. All of it available on the Circus Sportsbook with the best odds in the game. So download the app right now. Go to Circus Sports, download that app, or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
you guys were kind of reactionary to the physicality.
Yeah.
Was there any thought of taking the starters out earlier when it looked like it was starting to get messy with Westbrook and Jokic? And did he foul himself out purposely? I mean,
No.
Did he thought of taking the starters out any earlier?
I did not. No, I felt like those guys wanted to go back out there and play. I felt like they needed to find the rhythm of physicality. I think that they thought we were trying to junk up the game, which we weren't. We were just trying to play much harder than we did in the first half. And obviously when he fouled out, got mauled out with about a minute left. They got to sit the whole quarter. They'll get to sit tomorrow, all day Friday, and get ready for Friday night. So, no, I was not just going to sit the guys at halftime. Like, that's not what we're doing here. We're going to try to get better and play.
Real quick, just for clarity, you mentioned feeling like the guys wanted to go back out there and play. Is that a conversation you have with them, or is it ultimately just kind of you making that call on your own?
No, when I walked in the locker room, I knew they wanted to go out and play. It was very obvious. I was going to play those guys regardless. Like I said, that's a lot of proud people in that room that want to go back out there and compete.
David Adelman, after the game, we're out here at Safeway, West 44th Ave and Lowell Boulevard.
I want to get to more of this Nuggets team, and I want to get to the Knicks and Celtics momentarily. We're 44th and Lowell, essentially, right? I mean, Lowell's right there.
Lowell is there. 44th is there. North Denver is here.
Okay, so this is your hood. I want everybody to know. Come by and see us today, right? Yeah. Brett, Tennyson is the next biggest street down that way.
Yeah.
So you don't. I've talked to Vic. This is what's fascinating about our boy. Do you know how Brett navigates life and honestly getting places
on his phone?
No.
That is true.
Okay, yeah. But the only reason he sees different parts of the world than where he lives specifically, it's all about beer.
Breweries.
It's I went to that brewery, so I took this.
New terrain's a little bit farther down this way.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Call to Arms is right around here.
His whole life is about beer.
It's the most transplant thing out there.
100%. Yeah. Anyway. Well, I will say that
if I live by the airport, what am I going to come down here for? To get some food?
When you were a kid going to Lakeside,
tell me you're a transplant without telling me you're a transplant.
Right? Did you ever cruise up and down Tennyson? I mean, that was your.
Yeah, I'd cruise up and down when somebody stole my bike trying to get it back. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
See, but this isn't fair. What you're doing to me isn't fair. Because I asked Vic, what do you know about Buckley Street, Vic? You don't know anything about Buckley.
Buckley Air Force Base is out there.
Exactly right. Yeah, Buckley Air Force Base is out there.
Anyway, I didn't mean to get off on a tangent, but I did do a pub crawl one time.
Give me one place on Tower Road. You have no idea. I do.
Up and down Tennyson, the pub crawl one time. That was awesome. Had a great time.
You got to understand, when I was a kid, Tower Road didn't exist.
Well, you got to understand, it did exist when I was here, and it's the only place I know.
You're funny, man.
I remember when we said remember one of the last remotes we did, Vic? We went to a gas station. We said, it's off 225 in Iliff. And you said, where is that? Well, I mean, and I said, it's off 225 in Iliff. What do you mean?
I speak for most Denverites, and I know, Jesse, you agree with me. This is Denver. Where we are, that side, wherever you guys are, whatever, you're in Pueblo, I don't know what that is. All you people that live on that side, I don't know what part of the world that is.
Yeah, 225 in Iliff.
225 in Iliff.
Okay, cool. That's going to be.
Where's that exactly? That's 225 in Iliff.
Right at Aurora. So where do I go?
225.
225 in Iliff.
Discussion. I don't know
that
how
was the exact discussion. Yes.
It's hysterical. Anyway, hey, listen. Last night, what's so fascinating about this postseason so far, and I know it's going to change, is that the Thunder are the only home team to win so far in the second round.
The only one out of.
It's so weird, man.
It's been 6 games or 7?
Yeah, 7.
So okay.
Well, at least they had to work for that win. You know what I mean?
Let me raise the question again about how would you rather lose? Losing is losing.
No, 6. Sorry, 6. So
you're the Boston Celtics. In each of your first 2 games, you are up by at least 20 against the New York Knicks. Last night, you're up by 14 in the fourth quarter against the Knicks. And for the second consecutive game at home, you lose down the stretch. Would you rather lose that way or the way the Nuggets lost last night? Before you answer the question, let me offer this little nugget. Excuse the pun. When you start losing leads, and you start losing leads in that manner, I think that sticks in your brain a little bit. I think that's there every time there's a close game. I think it really affects you. Can we finish? Who's going to make the big bucket? Why are we why are we disorganized on this offensive set? It really jacks with your brain. I'm telling you. I would rather lose by 100 than lose consecutive games the way the Celtics did. That's me.
Okay.
Okay, hang on a second. I said this to you yesterday, and you rebutted me. You did it twice yesterday, and I was correct on both counts.
Tell me what my rebut was.
The first thing I said was, I think there's a chance that the Nuggets are satisfied with one win here and they could get blown out. And you said, well, you push back a little bit. Secondly,
I didn't push back. I said that's what the Nuggets do. They're not a front-running team. They're a team that, when they're doubted, they play their best. I agreed with you.
You pushed back initially.
Okay.
Secondly, I said, you know what I actually hope happens tonight? I hope that the Thunder are up like 6 points late in the game, and the Nuggets come back and win, because I think that'd be the end of them.
Yes, and they knew that.
And
I think that,
but if OKC were to lose late again, then that would crush them.
Listen, OKC knew from the start, if they lost last night, series is over. They knew that.
Yes.
They knew that, and they played with desperation. You cannot manufacture desperation. Some teams are capable. Some of the great dynasty teams, they could look at a game like last night and pretend that it was desperate. The Nuggets are
the
not
Nuggets
that team.
did that 2 years ago.
Well,
they would bury team two years ago.
The last time the Nuggets did it, the last time the Nuggets manufactured desperation in a playoff game, Game 6 in Phoenix. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Sure.
They buried the Suns.
Well, they didn't have to manufacture that. Well,
No, they were. I guess they did, but they were sort of in a P mode. They were really. They were antsy and grumpy.
This is not that team. I'll tell you what this team is. This is the kind of team that's capable of going 7 games every series.
Sure.
Every series.
I actually kind of expect it. No matter how long they last in this postseason, I kind of expect 7-game series out of them.
But do you agree with me? Like, if you're the Celtics and you just lost 2 back-breaking games that you were leading by double digits, how do you feel now going to Madison Square Garden?
I saw Jason Tatum's face when he walked off the floor.
Sure.
I saw it. He was in shock. What's the coach's name? Missoula? Is that his name?
Joe Missoula, yeah. Fire truck's here.
What's up?
What's up, Fire
To our
Truck?
great fireman here.
Right on, baby.
Missoula was in shock. Did you see his face when he was doing his post-game press conference?
I did.
It's the look of somebody like, I don't know what the hell to do.
Well, here's the problem, dude. They're living by the 3 and dying by the 3.
They're 25 of 100.
They're 25 of 100.
That's crazy.
Last night they were what? 10 of 40, right?
10 of 40.
So that's 25 of 100 so far, right? Dude, that's their game. If they're not making their threes, they lose. Do you know how bad the Knicks were last night? Here's what's so crazy, and this is why you should think that if you're Joe Missoula, you're
They brought the fire truck for us.
I love
it.
it.
Are you going to acknowledge that? North Denver treats us like this is our home. They bring the fire truck. Would your neighborhood do that? Hell no. You live in
They
Pueblo.
absolutely
Pueblo
would.
doesn't even have a fire truck. We got fire trucks everywhere.
We got fire trucks, man. They're old, but we got fire trucks, baby. That one looks good, though. That's a good-looking truck, man.
That is a good-looking truck.
That sucker's shiny.
Can we do the show on the truck? Can we just ride around?
These guys are put together,
During
man.
the commercial break, we'll do it. Yes. Yes, I will come find you. Thank you.
Moser, did you just say the firemen are put together?
Yeah. Why do they always?
They have to carry people and stuff. What do you mean?
Look at you, man.
I'm not a fireman.
Okay. Well, maybe you should think about it. Just follow their example.
You don't want me in charge of
for
that
God's
stuff.
sake. No, the deal is, though, is that Missoula, if their three's not going in, they got nothing. They don't go to the bucket. They don't do anything else. They're a one-trick friggin' pony. At the same time, did you see the Knicks last night in their three-point shooting?
Yeah.
They were 9 of 31. That's 29%. Gross.
Yeah.
That's gross, and they're still winning basketball games because the Celtics are too damn stubborn to not do what they do.
What do you guys think as a whole? What do you think of these playoff games, NBA playoff games?
They've been great.
I think it's been some of the best playoff games I've seen
too.
in years.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's been phenomenal. And it's phenomenal because the whistle is different in the postseason. You see it, right? You see how different these games are officiated. If you got this in the regular season, you wouldn't survive a month before guys would – I mean, they'd be out for weeks. You know what I'm saying?
And you'd have every talking head whining and complaining about the pace of the game. Yeah. Hey, can I say something without being jumped on?
Well, it's always a risk. No promises.
What do you make of the Boston Celtics having played a lot of important basketball?
What do you mean by that question?
Yeah,
I look at Boston as a content team right now. They're content in the championship they won last year.
They're coming off a championship.
Yeah.
Is it hard to win in the postseason, Vic, even
Very.
against a Knicks team that's not as good as you?
Yeah.
The answer is yes. When I talk about it, I sometimes just say, man, those guys have played a lot of important hockey.
Sure.
They lost, but they've played a lot of. I mean, your body, all this kind of thing for teams that win. They look to me like a team. They don't have the same drive they had last year. They don't have the same oomph. They don't have the same want to.
Yeah.
They are content, Brett, sitting on the perimeter just chucking it up. That's it. You want to drive to the hole? Good luck with that.
Are they content or is it intentional? Like, I watched them on a fast break. It was a 3-on-1.
Yeah.
So defender sinks into the lane. They kick it to somebody else who drives, and then he kicks it to somebody in the corner who misses a three. And I'm just like, that's Todd. That is not something that they would do, I think, on their own.
Well, they've fully embraced the three-point shot, right? They led the league in three-point attempts and all that business. In the playoffs, I think we've come to understand that there's way more to the game than the three-point shot.
Yeah.
It's an element. It's important. But the game changes entirely. And you have to change with it. And if you don't, you're down 0-2 to the Knicks.
The Nuggets, here's the thing. The Nuggets are capable, and this is where I give them at least a little bit of credit, of winning basketball games without being solely reliant on a three-point shot. They can win games in which their three-point shooting is off. They can. Yeah. It certainly makes it harder, but they're capable because they're good in the paint. Like, the Celtics could never do that. They couldn't.
Moj, can you ask this kid why he's not in school?
Well, he's got his Nuggets gear on. He shouldn't be in school.
What? Sir, why are you in school right now?
School starts in a little bit, he said.
Hey, man, it's only 8:13 in the morning.
Oh, my bad. Enjoy school.
I know we feel like it's noon. I'm sorry. Yeah,
We'll write
Kid,
you a
look
letter.
great though. No sweat. Now I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh.
You just chastised a child who was going to do what you told him to do.
I didn't chastise him one bit. I motivated him today. I guarantee he's going to be a better person because of that. He's going to tackle that school head on today. He's not going to mess around.
Hey, do they sell clothes inside Safeway?
I have no idea. It's clothes. What do you think? Is Ross dressed for less?
Well, I bought underwear one time at a grocery store in France. And I'm thinking,
a bodega?
I might need a pair of shorts, but it's getting warm out here now.
Yeah, it is.
All of a sudden, the rain is gone. Not a
beautiful day.
It's going to be a gorgeous. That's Chamber of Commerce Day here in Denver, man.
Yeah.
North Side's where it's at right now.
So
hey, give me some of that. The North Side is where it's at right now.
So they used to
right
have
now
in this Safeway, and they've rebuilt this Safeway.
Wait, where did your old man spank you?
Okay, that's a story I'll reserve for later in the show.
Okay.
It is a life-changing story. It wasn't a spanking. It was
a
probably
beating?
something that would have got him arrested if he did it today. But I'm going to tell you a story. They used to have, and they may still have it. Do you remember those little mini helmets?
Oh yeah, I love those.
So
yeah.
I had the whole collection.
Yeah, they had the gumball machines out front here with the mini helmets.
And a little ride, like they have like a little horse ride.
Yeah,
and all
when
that kind
we're
of thing?
kids, you want those mini helmets.
I kept getting the Jets.
I couldn't get the Cardinals.
I couldn't get the Cardinals
The
either.
Cardinals was the one I couldn't
That
get.
was tough.
Yeah.
So, I think I was like 7 at the time. I would come to this Safeway, and I would watch people go to the mini. I would literally sit here and watch people spin it, and then I'd go after them hoping to get the Cardinals, or I'd exchange with them. I got so fed up because I couldn't get the Cardinals. I jammed my hand up, up the thing, trying to get a Cardinal. And my hand got stuck in the bubblegum machine.
Oh, no.
To which the manager had to come in, open the machine to get me out of there.
Wait, how does opening the machine get your hand out?
Because he had to go down and, push my hand down from the top. That is, I'm gonna admit that right now, Mom. I've never told you that, but I tried to steal a mini helmet from the Safeway here on 44th and Lowell, and I was unsuccessful.
Let's call the cops. There's no statute of limitations on this.
You ever done anything like that?
Not like
I
that.
lived a hard scrabble life, brother.
North
That's
Side
a
all the
life
way,
sentence.
man. Hey, man, you get your hand stuck in a mini helmet machine.
As tough as it gets.
Moser's
You're
got
doing
his,
time, baby.
Moser's got his hand stuck trying to get that extra peanut butter cracker in the vending machine. Get a little twofer. I thought it was funny.
You got jokes? Is that a joke?
That happened last week, by the way.
Brett's got jokes?
It happened last week.
Brett's got jokes.
I don't know how
out here
insulting
at
me is going to make
Safeway.
this a better segment.
It's kind of the show. Out here at Safeway, West 44th Ave and Lowell Boulevard. Going to be here until 10 o'clock. Stick around.
Yeah, you look good. Hey, welcome back. We're at the Safeway off of 44th and Lowell doing the show live. Compliments of Redbird Farms Chicken. I do have to ask you guys. Do you see that building right there? See that where that Anytime Fitness? See the one right behind
DMV,
it? See
yeah.
that white
stripper?
building? Right
Oh,
there?
yeah.
That was my dentist's office, Dr. Akagawa.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of dentistry work done at Dr. Akagawa's office right there. May he rest in peace.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's all I got for the show today.
Well, I want to thank everybody for coming by so far. Great to see people who are out on the north side. And listen, Vic, I know I talk about the north side sometimes in derogatory terms. Just because I want to get your goat a little bit.
Derogatory? Why would you do that?
Because I want to get your goat.
Okay, that's fine.
But I will say this, Brett. I've been up here many, many, many times. And the north side's a good side, man. It really is. Although McDonough Park, they could use a good mow on that sucker off of Federal. They need to mow that sucker. It's just right down here. It's got dandelions all over. They need to get on the mower right now.
Doesn't this feel like home, though? It's very homey, very community-oriented.
It does. It always has. Yep,
I'm going to tell you something. You're going to roll your eyes, but it's the truth. This looks like the neighborhood I lived in college. A lot of older houses. I lived in a house, rented a house anyway, that was built in the 50s.
Okay.
And I loved it. I loved the style, the vibe around here.
Well, what's happened here, for anyone who is aware and maybe lives in the area, a lot of these older homes are being raised, and they're just slashing brand new homes.
Insanity. I love the look of this.
My parents' block right there, they're one of the last remaining older homes. Every other home is a brand new raised home.
Yeah, but
you ever see that where people, like, if it's on Twitter or Instagram or whatever, the people who are like, watch me renovate this house. And it's like this beautiful older style house that then just looks like every other house that's being built now. You're like, why did you do that?
Yeah, but
why?
His parents, they got a huge lot, man. You could do a lot with that.
We'll go there afterwards. We'll hit the sim.
Well, I can't. I've got to go deliver something and pick some stuff up
Okay,
north.
well, you do what you got to do. We'll do our thing. You do what you do. We do what we do.
Yeah, what's going on with you? What drug deal are you doing later today?
I'm not. No, I got to deliver a tent. Why am I even telling you guys? Because there's nothing I can.
You know what's amazing to me, Moser?
There's nothing I can say where you won't insult me.
I know. He knows.
There's nothing.
That will make fun of
There's
me.
nothing I can say right now where you will not
Whatever
insult
journey
the
he's
hell
on
out
today with the bear, he knows that it will come with an insult. He's so afraid to admit it.
Well, I need to know now. I need to.
Please tell us what you're doing.
Come on,
today.
Moj. Just
come
tell
on.
me.
I'm delivering a tent, and I'm picking up 2 chairs.
What do you mean you're delivering it?
What does that mean?
Deliverer? What?
I had a tent that went to my old truck. Never used it. Brand new. The truck is now gone.
Yeah.
Bear sold the tent. We're delivering it to some guy up north because we're going to be up here.
Does he have the 2 chairs?
No, that's our friend Laura at her office. They're redecorating, and she asked Karen if she'd like the 2 chairs, and she said yeah. So I'm the muscle to come get the chairs.
Why is that? Why did you feel like we'd make fun of you?
There's something coming. I just know it.
You're being a good husband. It's a noble gesture. Where's Karen now? What is she doing at this?
Well, she went to breakfast.
Oh, okay.
And she's like, yeah, I'm going to go eat and hang out and go see Heather, our friend Heather, whatever.
Hi, Heather.
Moser, if you told somebody on Craigslist that you would pitch a tent for them, I don't think that's what they thought you were going to do. So maybe misleading.
Yeah.
Who would have thought Nelly would be the first one to throw a barb your way,
Nelly.
huh?
That's a good one, actually, Nelly. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I thought you meant that you were, like, trading a tent for 2 chairs, like this was an old trading post in the 1860s.
Dude, let me tell you something about Facebook Marketplace, because I know that's
Are
how
you getting a beaver pelt, too?
No, let me tell you about Facebook Marketplace. All right, when it first came out, Craigslist. I love doing flea market style shopping. I love it. It's great.
Marketplace is
you like to haggle.
But
You're a haggler.
let me tell you, this Marketplace, it's turned into watch out. Watch for your. You got to really watch out. Half of the deals on there are fake. Right? Half of the stuff's fake. You don't even know what you're buying anymore.
Yep.
It's really ruined the entire market of haggling. I mean, I love haggling. That's why I used to love going to the Mile High Flea Market to haggle. You can't do it anymore. We've taken the haggle out of it.
Yeah, no more haggling.
There's 2 more kids missing school.
Yeah. They're decked out in Nuggets gear, though.
What's up, Nuggets fans? How you guys doing? Yeah. Did you stay up for that game last night? All right.
Well, did you the whole time? Because I barely stayed up for the whole game last night. And that's
once they got to 130, I'm like, I'm out.
Just going back to it, I guess the theme of the show, at least, I don't know if it's for all of us. I'll speak for myself. My reaction is kind of like, yeah, don't really care. Like, I kind of get it. And you can make this about what you want to. If you want to say that I'm excuse-making or blah, 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 because I've said before, when I thought the Nuggets were going to lose against the Clippers and you and me were pessimistic after Game 3, then we were just a whole bunch of jerks who don't believe and we're idiots and blah, blah, blah. And now I'm saying this, which I think is the truth, and it's going to sound like I'm polishing a turd, but it is what it is. I think that there is an emotional and physical toll that has been taken so far with them going 7 games in round 1 and then stealing game 1.
Yeah.
That maybe not almost a 50-point blowout, but a blowout was kind of expected from me.
Guys,
well, we talked about it yesterday morning.
It was 2 options. That game was going to be close. That could go either way, or they were going to get their teeth kicked in, and that's what happened.
I'll answer it the way I answer it to my family members. You know, you get family members that text you during the course of a game. You know, my daughter, oh, my God, this is embarrassing. Now they're going to lose, and I have to walk them off the ledge. And I'll do the same with anybody that's wondering. You have to examine what happened last night as just another step in a body of work.
Yeah.
And the Nuggets' body of work, they are inclined to lose loudly. They're inclined to win boldly. This is what they do. This is what they are. If you're looking for that predictable, okay, here's what you that's not what the Nuggets have done.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why people walk away from that game last night saying, oh, it's over. No, it's not. It's one game. It's one game in which they clearly were not ready to play. I guarantee Friday night will be different.
I completely
agree. They may
agree.
not win Friday night. I'm not predicting, but I guarantee the
They are
tone
getting-
that is set,
Yeah.
the physicality, the way. Do you remember what adjustment did you notice when they got blown out by whatever in L.A.? Game 4, they come back. What did you notice from the get-go in that game? Do you remember when Christian Brown was guarding Harden right in his face?
Yep.
Do you remember the way Aaron Gordon was guarding Kawhi in that game? Do you remember just the way the defense really extended in that game?
Yep.
You're going to see that tomorrow night.
What I saw last night, too, is I saw the Nuggets defensively, Vic, they're sagging.
Yeah.
And so the Thunder had the choice. Either shoot a wide-open 3 or, look, they're sagging. I'm going to drive right at them and watch the Red Sea part. I'm going to the bucket. That happened all night long. Plus, they made some mid-range, too. I mean, they shot the ball really well, but they took a lot of what the Nuggets gave them last night. It ain't going to be that way Friday night. Tomorrow night, it is not going to be that way.
The Nuggets were content with a 1-1 split.
Sure they were.
They were content.
And you know what? I was, too, to be honest with you.
If I had told you guys after the final moments of Game 7 against the Clippers, an exhaustive series, if I told you guys you are guaranteed a split in OKC, and I'm not going to tell you what the final score of each game is going to be, would you have taken it?
100%.
Sure.
Then what are we doing?
I agree.
Then what's
I
the
agree.
problem? Then what is the problem?
It's not a problem. You gave up 149 points.
Who cares?
Though. Okay, I'm just saying.
You could have scored 250. I
You're
don't
right.
care.
Listen, if it was a hockey game and you lost 10-1,
Who cares?
In Game 2, yeah, it's really, you're right. It's a who cares. But at the same time, I just want to see them. I know they will. I'm not even worried. Let me take it all back. I'm not even worried about it. They're going to defend better coming up on Friday night. They're going to have a different attitude on Friday night. They are going to have that bitter taste in their mouth on Friday night. Jamal Murray's going to have a game on Friday night. I'm telling you right now. And by the way, I'm listening to Coach and Raj yesterday.
2 more kids just missing school today.
Yep.
Just missing school. Don't worry about education.
Yeah.
It's all right. We'll educate.
She's like,
yeah, we'll
educate
you.
them. You leave them with us. They'll have a lot. They'll be learned up by the time you come back. Hey, but I was listening to Raj
Mr.
and
Moser
Coach.
knows a lot about National Geographic, so
Yeah,
he can
absolutely.
fill you in
Hey, you
on
want to
that.
learn about Nassau, you talk to him.
Yeah.
Hey, but I'm listening to Raj and Coach, and Coach actually used a quote from Mark Bertinoli. And I thought this is really a good quote. Jamal Murray, and I think he's correct. I think these guys are thinking the right way.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray is good for a win per series.
Yep.
We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
But Jamal Murray is going to win a game for the Nuggets in the next 5 games.
Well,
now, I guess that means, is that the one that puts you over the edge? Is that the one that puts you up 2-1 on Friday night? Is that the one that ties the series at 4? I mean, whatever it is, but Jamal Murray is going to win you a game.
Can I say one thing real quick about Jamal? If there's one thing that has really annoyed me throughout the course of the postseason, his lazy passes that get picked off for easy dunks the other way really drive me nuts.
Sure.
Because it's just pure laziness in the way that he's throwing the pass. And it happens a lot.
Well, here's my rationale with Jamal. I'm not sure he is going to face a stiffer test in this playoffs if they extend it, if they go out beyond it, than what he's facing in OKC with Lou Dort, Alex Caruso, and Cason Wallace.
Yeah, they're as good a perimeter defense as you got.
Lou Dort is a jacket around Jamal Murray. And Adelman mentioned it after the game, and he's so right. Somebody on the Nuggets has to set a high pick and rattle Lou Dort's cage early in the game because he is doing whatever he pleases with Jamal on the perimeter. He's guarding him as soon as he crosses half court, and not just guarding him. Watch his hands.
Yeah.
Look at where his hands are. Those would be called every day in the regular season.
He's big, too, for his size.
Doesn't matter.
He is
Somebody
big.
set a
No,
pick.
I'm just saying,
Somebody
to his
set a
credit.
pick.
When you said this yesterday, 2 days ago?
Yeah.
If you could pick one guy from the Thunder to have on the Nuggets, who was it? And I said Dort. Yeah. It's that's the exact reason why. He works through picks and screens like KCP does. Because what did he do also last night? If he does actually get screened well, he does that KCP thing where he'll make it look like a foul, like a moving screen.
But the cruel irony is, a lot of this also on Jamal, the cruel irony is early in the game, he had some open shots and looks. He got loose and just didn't make them.
Right.
Absolutely.
So there's, again, it's hard to really get X's and O's about a game that you lost by 43 points, and it just didn't look like the care factor was there all that much, especially after the first quarter. When did you know it was done? To be honest, because I said after the first quarter, I go, okay, you got blitzed.
No.
Hang on.
That's when I thought it was done.
After the first quarter, I was like, all right, you got blitzed. If they go out and they hit a couple of shots early in the second, then maybe they can turn it around. And they immediately turn the ball over. And I go, all right.
But, Brad, it wasn't just
it's done.
It wasn't just you're down by 24 after the first quarter. It's how you were down by 24 after the first quarter. I immediately said to myself, it ain't getting better than this. So forget it. And so from that point on, I sort of bounced in and out of the game and then obviously watched them the entire postgame.
There's always takeaways from games, even if you're down by 30, 36. There's always something you can do that can carry over to the next game. And I was waiting for it to happen. It sort of happened, but I was waiting for an explosion. I was waiting for something, a message. I was waiting for that. And Joker took himself out of the game with 6 fouls in the third quarter.
Yeah.
But I thought for sure, the way that game was going, that somebody was going to get ejected. I thought something was going to happen.
I actually was like, dude, if there's any game that Joker gets to just go off on the refs, let it be this one. Just go crazy.
Just go.
Did you guys want Adelman just to pull a Steve Kerr and midway through the third just be like, guys, you're done for the night. That's it. It's over.
He addressed that. We talked about
I know he did, but he didn't do that. So
that's a great point, and I brought that up too. I said just punt, and just play your backups in the second half. But Chris Dempsey made such a great point last night on the broadcast in our postgame show. He said, yeah, that's obviously what everybody would like him to do, but this isn't high school basketball. This isn't high school. These are professionals. There's intel to be gleaned. There's motivation out there. There's education that can be had on a court.
There's
even
risk
when
of injury.
I understand that. There is risk of injury. But these are proud men that play this game for a living. And are you going to tell proud men, sit down, it's over? Or if they want to play, they're going to play.
Steve Kerr did. Steve Kerr did, and they won the series.
Well, but his guys didn't want to play.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'm just saying, the game was done. And I get it. You want to go out there and be like, hey, we're not waving the white flag or whatever. But I'll tell you this, and I know there's always a risk to this stuff, but somebody goes down with a tweaked knee midway through the fourth who's a starter, and then you're like, well, this is stupid.
That's the risk.
Yeah.
That's a risk. Take care.
Bye, guys.
Go to school.
2 children just yelled, let's go Nuggets.
Is that what they said?
Yes.
Yeah. I thought it was.
I can't believe they stayed up
hey,
to watch
Vic,
that game.
Go and. I really couldn't
Well,
tell.
you know what? Mom in the car must have been David Adelman. They're like, no. We're going to watch the rest of this game, and you're going to be tired tomorrow. You're going to have to eat this one.
And then you're going to go to a radio station show
exactly
right outside the Safeway.
Exactly right. But I thought, I was texting, my brother texted me during the game, and he goes, do you just bench him? And I was like, yep, this feels like a Vlatko moment to me. This was midway through the third. I was like, Vlatko, Zeke, Trey Alexander, you guys get some minutes. Whatever you guys got to do. Go ahead.
You want. Yep. Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, everybody got in the game last night, right? So
tomorrow night's game will be the tail of the tape for this series. I firmly believe that. I firmly believe tomorrow night.
So what do you mean win or loss, or what do you mean?
I mean, no. Tone of the series. Whether the Nuggets are serious about the series, whether they can play with OKC or not. Tomorrow night you'll be able to tell that.
Well, if they look, they're going to put forth effort. I guess what you're saying is, can you truly match up or not?
Yeah.
Like maybe was Oklahoma City a little overwhelmed at the moment in Game 1 or something late in the game? I don't know. Something like that.
Tomorrow night we'll get a glimpse of whether or not the Nuggets can stick with OKC.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much.
Gifts.
Got a gift for baby
gift.
Jamal Kale?
Well, that is so nice of you,
Thank
sir.
you so much. I
Can
appreciate
I have $20?
Is that an owl?
Oh, that was cute.
It's
an owl.
Yeah, it's an owl. It's a little plush toy owl.
Jamal Kale's going to love that, dude.
Yeah.
Let me check that. Make
Thanks,
sure
man.
It's not,
Yeah.
have anything in there that. Yeah, okay. I approve.
We good?
Yeah.
We good on this?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
Hey, listen, the Nuggets.
Just somebody just rolled up to the curb, gave me a little stuffed animal, and
I'm not
then
gonna lie.
went away.
He rolled up like a drug dealer.
I know. It
Adios,
was.
amigo. Yeah, cut that thing open and see what's inside, Brett. What do you?
Here's 2 kilos.
Exactly.
For your kid.
Hey, jeez. Hey, seriously though, the Nuggets are going to be
Colombian Bam Bam.
What's fascinating about this series to me is the Nuggets are going to be a dog every single game.
That's fine. They were a dog pretty much every game in the Clipper series.
No, they were a favorite in the early go.
But they've been double-digit dogs in these games.
Right now, they've opened at 5.5.
They'll be a dog. It's fine. Again, tomorrow night's game will reveal this series. It will reveal a lot about this series and a lot about this team. You will find out what happens with this team and this season and everything tomorrow night.
I think you'll find out a lot about Adelman. Like, what adjustments are you going to make in Game 3 when this stuff matters against a very, very good defense that, let's be honest, Jokic had a really good first game. They changed some things up. It was difficult to get anything going offensively. What's your counter?
Yeah.
So we can get to that in a second. As we're out here at Safeway, yes?
Look who's pulling up here.
Oh, my man.
Easy's in the hizzy.
Easy. Yeah.
Got his Nuggets jacket on. He's ready to
He's
roll.
looking good.
Out here at Safeway. Again, 44th in Lowell. Stop by and say hi. You're going to be out here until 10 o'clock. Stick around.
All right.
All right, back out here at Safeway, 44th in Lowell.
How cool is this? We got people driving out of their way to come see the show.
A man is risking his job just to say hi to
And I
us.
want
How
to
about
appreciate you for risking your job. We got folks that are coming up in Nuggets T-shirts, kids missing school.
Yeah, have
Easy
to.
Easy in
makes
the house.
Stop. I mean,
Love it.
Easy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. No, we don't want to get you fired. Sir.
No.
Trust me. We do not want to get you fired by any means. So as long as Easy's here, and let me throw Easy on,
let's
on
see.
camera a little bit. As long as
I don't
Easy,
even know what this
I got to
is.
share a
What is
story. So I think I was like maybe 10 years old, and we were walking by here, and we were having a big polenta night at the house, so we had to be home at a certain time. And for some dumb reason, as kids would do, I decided, I went up to a Mazda, and I said, I want that antenna. And I took the antenna off the Mazda.
What?
Yes, it was the dumbest thing ever.
What?
Kids learn from my
Wait, so in the
misdeeds.
parking lot, there's
Yeah.
a car sitting there.
With
you
a
wanna,
Mazda.
You want to take the
I
antenna
want it.
off the car.
Yeah, I want it. So I took the antenna off the car, and the guy who owned the car was the manager of this Safeway. And someone saw do it. So they kept me here and called my parents because they knew my parents because they all, were 3 blocks away.
Sure, yeah.
Easy comes over here. Dad, do you remember what you did to me in front of everybody? It was a life lesson. I want to thank you for that. It was a life lesson in front of everybody. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's cherishing it now.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
He obviously didn't beat you enough.
It was. Trust me, it was
Yeah.
a life lesson that we'll never forget.
Hey, dude, you would have. Well, first of all, you're walking home.
Yeah.
Polenta night. You're going straight
It was
to your room.
polenta
Yeah,
night.
you get nothing. No, you get nothing.
Did
Oh,
he
no.
use the antenna?
No, I'm going to tell you this right now. There's no such thing as you're going to time out.
Correct.
That didn't
Yeah.
exist.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. See, that's good parenthood, though. See, this is the advice I need. I need this kind of thing. Now, it's different.
Now, if you did that, you'd probably get divorced. Probably it wouldn't work for you.
But it would have been a good lesson. You know what I mean?
It wouldn't work. All right? Just
How
take
about
this
this?
to your kid. And
Just bet you. So, wait a minute. You guys are both. How about this? Back to the scene of the crime?
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah.
Or the scene of the lesson
Yes.
is what we'll call it.
Yes.
The lesson.
Lesson learned.
Yes.
See, the Nuggets learned a lesson last night. They learned a lesson.
They tried to take the antenna off the
Exactly
Mazda
right.
yesterday. Yeah.
And they paid the price for it. Let's see how they rally tomorrow night at Ball Arena. I'll say this. OKC's loud. OKC's one of the loudest arenas. Katie told me, she couldn't hear herself think.
Yeah.
I expect a very loud retort at Ball Arena tomorrow night.
I do, too.
It is going to be on, and I cannot wait for that scene to unfold. Can't wait. I like your hat, sir. Got an old school Maxie the Miner hat.
Yeah,
just like yours
nicely
right
done.
there. Yep, you're looking good.
As far as what tomorrow is going to bring, there's always a response from the Nuggets. Always. This doesn't happen twice in a row. Now, I will say this. If there's any sort of fear that I have about tomorrow, it's the same thing as it was before this series started. I do think OKC's better at most different details that you would expect in a
and
series.
they're certainly deeper.
But I think the Nuggets' goal for every game should just be this. Keep it close late, because I think that's where you have the distinct advantage. As long as you can hang in there.
Stay within striking distance. This is not going to be a series. We probably had visions of this last night. It's funny because as I was walking into the altitude building, I said, what kind of game are we going to get tonight? And you have these visions like, maybe the Nuggets are just that much better, and they're just – and then that quickly went away in the first quarter, right? You watch the first quarter like, no, Oklahoma City's good.
Yeah.
They deserve to win 68 games. This is a very deep, talented team. I totally agree with you. If you're expecting the Nuggets just to take control of this series and, yeah, I'm a man. No. Stay in striking distance and win in the margins. Where are the Nuggets better? Here's where they're better. Clutch games over the last 8 seasons, nobody in the playoffs has won more clutch games than the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City in that department, that might be their weakness because we don't know what they are in the clutch.
Certainly happened
They
in
haven't
game
proven
one.
it.
When you look at all their win total for the regular season,
Blowout City.
I don't know exactly what the total is, but it's got to be close to 60 of their 68 wins were by they weren't in tight games.
The highest scoring disparity in the history of the league.
There you go. So
last night,
they weren't in these tight games. They were never put in a situation
Exactly.
where they had to feel the pressure.
keep it tight. Make it tight. Make it close enough. Stay in that striking
Yeah.
distance.
What's up,
look at
baby?
that. Denver Water, shout out. Yeah. It's Denver Water with the Avs thing. We're big at the Denver Water Department.
We are huge at the Denver Water Department.
But back to what I was saying. Stay within striking distance, and you're fine. And that might be the case tomorrow night. The Nuggets might be down the entire game.
Yeah.
But stay within striking distance and take advantage of pressure because it's a pressure team. We don't know what they do under pressure.
The two distinct areas that I think the Nuggets have the advantage, because we've been over this, Moj. I think the Thunder have you in depth. They have you in defense. They have you in just sort of the mass that they can throw at you as far as bodies and volume. The Nuggets are better, or at least this. They're way more tested in the moments of pressure-packed moments.
Yeah.
It's where OKC crumbled in Game 1. The reason that you won is because they couldn't execute, and you did. That includes, by the way, Vic, the coaching department. The coaching department, they failed in Game 1. Late in the game, clutch situations. Why are you fouling in the backcourt in a second?
Correct.
Like, those things are, I think, where you can have the advantage. And, again, in the same way that we were just talking about the Knicks and the Celtics are feeling awful and it's bizarre. They just won a championship, and they're getting out-executed late.
No, that team looks satisfied.
They certainly
Maybe.
do.
Maybe,
You
yeah.
said it earlier. You
They
used
look
the word
satisfied.
content. I agree
Yeah.
with that. Let me tell you what I need to see. And I'm not stepping out of line here when I say in that first game of this series, Oklahoma City handed you some very, very good things. They honestly, Vic, in the final minute of that game, really the final 2 minutes, they screwed up. Now you executed, you made buckets, you cut that deficit down, you did some good things, but they also made some blunders. I'm going to need to see a game when the Nuggets, when they win the game, not handed stuff, where they win the game. They do what they do to win the basketball game, and they're better than you. They beat you. So I'm waiting for that. It could be tomorrow night, but it's got to happen because you're not going to be given gifts the rest of this series.
Use your computer and show me what the OKC-Memphis series looked like when they moved to Memphis. I know that OKC swept Memphis. You don't have to tell me that. But I'm going to tell you the difference between home and away when it comes to the OKC Thunder. By the way, they set records all year basically on point differential. Last night, SGA had the greatest plus-minus in the history of the NBA playoffs.
It became much tighter.
But I'm going to tell you something right now.
It became much tighter.
You take Oklahoma City out of their arena. You bring them to Denver, okay?
Yeah.
Now, they finished off Memphis because Memphis was without Ja. Memphis is Memphis. Denver ain't Memphis.
They won Game 1 against Memphis and OKC by 51 points.
Okay.
Game 2 by 19.
Okay.
Game 3 by 6 in Memphis.
Memphis was up 29 in that game, I
And
believe.
Game 4 by 2 in Memphis.
Okay. Let it be known right now. Coming here tomorrow night, you are not going to see the same OKC team that you saw last night. I don't guarantee many things on this show. I will wear my dad's clothes on the studio show if you see that. It's not going to – OKC's going to try what they did last night. It's not going to happen.
I agree.
It's not going to happen here.
Why don't you just wear your dad looks good. Why don't you wear his clothes anyway?
I think that is my jacket, actually, that he took out of my closet. That is my old jacket.
Hey, real quick, they say – hey.
Yeah, that's the name of the town he's from right there. See
Oh,
that?
I love that.
Yeah.
That's a cool hat.
Yeah. I've been there.
Yeah, I know you.
I know.
Moser's been there. He hung out with Ferdinand. Yeah.
2 summers ago.
Yeah.
I saw your house. There's a tree growing up in the middle of your old house.
Yeah.
That sucks. Hey,
we are in the middle of a radio show.
It says we aren't the water department. We're transportation.
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah,
what
that
up,
was transportation.
My bad, Denver. I just know that we have a big people.
Sports radio.
We have a big contingent of fans from Denver Water. That much I know.
Can I just say something? Moshe's transition was, there's a tree growing in your house. It sucks. Anyway.
Well, there is Easy's old house. Easy's old house, the house he grew up in.
Yeah.
It's a cool house. Yeah. But the roof went in, and there's a tree right in the middle of what used to be like.
I think that actually sounds kind of badass.
There's also a den of snakes there.
Is there really?
Oh,
I crawled inside that sucker.
Oh, yeah.
I was in the house. I didn't even realize there were snakes. What's up, locksmith?
Yeah, I got people.
That wasn't the locksmith.
Oh,
that was
bad.
just a guy in a black truck driving by.
What's up, black truck?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
He
Are
didn't
you
even
still
shave.
driving
He
that
came down to
Honda?
see you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, we got
Give him
a couple
microphone.
minutes left. Yeah. Couple minutes left here.
I agree.
So, yeah, we're
I
gonna
agree.
win this series. I absolutely agree.
Yes.
I need to quit thinking.
Yes. That man wants to fight your ass right now.
I'm thinking.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Calm down. Quit
All right.
thinking.
I'm
Thank
pretty
you,
calm.
sir.
Good to see you, buddy.
All right, you too.
I don't think.
I
Well,
think that guy stabbed me when I was a kid.
I shouldn't. I'll stop
This
thinking
aggression
that,
will not stand, man.
I guess the question is, when did you ever start thinking?
That's a great question. I actually but I'm not pessimistic. I'm not. I've said two things. Number one, I think the Thunder are a better team. Because I think it's true.
I think
they won 68 games this year.
They are the better team.
I think,
but the better team doesn't always win.
Sure.
I said this
Well,
yesterday.
Obviously, we saw that in round one with us.
Moj, I said exactly. I said it yesterday. As painful as it is to say, I think this series could easily be like the Avs and the Stars, where I felt like the Avs were better, but the Stars executed on the things that mattered.
Overall, they were
Yes.
better. The Stars executed on the things
I'm
that
telling you,
came down to the difference.
If the Nuggets end up winning this series, it's going to be one of those things where the Nuggets are going to win each game by 2, 3, and then Oklahoma City will win each game by 30.
Yeah.
And you'll look at the scoring differential and go, well, how did that happen?
Right.
Because it's basketball.
Right.
It's playoff basketball.
Out here at Safeway, 44th and Lowell. If you want to stop by and say hi, go ahead. As many have. If you just want to drive by and honk, I like that too. Do that. But we're out here on behalf of Redbird Farms. By the way, we have a giveaway over there. I don't know if you guys saw this. It's a badass Yeti cooler.
Nice.
That's up for grabs, along with a signed Nikola Jokic picture and
Nice.
a signed, is it Jamal? McCarr picture.
Oh,
Wait,
wow.
Jokic and McCarr?
Okay.
So that's up for grabs. You sign up with the QR code. You got a chance to win all of that. So stop by and say hi and, and give it a shot.
Want to thank Redbird Farms Chicken, of course. You can find Redbird Farms at all your local grocers here in town.
Yeah, we know.
Hey, man, what?
We talk about it every day.
Yeah. Hey, man, what?
He's straight from the pan.
Yeah.
Hey, man, that's some good stuff over there.
Oh, I know.
That's some great stuff. So, again, stop by, say hi, get yourself signed up for a chance to win all of that. We're going to be here until 10 o'clock. Stick around.
Oh, look at this, boys. Look at
Oh,
this.
wait a minute.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, look at this. Look at this.
Is there a purchase of Redbird Farms chicken?
My man just purchased a Redbird Farms chicken, and he says, can you sign it? I'd be honored to. I would be
But then what
honored.
happens? You just leave it in the freezer forever? Oh,
He's
yeah,
gonna
okay.
eat the heck out of this Redbird Farms.
Hey, man, I'll sign your Rocky Mountain men's.
There you go, my man.
I love it.
That's the first endorsement chicken I've ever signed.
I mean, have you ever seen somebody sign? I've seen.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you listening to the show.
Yeah,
All
thank
of
you.
Oh, sure, yeah, I'll sign your baby.
Yeah, sign babies, sign bosom.
Uh-huh. I've never seen a chicken signed before.
Never
in my life.
seen
Never.
a
Not one
package
time.
of chicken signed in
Not
my
one
life.
time.
It was soft.
Yeah, I'll sign your dog, no problem. Yeah.
What was soft?
The chicken.
All right.
It was packaged.
Yeah, I know, but it just felt good.
Okay.
Well, we're at Safeway, so if you want Vic to sign your chicken.
You can cook it straight from the pan. What do you say?
I don't know. Perfect for family dinners, game day spreads, and weekend cookouts. It's what real chicken tastes like.
All right, then.
Vic, what are 3 different ways you could prepare it?
Ask the queen.
You can grill it, fry it,
Put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird
And
Farms.
even in the air fryer.
See? Anyway, we're here at Safeway. We're here at Safeway, 44th in Lowell. Again, we're here on behalf of Redbird Farms, and we got a giveaway over here of a Nikola Jokic signed picture, a Cale Makar signed picture, and a Yeti cooler. So go sign up, stop by, get yourself signed up to try and win
Where's
that.
my man who was here in the red shirt? Where'd he go?
I don't know. This place has been chaotic.
I was over there eating my sandwich, and we were talking about the stuff over there, and I go, man, that's too good for a guy like you. He goes, yeah, pretty much. Oh, yeah, that's too good for a guy. That's some good stuff, man. Yeah. You got 2 autographed pictures here in that Yeti cooler. It's awesome.
I've got nothing to say about it.
I'm playing the waiting game now, Brett. What do you want me between now and tomorrow night? What do you want me to do?
Yeah,
I'm not mad about last night. I'm not beside myself. I'm not even really irked. I'm a little annoyed, I guess, a little bit, just with some Olay buckets, some Olay buckets later. Some Olay buckets, and some wide open threes.
Let me tell you something right now. Hang on. It's funny you mentioned that. I didn't feel the emotion of what a playoff game typically feels like heading into the game yesterday.
Agreed.
I am going to be a wreck tomorrow.
Agreed.
Yeah, there wasn't like a personal investment last night because the game got so out of hand, right?
But I'm saying even before, Vic, I'm like, all right, if they win tonight, great. Like, that's awesome. But if they don't,
Well, because it was found money. It was house money.
Yeah.
You were playing with house money, and everybody knows it. And when you're playing with house money, again, the only way to come back and win a game like that, you have to convince yourself that it's desperation. Human nature sometimes doesn't allow. And certainly not with this team. That's not the way the Nuggets are formed. It's not how they work.
Correct.
We've established this. Why are people surprised about this? It's not a surprise. That game, the way it ended with that scoring disparity, will not matter come tomorrow night. It won't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Now,
Brett, you brought it up. Let me bring up what you said. The only thing that really.
Oh,
hi, Leggy.
You know what? You know what's bad here, Nelly, is that because I lost my Wi-Fi, I couldn't even see Leggy was here. So that's our bad. Jeff, my apologies as we head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We are joined by Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com. And again, my apologies, Jeff. We got a lot going on today. How
Jeff,
are you?
we're using a Wi-Fi on the outside of a grocery store. We're doing the best we can, baby.
Yeah, well, it was the highlight of our day, to be honest with you.
Now we got delay problems right now. It's hang on, Jeff. We're trying to fix all these things.
Vic's microphone or Vic's
That's
speaker
good.
was up.
What's going on?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, Jeff, as we head into another week worth of Broncos offseason and kind of where they're at, checking the till on a few things, my first question is health of the team. I know we asked about Dre Greenlaw, that's going to be at least a little bit of an issue, but to you, how big is both the health of Hufanga and Greenlaw to the defensive cohesiveness, I guess, of the offseason?
Well, I mean, they've rolled the dice and that these guys are going to be ready. They felt really good about it all before Greenlaw hurt himself in training. So again, Greenlaw's thing is not supposed to impact, the regular season in any fashion. But I subscribe to the theory until I see him move myself, on the field with my own eyes, then I sort of reserve judgment. Bo Nix did have the procedure early in the off season. I'll be interested to see what, he's doing in the OTAs later, but this weekend will be pretty light work. Tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday is the scheduled rookie mini camp. We'll see what they go through, but teams have dialed that back. I would expect them to be on the field, little over an hour, and, just kind of a kick the tires type of practice for these guys.
Hey, Jeff, we were talking about Nick Bonito yesterday and about an extension. And I've been looking through all the different guys. I've been looking at their ages and what they're getting and so on and so forth. And I'm thinking to myself, man, if they can get him for $20 million per year or just over that, that seems like a really good place to be. I guess my question is, would you do that? And if so, do you think he's going to continue to produce at this same level? Because it feels to me like he is.
He looks, all you can judge, Mo, just by the resume, what they've shown you. And that guy has improved each season, maybe more than anybody on the roster. He started one game as a rookie. So you're talking about a guy who did the work, has performed. Now, defensively, they're looking at two, Zach Allen would like a new deal as well, and Benito's going to be up. And, those are the kinds of things you're facing if you're going to be, if you're going to keep a defense together. So, but I think that's the going rate for a pass rusher. You want an edge rusher who has impact on games, you're going to pay for it. And I think, the two most important positions on defense in today's NFL are edge rusher and corner. And, I believe teams should spend whatever they need to keep those positions strong, because you won't be able to play without them. If you can't affect the quarterback, you can't play defense in the league right now.
I was wondering, by the way, Leggy, because they have people that have contracts coming up, and they needed to find extensions. We mentioned it. You just were talking about Benito. You mentioned Zach Allen. Cortland Sutton's contract is almost up. Are they going to have to start making decisions on who is part of the long-term plan? Like, out of those three, could there be an odd man left out on who gets an extension?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, they're still this year, they're wrestling with a little bit left over of the Russell Wilson stuff, but nowhere near the constrictions they had last year. So, and the cap is growing at a rate, 10 years ago, people would have been stunned at. So I think they have the ability, they have done a few things behind the scenes that make it a little more difficult. They've added voidable dummy years to all of these contracts on a lot of their veteran guys. So that can make it a little more difficult for you to spread things out. But I think they have the room and the wherewithal. They certainly have the cash to do it. And that's one thing they have that maybe half the teams in the league don't have, is they don't have to worry about cash if they choose not to. If they make a decision about not spending, it's because they're deciding not to spend, not because they can't.
Hey, Leggy, how voluntary, quotations, are these voluntary workouts under the Sean Payton regime?
I would say they're as close to mandatory as, except having the word mandatory on them. They've had good attendance, though. But, I think getting guys to spend some of their off-season time in Denver is not as difficult as I've known guys who've been the head coach in Buffalo who they used to have to pay guys additional money to come in. So
please stay in Buffalo.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's, they've had good attendance so far, but I think most players feel like you better be a pretty prominent, Pat Surtain chose not to come, and he has not made that choice. He's been working, but if he chose not to come, I think you'd need to be a guy of that status, and they'd still want him to be here.
Yeah, Jeff, I don't know when that started in the National Football League. No clue, but I do remember specifically Mike Shanahan. Hey, man, I don't care if the word mandatory is not in front of it. I don't give a rat's rip. I need you here. And look, it paid off. He won 2 Super Bowl championships, but maybe it's been going on a lot longer than that. But I specifically remember, 27 years ago, whatever, 28. That was the deal, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's been sort of the modern CBA, Moser. I mean, it's actually not a well-known thing, or people forget, I think, but Mike is the reason the offseason looks this way in the NFL right now with OTAs and specific dates. Because, I mean, I was on the beat when Mike had a July mini camp. It was the first time ever in the league, and the players, I don't think they ever forgave him that year, but he had a July mini camp, and then the next labor negotiations, the month-long dark period appeared in the contract. So Mike Shanahan helped build this off-season schedule.
Can I ask you a more general NFL question? And the Pittsburgh Steelers over the years have had, I guess, problem children at wide receiver repeatedly, from Antonio Brown, Martavis Bryant, Deontay Johnson, Juju, the list goes on and on. So here's what I've noticed as far as a trend. When Mike Tomlin decides, I've had enough, typically it doesn't end well. What do you think happens with George Pickens going to the Cowboys?
I think a lot of that's up to George Pickens, I think. Do you decide, your way is the right way since, you got your freedom, you were moved on, and maybe in your mind you think, well, it all worked out fine. I think it's up to him. He's definitely talented. I mean, I look at where I had him coming into the league out of the draft. You look at what he can do. You look at his metrics. This is a talented player, but it is very telling when Mike Tomlin says, I'm good. I mean, he said publicly last year the guy had to grow up after, I think he had 2 personal foul penalties or 2 post-play penalties against the Browns. So when they're done with you in Pittsburgh. It is intriguing to me. It's all part of their big plan, I think, to try and get a quarterback in next year's draft. The Steelers already have 12 draft picks in next year's draft, and they look like they're trying to shuffle the deck to have enough to move in the first round if they want to.
Hey, off football subject. You've covered sports for a long time. Hell, you used to be on the hockey beat. I want to ask you something about what we witnessed last night. The Nuggets get blown out in OKC. In your history of covering these type of series, do games carry over? Do you think getting blown out like that could carry over to the next game, or does it really matter?
Vic, I think that's one part where we all wonder what the impact of coaching is in pro sports. I think recovery is a big part of good coaching, and it's how the stars and the coach set the mood after something like that happens. If everybody's, moping around and all of that, then it can have an impact that I've seen over the years. And it does show you, we all think the distance between good teams and bad teams is this really huge, or good nights and bad nights is this giant Grand Canyon sized thing. It's not. It's 2 minutes of a game getting away from you and you don't recover.
Right.
So I think that's the big part of coaching is recovery.
I agree wholeheartedly, and that's why I'm trying to walk people off the ledge here. I really believe that if you're going to lose big, and I've always believed that, because especially in a 7-game series, this is not the NFL. It's not one and done. It doesn't matter anymore. I think it can only motivate at this point. So hopefully it works for the Nuggets. Jeffrey, I see a lot of the Broncos at Nuggets games. I'm sure they'll be there tomorrow night, and they'll be there on Sunday. So I'll do some on-the-field reporting for you and send it your way. Is that cool?
I appreciate it. Yeah,
no problem.
Sign some more chickens. That was good stuff.
Yeah. Never done that before. Raw meat.
What if I brought some raw chicken to you at training camp? Will you sign it?
Me?
I'm kind of
raw chicken. I don't have a cool sponsorship deal with a poultry company.
Yeah, well,
Well, all conversations with Jeff Legwald are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers.
He's got that.
IVEW Local 68. I'll bring an International Brother of Electrical Workers. How does that sound? Sign him.
Bring one of those guys. We'll sign his.
Yeah, you're from Illinois. You're a union guy. It figures as much for you, right?
I've practically been one of those guys.
I know you have.
That's right.
I still got my forklift license somewhere. I'll dig it out
Love
someday.
it.
It'll be
Love it.
spectacular.
Leggy, you're the best. Always appreciate the time. Thank you.
Yeah.
That is Jeff Legwell. The ESPN.com joins us every Thursday at 9 o'clock. Again, out here at Safeway off 44th and Lowell. Got another 45 minutes. Stop by and say hi. What are these called
My
again?
mom brought pizzelles.
Yeah,
Pizzelles.
those-
God,
they're so good.
They're so good, too.
I could eat a handful of those. Right, if you give it to me, please.
You gonna have a few pizzelles?
A few? No,
I
have
felt
a lot.
I felt bad, by the way, for Leggy because the second he started talking was the second
Thank you.
that
Bambino showed up. Yeah.
that Mrs. Lombardi stopped by and started giving us food, which is always like it's a game changer.
Yeah.
Good Lord,
okay.
I like
Look
that.
at
Yes,
Little
sir.
Nuggets
Oh, he's got
tag.
the Nuggets chain on
That's what I'm talking
too.
about right there.
My man.
Love the air horn. Love
Dude,
it.
These remotes are chaos.
They are chaotic, dude.
It's all Jill's fault. Look at her.
Yep.
Way to go, Jill.
Anyway,
All right.
we got basically a choo-choo train coming through here. Anyway, stop by, say hi. Another 45 minutes here at Safeway off 44th in Lowell. Back after this. All right, out here at Safeway, 44th and Lowell, on behalf of our friends at Redbird Farms Chicken. The giveaway, by the way, right down there. You can win a Yeti cooler, a signed Jokic picture, and a signed McCarr picture.
We will sign that Redbird Farms Chicken as well, if you please.
And Vic will do that, but you got to come here, sign up. You got another 40 minutes to do so. By the way, second round of the playoffs, we're raising the stakes on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Let's raise them.
Tune in tomorrow for your chance to win tickets to Game 3 or Game 4. It's your choice. So keywords on the 20s every hour. Be listening for your name and claim the tickets. Winners have 5 minutes to call in. If you don't call in, we're going to call another name. So that's how it's going to go down tomorrow. So pay attention.
So I bought tickets for both Games 3 and 4 for my family members, right?
Okay.
If you had your choice, would you go to the 8 o'clock Friday night game or the 1:30 Sunday game?
I think tomorrow night's going to be lit.
I do too.
So I'd prefer that game. I'd prefer the Sunday start time.
I do love a matinee, though.
Mm-hmm. Hang on. Rudy and Savannah are here, okay?
Yep.
So Savannah has won tickets, Avalanche tickets on the show before. And we said her name correctly. Rudy and Savannah's. But say it, Brett. Do it.
I forgot what was the last name?
Barrego. There we go. Good, man. I said you could do it best. You do it so good.
I'm telling you, I've got my what's up?
What's up,
what
baby?
a beard
What's up,
on that
boys?
guy right there. Again, you got another 40 minutes to stop by and sign up for all that cool stuff on behalf of
look at
Redbird
this. Someone's
Farms.
bringing gifts here. What is this?
Gifts?
Oh,
and more donuts.
God, dude. Here, bro, have some pizzelles.
Have some pizzelles.
Have
Yeah,
some
those are from
pizzelles.
Bambino.
Yeah, you bring the
please.
gifts. Have some homemade pizzelles.
That'll blow your mind. It's so good. Thanks, brother. No, we see that whole cart that was full of donuts this morning. Now it's empty.
I know. I appreciate the
turned
offer.
into a
Thank you.
farmer's market out here today.
It really has.
No, but I think tomorrow. See, brother. I think tomorrow night's game.
Thank you, sir.
Rick, I don't know what Sunday holds. I don't know, but I think the Nuggets' response tomorrow night. This is when I was talking about how I think the series is going to be fascinating.
Yeah.
I expected OKC to get crazy last night, Brett. I completely agreed with you
Because that's
yesterday.
what this team has done all
there,
season.
There were only two outcomes possible, and I leaned heavily on the second one. It's what we saw. I think the Nuggets' response tomorrow night is going to be telling, like you said, Vic, but I think it's going to be fascinating because I think they're really going to come out hard and strong.
Okay. Can I make – I know we do operations around here. I'm not going to do an operation, but it's just more of a statement of who I think the Nuggets are. If the Nuggets don't have to win, they don't.
Yeah, they're very. You know what I like in the Nuggets too? When I used to make my kids mow the lawn, and they would just get it done. Right? They just got it done. I mean, it wasn't like the precise mow that we required. They just got it done. The Nuggets get it done, and they surprise you at times. And they surprised you on Monday night. Again, if I had asked you Sunday, after that 7-game back and forth with the Clippers, that you are guaranteed one game in OKC. And I can't tell you the final scores, but you're guaranteed one. Would you have taken it?
Yep. And I couldn't care what it looked like, how it went down. I couldn't care less. Just give me a dub and let's get home.
It doesn't
give me a
carry
split.
over.
Let's get
Guys,
back to Ball Arena.
It doesn't carry over. If you're fearing that the Denver Nuggets are sitting at home cowering right now, thinking to themselves, "Oh my God, we just lost by 100. They're so much better than us." I'm telling you, that's not the way it works. That's not what they're thinking. They're not thinking that.
Okay.
You might be thinking that. You might fear that. We might, but that's not the way they operate.
Okay. I'm going to repeat something I said in the appetizer. And this is when I was being accused of being was just passing the buck for a bad night, right? I wasn't affected by last night's blowout loss for a number of reasons, which we've laid out earlier in the show, but just to go through them again. I think that they were due for a game like this, considering the rest that OKC had and the fact that the Nuggets have been playing physical, emotional basketball for about 2.5 straight weeks. I think that desperation that was felt by the best team in the league this year, as opposed to the Nuggets being a bad front-running team, also factored in. And I said, I just don't think they cared all that much about last night. And once they saw OKC knocking down shots, well, hang on. I'm not saying from the tip, but they saw, okay, we're missing shots and they're hitting everything, whatever, don't really care. And I go, if you feel like that is wrong, then the only other conclusion you can come to is OKC is that much better than you are. And that's not the case at all.
The Nuggets may very well lose this series. I don't know what the outcome is going to be. I just know this. What you saw last night, that hurricane of sorts, the thunder clapping, that ain't happening tomorrow night at Ball Arena. I guarantee it.
Right.
You guys know me. Very, very few times have I regarded a guarantee on this show and leaned on my loins, whatever's left of them. I guarantee tomorrow night's going to be different than what you saw last night.
I believe you.
Down in my plums.
I'm not the guy that you need to convince. I'm sure there's some Nugget fans out there, and again, these are the catastrophists. And maybe you're right, catastrophists. I choose not to go there right now. Maybe you're right. Oh, the Thunder just showed who they really are, and they're going to roll for the rest of this year. You may be right about that. They're a very good young basketball team, and maybe their time has come. But I don't feel that way. I don't personally.
You're old enough to remember this. Do you remember, and this is NBA terms now, not real terms, do you remember the Boston Massacre of the 80s? Do you remember that term? Do you remember in the Boston-LA Lakers final series in Boston, the Celtics put one on the Lakers like they'd never gotten put on before, embarrassed them. And people thought, well, this series is over. Lakers won that series in 6. This happens. It's happened before. For all of you who say, well, championship teams don't lose like that. Really? Lakers were a championship team that year. It happens.
Yeah.
It's happened before. I'm telling you right now, it's not fun to lose that way. Getting embarrassed on national television, not fun. I wouldn't worry about it.
You know what it felt like, Mose? You would understand this reference. Remember in Wedding Crashers when they play football? And Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson are like
hot route.
They're out there trying to have a good time. Owen Wilson's trying to hit on his chick, that sort of thing.
So good.
And then Sack is playing for keeps and like busting rib cages. There was a difference in intensity last night between the two teams.
That's what we call a sack lunch.
Yeah. Yeah, like the Nuggets were Vince Vaughn laying on the ground going, and the Thunder were Sack.
When you allow the Thunder to do what they do best, and that is to swarm when they come at you with numbers, and I'm looking at some of the role players that they possess, and I'm going, oh, my God. I mean, Caruso gets you one night. How about Cason Wallace last night, who could do no wrong? Cason Wallace. Then they come back with Wiggins, and then they come back with Isaiah. I mean, they got so many
They got dudes. They got a bunch of dudes.
So many dudes.
Yep.
One thing I do suggest, though, guys, and follow me on this one. We heard from Michael Porter after the game, and he mentioned it. He admitted it. He just can't get his left shoulder to work properly so that the guide hand on his jump shot is where it needs to be.
Yeah.
All right, so if you're watching here online or on Altitude Television, that left hand to square your shoulders, and Chris Dempsey did a great job explaining this last night. If you want to square your shoulders to the rim, this shoulder has to come out a little bit. That guide hand has to come up. He can't do that.
Yeah.
His shoulder's not allowing him to do that. So what's happening is that left hand's back here, and it's affecting his jumper. So if we know this going forward, if he's not going to be able to play, oh, my gosh, I've got that book. If he's not going to be able to play at that level, then do you make a change there?
Well, I think, perhaps you do. Or does he have one of those nights in him? You know what I mean? Look, do you start Russ instead? Is that the route you're talking about?
Well, it doesn't have to be that. It could be whatever you.
Because Vic, hold on a
play
second.
Strother more minutes.
Okay, but because when you look at his shooting the first 2 games of this series, it's really bad. All right, and I know he had some good games against the Clippers, but it's been really bad. But if we know it, and Oklahoma City knows it. Okay, so even if he's on the floor, Brett, and he's wide open. Is MPJ really a threat to OKC? They were absolutely, in the early going in that game, did anybody even try to guard Christian Brown whatsoever on the perimeter? They didn't have a guy within 10 feet. They're like, go ahead, baby. Go ahead. And they, you see what I'm saying? They've picked and choose who they want to shoot the ball.
That's the funny thing, though.
And the Nuggets didn't make him pay.
Here's my counter to that, Vic. And it's not even really a counter. Despite everything that you've said and despite his struggles, they guard Porter still on the perimeter. He still creates some spacing. Now, I would be very quick with a hook is what I'm saying. I think you still start him. You keep everything the same. Yeah. It's worked so far.
That's why I asked the question.
And then I think you let him take a couple of shots. Sure. If it looks ugly and he can't play defense and all that kind of stuff, then he gets the yank. And, maybe
I feel terrible for him. He's clearly in pain. He's clearly hurt.
No, he's trying to play through what looks to me to be tremendously painful.
But he's had games in which he's really helped.
Well, I mean,
throughout this postseason.
Understood. 15 points, right? I mean, are you going to get the 28-point effort that you hope for?
No, you aren't getting that, but you aren't getting that from Strother either.
I didn't say you would.
No, but all I'm saying is, again, I think there's a very underrated value by his presence being there, which is just to create spacing because they won't leave him alone. They won't. But not like they did to Christian Brown, not like they do to Russell Westbrook. They won't do that.
I just went through the roster of the bench players for Oklahoma City. Cason Wallace, Caruso, Isaiah Joe, Wiggins. Any one of those guys right now
would be playing for us.
Would be playing and fit that role.
Yep.
If not all four of them.
Sure.
I agree. I'm going up and down the lineup. Well, everybody got a piece last night, though. I mean, Jones got everybody got a piece last night for everybody.
Wait,
so
what do you?
It's not really a telltale sign.
You asked the question. Did you answer it? What would you do?
I think I would approach it the way you just did. If you could tell it's not there, if he makes a couple shots early and he can overcome the pain, as he did in the Clippers series in a couple of those games, you leave him in there. If it's not working out, I think, you saw the energy that Russ brought as soon as he entered the game. I think you got to make the move earlier.
Is this – I don't know enough about what's going on with his shoulder, Vic. I can see the pain. I can see the wincing. It's not fake. Is this a surgery thing in the future, or is this a rest thing?
Time. Right. He said it last night. He said it's time. The only thing that will fix his shoulder is time away.
What about,
and right now he can't spend time away.
What about one of them Tyrod horse needle things?
Well, who knows what they're doing just to get him to play.
Yeah, no kidding.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's wearing like a shoulder pad for crying out loud. I know this during the huddles, they're spraying stuff on him. I don't know if they're spraying Lysol. I don't know what it is.
Is it like that soccer stuff that they
soccer
do?
spray,
Yeah. Get right spray, whatever that is.
The magic soccer spray on the butt.
I put Vicks vapor rub on my chest
have
yesterday.
You ever seen? Have you seen a guy? I hope I'm not stepping out of line here.
Yeah.
I've seen soccer players and the trainers come out and they pull their shorts down and they spray their butt. I'm like, why are you spraying his butt? Like, what's wrong?
It hurts.
Well, sometimes your butt hurts, man. You need
not
some help.
A knee, not an elbow, not an ankle. You're pulling his pants down and sticking the thing down his butt. And I'm like, what could that possibly be solving?
It hurts. I don't know what to tell you.
Preparation H.
You ever have butt pain, Moj?
Butt pain? What's that from?
It's Vic was doing a live spot, and you were annoyed because he always bothered you during live spots, and so you yelled butt pain in the background. That's
right.
Anyway, by the way, the game before that last night, the Knicks and the Celtics, it's so hard to keep things together. And I'll say this is a difference, though. The Nuggets last year were in the Celtics position. Just won a championship, trying to go back-to-back, feel like your shot's pretty good, got a good roster, got a team you believe in. Here's the difference. The Nuggets lost championship makeup kind of guys last year. They lost Bruce Brown. They were not as good as the year before. I think we all acknowledged that even during the run, that they weren't as good.
Yeah.
The Celtics didn't lose anybody. Their team's the same.
They seem content. They
that. Just seem like, all right, whatever, we got one.
It's hard to win repeatedly in this league. It's hard to win in any league. It's become that much harder. There have been 6 new NBA champions over the last 6 years. Forming a dynasty and keeping a dynasty is not only hard from a financial standpoint, it's hard because, man, you got to really want that. You got to really live it.
As I'm watching that game last night, I see the final score. I see the end of the game. I couldn't help talk about the Knicks and the Celtics. I couldn't help but think, man, the people that sold the Celtics got out exactly at the right time.
Oh, they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing.
I couldn't help but think that, you know what? They sold at the peak of the market. The peak of the market. Not that the Celtics aren't still really good. It's a 61-win basketball. It's still really a good basketball team. But I'm thinking to myself, man, they got out right at the right time. These guys have played a ton of important basketball. They're probably tired a little. They look a little bit content.
It really explains the fickle nature of sports. The same people that praised like Joe Mazzulla for being, oh my God, look, he's embraced the 3-point shot. Look at the way he operates.
He's kind of scary, by the way.
They're killing him now.
Yeah,
they're killing him over that. That's how fickle sports really is.
Hey, Brett, do me a favor. Try to imitate Mazzulla's eyeballs.
He's intense.
This is Joe Mazzulla. He's got this.
Yeah, he's intense.
He's got a bit of the Adam Gase thing going on. You know what I mean?
He looks like one of those robots became sentient, and he's just kind of working his way through it. You know what I mean?
Hey, Moj, this just came down today. Joel Quenneville, new coach of the Anaheim Ducks.
Really?
Yeah. Former coach of the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah.
Former player for the Colorado Hockey Rockies in the 70s. There was a hockey team in the NHL called the Colorado Rockies before the baseball team.
I wish it was actually Hockey Rockies.
Joel Quenneville played for that team.
Yeah. I'll tell you what's interesting about that hire.
He was suspended, wasn't he?
He was. He was reinstated after the Blackhawks scandal. But I'll say this. That Anaheim job, you may not think of it as a good job. That job in the league circles, amongst people in the know, that job has been talked about as, you know what? If you want to take a job, look at the Ducks.
Why?
They've got some young talent there. They've got some guys that are Leo
You said
Carlson.
that earlier this year.
Yeah, they got some Leo Carlsons. Trevor Zegras has been a major disappointment, in my opinion. Hurt all the time, not really producing the way he should. But they've got some young talent coming, and they still have Gibson between the pipes and Dostal, whatever you think of him. But that's a job that is attractive to people. Now, I don't know if it's the only job Q could get, because I knew he wanted to get back into coaching badly. But everybody who's ever played for Joel Quenneville, everybody who's ever played for him, Brett, says he's a terrific, terrific coach.
How do I know this man? This gentleman here is from North Denver. He comes up and hands me this book. What does that book say?
Smaldone.
Yeah.
Smaldone.
Smaldone.
North Denver. Get a history book. Look it up. That's right. This man knows. I've read that book. It's an outstanding book by Dick Kreck. Yeah. Yes.
Len Dawson.
Yes.
Go to a history book.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Let's take a break right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Again, we're out here at Safeway off 44th in Lowell. On behalf of our good friends over at Redbird Farms, we're giving away not just a Yeti cooler, a signed Jokic picture. We're giving away a signed McCarr picture. And all of that is available for you to sign up and try and win in the next 20 minutes. So try and get here for that. Got a little bit more to break down from the game last night, along with a fact checker. Stick around. All right, one last time out here at Safeway, 44th and Lowell, as we're here on behalf of Redbird Farm. Shout out to them, and you can join Altitude Sports Radio tomorrow night at number 38 in Rhino for another great Nuggets viewing party. There's $20 Michelob Ultra pitchers all night, and we're giving away an autographed AG jersey, which I think, Vic, would be in very high demand in this postseason.
I would say so.
Berto's going to be broadcasting live at 6, and you can say hi to Andy Lindahl
tonight
while you root on the Nuggets at the best patio in Denver. It's number 38 in Rhino. See you there tomorrow.
What a wonderful display of affection out here in North Denver.
Oh, my God.
Roots. I mean, so many people have walked up, said hello. So many people. It's so cool to see the faces of people who listen to your show, right? My boy, Mike Sindelar, my old Holy Family compadre, came out. Every time I see Mike, I think of one of the most amazing basketball finishes I've ever witnessed. District Finals. Mike was a hero. Again, was it Match Buff? Was that against Match Buff? Oh, he knows. It was one of the greatest finishes I've ever seen. He hits a fadeaway shot with no time. It was like Aaron Gordon-like.
So you went to school with him?
Yes.
Did you see Vic get his face punched in by Chris Apple? Was that
no,
something
that was
you
way
witnessed?
much earlier. No, but his classmate Mike Mishak broke my nose in a practice. I tried to reach behind and
you just got punked your entire childhood.
Wait, you tried to what?
I tried to reach around. I tried to reach during basketball practice. And Mike elbowed me with that big old elbow.
Yeah.
Busted my nose right
now. Hastings wants a piece.
Yeah. Seriously, thank you to everybody.
What are we even doing?
I don't know.
Hey.
I do want to say, again, to reiterate, thank you to everybody who's come out. It's been amazing how many people have come out and said hi today. So really appreciate that. Thank you to all of our listeners. And to come out to Vic's Hood. How about that? I'm never over here. I think this is great. I love this part of town. It's really cool.
It is the best part of town.
If you want to sometime, Brett, I will take you right Tennyson. You can see the stoplight from here. And I'll take you down there sometime. We'll walk down Tennyson. We'll have a little drinky poo, a little foodie food, right? You can see the old Elitch area and everything else.
Yeah.
I'll take you there.
Well, hang on a second.
What are you trying to find here?
I'm just trying to look at all the breweries that are around here.
Oh, my goodness.
See, Moj, I can take you to Call to Arms Brewing. I can take you.
Could we possibly get over to Lakeside and go? You
Go
can't
to
see
the
the old
house.
You can't see the old track though. Remember the old racetrack?
Used to hear those cars all night long.
You can't get in there anymore. I mean, it's still standing, but you can't get in. It's overgrown.
I mean, I'm just letting you know right now there's 4 within a mile of this place. So, yeah.
I'm sure because you know why? Because transplants have invaded, and they're building these things everywhere.
I haven't.
You know
what?
do.
I haven't seen Emporium Brewing Company. Maybe I should go check that out.
Oh my God!
I'm already in this part of town. I mean, I might as well just check things out. I'm trying to embrace your part of town, Vic. What are you doing to me?
Is that my plumber, Russ? Russ.
That's
no,
not
it's
Russ.
Not Russ. Looks just like him. Sorry. Sorry.
Set my plumber, Russ. Hey, Russ. Nope, not him. All right. Anyway, again,
dangerous.
I am. I'll kind of like reset just emotionally where I was at going into the game and where I'm at this morning. Into the game was weird. I didn't have that intense sort of pit, right? Didn't have that going into the game last night. And I'm pretty sure the Nuggets didn't either because the tenor of the game reflected that. This morning, I was wondering how I'd feel because I didn't feel much at the end of that game last night, and I don't feel that this morning either. Now, tomorrow, Vic, is going to be different. I'm going to be a wreck.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a wreck tomorrow.
Again, tomorrow night's game, not maybe the outcome, but the tone of the game will reveal whether or not this is going to be a series. All right?
Yeah.
Do we agree on that?
Well, you mean, so what you're still doubting the Nuggets, right?
Because I'm not going to guarantee wins or losses. I am going to guarantee that you're not going to see what we saw last night.
I completely agree. The only way that I can be disheartened, even a loss is not going to dishearten me, okay? The only way I can be disheartened is if they just get absolutely taken to the woodshed.
Of course, and I don't think that's happening.
Then I'll say, okay, the series is over.
I guarantee it's not
okay. And I don't think it's going to happen either. Okay. That would be the only possible outcome tomorrow night where I wouldn't just have pause, Brett. Yeah. I would have distinct fear.
I think the way you beat OKC, a team that comes at you in waves with so many different pieces, is exactly what Brett Kane told you earlier. You just got to stick around.
Yeah,
you got to get it to crunch time. And once you get to crunch time, the history doesn't lie. The Denver Nuggets in the playoffs are one of the best crunch time teams over the last 8 years. Oklahoma City is not proven in that department yet. They're not. get it to crunch time within striking distance, and I like the Nuggets' chances. You're not going to – hey, listen, you're not going to blow that team out. You're not going to do to them what they did to you.
Zero chance.
You're not going to do that. If that's what you're anticipating, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, zero chance. Like, the games you're going to have to win are going to have to be nail-biting, oh, my God type of finishes, much like what Game 1 was. I think if you keep –
by the way, I have no problem with that.
What's the number?
I have zero problem with them winning close games, squeaking it out, whatever the case may be. I don't care. This is a tough matchup for them with the way that OKC can defend and the way that you have difficulty defend. But if you squeak out 4 wins, great.
What is that noise?
That's I think
generator?
it's that milk truck or whatever that thing is over there. Yeah.
My goodness, it's the loudest generator I've ever heard.
I think here's my number, Vic.
Yeah.
If it's within, I'm between 2. I'll say 8. If it's within 8 points with 3 minutes left, I think you win.
That's an amazing number when you think about it.
Yeah.
You know, the Nuggets have overcome 14 or more deficits, 14 points. Remember that number. They've overcome more of those deficits over the last 8 years than any team in the NBA playoffs, and they've doubled that total over any team in the NBA playoffs. So, when you remain within striking distance, the Nuggets are always going to be right there. What is your definition of striking distance? I think it's a single-digit number going into the fourth quarter. I think it's a single-digit number.
Yeah.
Now, it can expand at some point, but you've got to stay there. And in Game 1, it was back and forth. It got to 14. It got to 16. Then they cut it to 5. Then it got to 14. Then they cut it to 5. Just stay right there.
Yep.
That's fine. You know what that is? That's a boxer body blow. Blow. Just stay right there.
But if I'm going to believe that they can win this series, because they're still the dog, they're a 5-point. They'll probably end up being a 6-point dog at home tomorrow night. I need to see them take it. I need to see a win, not a, hey, listen, we're going to screw up and we're going to foul. All right.
Well, tomorrow night
we're going to get into a free throw game when all we have to do is defend at 3. I need to see them take a win. Now it can be a single point win. It can be whatever. And they didn't take the win in Game 1. They were handed basically the opportunity. I don't need to be handed an opportunity. I need to see them go get it.
Oh, there's Adalio. What's up, Adalio? He came by too.
What are you doing?
Entire family. Hey, let me ask you: is tomorrow
Get
night?
out of here!
Is tomorrow night the Jamal Murray game? Because you're going to get one of those.
You're going to get one.
And for it to be for Jamal Murray to have his game, number one, he had opportunities early last night. Let's admit it. He had some open looks early,
and he missed.
They tried to make that the game last night.
Yes, they tried. But Jamal's got to hit early to get that feel.
But then he stopped shooting.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
And then he's going to need some help from his teammates to get Dort off his back.
Okay, hang on.
Dort, he's wearing Dort like a sweater.
But he stopped shooting last night.
I don't know if this is unfair to say. I don't think it is. I don't need a game. I need Jamal. You know what I mean? I don't need a Jamal Murray game. I need Jamal Murray games.
Okay.
And that doesn't mean
you're going to get one, Brett.
That doesn't mean drop 40. That just means 25. You know, you need to be able to do that. Yes, it would be I think you're right. He's going to give you one of these because he always does. And maybe it's not a full game. Maybe it's just a half or the end of games he goes off
just
and drops 12.
One of his flurries. I mean,
yeah.
One of those.
I'm reading an article right now in The Athletic, and it's an interesting angle. Excuse me. It says, has the physicality in these NBA playoffs, has it gone too far? Because you know how much the game has changed from regular season to postseason.
Can I say to echo that?
Yeah.
Chris Finch right now is entirely beside himself about what the Warriors are doing to Gobert.
What do you think the Nuggets are thinking about Joker?
I agree.
The Minnesota head coach thinks that things are too physical.
I'm just telling you. Yeah. I know that sounds ironic, but it's the truth.
So I'm going to ask you guys as basketball fans, which brand of basketball do you prefer? Do you prefer the brand we see in the regular season, where they're jacking up 63s a game and everybody's friendly and hunky-dory and the final score is 145-132? Or do you like blood being spilled?
You can give me this style as long as it's called evenly,
Yeah.
I don't mean between both teams, between all positions on the court, I can't have there be a melee Royal Rumble in the paint, and then if I do this to SGA on the perimeter, then it's going to get called. I can't have that.
Here's where the Nuggets need to learn something from last night, and Aaron Gordon said it himself. When you're reactionary in the NBA, when you're jostled and you jostle back, who gets the foul call?
The second guy. It's like in the NFL. You get a push after
Exactly
the whistle.
right.
The second
Exactly.
guy who pushes
So
gets
what
the
I
foul.
want to see tomorrow night, if that's the way they're going to play, then you have to be the primary puncher.
Yeah.
You have to send it to them.
I actually think, you know what, we'll talk more about this tomorrow, but I think that's what they're going to do. Here's the deal, Moj.
But real quick, you have a great point, Brett, because it is gladiator in the paint. Okay?
There's nothing
it is
being
Russell
called
Crowe-
down there.
It is Russell Crowe killing tigers. Trident's going through, hey, what's up, baby? Going through guys' necks. That's what it is in the low block. On the perimeter, it's,
See, but hang on. I think AG's the kind of guy that is totally capable of playing that physical brand, right?
Yeah.
I think they can do that tomorrow. Here's why I don't think it happened last night. I don't think they had the will to do that last night. I really don't.
Correct.
I think
Because they understand that you can have a mulligan, and that's human nature. Why am I going to put my body out there? There was more games to play. We've been here before. We've done this before.
And
somebody said, well, the Nuggets do this all the time. Well, that should tell you. If the Nuggets do that all the time, you should be fine with it.
Right.
Brett, on number 5 at Broken Team. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say I knock it left into the trees, okay?
Yep.
Why should I go when I can have a
There's
mulligan?
no trees on 5.
What's the one that goes down?
You're fine. Go ahead.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Why would I go look for that ball when I can just take a mulligan?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
we played.
Well, if it's hole 5, then it's your 4th.
Yeah, the Nuggets knew they were working with house money last
You
night,
know what?
and they played.
I'm not going to address that.
Well, because you know if you say anything, what am I going to say? If you don't like the way I'm talking to you, then beat me.
Monday I will. Casey invited me yesterday.
Really?
Casey and Dave, yes.
All right.
You know, and I will say this because I'm not sure what they're going to give away tomorrow night to the fans, but I'm on your side of the fence now. It is cool when the fans all wear the shirts, but it did look like a congregation of sorts at a big church in OKC.
The crowd of Baby Billy's Bubble
It
Punkers.
looked like righteous gemstones.
Yeah.
It really did. So I don't know. Denver's not made that way. It's going to be loud at Ball Arena, but in its own unique way.
My message to the Nuggets tomorrow is very simple. I'm not asking for the world here. I just want an 8 ball and $2 million. All right.
It's Nuggets playoff checkbook cover night. Hey, everybody, enjoy.
Reminder to you guys, we'll be out at number 38 in Rhino. By the way, we probably don't have time for this, Nelly. I'm going to show you guys a picture, and I'll throw this up on the screen. The Vikings signed a player, an undrafted player, yesterday. And why do we care about who Minnesota signs as an undrafted free agent? Because it's a man by the name of Tug Buck. Now, I want you to picture
Wait, Tug Buck?
T-U-G-G is his first name.
Yeah.
Buck is his last name. I want you to picture Tug Buck, okay? Picture him.
He's got a big
You got him?
belly and a big beard.
Is that Tug Buck?
That's Tug Buck. Big
Is that Tug
belly and
Buck?
a big beard. Yep.
Oh, for God's sake, yes.
I mean that is as much of a Tug Buck as you're going to find.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. This guy has a handlebar mustache, a mullet, and he looks like he's got the Quinn Miner's gut, too. I love the guy. Anyway, fact checker Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Vic, I need you to clarify something for me.
Yeah.
I wanted to get to this yesterday, but we ran out of time. So you remember during the college football season, you had a war ongoing the entire time with the Deion Sanders honks, as you called them?
Yes.
So I had a whole soundboard of honk effects. But now you have moved on to criticizing people who stan a player
Yes.
but don't love the team that they play
Yes.
for. So what is the
I
difference between a honk and a stan?
Well, the difference is pretty simple. Very much like the CU honks. You're married to Deion, you're married to the player, you're married to the coach, and not married to the program or the team. Same with the Nuggets. You're married to the player. Wherever that play goes, that player ends up, you're married to him, not to the team. I'm from Denver. I'm married to the team. I care about the Nuggets. I care about the Buffs. I care about the players, but they're part of the team. When they go, they go. If Joker goes to play for the Lakers tomorrow and they're taking on the Nuggets,
Yeah,
guess
dead.
what?
He's dead to us.
It's just
Yeah.
the way this works. I don't understand what the problem is
Hey,
here.
hey, Brett. Do you realize he's from Denver?
I had no idea.
Me either, yeah.
Well, you're not.
I got to say, I agree with
I've been here for 30 years.
But you live in
more
Pueblo.
than half my life.
But you live in Pueblo.
Oh, for God's sake.
I got to say, just last thing, I typically agree with everything Vic said. I think I'm a Vikings fan now because I like Tug Buck. I think I've changed. All right. Everybody have a great
Thanks for
Thursday.
all of you coming out.
Thank you,
What a
everybody, for
crowd.
coming out. Thank you
What
guys
a
so
crowd.
much. We will talk to you guys tomorrow leading up to Game 3.
You think my wife's going to come back and pick me up or just leave me here?
I'd leave you.
I would, too.
Come over to
Speaking
Bambi's.
of leaving.
I'm going.
All right.
Bambinas.
Everybody have a great day. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
I would just love to poke the bear a little bit.
Inside the arc is Murray, throws it away. Tipped out of Jokic's hands, breakaway, dunk, 2 hands, Andrew Wiggins. Alexander, left side to Joe, in the corner, Mitchell, 3. Good. Watson has it up the right sideline. Top of the key over to Najee. Najee dribble handoff Strother. Strother goes to the left hand. Hands it off over to Peyton Watson. Watson gets in the paint. Good move. Layup up and in. Nicely done. 133-90. Denver down by 43 points.
Why you tripping, Debo? Shut up, fuck, I knock your ass out.
Oh, man, that's messed up. Why don't you give him back his chain?
What chain?
Yeah, what chain?
Well, that one was... Coach, it was ugly early, it was ugly in the middle, and it was ugly at the end. That was a complete and total destruction of the Nuggets in Game 2. A 43-point rout in Game 2, the second round between the Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. This thing was... It was over early. It was 45-21 after one. You were shooting 35% from the floor. Oklahoma City shooting north of 71% from the floor after one. I knew it really early on, and I kind of bit my tongue when I was texting both you and KJ at the beginning of the game, just waiting to be like, all right, maybe they can get back in this one. I knew with 6 minutes to go in the first quarter that this thing was toast. And it's okay. It's okay as we welcome you to the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi, Coach Mike Sanford. If I told you a week ago that you come back home with a 1-1 split and you know nothing, what do you say?
I take it.
You take it and you run away.
Every single day and twice on Sunday against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Last night was awful. It was a terrible watch. I was really excited to watch this basketball game, although I think deep down, and a lot of us can be honest with ourselves, deep down, a lot of us probably thought this was going to happen.
Had a feeling.
Did we not?
Had a feeling.
Like, ask yourself, as you sat down, like, I don't really think that this is going to be the Nuggets night tonight. This feels a lot like regular season Oklahoma City Thunder basketball, which, oh, by the way, that team likes to play with a massive lead. That's where they're very comfortable. I've used the term quite a bit. You got to drag these guys into deep waters. Correct? Did I use that when I talked about Game 1 of this series?
Sure did.
Find a way to get them into deep waters, because I don't know if they're very comfortable being out there where they got to tread water and they got to be able to sink or swim. I think that this team, talking about OKC, I think they're very comfortable in those types of games where they are well in control. I think they have some front runner type tendencies, right? They feel really good with the big lead.
They feed on you can feel the momentum through the television.
Yep, you sure can. And they are really good. Like last night reminded you, everything that you've been saying about Oklahoma City Thunder. They are very, very good. I think if you take them into the shallow waters, they beat you. So that means if they have a 15 to 20 point lead in the fourth quarter, they're good enough to beat you. The problem last night was that you didn't even enter the water. The Nuggets stayed out of the body of water. They didn't even go into the body of water. And you know what? I have 4 words for that as a Nuggets fan and where the Nuggets headspace is right now. So what? Now what? So what? Now what? Because it happened. You gained home court advantage against the best team in the National Basketball Association.
If you can boil down the first 2 games of any playoff series as the road team to one goal, it is win a game. And they did it. So take the positivity out of that. Where I get a little bit nervous, though, here is what did we talk about after Game 5 for the Nuggets and Clippers? How do you respond to success?
Response.
How do the Nuggets respond to success? And it feels as though when they have a level of success, the next night it's an off night. It's all right, we're going to be fine. We don't have to worry about chasing. We don't want to get fatigued. We don't want to get more injured. It does feel like, and again, the data set is very small right now just because we're only going off of what we've seen in, let's call it the Adelman era. When they succeed, the next game feels like a letdown. It's good because, well, when your back's against the wall, we can see what they do. They respond. When they are underdogs, heavy underdogs, we see that they respond typically. But it has to come off the heels of a loss. Which makes me think, you're in for a ride. You're in for a 7-game series.
I thought about who the Denver Nuggets are because they're a wildly complex basketball organization right now. Because they can beat anybody any given night when they bring that championship medal, that grit, that tenacity, and that is exactly what they displayed in Game 1. Frankly, I think they displayed it in their victories to get past the LA Clippers.
Particularly Games 5 and 7.
A smoking hot team, right? Let's just call it like it is. The Clippers were playing great basketball at the tail end of their season. So I feel like the Nuggets, are they a basketball team that you could say from an analogous perspective you compare to a teenage boy? And as a teenage,
walk me through that.
A teenage boy, think about like homework assignments or, just pushing things off and procrastinating until the very last minute. Done. And then, hey, we got to go. I got to get this done. I'm going to get an F in this class and I'm going to be grounded and I'm not going to be able to chase some young lady around this summer, right? Are they that guy? Are they that young teenage boy? Or are they the old crafty vet? We all know them in our workplace, right? Where they show up and they put in just enough work and they let everybody know, hey, I'm here. But then you're like, hey, where'd they go? Where's Jim? I haven't seen Jim today.
We have multiple Jims in the office. You could have chosen any other name. You could have chosen Chet.
James? Jimmy?
Wait, there's like 3 Jims in the office.
But is it that veteran? Is it that veteran, the wily veteran that knows how to just do enough to get it done? Right? Just enough. And it's like, I'm not going to exert myself, but I am going to strategically plan when I show up and do the laborious labor, the work that needs to be done. Then I'm going to take it off a couple different times of the day, or I'm going to take a couple days off. The Nuggets they're a complex basketball team, and I don't know which one it is. I'll tell you what, I don't know which one terrifies me more, the team that procrastinates or the team that's like, I'm going to pick my spots.
When did you know it was over last night? I have my spot.
For me, it was when Christian Brown.
No, you're going to steal it from me.
Airballed. There was a foul.
Oh, okay.
Called.
Okay, yes.
And then right. Christian Brown airballed horribly where he was uncontested and trying to get a bonus shot up. I was like, there is nobody on this basketball team that's going to be hitting shots today. It was abysmal.
I can't remember when that foul was, but it was after. When you say Christian Brown, I can't believe you're going to steal this from me.
Well, and I told you he was not good last night.
I held my tongue when I was trying to text you and KJ during the game, and as we often do when our teams are playing, we have a little bit of a thread. Typically I'm more of a knee-jerk reaction to those things, and you guys are the cooler heads typically prevail in that text thread. When CB rose at the 8:09 mark of the first quarter for a 3. And right before he jumped up to make that 3, he double clutched. Like he took this weird little jab step forward. No one's around him. It's on the short side corner. He doesn't have anyone within 10 feet of him.
It's like a
wide open 3.
It's the kind of move that I make fun of wide receivers when they're running a route and they're like doing a head fake on nobody.
Yeah.
I'm like, who are you juking right now?
I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a mishandle from Christian Brown. I don't know if it was a jab step to see if he was going to be able to goad someone in and then maybe dish off down like closer to the paint. But it was this weird double clutch that he had. And then he rose up and he hit it off the strong side of the iron on the left side. And I went, they don't have it. This is 3 straight missed Murray 3s. Christian Brown double clutching a wide open 3.
It was also Nikola Jokic looked like he couldn't hit a 4 to 10 footer.
Right.
At all. Like at all.
OKC started to pack the paint. And once you realize that you couldn't get to the inside, right? Like Joker wasn't necessarily his self from, let's call it the block in. AG tries to rise up a couple of times on Chet Holmgren. Can't get to the rim. Holmgren was on one last night. But both AG and Christian Brown can't rise and beat Holmgren to the hoop. Can't beat him to the rim. And then that paired with the fact that nobody could hit from outside. All Oklahoma City had to do was pack the paint. We dare you to shoot. Any one of you. Be my guest. Any one of you.
And that felt a little bit like the Clippers debacle. The one game against the Clippers, it was just disturbing. Quarter. It felt similar to that. OKC as a basketball team. once again, I'm going to enter into the territory of the mindset of an OKC fan. They're very comfortable, and I'm sure their fan base knows, gosh, we just got to get a massive lead, man. We got to get a massive lead because if this thing's close, I don't love it. I don't like my chances. And
they're not Boston.
And it made me think, oh, geez.
We'll get to that later.
It made me think a little bit, Raj, if you're OKC, do you feel a little bit like you were this year as an Avs fan, or really the last couple of years? Where you, like, I thought the Avs, if you could get one of those 5-1 type games, you're like, okay. But certainly against the Stars, this thing starts getting close. Or if you don't get that third goal to go up 3-0,
there's not a lead that feels safe.
It doesn't feel safe, but you also feel like there's an inevitability of what's going to happen. And I'm wondering if OKC feels that way a little bit. And that's where I go back to this deep waters thought. Take them into the deep waters. If you can do that 3 more times in the series, you win the series. It's the bottom line.
The good news is, lose by 43, lose by 1. The result is the same. You did your job. It feels bad this morning. It was an unwatchable final 3 quarters of basketball.
I tapped out.
I tapped out to go watch the Rockies, and then I was like, oh, well, look, they're tied at 6. Like, the offense is humming. And then the most Rockies thing in the world. Did you see the top of the 10th last night?
No, I was watching the back of my eyelids, and I was pouting in my bed.
Top of the 10th, Tigers guy gets up. They've already got a run home, right? You start with the runner on second base. They've already got a run home, up 7-6, but the game's still within reach. A shallow pop-up to left center field. Jordan Beck sprints in to go grab this ball, and it hits him square in the palm. And then he kicks the ball further away from himself. Detroit scores their second run. You went, it's the most Rockies thing ever. I removed myself from the Nuggets game multiple times last night. One, to go watch the Rockies play, and then the other time to go watch hockey. And on the other side, I'll tell you why that was the worst decision I made all week. It's the second round of the playoffs, and we are raising the stakes here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So make sure you tune in tomorrow for your chance to win tickets to Game 3 or Game 4 of Thunder and Nuggets. It'll be your choice, whatever one you want to go to. The keyword's going to happen as they have for every playoff ticket opportunity that we've had over the past couple weeks on the 20s. Every single hour. Just listen for your name to call in and claim your tickets. Winners will have 5 minutes to call in. And if you don't call in time, we just go to the next name. Sound good? That's Friday. Again, tomorrow for your home of the Nuggets, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, keywords on the 20s. You'll text in. We'll then choose a winner, and we will announce that name on air. You'll have 5 minutes to call back. If you don't call back within that time frame, we move on to somebody else. Every single one of our shows is giving away pairs, and it will be your choice, Game 3 or Game 4. Pick your poison. I think Game 3 is probably going to be the one I want to go to.
Game 3 might be the pendulum swinger. See exactly where the series is going to go.
So I swung from watching the Nuggets game to the Rockies, and that was a mistake, right?
That was a swing and a miss.
It was a swing and a miss, as the Rockies typically and often do this year. They swing and miss, and Michael Togley is he might set the record for most strikeouts in a season this year if he continues on his pace. So I go
professional fly swatter right now.
Beck literally kicks a ball away from himself. The Tigers come back to win in a cold, and I would call it a rainy game, but definitely a damp game. So I move away from that, and I go, you know what? I've healed. It's been 4 days. It's okay. I can watch the sport that I love, the sport that I cover. So I decide to turn on hockey. And lo and behold, what do I find? Mikko Rantanen scores a natural hat trick in Game 1 of Round 2 on the road at the Winnipeg Jets, en route to a 3-2 win and a 1-0 series lead.
Raj, I consider myself a friend of yours, and I think you consider me a friend that at times has tried to steer you in the direction of things that ultimately help you make good decisions for your life and for your mental beings.
Yes, you are.
Mental well-being.
You're right.
You should have consulted with me before you decided to make that switch over to the National Hockey League.
I should have shared the text. Coach texted me after Game 7, and he waited a little bit, and the text was just 2 words, and it goes, "Wellness check?" ? I can't remember what I responded to, but I appreciated it. I needed the wellness check last night. I thought I was going to go in, watch Winnipeg, they played better. They got off to a 1-0 lead. Hellbuck looked like he was not the world beater version of himself, but certainly not the guy who's been atrocious for the first 2 rounds in the playoffs the last 3 years, actually. But Rantanen becomes just the 3rd player in National Hockey League history with back-to-back hat tricks in the playoffs. The first to do so since fellow Finnish winger Jari Kurri did it with the Edmonton Oilers back in 1985 when he was playing on Wayne Gretzky's wing. And the Oilers were winning 3 cups, if I'm correct. He's the first ever with multiple hat trick periods in the same playoff year. Right? He did it in the 3rd period against the Avs in Game 7. He does it in the 2nd period in Game 1 against Winnipeg.
Playoff Mikko.
Ever.
Playoff Mikko. Man, I was all good with the trade because the Mikko that I have watched in my time really on, sports talk radio and covering Denver sports, I hadn't really seen the Mikko Rantanen that we saw last night, and frankly that we've seen since Game 5. Think about the generational run that he's on in the postseason from Game 5 up until through this Game 1.
We've never seen it.
It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable.
Because he couldn't do anything for the first 4 games. Dallas Stars fans were... If you saw Stars Twitter through the first 4 games of Colorado and Dallas...
I mean, it was a bloodbath.
Like, who is this guy? Why did we trade Logan Stankoven for that guy?
I mean, people in the great state of Texas... I don't think it's a great state, by the way, but people in the state of Texas... We're getting to the point where they actually hated your homeland of Finland as a result of Mikko Rantanen being such an underwhelming performer for them. That's not fair to your land, the land that you're from.
It's amazing. Had this happened in a Carolina Hurricanes uniform, I think most Avs fans would be like,
golf clapping.
Good for you, man. Yeah. Like, it sucks that we couldn't come to a deal, but...
Good job, pal. Proud of you, bud.
McFarland, you can disagree with the trade. And if you disagree with the trade just on its face value of, like, you don't trade away Mikko Rantanen to anybody. You just give him the money that he wants and you deal with being a top-heavy team. We heard from Sakic and McFarland a couple of days ago, and Joe went, we realized that we couldn't be a team that just relies upon 3 guys and then a bunch of, I guess it's slap in the face to say this, but like a bunch of nobodies, right? We realized we had to get deeper, a little bit closer to like what the Dallas Stars kind of are right now. You just have to be able to play 4 lines as consistently as possible. So you can disagree with the trade on its face. If you go, Rantanen should have been an Av regardless. What you can't disagree with, and you can't fault McFarland and Sakic for, is where they traded him to. Because what we're watching right now shouldn't feel as violent as it does. It should feel so far removed from you. They did the right thing. They traded him out of conference. You should have only seen Mikko Rantanen at most, in a given year, 9 times. And that means you would have played the home and home against him in the Eastern Conference, and then you would have had to have gotten to a Stanley Cup final against that team, the Carolina Hurricanes, and that would have had to have gone 7 games, at most 9 times in a year. And the chances are you probably would have seen him twice. Maybe you would have gotten to a cup final against them down the road. Who actually knows how that whole what-if scenario would have come out to? The chances that you're going to see this dude in the postseason over the next 8 years, again, the lifetime of his new contract extension, are you going to have to go through Mikko Rantanen 5 times in the next 8 seasons in the playoffs? Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Unless the NHL changes.
And Gary Bettman doesn't want to do that.
This divisional rivalry nonsense. It seems like the way the NHL has constructed its postseason, it allows for levels of apathy and a lack of interest to set in as you get into the second and third rounds of the playoffs.
Right.
Does it not?
I hate it. The players hate it. The GMs hate it. The coaches hate it. The only person who loves it is Gary Bettman.
And why? Because money talks, right?
Money talks.
TV ratings are going to start talking specifically to the old G-Bets. All right, Gare Bear. You like not being watched like you would be if Dallas and Colorado were playing next round?
The bet is that when it whittles down to conference final and Stanley Cup final, people are going to watch regardless, right? The reason why they went to this type of format in the NHL was you play your divisions so much during the regular season. And the NHL is a gate-driven league. Get people inside the building.
And they do great on the gate side of things.
And what they were seeing was they play division rivals so much that division rivalry nights that are played, again, more often than any other game during the regular season. You see them between, 3 and 5 times a year, your division rivals. You were seeing more games that people did not go to because you're like, well, I've seen the Stars twice already this year. I've seen Winnipeg 4 times in the last 2 seasons when I go to an Avs game. So I'm not going to go to that one. I'm going to wait until Alex Ovechkin and the Capitals come to town. I'm going to wait until Connor McDavid and the Oilers come to town. I'm going to go to that game. So they saw their numbers on an average around the league start to dwindle. And they went, well, how do we fix this? We force those division rivals to go through one another in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs so that there is a built-up fan base hatred for those teams so that then when they come to play in the middle of November, you go, well, I hate those guys. I'm going to go watch them because sports hate is real. Right. And not only is sports hate real, sports spite is real. And Mikko Rantanen he's the grand maester of sports hate right now.
He is, and he is your boogeyman. He's the one that got away. He is Lauren Holly to Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber, unfortunately. And you remember in the first segment, Raj, I was talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder. If you're looking at it from their perspective, their fan base's perspective, they want to win every game by 30. They want to feel comfortable with a massive lead. And I talked about, certainly Mikko Rantanen and the Stars and even the way you watched an Avs game, you needed a commanding 3-goal lead to feel even remotely good about your chance to close out the Stars in any given game.
Game 7, I walked over to Andy Lindahl and I went, I won't feel comfortable with a 2-0 lead until there's 2 minutes left in the hockey game.
So comparing the Oklahoma City Thunder from a fan's perspective, we talk obviously about the Avs. The other team that came to mind, and I was thinking about what team is it for me recently that I felt like no lead felt really safe unless you were up by 3 or 4 scores.
The Boston Celtics.
Boston Celtics. How about the Denver Broncos of 2024?
Oh, okay.
I look back at the Denver Broncos season.
I get that.
And there were two paths forward to winning football games, which was a tremendous year. It was either you were winning because your defense was dominant and your offense was humming, and you were winning by 3 scores. And you can see several of those games, like you beat the Saints by 23 points. You beat the Raiders twice by more than 2 possessions. They maybe got a garbage one late.
The Atlanta game.
Or you won. Yeah, Atlanta Falcons. You beat them that way. Or you won by way of a defensive just battle where the defense clinched the game at the end or created game-winning scores on the defensive side of the ball. Pick sixes against the Browns. Once again, having defensive scores against the Indianapolis Colts, which at the time was a massive win towards playoff eligibility, if you remember that down the stretch, where you didn't feel very comfortable, just like OKC. You didn't love when the game was getting into the deep waters, where your offense in a position where it can go win you a game down the stretch. And I would say the only game that the Broncos offense won them a game down the stretch,
it was a game they didn't win.
It was a game they didn't win. It was against the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead.
It was a game that I wanted to throw something through my television. It was a game. The only game the offense did make you feel that way was, he marched down the field. But that was the first time that Bo Nix felt like, oh yeah, he's the dude. They made the right pick here. He's marching down on Patrick Mahomes. He's marching down the Chiefs on the road doing this thing. And they end up losing the game because, well, Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid have some sort of black magic up their sleeve.
The games you somewhat got into hey, can our offense win this game for us in a tightly contested deep water contest? Could you say maybe beating the Jets at New York in a...
It was fake football.
Completely so... I mean, it was... The game maybe shouldn't have been played. It was frankly like this rainstorm we had over the last 3 days here in Denver until today.
Throw it out the window.
I mean, Bo Nix threw for 60 yards in that win.
I look at week 1 and week 2, Seattle and Pittsburgh, and I go, if those are played in November, I think they win both the games.
We just don't know because they never won one of those types of games where it was just tightly contested. Offense goes and wins you a game at the end. Because
was the Cleveland game not like that?
Remember the pick sixes, Nick Bonito? Your defense, it was Jaquan McMillan made an unbelievable play. I think PS2 made one. It was the.
I guess you're right.
It was the Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston was your best offense that day. Now the Broncos did some really good things. I'm saying Jameis Winston was your best offense for the Denver Broncos.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
He was the most productive, dynamic playmaker to score points for the Denver Broncos. 2 pick sixes. And remember, he prayed pick sixes away after that contest. And so I find it very interesting when you get into this offseason, you look at what the Broncos have done. Which side of the ball have they been adding to?
The side that won you football games.
And they added strength to strength. Are we in a position, just being honest with ourselves, are we in a position where we know that there's a confidence level that you have the requisite ability around Bo Nix and Bo Nix as a guy to be in fourth quarter games? Do we know, kind of like the Oklahoma City Thunder, do we know that you have what it takes to win those close contests via your offense and clutch performers?
They were right there against Cincy. They were right there against LA.
You got the ball against Cincy in overtime and you did nothing with it. You did nothing with it. In fact, did you not go 3 and out in overtime? You got it twice, if I'm not mistaken.
Twice.
You can't.
But in both of those situations,
you can say I'm being a hater right now, but you can't know beyond a shadow of doubt yet.
Can't you also make the argument that if we're just going to take that Cincinnati game, like the defense also kind of lost it for you? Like Riley Moss on T. Higgins was a disaster that game.
Well, that's a bit of my point, right? Is that if you couldn't count on your defense to win you the game, or you weren't up by 2 or 3 scores.
So you're just throwing away the Kansas. And I know you didn't win the game, but
that's what I said. That's the one outlier.
So you throw it away?
It was an 18-game sample size. Because even against Buffalo, you get out and you start out, you're like, oh man, this is gonna be good. You threw that touchdown right out the gates. Like, oh, this is going to be a fun one. And then the defense didn't look great, and your offense basically stalled out for the rest of this game.
Everything changes with, is RJ Harvey the answer?
Yeah.
Everything changes with, will Sean Payton finally, because he's got his guy, right? That was their dude. They made that abundantly clear. Their first
his guy meaning the running back.
The running back.
Not Bo Nix. We know he's got his guy there.
They made it abundantly clear with the first 2 picks. They were like, we had those dudes ranked higher than probably anyone in the league did.
Is the Broncos' path forward to winning a Super Bowl under Sean Payton everything that we thought it wouldn't be? Think 2015 Denver Broncos.
Defense driven.
That's your path forward to winning championships.
Those Saints teams that he coached, obviously high-flying Drew Brees offenses. They win the Super Bowl in 2009. They have the number 1 offense in both points and yards, the 20th and 25th ranked defenses.
That's my point, is why it seems so different than what you thought you were getting. Either way, as a Broncos fan, you love the fact that you're back to relevance in a competitive, competent football franchise. But is the path forward towards getting what you want? You have to look to what was done in this offseason and how you won games a year ago to say this is going to feel a whole heck of a lot more like mid-2010s Denver Broncos than it is the John Elway Denver Broncos, the Terrell Davis Denver Broncos.
Only 4 times in Peyton's history with the Saints did his defense rank inside the top 10 in yards over the course of a given season. New stripes. Old dog, new tricks. Mm-hmm. I don't hate that.
No, I don't hate it either. He's the head football coach. So he's ultimately responsible for all of it. However, you got to win games, you got to win games. But can you win those games when you're white knuckling, you're clutching whatever cold beverage you have in your hand as a fan? You're clutching it extra tight. Do you know you can win those games right now?
Coming up on the other side, Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV will break down the 43-point loss last night for the Nuggets and get us ready for Game 3 back here at home at Ball Arena on Friday evening. Chris Dempsey next. Don't go anywhere.
What's good, Colorado? Coach Sanford here, looking at the weather forecast up at 11,394 feet, which is exactly where Loveland ski area finds itself. 15 inches of fresh snow from the last 4 days storm. But you look at the forecast, 43 degrees and sunny on Friday, 49 degrees and sunny on Saturday, 51 degrees and sunny on Sunday, which will be closing day. Get up to Loveland Ski Area and make sure that you go to skiloveland.com to get your season pass for next season, 2025-2026. And so you can get up to the best ski resort for the fewest amount of lift lines, where you get up to the mountains quickly, don't have to pass through Johnson Eisenhower Tunnel, and you get up there where the slopes are filled with snow, not people. So visit skiloveland.com. You'll ski the remaining 4 days of this season for free if you buy next year's pass. Check out skiloveland.com.
Yeah, they're calling the second foul almost every time. They're fouling Joker first, and then Joker's reactionary, and they do get the second guy a lot of the times, but they're fouling him. Point blank period throughout the game, and it's the thing where you can't call every foul, or you'd be calling a foul every single play, but they're fouling him. I also mentioned the joke. You got to play through it. You got to play through it. You got to be stronger, be more physical. All of us do. We all got to play through it because they're not going to call a foul every single play. It's a very handsy team.
Aaron Gordon after the 43-point loss in game number 2. Nuggets back on home court on Friday evening at Ball Arena as we welcome in for his weekly NBA Baseline Report, Altitude TV's very own Christopher A. Dempsey. Demps, first off, hey, how are you? Welcome on.
First off, for me, congratulations to you and the upcoming bundle of joy for you and your wife.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, we made an announcement last night.
Please inform me.
The wife and I are expecting our first, a baby girl, in mid-September.
Congratulations, my guy.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we're very excited. Dempsey, thank you so much, man. We're juiced up about that, and I'm sure Coach Sanford is juiced up to be away from me for a handful of weeks after we welcome in baby girl Raj.
Are you going to be the 6-month paternity leave guy?
I don't know if we've got that here in
KC. There's no doubt. There's no doubt that we got a 6-month paternity leave guy. I was gonna you had to take me down that road, but Raj, I was going to tell you, man, there's nothing better than hitting a leadoff with the little girl, man. I got the same thing going at the house, and then I went batting second and third. I have a couple of young boys, and they typically strike out quite a bit. But every once in a while, they'll hit a bomb. So my daughter gets on base. She's good. She's it's a good table setter.
Demps and Coach, I will lean on you guys heavily for parental advice. We also lean on you heavily for analysis of the Nuggets. Dempsey, 43-point loss. Where did it go wrong? And is this something that you think might trend in the series? Like, if they lose, are they just going to lose big?
Yeah, that's a good question, man. I'm going back and forth on that a little bit. I think that yesterday what happened was OKC decided they wanted to win a basketball game. And when they decided that, it looked really bad for the Nuggets. And so, this is where I'm going a little bit back and forth. The Oklahoma City Thunder are still a young basketball team. What they are finding out in this playoff series, in this playoff run, is the road to a championship is littered with teams that are really, really good and players that are really, really good. And what you cannot do is bring regular season intensity to a playoff game. And what the Nuggets showed them in game 1 was you had better bring it or this team will beat you. And, it was a team that wasn't challenged pretty much at all in the first round, and so now they're getting challenged, and now they raised their level. And even when they lost game 1, it was because the coach made 1,000 mistakes down the stretch, and then obviously Chet Holmgren missed a couple of free throws, and they would have won that game too. And for the Nuggets, this is why I'm kind of concerned, is you caught a team making mistakes, both coaching and players, down the stretch of game 1, and you took full advantage of that. And then they just said, okay, this is we got it now. And you lost by 43 points. They played so much harder than the Nuggets played yesterday. It's fun. You guys played that clip of Aaron Gordon talking about all the fouls, and Nikola Jokic took 13 free throws in game 1 and only 5 in game 2. And so I think what we'll see from the Nuggets is this kind of reminds me a little bit of the Clippers series. At the beginning, Clippers are playing super hard and super physical. The Nuggets get blown out there in one of the games, and then quick, they started playing a lot more physically. I would expect that would be the Nuggets' response there in game 3.
Game 2 was not pretty for Michael Porter Jr. Michael Porter Jr. clearly nursing a shoulder injury. What's the best path forward, Demps, with Michael Porter Jr.?
Yeah, I just think that what's going to happen is he's going to start every game, and then we're just going to see. He doesn't want to sit out, and the Nuggets aren't going to sit him out. So if his shoulder feels okay on a given night, and he's able to be very effective, or not, I'm going to take very often. He's able to be effective. Then they'll keep him out there. And if he's not able to be effective, then they will not play him. And I think he's pretty well acknowledging that fact, and it's just too bad. It really is too bad because he is a player that the Nuggets really need in a series, in particular in a series like this where you need all hands on deck, you need all scorers on deck, you need everybody to be, at least able to be their best, and he's just not able to be his best, not even close to being able to be at his best, and it's injuries. It's disappointing, but that's the plan with him going forward. That's why I think we see a lot of. I think Russell Westbrook will assume the Michael Porter Jr. minutes that are, that he relinquishes because of his injury, and that'll be how the Nuggets kind of proceed forward.
Chris Dempsey, our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline here on the Morning Sprint. Dems, we obviously heard AG talk about it. There's so much more than just refereeing that goes into a 43-point loss.
Yeah.
But is there a vast discrepancy when it comes to the lack of fouls called on the inside of this series thus far? And it seems to be very regular season-esque fouls on the perimeter and on like the high side drives. Is there a discrepancy?
Well, it's interesting, Raj, I think the playoffs in general have just been refereed differently than the regular season. And, you have these instances in these games where, I watched a game between the Knicks and the Detroit Pistons where I could have sworn that was straight out of 1994. I mean, it was nobody could do anything. It was fouling everywhere, and the referees swallowed their whistle. And we've seen that, I think, more so than anything else. In these playoffs, the referees kind of swallowing their whistle and letting the players kind of play. For Nikola Jokic, it's just kind of interesting. He plays obviously toward the rim, and when he did that in Game 1, he was awarded a lot of fouls. I mean, he shot 13 free throws. He made 10 of them. And this game, not as much. Now, the other thing I would say is, Nikola didn't spend quite as much time in the paint, but that was also in large part due to, the Oklahoma City defense, kind of pushing him out a little bit farther. His catches were a little bit more around the free throw line, and so now he's putting up floaters or short jump shots, whereas he was getting straight to the rim and with putbacks and everything else really impacting the glass in Game 1. So I think there's a little bit of that going on in Game 2. I don't think Nikola Jokic saw anything yesterday that he hasn't seen before in terms of physicality and fronting and doing all those things that teams will do to try to get under his skin and make him less effective. And I think he'll adjust accordingly. And I think the Nuggets need to adjust accordingly around him. You cannot have a team. You must space properly around a player like that. If you are kind of crowding it, allowing the defense to crowd him out because you're not spaced properly, and that just does nobody any favors. And so I think we'll see a better spacing out of the Nuggets. I think we'll see more physical play out of Nikola Jokic. And I think that piece yesterday, they will not be as effective against him going forward as they were yesterday.
Debs, would you agree that the Oklahoma City Thunder, yes or no, are much more comfortable playing with a massive lead than being in a tight contest in the postseason?
Well, yes. I mean, and it's only because this is the team that had the biggest margin of victory, average margin of victory in the history of the NBA, And so they almost never played a close game. I believe somebody had, I think the number was 8. And so not only did you never play a close game, you're doing that with young players who don't know how to handle themselves necessarily in close games, and certainly not in close playoff games. And so that is the area that the Nuggets can take full advantage of. And they did that in Game 1. Chet Holmgren looked like he didn't want any part of those free throws in Game 1. And obviously he missed them both. The coach fouled super fast, and they just didn't have a great strategy. If the Nuggets can get all of these games into the fourth quarter, late into the fourth quarter, that gives them the best chance. Then it's total advantage Nuggets because they've been through all the situations. They've seen all these situations. They know how to handle themselves with poise and with confidence through them, whereas Oklahoma City is still learning how to do that. And so, yeah, Coach, there's just no doubt about it. I mean, the Nuggets just need to get these games late into the fourth quarter, hanging in the balance. And I think that's their path to getting out of this series with a victory.
Quickly, last one before we get you out of here. Demps, again, Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV, our guest on his weekly NBA baseline. We call it the NBA baseline because
you sounded really hockey guy in that entire segment. Baseline.
Baseline. It says roster, not hockey. We call it the NBA baseline, not just the Nuggets baseline, because I want to get your thoughts on what the heck is happening in the East.
I know. Well, what was hilarious about this was until the Thunder won yesterday, 0 home teams that won a game in the second round. So, but the Eastern Conference, I think a couple of things are happening. Let's just take Cleveland and Indiana. One, I don't think a lot of people knew that the Pacers had beaten the Cavaliers 3 out of 4 times in the regular season. It's a team that just kind of gave Cleveland fits. And then on top of that, Cleveland got injured. And I don't see, quite honestly, any way that Cleveland wins that series. Darius Garland's out with turf toe, and that's obviously super painful. He hasn't played in a while. Evan Mobley's got a very, very bad ankle sprain, and if those two guys, or at least one of them, doesn't come back and play, I think it's curtains for Cleveland as they go back to Indiana for Game 3, which I believe is tomorrow for them. And then, the Celtics are just a one-trick pony, guys. That's what it is. If they are a 3-point shooting basketball team, that is all they are. And if those shots don't fall, you see what's happening with them. 25 of 100. They have taken 100 3-pointers in the first 2 games.
2 games.
And they've only made 25 of them. And they can't lean on anything else that makes them any kind of dangerous. And that is a very, very troubling sign for them. Now, look. Could they start making threes? Yeah. I mean, if of the 2 series, the Celtics feel like a switch can flip, and then all of a sudden all these threes start going in, and then the Knicks are in trouble. So I think that series still bears watching, even though it's shifting to New York. But Kristaps Porzingis has that illness again that nobody even knew what it was earlier this year, and so that's impacting him negatively. It's very, very bad, but it's hilarious how they just double down. It's just they're not going to not shoot threes. And then that's the only thing you do. You live it and you die by it, and they are dying by it right now.
Chris Dempsey, catch him on the pregame show tomorrow ahead of Game 3, Nuggets and Thunder, round 2 of the NBA playoffs. Demps, we appreciate you, and thank you so much for the kind wishes. I will pass them along to Caitlin.
Absolutely. Parenting is the best thing in the whole wide world. You guys are going to have a great time.
Tend to disagree a little bit at times, but I'll take it. I'll take it, Demps.
All right, go.
Thanks, brother. We appreciate you, man. We'll take a quick timeout. We're here on the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryan alongside Coach Mike Sanford. Join Altitude Sports Radio tomorrow night at number 38 in Rhino for another great Nuggets viewing party. There's going to be $20 Michelob Ultra pitchers all night long, and we're giving away an autographed Aaron Gordon jersey. Mr. Nugget, Berto's going to be there broadcasting live starting at 6 p.m. with the Blitz and pregame show. Say hi to Andy Lindahl as you root on our Nuggets at the best patio in Denver. It's number 38 in Rhino, and we will see you there tomorrow. Again, a signed Aaron Gordon jersey, $20 Michelob Ultra pitchers. You have to be there to win the jersey, right? Can't just show up and leave. So if you come in, you're in the fight. You're going to deep water with us if you're in at number 38 tomorrow, Coach.
Do I need to go? I don't know. Last time I went, the Nuggets got dragged by the.
I would like to say this. You going or not going affects nothing, but it does affect.
So you're trying to take away my.
It does affect the vibe. It does affect the vibe at the place, and I think you're a great vibe. So I think you should go.
All right.
The only one with actual powers here to affect a game's outcome is me.
Yeah.
I have black magic powers.
But we haven't seen that work consistently, Raj. It did not work at all in Game 7.
It didn't work in Game 7.
And frankly, that was a pretty big one for the Avs.
I think I did say Miko was going to score a pretty big goal in that game too.
Yeah.
I feel bad. I do.
Maybe we just hit the reset button and just do sports talk radio, and whatever you say, and it doesn't affect anything, right? Right? We're good.
Right.
Yeah, give your analysis and your predictions.
Watching that Celtics-Knicks game last night before Nuggets-Thunder went on that's insane. Boston has had a 20-point lead. They had a 24-point lead last night. They've had a 20-point lead in both of these games at home against a Knicks team that, outside of Jalen Brunson, really, what are you? What are you? Cat hasn't been really the version that scared a lot of us when he was in Minnesota. I've talked to a lot of Knicks fans over the past couple of days. How do you like Karl Anthony Towns? They go, he's right. They go, he's fine.
Okay.
And I look at Cat and I go, he should be. Yeah, he's the best player on the team. Brunson's unbelievable. Talk about a clutch player.
Clutch performer.
Holy smokes.
I really like how the basketball player carries himself. Talking about Jalen Brunson. Just he carries himself there's a level of maturity to his game. Certainly Jalen Brunson is a bit of a foul line merchant. He does find his way to the foul line.
He does.
Like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Frankly, guys, you can hate it all you want. Nikola Jokic does the same stuff. He is oftentimes playing those games. And I think last night, boy, there was a lot of extra. And I know he was getting assaulted. I know that the second guy was getting called, and it frankly ended up being him when he was getting assaulted in the post. But what I want to see, and I was concerned in Game 1 with Nikola Jokic being almost obsessed with the dark arts of basketball and searching for the whistle, playing the antics to get the calls, which there is an art to it. But if you go so far down that road, does it at times take away from your game?
Oh, I'm sure it does.
Does it at times create next level types of frustration? And last night looked like a next level type of frustration night for Nikola Jokic.
You could see it. It was essentially a take foul that he had for his
jumping
foul
on the back.
He wanted to get out of the game. He wanted to get out the game. That's exactly what he was frustrated. He knew the game was over, and I'm happy he did it because I thought that, honestly, at the beginning of the third, when you didn't really find a way to shrink that lead, right? I guess you win the scoring battle in the fourth quarter, but who cares? You didn't really get away in the first 3, 4, 5 minutes to shrink that massive lead down to something that was maybe edible by the time that the fourth quarter came around. I was pining for everyone to be out of the game then, 5 minutes into that third. You lose it by 17. The game, again, was over within 7 minutes. I'm happy that Joker, while frustrated, took himself out of the game in the third. Don't even give the coaching staff the opportunity to put you back in. I'm good. I'm taking it off. I'll see you guys at home on Friday.
Should it have been sooner?
Yeah. If you're going to give up, if you're going to wave the white flag, wave it as early as possible.
Has anybody ever waved it at the end of the first quarter? Because that's what
you
really
45-21 was when it was 40-16, you knew it was done.
Halftime was 87 points.
Halftime was, it tied for the most points in a single half in NBA playoffs history, 87. Meanwhile, you were only scoring 56.
Which still isn't terrible for playoff basketball.
It's a 31-point deficit.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. The defense last night, the apathy on the defense side. KJ texted last night on our group chat, here's the Nuggets defense that we've all come to grow and hate. It's what it looked like. There was apathy. You were short of rotation.
Right, but like it's more concerning when the game is closer. When there's apathy and you're not fast to close out on three-point shooters and the rebounding is crap. Like, it's worse when the game is somewhat grabbable.
In the balance-ish.
I didn't care last night about the defense. The reason why he lost the game is because through the first 10 minutes of the basketball game last night,
you couldn't hit the broadside of a freaking barn.
You couldn't hit anything. And Oklahoma City couldn't miss. Again, they shot 71% from the floor in the first, and you shot 35%. When Jamal went 0 of 3 from 3 early, when CB did his weird little double clutch thing on the short side corner, they just don't have it. So if the defense doesn't follow after that, I don't care. I didn't care at all about the defense last night. Now, if it was OKC shooting 71% and you're shooting 45%, and the deficit after one isn't something crazy like 24, but it's 14, it's 12, maybe it's even as high as 15 or 16. And then the defense doesn't show up, because that's deep water, right? That's just holding them off. Like, can you keep them within 10 to 15? I think that's what I said going into game one of the series. I would have been way more upset about the lack of defense had they been in a brawl. They weren't. They got knocked out halfway through round one. 2 punches. Mike Tyson, night.
Raj, can I be the get off my lawn, yell at the clouds guy for a quick second?
Of course you can. I love that version.
3 things that I am getting to the point of, and last night really got me. What is with this new Jamal Murray awful, lazy, behind the back pass? It truly looks like my 10-year-old son who just discovered that you're allowed to pass the basketball behind your back. It's got no juice on it. It just lingers and it hangs. Even when it's a successful pass, I'm still like, why did you do that? It's a bounce pass behind your back, and it takes forever to reach its destination. That's number one. Number 2, Russell Westbrook. When he throws a pass, hard line drive pass that goes to absolutely nobody out of bounds. I don't want to see that anymore. Stop throwing hard line drive passes that are nowhere near another human being.
Unless it clocks a Thunder fan in the schnoz.
Make it count. Something. And then the third one is Nikola Jokic, and it's so hard to I hate saying anything bad about our knight in Serbian armor.
What does Serbian armor look like?
Really strong. Really good. Withstands all types of battles and conquests and whatnot.
It's very medieval looking.
Correct.
It's exactly what
how I painted it. Exactly.
Yes. The knights who say knee type of thing. That's what it looks like.
I'm a wordsmith, Raj. Some days. Very rarely. But when Nikola Jokic is kind of top of the key.
They've got horns.
Or just below the elbow, and he throws a soft pass right in the middle of the basketball floor that just gets ping-ponged around to somebody else on the other team. That, to me, is the most frustrating thing about this year's Denver Nuggets team, are those types of turnovers, because those are controllables. You can eliminate those things from your game and not turn the basketball over to the tune of getting Oklahoma City those extremely open looks that you had yesterday, especially down the stretch in the second quarter as it got a little bit more ugly. If you can eliminate those, and I've been saying it all year, man, it's the turnovers. If we can reduce those. Game 1 was atrocious. You won game 1 and turned the basketball over 18 freaking times. 9 in the first half. You had a fairly significant deficit. 9 in the second half, and you found a way to win the basketball game. 2 games into this series, and I know that Oklahoma City is very, very good at defense. They're the number 1 rated defense in the NBA. But can you just take that extra step of caution and exercise restraint with dumb passes? Because if you can, I really like the Nuggets in 6. I stand by it. I still like the Nuggets in 6.
You mentioned the behind-the-back pass from Jamal. The one that I couldn't stand in game 1 was the little one-hand, like, hip drop swing pass. You know what I'm talking about? Where he'll be at the top of the key, and he sees a skip pass, kind of like that, where you're just holding the ball right off of your right hip.
Kind of a lazy whip.
It's you know how Patrick Mahomes does that little like
sidearm,
the elbow drop snap throw that he does.
Yep.
So Jamal,
it's almost
did that
like playing
the
sport of highlight.
Yes, that's a very good visual. Jamal did it in game 1, but instead of zipping it, instead of that little like shortstop running across your body, zip that thing off.
Kind of had a little bit of a.
It was just kind of lazy and floaty.
Yep.
And it did peek its way into game 2. So if there's a few things that you can, I think the wrong thing to do about this loss is go, well, that happens, bummer, move on. There are things that you should pick out.
There are correctables.
There are controllables, as you say. There are things that, while the Joker float passes to the middle feel lazy, Jamal's behind the backs feel lazy. Westbrook's isn't lazy.
They're not lazy. They're just like, what?
It's not careless. It's just, it's untamable.
It's almost as if it's like his version of basketball Tourette's. Like he just can't control it. And, yeah! Bleep, 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 bleep. He's got basketball Tourette's.
He does.
But
he crushes it. He harnesses it wonderfully.
Not always, Rash. Not always.
He's the reason why you're in the series right now.
He is. And he was the only one that really showed up and fought his ever-living tail off.
I do want to hold that. We'll get into that in about like 25 minutes from right now. We're going to do some NFL notes on the other side, but I do want to hold on to that. Was Russell Westbrook going balls to the wall the right thing when the rest of the team didn't give a damn? I do want to get into that in a little bit. NFL notes is next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football. Football's fun.
Fun, sir.
Fun, sir.
It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Alex Ryanemi, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. And for those of you following worldly events, there's a new pope. For the first time in history, an American pope has been named. Robert F. Prevost, Illinois native, Chicago native, is the first American pope. He takes the name Leo XIV.
I think the old conclave was pretty impressed with the overall output from the four nations from the Americans. Said, yeah, I want that leading my church.
KJ,
I want some grit and some tenacity.
What's our first NFL story? Outdo the Pope.
I'll try. ESPN recently released their experts picks for Offensive Rookie of the Year and Defensive Rookie of the Year. Broncos first-round pick Jahdae Barron received high praise and much love to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Let's start with draft analyst Matt Miller. Quote, Barron has the playmaking skills to rack up the stats needed to win awards. At Texas, he picked off 5 passes and won the Jim Thorpe Award as the nation's best DB. With PS2 on the opposite side, Barron should have plenty of offenses testing him early. Expect those opportunities to turn into interceptions. Here's ESPN.com's writer Jordan Reed. Quote, defensive linemen or cornerbacks usually win this award, and I fully expect Barron to have a standout rookie season. Because of his positional flexibility and teams likely shying away from Surtain, Barron will have a lot of opportunities to make plays on the ball. His ball skills will continue to shine at the next level, end quote. So ESPN is leaning towards Barron potentially playing on the outside, which could impact Riley Moss. I'll ask you guys, which position do you guys think would win Jahdae Barron Defensive Rookie of the Year? Playing opposite of PS2 on the outside or playing inside at nickel?
Nickel. At nickel, he'll be involved in way more snaps than a lot of people think. Anybody who says, well, nickel's just a sub package, they don't understand modern football. You play with nickel on the field greater than 80% of your snaps, and teams can just opt to be a nickel defense, period, point blank, against all personnel groupings. And the Denver Broncos, I think, are trending towards that if you look at their roster construction. Nickel allows you to be involved in the pass rush as a blitzer, as a guy that can come off the edge and create some sack fumble opportunities as well. Whereas the corner position, unless you're playing the boundary corner, you're not going to get involved in the pass rush very often. You're gonna cover slot receivers. You're gonna cover tight ends at times. I think that Jahdae Barron and his positional flexibility will be utilized at the nickel position, and frankly, I think that'll be his best path forward to winning the Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Is it the Broncos' best path forward to a best defense, though?
100%, yes, because I believe that you're going to be using nickel and even some dime packaging, where Jaquan McMillan will be still very much involved. I think that a very healthy Riley Moss that's gone through a season in the National Football League where he came back after injury, most likely prematurely, and got exposed a little bit against Jamar Chase. Well, guess what? Jamar Chase is making $1 gazillion a year to play wide receiver. I think that...
Well, T was on him most of the time. T. Higgins. Wasn't that the game that T. Higgins went off?
T. Higgins went off.
Also making $1 gajillion and also a very good wide receiver.
You're exactly right. Jamar Chase was fairly clamped by PS2, therefore T. Higgins got his, and he was going up against Riley Moss. Riley Moss is coming off of an injury, guys. Riley Moss can be the starting outside corner opposite PS2. Jahdae Barron will be the starting nickel, and you'll use Jaquan McMillan in dime packages, and I think you'll play over 40% of your snaps with the entirety of that group on the field, including Talanoa Hufanga and Brandon Jones.
Jamar had a pretty nice game that day too.
Yeah,
9 receptions, 102 yards.
Yeah, Joe Burrow, and when he's got those two guys, they
were feeling it.
Problem is you can't outscore your problems, and the Broncos have gone the exact opposite direction with their offseason build, with their draft, and they've been shoring up the side of the ball that I think they feel confident about that is going to equip them to handle the division that includes Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert.
KJ, what's next?
Well, just shut up and let me answer.
Colin Cowherd and Jim Harbaugh appear to be the new Colin Cowherd and Sean Payton, because Colin Cowherd does not have the Broncos making the playoffs this season. Here's Colin talking about his way too early AFC playoff predictions.
Let's start with the AFC. I would bet my car on this one. Bills win it. Dominant quarterback, not close and well coached. I'm predicting the Patriots will be the most improved team. Drake May actually has a coach. Next up, the AFC North. Even if Aaron Rodgers shows up, they're not beating the Ravens or Bengals. AFC South, I'm going to make a change. I think the Texans win it going away, and the Titans are a wild card team. And in the AFC West, I feel the same way. It's inches, not feet. I think the Chargers empowered their run game, and they're going to be a ball control offense. It'll be classic Jim Harbaugh in year 2. So my AFC playoff predictions: Bills, Ravens, Texans, Chargers, Patriots, Bengals are new and cheap.
The Patriots? You're going to kick out the Broncos in favor of the Patriots?
You what?
We talk about ball control and leaning on run game. Are we just saying that Harvey's just a guy? That they didn't love him? That they didn't absolutely believe that he's going to be the number one bell cow back for this? What are we doing here?
It's Colin Cowherd, man. Called a shot a year ago for the Denver Broncos. It was good. This is going to be a much better Denver Broncos team because of what you did on the defensive side of the football. And then you go out and get a bona fide number one running back, a guy that, you drafted in the second round. You needed to do that.
So he's got the Chargers winning the division.
Which I don't think that's a crazy take. I actually believe the division is going to come down to, I think the future of the franchise of the Denver Broncos is going to come down to who has the best next year. Call it Harbaugh's second year, Bo Nix's second year, between the Broncos and the Chargers.
Now, I do agree with the Broncos are one of the last two teams in. Likely, because of how tough the AFC West is. The margin for error this year is razor thin. Like the over-under, I think, is set at 9.5 wins right now, and I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole just because of how difficult it looks like the division is. I just have an issue with, New England's your team going from 4-13 to making the playoffs this year just because they got a head coach?
Well, they got a head coach, and they got a tackle in the first round.
Cool.
Then they get LSU's, was it Will Campbell?
Yeah, they got the
short arms,
stubby T-Rex arms.
T-Rex guy?
Alligator arms.
Get over here, buddy. You got to come closer. Come closer.
That's nuts to me. I mean, I'm throwing Pittsburgh in there before them. I'm throwing Miami in there before New England. I'm throwing Jacksonville or Indianapolis in there before New England right now. Doesn't mean that I think Drake May is terrible. I just think they're a little bit farther away. At least Jacksonville's been close. They just had a terrible year last year.
Drake May's got to prove a little bit more. I mean, he showed some upside and some flash, but he didn't show consistent playing abilities at an elite level that would bring about playoff football.
KJ, what's next?
Well, just shut up and let me answer.
Former Broncos safety Justin
Sorry,
Simmons
Jerry.
is on the move again this offseason. NFL Network's Brian Baldinger believes Justin Simmons to the Eagles is a perfect fit, and he also believes at this point it's not a matter of if, but when.
And it's not just a reunion with Justin Simmons and Vic Fangio. He wants to come to Philadelphia. He wants to be there. They drafted Andrew Makuba out of Texas, which is good. They've drafted Sidney Brown to go with Reed Blankenship. There's players there, but nobody with the numbers, the interceptions, really the leadership that he can provide. They lost Darius Slay. They lost some leaders in that secondary. He provides that. He's another very, very smart guy, understands the game, high football IQ. And when he wants to be there, he wants to come to Philly. Just find him a house in South Jersey. He's gonna be here. He'll be fine.
All right, Brian Baldinger. I don't know. Would he be a good fit? Probably. They do have a need. Although I'd say this, man, Reed Blankenship, I believe he's one of the most underrated defensive backs in the National Football League and really showed his mettle down the stretch. How about this? We keep talking about, is Jahdae Barron going to be impactful enough as a nickel? How impactful was Cooper DeJean this year for the Philadelphia Eagles? Guess what position he plays?
Pretty good.
Plays nickel.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm. He's also teammates with Riley Moss at the University of Iowa.
Where is Simmons going to land? Is Philly actually the place?
It's because opposite Reed Blankenship, Sidney Brown.
I always think when I hear former excellent player is now free agent or on the move, like Jadeveon Clowney just got released by Carolina, and Jadeveon never really lived up to his hype after that crazy hit when he was at South Carolina against Michigan,
where a head completely fell off the body.
He decapitated a guy. It never felt like he got to that level. Like I thought he was going to be Myles Garrett when Jadeveon Clowney came out. I thought he was going to be the next amazing pass rusher, and he was good, but not great. When he gets cut today, and Simmons is a possibility to be moved or go to a new team, I always think, there's the next Chief. There's the next Kansas City Chief. A guy who has 1 or 2 more years still left in him, doesn't need to be a star, doesn't need to be featured, but he's going to make a difference.
He wants to get himself associated with the witch himself and see if he's got one in him.
You imagine if Justin Simmons, who still very loved here in the Mile High City, and I believe reciprocates that love back toward the city of Denver.
He does. He's
here all the time.
Well, he was also interviewed on a podcast in the last month where he talked about he doesn't even know if he could make himself do that with the Kansas City Chiefs because it's so deep in how he views.
Rings are shiny.
They are very shiny. They are that.
Vaughn went somewhere else, and he loves this place too. He didn't go to the Chiefs, but he went somewhere else. KJ, what's next?
Well, just shut up and let me answer.
According to SteelersNation.com, the Pittsburgh Steelers have 3 options regarding where they could go next to fill the hole at the number 2 wide receiver position. They could, number 1, sign Keenan Allen. Number 2, sign Amari Cooper, who is a slot receiver, and they already have 2 slot receivers. And number 3, they could trade for Alan Lazard to potentially lure in Aaron Rodgers. If you guys were the Steelers, what option would make the most sense to you?
Keenan Allen. Safety blanket. I want Keenan Allen on the Broncos.
Same.
If that guy's available and you have the cap space, go get him for a 1-year deal or a 1 year and an option. I don't know if is he looking for a 3 or 4 year deal right now?
No,
is he able to do that?
This is tail end of his career.
Swan song.
But still productive.
Dude, I would take Keenan Allen in a heartbeat.
Same.
You want a legit number 2 right now? And there's a question like, do the Broncos really have a number 2? The question also extends to, do they really have a number 1? What do you believe in Courtland Sutton?
So I say, to make our desire a reality, my recommendation for the Steelers, for their wide receiver 2,
go get Alan Lazard,
baby.
Go
get yourself Alan Lazard. Bring in Aaron Rodgers, and you got you've got yourself the starter kit to destroying a franchise that's been playoff bound, it feels like, every single season for the last decade.
Dude, if Denver can get him, your wide receiver room then looks like this: Sutton, Allen, Mims, Bryant, Vele, Franklin. I love that.
Solid.
It's almost too deep. That would be awesome. Sign me up right now.
Who would get cut?
Troy Franklin? Maybe.
He's the one. He and Mims are the only 2 real speed guys. Because without question, Pat Bryant is not your speed guy.
Yeah, but Bryant's not going anywhere.
Is Devon
Vele's
Vele?
not.
But he was a 6th, 7th rounder. Was he not?
He's a 7th rounder, but he's good.
He's very good. I love him. But do you have that redundant
if you ask
big
me
body
right now,
receiver?
you have to choose one. You have to Sophie's choice this thing: Devon Vele or Troy Franklin. Who
Oh,
you taking?
I'm a Devon Vele. I like
He's
dependability.
he is also a Sean Payton bodied receiver.
Problem is, so is Pat Bryant. So would Keenan Allen. So is Courtland Sutton. It's a little bit of redundancy.
It's too deep.
I don't know.
He was just so. I just remember all the years where he's playing with the Chargers and 3rd and 7. Oh, shocker! They get 8.5 because Keenan Allen just finds a soft spot.
Keenan Allen did some good stuff in the Bears organization just a year ago. It wasn't the solution for the Bears, but he was. There were some games I watched this year where I was pretty impressed with what he was able to do at this stage of his career and age.
KJ, what's next?
Well, just shut up and let me answer.
Well, Tom Brady decided to go on a podcast here recently with Logan Paul, and he finally admits that the Brady roast was not only a bad idea, but it was a bad idea because of the ramifications it is having on his kids and his family.
Shocker! Oh my God.
We're not perfect parents. Like, and you'll see as you grow up, like there's no perfect manual for it. And like, you got to evaluate yourself as a parent too all the time. So even though I really enjoyed the show and the performances were incredible. And like when you were in that moment in that theater that night at the Forum, like it was electric.
Yeah.
Like it was crazy. Like we got done. Everybody was on cloud nine. And I think that moment I'll never forget, and then I'll never forget when I talked to my kids the next day.
Oh, man.
And I was like, I felt like, a stake through the heart, understandably,
Were they mad, sad?
They're protective of their mom, of their dad, of everybody, they're just, what was the point of that? Why did you do that? So it's just, you live and you learn.
Code word. This was a very bad idea, but man, we made a lot of money off this bad boy.
Made a ton of money.
Can you imagine how many people viewed that? It was a
Netflix special, I think.
That
Nikki Glaser was as good as she's ever been.
And all I know is that every sports talk radio station in America was talking about it the entire next day.
It was funny, but yeah, there's no roadmap to being a great parent. I don't think it takes a genius to know that going on, let's just call it national TV, but a widely distributed streaming platform with some of the most ruthless comics in the world in the middle of a divorce where your wife is now seeing her former jiu-jitsu guy. You know who's not nice? Teenage boys and girls. You know who watches Netflix? Teenage boys and girls. You think that was a good decision for your kids?
Not great.
Not great, Bob. You don't need a manual for that one, Tom.
You know what, though?
But you made a lot of money.
But
Good for you.
We did big numbers, man.
It was great for me. It was awesome. That thing was hilarious. I was out on roasts. I'd been roasted. I'd been roasted out. Like I had seen a billion of them. They just weren't funny to me anymore. And then for some reason,
that was the return of the roast.
The cast of those characters, and again, like Nikki Glaser was the best of them.
Was that before or after Bill Belichick was involved in a very strange relationship with a young lady?
I think that was after Belichick's roast and after his first young encounter with a woman. I'm almost positive it was. It was funny, but it was a dumb parenting decision. I'll tell you that for free. NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We're giving away playoff tickets for Game 3 or Game 4. It'll be your choice, and on the other side, I'll tell you how you can win them tomorrow.
Hey, Colorado, spring's here. Weather's outstanding outside. And as the weather continues to heat up, the sports action, well, it's heating up at Circa Sports Colorado. That's the app that you need to open up your phone and find the App Store and download Circa Sports Colorado, because from Major League Baseball to NBA playoffs, hockey playoffs, Circa Sports, it's got you covered. Circa Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way that you want it to be, and it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. So make sure you go and download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. When you're there, actually go to circalasvegas.com and check out right now room rates just shy of $170 a night for what I think is the place to stay in Las Vegas. So check out circasports.com and circalasvegas.com. Make sure you remember, must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's like his version of basketball Tourette's. Like he just can't control it. Yeah! Bleep, 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 bleep. He's got basketball Tourette's.
He does. He does. But he
watched-
crushes it. He harnesses it wonderfully.
Not always, Rash. Not always.
He's the reason why you're in the series right now.
He is. He is. And he was the only one that really showed up and fought his ever-living tail off.
Basketball Tourette's. Look at you. Oh, did you see Paul Pierce, who said he would walk 15 miles from either like home to work or something like that, barefoot? He is actively doing that right now because the Celtics lost game number 2.
Paul Pierce has something called broadcaster's Tourette's. And before anybody thinks I'm making fun of the condition of Tourette's, I'm not. Actually, my family has become very avid watchers of the show Balin Out Loud on TLC, which chronicles the life of a young lady that has the type of Tourette's that is of the inappropriate,
not a fan of, or the FCC would not be a fan of?
Not suitable for work
type
of language, if you will. But yeah, dude, can we admit that Russell Westbrook at times does some things on a basketball court that they're beyond unexplainable, and they seem like they are completely out of control. They're almost like a demon possesses him in a moment.
But it also made him a Hall of Famer.
He also has a demonic presence defensively, energy-wise. He is off the
Speaking
charts.
of the energy, I'm glad you brought that up. It's the one thing we haven't gotten to today. We knew it. You knew it. David Adelman knew it. The players knew it. The game was over with like 5 minutes to go, 8 minutes to go in the first quarter. You had no chance of coming back. Joker took a foul to literally take himself out of the game. Was Russ going as hard as he possibly could? Because Russ doesn't have an off switch. It's either like when the game turns on, he is on. And then when the game is off, he's off. Was him going as hard as possible in a 40-point blowout a good look for the Nuggets? Because you can look at it two different ways. You love a dude that never gives up. You love a guy that tries to instill that type of energy in his team. No matter how far we are down, we fight. No matter how many times we get knocked down to the mat, we get back up. On the other side of that is, if no one goes along with you, one, personally, you look like a Gordy Gohard, and it's kind of lame. Or two, it kind of makes the rest of your teammates look bad.
There was a little bit. I heard Brett Kane this morning talking about it was like teacher's pet.
Uh-huh.
Excuse me, Mr. Stevenson. Hey, can I do some extra credit even though I've already used all my extra credit points? I just want to do it. It's a little bit what it felt like last night. But you know what? I would say this to counter that. I think Russell Westbrook has proven it in his time as a Denver Nugget. At times to the chagrin of people like me that get frustrated with some of the antics that he does have on the basketball court, namely that are destructive towards possessing the basketball. I like this quote in sports, and I like this quote as it relates to Russell Westbrook. How you do anything is how you do everything. And I think that his teammates understand that about him at this point in his career, that he's not going to take the foot off the gas pedal.
Right, but it doesn't affect them. You see what I'm getting at here? Like, he's the only one going hard and no one else is really giving that type of energy. I'm not saying that like the Nuggets completely packed it in, but they packed it in. They knew they were losing. Guys were still out there on the court competing, but no one near the level of what Russell was doing.
It didn't feel like a Game 7 NBA Finals with a 3-point contest like Russell Westbrook was playing.
Right.
Yeah, he was playing that way.
So, like, at that point, does it make you look bad?
I don't think so.
These guys don't care. He cares, but no one else does.
I think that there are certain players in all sports.
You're able to compartmentalize that?
Well, I think there's certain players in all sports that you watch them, even say if the game's in the balance, if you're up big or you're down big, that player's style is frantic, chaotic, all over the place. And that's what Russell Westbrook is all the time in all three of those types of scenarios. Up big, down big, in a tight contest. He's the same guy in all three phases. And frankly, Michael Porter Jr. is frankly the same guy when the game's on the line or not. And I think Nikola Jokic was complaining about the refs, throwing up his hands, posturing for calls.
He does that up 30.
He does it up 30. He does it when it's tied. He does it when he's down 30.
The other thing that I couldn't stand, challenging calls up 35. What are we doing? OKC's challenging a call in the second half up by nearly 40. Just let it go.
That's when you turn the TV off.
Just let it go. Nothing's changing here. It would be like if there was a hockey team up 8-0 with 3 minutes to go, and there is a questionable call on an offside on a goal against. No, let's call it 8-1 because at 8-0 you're trying to preserve the shutout, right? Like that's an important number, a 0 in hockey. Let's call it 8-1. This thing is over, 2.5 minutes to go. The Stars are leading Winnipeg, and Mark Scheifele barely goes offside, but Kyle Connor scores to make it 8-2. And Peter DeBoer challenges with 2 minutes to go in an 8-2 hockey game. That's fightable. That is climb over the glass like you're Patrick Waugh trying to beat the wheels off Brucey Boudreau in his first game as Avs head coach.
Raj, you bring up the conversation.
I wish Adelman had done that.
You bring up the conversation of challenging up 35. It's almost as if this head coach for the Oklahoma City Thunder was subscribing to what I am so glad that the NBA playoffs doesn't subscribe to, and that is the European style of aggregate scoring like the UEFA Champions League. And my goodness, I am so glad because right now, if you were on aggregate scoring, this series is probably over, Raj. But it's not. You lost by 40, what was it, 46? Was that what it was?
43.
43.
You trailed by as much as 45 in the game, if I'm correct. I think 45 was the number, but 43 is the final.
I am so glad because I don't know that you could make up that aggregate. Which
remember
would be,
when you
minus 42?
Remember like 2 months ago when you tried to defend aggregate to both me and Coach Chris Armas of the Rapids? Armas was like, I hate aggregate. It's stupid. Are you back on my side now? Aggregate's dumb?
I'm just glad in the Nuggets case.
Yeah, in
that they don't have aggregate scoring like the Champions League is or CONCACAF Champions League is.
It's dumb.
Raj, Denver, rest of the state of Colorado, Nuggets fans, guess what? You played 2 games on the road against the best team in the NBA. You won one of them. You've got home court advantage.
You did your job.
You did your job. And you got a little rest on the tail end of that game.
That is the hidden silver lining here. Yeah, you got hammered. But your dudes didn't really play the second half of the game. That matters. For a team that had to go 7 games and like Joker's getting beat up, we know that there's something going on. Like, is it a bursa sack issue in his left elbow rather? We know Mike can barely hold up his guide hand when he's shooting because of that AC joint injury. Those things are the worst. I had a couple of those in my lifetime. They suck. Luckily, AG feels healthy. Jamal feels healthy. You need those minutes. Those minutes matter game to game. I'm happy that thing happened. The good news through all of this, we get to bet against the Rockies 2 times today. It was a doubleheader.
Raj, you shouldn't put that out in the universe, man. Actually, maybe it is good that you put it out there. Maybe the Rockies go on a nice little 2-game win streak here. Wouldn't that be sexy in one day?
The Pirates, well, they don't love losing games. They just fired their manager, Derek Shelton, after winning just 12 of their first 38. So, bad baseball in Pittsburgh. You lose your job. Bad baseball in Colorado, and you get extended.
Stanchion. Go get that stanchion.
Must be nice. I'll do it for us. For Coach Sanford, for KJ Behind the Glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. Make sure you guys hang out with us tomorrow night at number 38 in Rhino for another great Nuggets viewing party. $20 Michelob Ultra pitchers all night long. A signed Aaron Gordon jersey. Berto's going to be there. Andy's going to be there. And before you do that, you'll have a chance to get inside Ball Arena because we're giving away tickets. Tune in tomorrow for your chance to win tickets to Game 3 or Game 4. It's going to be your choice. Keywords on the 20s every single hour and be listening for your name to call in and claim your tickets. Winners are going to have 5 minutes to call in. If they don't call in time, we just call another name. That's tomorrow on your home for Denver Nuggets playoff basketball, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
If the Celtics lose game 2 at home, I promise you, Joe, I'm walking here tomorrow. I'm walking here.
Why you got to do that?
Wait a minute. I'm walking here 15 miles in my robe.
Get your friends.
No shoes on.
Somebody save him.
Bare feet.
Second it is to Dort for three. Short, no good. Dunked home by Andrew Wiggins. Climbed the ladder right over Jokic. Man, Westbrook three. That one rims out. Rebound down to Hartenstein. Outlet pass off over to Alexander. Alexander has it at the point. Three-pointer. Good. 71 to 41. That is a 30-point lead in game number 2.
My math's right. Sweeney in his last 2 ball games has 7 hits. Rosen's back. This is in no man's land. Coming up.
27 times shorthanded in these playoffs for Winnipeg. That's the most in the playoffs as Duchesne gets stopped inside the line by Lowry. Made it across. Rantanen scores! The power play works for Dallas. And Mikko Rantanen has the natural hat trick.
59% shooting for the Oklahoma City Thunder, 37% for Denver. That's going to add to the percentage for OKC. The layup from the rookie out of Weber State, Dylan Jones. And now OKC can just dribble out the clock. This was an old-fashioned playoff blowout. Oklahoma City responds in a big way.
Because you had a bad...
God. Well, that was the day yesterday, huh? My Lord.
How far did you guys make it?
I actually flipped over to the Rockies game. That's how bad it was, just to see them lose in extra innings. I swear to God, I was like, oh my God.
What's your record now?
6-29.
I think I'd rather talk about them.
Well, shortstop Trejo almost ran into Jordan Beck in left field to give up a second run in the 10th inning that ultimately sealed the deal. And they actually battled well against the Tigers. The fact that I know anything about that game is a testament to how bad the Nuggets game was.
Mikko had another hat trick.
Who? Mikko. Yeah, we could dig into that pain.
Yeah, let's go Dallas.
Yeah. Consecutive. First time in NHL history, somebody's had consecutive hat tricks that happened in one period.
I flipped on a show with about 3 minutes left in the first half. And I'm like, you know what? From here on out, I'm just going to flip back and forth. I'm going to check it out. I'm going to see maybe I'm the guy. Maybe I'm the problem. You know, maybe if I flip away. Every time I checked in, it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And then you know what? I got stuck. I actually started watching like when they had all the backups in there, and we got everybody just total bench. Jokic fouled out. I'm like, why am I watching this? I don't know why I'm watching this.
Well, Jokic fouled out in the third quarter.
I know.
There's a little bit of debate whether
on purpose.
Well, not according to Jokic and David Adelman.
On purpose.
Okay. I'm just telling you what they said afterwards.
What do you think?
It probably was. It probably wasn't like
he probably didn't
on
care.
purpose, but it wasn't. He wasn't trying to.
He didn't care.
Help himself. You know what I'm saying?
If I foul, I foul.
Which you could say it's on purpose because of that. If he doesn't care, what's the difference between that and doing it on purpose?
Right.
So I mean, it's enough cover for them to say
maybe
it
you just
wasn't.
want to send a little message. You start bumping people a little extra here and there just to make sure they know that you're still around. Scotty, you went to sleep in the first game. I mean, what'd you do for this one? Well, I caught up on season 3 of The Mandalorian. I watched Black Mirror. Everybody told me to watch Black Mirror. I've never done it before. Started at season 1. Yep. Very interesting show. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah. No episode relates. I could tell in the first 3 minutes, they're cashing in. They're cashing in on winning game 1. I think Murray started 1 of 3. Porter missed 2 wide open threes. This is all in the first 3 minutes of the game. Joker was 0 for 2. Murray let like 3 dudes in a row just go right by with not much defensive effort. A terrible turnover at the top of the key. I think they gave up 34 points in turnovers. I said they don't care. And so I watched it, and then when it got, I probably watched till about the 6-minute mark. They don't care. It was a totally different feel. Like I thought they played hard in the first game, even when they got down 14. They weren't playing hard. They weren't physical at all. There was no aggression to them defensively at all.
They were satisfied with splitting.
Oklahoma City came out, and they were a lot more physical to start, and which I knew they would. But there was no return fire, right? It was like they were hunkered down. We talked about yesterday, it was trench warfare. They just stayed in their trenches and let the bullets come at them and never fired back. So, I could tell early in that game. And so, I went to bed with my daughter by 9 o'clock. Woke up at
9 o'clock?
Yeah.
Boy, you really did not see anything.
I was in bed asleep.
Did you go back and rewatch
by 9
it?
o'clock. Did not go back and rewatch it.
Oh, we can give you some great details after you stopped watching. It was just amazing.
Yeah.
Because they could have lost by 50.
Well, I mean, they gave up 147 points, let's be honest.
43.
43?
But it could have been 50.
So it's really not that bad.
No, it's
43? Yeah. It's the most points ever allowed by any NBA team at halftime ever.
Which was 83.
No, it was a little bit more than that. It was 87, yeah.
87.
Yeah, that's the most ever allowed in NBA playoff history.
Then that was my last view. It was 83, and I went, I'm done.
Yeah, it was 87-56.
So, yeah, once they
30 down 31 going into half.
I saw them score their 83rd point, and I said, I'm done. I have not watched anything since
I'll
then.
hang in with you up until you allow 83 points in the first half, and then that's my limit.
Yeah.
I'm drawing the line.
Like, they didn't care. And we could say all they want to do, and Oklahoma City did this, and Oklahoma City did. You didn't care. And call me a liar. They played like they didn't care. They'd already got what they needed to do.
Why didn't they care?
I can't answer that, of course, but to me, it felt like, hey, we know we already got one on the road. We got one on the road, and we're still tired. It's exhausting. We've been playing a lot of basketball. We did what we needed to do already, and now we'll fight on our home court.
Gee,
I'm not saying they went into the game like, hey, let's lose.
Yeah.
But I do think they went into the game like, hey, we've already accomplished what we really needed to accomplish on the road.
And because of that, how hard do we really want to push it?
Boy, that's funny because the Pacers didn't feel like that.
No. Although they got down 20 early, I think it was Cleveland more of Donovan Mitchell trying to put on a show and excluding everybody else.
What's funny is the Knicks didn't feel like that.
Well,
I mean, they were in the same situation as the Nuggets.
Yep.
We'll see if Golden State feels like that against Minnesota.
I bet they do, only because they know they're going to have Steph.
So you think they'll cash it in and they'll get blown out?
I think it'll be a blowout tonight. I could be wrong, but I think it could be.
Did I not tell you yesterday DMac was going to ruin this for everybody? Yeah. He was going to ruin this for everybody with this, we're going to win the NBA championship.
Hold on.
Yep.
What exactly did I say?
Yeah, you said if they win, which meant that you were implying they were going to win.
No, not at all. I stand by that. Had they had the mental, strength, I guess, to focus to win a really tough game against a really great team where they didn't have to, they probably would win the NBA championship. I'll stand by that a million times. Yeah. Not only did they not have that strength, they folded the tents.
Yeah.
Which it's a different conversation now today.
I've never played a sport that had a 7-game series. So I guess I don't know what it's like. Scott, I have a hard time understanding how you could have such a mental letdown like that in the playoffs, even in a 7-game series.
You're older, you're banged up, and you just don't care, so you take a night off. It was rest. No one played. Joker played 32. But I don't understand it from my mentality. And I wasn't a part of a lot of those. I was a part of one of those. And it was a year after Detroit had won back-to-back championships. Now we're playing playing Chicago. And we lose 3 close games, like 5 points, 4 points, and got outshot 200 free throws to 60. I mean, it was lopsided. The NBA sent a message, we're done with bad boys.
That's it?
Yeah.
You've sold your last T-shirt.
It was like 220 to 60 in that series. Go back and look.
Okay.
In that 4th game, you could tell by half, okay, we're cashing this thing in. That was, by the way, the game that Isaiah and Lambeer walked off the floor. That was the Game 4 sweep in the Western Conference Finals. So I guess I was part of one, but not like that. I honestly, you could, I don't know, maybe because I've been around so long. I've covered the team for a million years. This felt like Game 6 in Minnesota last year. Let's show up, go home. We got a game coming up at home.
Okay.
And they played well in Game 7 until they didn't.
Are we worried or not? Big deal or not a big deal?
Well, it should be a big deal, but it's not. I mean, it to me is this team.
Okay, so
how did Game 3 turn out in the Clippers?
They got killed, and then they came back and had a nice, tough win. Yeah, I'm not throwing them out or anything like that.
I don't think you judge anything until Friday.
Okay.
Now, if you see another blowout, I said, okay, they got
but
theirs.
It's still.
They're done.
I don't want to whitewash this like this is somewhat acceptable to get humiliated, because they did get humiliated.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand, and I heard the morning show say, well, would you rather lose like this or lose on a last-second shot?
I'd rather lose on a last-second shot.
I would, too. I would think.
Absolutely, I would.
It shows that you're competitive. You're right there with it.
If you're asking me what is the most mentally weak way to lose a basketball game, then sure, we could lose it like this. You accepted it in the first quarter, so I guess that's easier to mentally get over. But from a competitive standpoint, yeah, lose on the last shot.
Yeah, this game gives just NBA mentality. This gives you an excuse unless we even try. It's not that big a deal. Which is why I said yesterday, Oklahoma City was going to come out for bear if they're the team we think they are, and you got to match it. I mean, you got to match it, and then they all of a sudden in the third quarter, and it's still 6-5, 6, 4, 5, 6, like it was in Game 1. They're going to go, damn, these guys are real. Instead, you just cashed in. They cashed in last night.
First 6.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Game was over in first 6.5 minutes.
I told you that. I could tell.
6.5 minutes.
However it was, but Murray's 1 for 3. Porter's misses 2 wide open shots. Joker missed a couple. Plus, on one of the shots he missed, he got the hell fouled out of him and no call. So, okay, it's going to be like that for him. Porter, 2 wide open shots. And Murray had like these 3 turnovers. And then defensively, just kind of stood there and let guys, I said, they don't care. I knew that the start of the game, they did not care.
Can a team then just literally hit the reset button and say, okay, neither of those games was really that big of a deal. It's the best 3 out of 5, and we have home court.
Well, game 3 to 4 last series. Game 6 to 7 last year for 3 quarters. So, yeah. But now, are they capable? Will they?
I mean, what if Oklahoma City wins by 20 points Friday night?
Then the series is probably over.
Okay. Then it's a big deal.
Yeah.
You get humiliated at home, then it's a big deal.
You get humiliated at home, then it's a big deal.
But last night, whatever.
1, 2, 3 Cancun. Yeah, whatever's whatever last night. You got to see the response Friday. Friday's a monster game.
We will hear from David Adelman. Excuse me. We'll hear from Michael Porter Jr. Like, should this dude even be playing? But we will have tickets to give away. Tune in tomorrow for your chance to win tickets to Game 3 or 4. Keywords on the 20s every hour. Listen for your name. Call and claim your tickets. You got 5 minutes to call in. If you don't call in time, we'll call out another name. That's Friday on your home for the Nuggets. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic dealing with erectile dysfunction. You want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, but every case is different. However, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has dealt with thousands of men over the past decade, so they can get you going. Better medical practice leads to better outcomes, and that's what they specialize in, as their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. Intimacy is a special moment. You want to feel connected. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has success rates well over 90%. They have served the Front Range for nearly a decade, and here you go. That initial visit, it's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment, so call them today. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
David, after a blowout loss to the Clippers, you stressed it's one game. It counts as one. There's a chance to respond. I assume the message, the thinking is similar?
Yeah, but we got punked, and we didn't play well enough, and they came out with the right intensity, and we didn't. I thought we let some open shots early in the game affect us how we played defensively. And, you know, this is a team that does that. I mean, there's a reason why they have historic plus-minus numbers throughout this season is they put people away. So you got to have a much better start than that. We can't come out like that kind of mentality. You know, I'm not sitting here tonight talking about the 1-1 thing. Not tonight. We're not going to flush that. We've got to be better. We know that. That being said, it's nice to know that you got a win underneath your belt, but that's not what this is right now in the present. So we'll react the right way, like we did, you know, in Game 3 in LA. Bring a different intensity. Look at what they did differently. React accordingly. And I would expect a much better effort from our guys on Friday night in Denver.
Plus minus is always a weird stat. Like, does this really matter or not? But there's some inescapable numbers on the plus minus side. SGA Scott Tyler was a plus 51. That's a career high for him. Wasn't that? That might have been some other record too, like some sort of crazy, like positive record. Jokic minus 36. CB minus 40. Minus 34 from Jamal. Minus 36 from AG. Michael Porter was minus 25, but he played less minutes. So, that's sort of whatever. Talk to me about the plus minus in this one. Just
you got your ass whooped.
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, hard to find a player that's particularly worse than others, except for Russell Westbrook, who was going balls to the wall.
Yeah, he was minus 30 in 22 minutes.
So
but he was significantly better than anybody else on the court.
That's what I'm saying. So he had the best game of all the players, and yet he's still minus 30.
Right.
Which is still an embarrassing loss, right?
God, SGA had 34 points on 13 shots.
How many threes he make?
1 to 2.
How many free throws he make?
11 of 11. Turnovers.
I knew when Scott Foster, your lead official, was coming in, it was going to be a very tough night for Denver.
What is up with that?
Well, you just know.
Yeah.
He's known as the series extender.
I mean, technically speaking, he did foul out the best player in the world in his return.
Where was Scott Foster?
Not reffing.
What was he doing?
I don't know. On the beach.
League had to get him, RoboCop to get him where they needed to win.
So he just had he not?
I hadn't seen him much. I saw him late in the year.
Okay.
But I don't know if I saw him much in the first round.
But I know what Tyler said, because I heard that same thing too, and I was like, was this guy on leave? Was he suspended? Was he?
I just don't think he was reffing. I mean, he missed the series.
He ref late in the year, and then someone pointed that up to me. They said, "Have you not seen Scott Foster in the first round?" So I hadn't, but I hadn't paid attention.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know to look for it.
Yeah. But yeah, that's RoboCop.
Where was this? Does this have anything to do with bad calls or bad refereeing?
No, I'm just you like to go down a conspiracy theory every once in a while.
Okay,
I can give you my text I was sent.
Okay.
Scott Foster is 19-2 when given a chance to extend the series.
Wow, that's a fun little
Say
number.
that again. I'm sorry.
19-2.
When what?
When you can guarantee the extension of a series. the team that needs extended are 19-2.
Do the refs get paid by the game?
Yeah.
In the postseason?
By the series, I think.
They do?
Yeah, and the second round is more than the first. The third is more than the second.
So the longer it goes, the better for them.
No, Scott's saying by the series.
Yeah, but do you get paid?
Or the round when you're
not by the game, by the series.
Oh, so you don't make more money if the series goes 7 or 4?
I don't think so, but I don't know. I don't think it's
that would be a dangerous precedent.
That would be a brutal
that would be
setup.
Bad. That'd be a bad idea.
If that is true, then yeah, that would be horrible.
Yeah, that would be stupid. Actually, I don't even know. I've never even thought about it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go through some of this other stuff.
But you just guaranteed the extension of the series at least 5 games.
Let's talk about Adelman leaving the guys in there to start the second half.
I did not. No, I felt like those guys wanted to go back out there and play. I felt like they needed to find the rhythm of physicality. I think that they thought we were trying to junk up the game, which we weren't. We were just trying to play much harder than we did in the first half. And obviously when he fouled out, got mauled out with about a minute left. They got to sit the whole quarter. They'll get to sit tomorrow, all day Friday, and get ready for Friday night. So, no, I was not just going to sit the guys at halftime. Like, that's not what we're doing here. We're going to try to get better and play, feel what it was out there. So, yeah, it's a tough loss, but it's one.
Like it, don't like it.
What choice does he have?
Oh, DeAndre Jordan, Hunter Tyson,
You got.
I'm sorry. I thought you were asking.
You mean at halftime? Don't even bring the guys back at half.
That's the question. They're down 31.
No, you don't ever do that. You don't deserve to get out of there.
Okay,
that's how I feel.
In my opinion, you don't deserve to walk away from this game.
Don't reward the dudes.
No, you don't deserve to walk away from this game.
You got to own it.
Yeah, you got to own it.
You got to wear this one.
Yeah, minus 36, minus 34, minus 36, minus 30.
Even at the risk of potential injury and maybe at the benefit of rest, you got to own it a little
You know
bit.
what you do? Joker sprained his ankle in Boston on the jump ball. So as soon as the game goes into play, there's risk of injury.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, you play him. I put him in there.
And he did.
Yeah. And and it would have been minimum of probably half to 2/3 of the third quarter.
And it was.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. But the Mandalorian third season is fantastic.
He got you going. All right, let's talk about Michael Porter.
The pools below Andor,
okay,
or the pools below Mandalorian are still active, and the legendary beast still lives in it.
You're on your own on this one. I'm not a big Star Wars guy.
Oh, I love Star Wars.
Yeah. How are the Ewoks doing?
I haven't seen any. Do you watch Mandalorian?
I'm sorry I asked. Seriously, don't.
Do you watch Mandalorian?
Don't worry about it. I don't really care about the Ewoks.
Have you seen the third season yet?
Yes.
Oh boy.
So I just got the part where he goes there, the lady follows, they go to Mandalorian, they get down the city, and he goes and baptizes himself, forgiveness and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Which, by the way, if you notice, the lady hasn't taken her helmet off either, and she was in the pool. So she's going to come back to be a Mandalorian too, I think. Just throwing that out there.
I'm playing the music. We could go into a mock draft right now.
I can watch that or watch a 50-point blowout. Come on.
All right, let's talk.
If you ain't gonna play, why do you deserve me to watch that?
I feel you.
I do have it recorded, but I don't.
Listen, man, you're going down my path. I think fans should be a little pissed off today. I don't think it should be as easy as no big deal. No. It's whatever. That's all I've heard
Listen,
today.
I can throw back and go back to player. It's not a big deal from the big scheme of thing as far as games to play. Yes, they got blown out in Game 3, came back and won Game 4 on the road. So, yes, this team is capable. The answer is yes, yes, yes. But as a former player who still gets at this time of the year, it's why I can't watch the game. I'm being very serious. You should, if you thought the first game was bad, you should have seen them last night. And I'm by myself. The warden went to the gym. They have daycare, and Ellie likes to go there. So I'm in the house by myself watching the start of this thing. If someone had a videotape, I'm a madman. Talking to yourself and all this, and I was answering. What are they doing? Hell, they ain't doing nothing. And I mean, I don't like. Listen, I played in a different era, and when I can sit back and reflect of who I'm trying to become now to who I was then, I don't like that guy anymore. That guy was a dirty, nasty, mean, ugly, didn't care about anything, dude. So when I start watching the game, that guy starts popping out, and I got to turn it off. That's what I did.
Okay.
Because that was soft-ass play. You're going to play like that in the postgame? You piece of...
Well, I like that.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I wish I could have felt that. I didn't feel anything. I just felt I have no interest in this. I don't know what my takeaway is supposed to be from this. The fact that they got blown. Now, it wasn't like this. What was the score of that Clippers game in Game 3?
They lost by 35.
35
That's pretty bad.
Versus 43.
So
43.
But could have been 50.
All right, pretty much the same thing.
Well, that could have been 40.
So that's the same thing.
Fair.
The fact that they bounced back from that, and I do remember the conversations we were having, man, and it did not feel good after that. Nobody was sitting here picking the Nuggets right after that game.
Hell no.
And they bounced back. So I guess that's giving us this, but to me, that's kind of false hope. To me, that's kind of like maybe it's real,
but it's a track record. It's kind of like the Indy 500. You have them. Okay, here's your track speed. You get the pole position. That's what we're capable of running this track at this speed.
Well, stay in the pole.
Well, you should have stayed on the pole. They won pole position.
You worked pretty damn hard to get the pole position.
They got a. You know what they did? They had a wreck in the first turn.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about MPJ for a second. Adelman.
It is. And, it's funny. You can tell when he shoots it, he's having a hard time with a full release at the top of his shot. It's almost like it's stopping at 90%, 85%. And the other thing with Mike, and he's giving great effort, the two-handed rebound against this team is so important. You can't go up with one. And tonight, I mean, when I say punked, I'm talking in a basketball term. 24 fast break points, 20 second chance points. They dominated the paint, and part of that is the rebounding. And it is a team effort thing. It's not just about blocking out. It's about meeting the ball at the highest point, and he is affected that way. But again, I think it was really good. And I know I'm not trying to throw a positive out there, to see the ball go in for him in the second half. That's kind of why I left him out there. I want to see if he could find a rhythm. He had a couple shots rim out. But that's such an important thing for us if they're going to double and triple and shrink the floor and all those things. Michael has to eat on that weak side. So if he can see the ball going, that's really going to help us.
All right, let me play you Michael, too, because right there it sounds like Michael Porter Jr. shouldn't be playing. But here's Michael Porter Jr.
On our spots, from the jump, we got to set the tone with how we're going to play so that the refs know that, and they're going to, they tend to side with the enforcing team. So we got to show that we're physically enforcing ourselves more next game than we are this game, on our spots, and really just compete.
All right, well, he also said that he doesn't feel like himself either. Like, he's not right. Oh, okay, well, what is it? Because if the dude can't rebound, which is a criticism you had, Tyler, if his guide hand isn't helping him on his shot, Scott, why the hell's this guy in the game? If he's admitting I'm 20 to 30%, and, I'm trying to do my best, and blah, 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 why is he in the game?
So he's sub 9 points, 10 out of the last 15 playoff games. What about the other 7?
You know what?
To me, it feels more historical.
When was the injury?
It was in the
first game.
Give me an estimate on days.
No, it was in the Clippers in
first game.
First game of the Clippers. It's when he got landed on, when he dove for the ball.
Okay, I have no clue when that started.
Game 1, that was 3 Saturdays ago. So
3 weeks?
Yeah, close to 4, yeah.
Okay.
Close to 4 at this point.
If the injury is what I think it is, which is an AC joint sprain, that's like typical healing timeline. That's like you're back, man. Now you're still gonna have some pain. So that's what's confusing me about this. Having that injury many times, I've got a shoulder that I had to have the joint. It was 3 inches lower. Had to have that shaved off because I had that at grade 3. It was terrible. I had grade 2 after that. It's brutal. It's painful. But I mean, what I don't get about this, it's almost like it's getting progressively worse rather than better.
Well,
what's weighing on your mind so much with this? If he's not good enough to play,
then don't play.
Then don't play.
Yeah,
the end.
But again,
were you hemming and hawing about this?
And
don't play.
But I said this yesterday. I give him tons of credit for playing because I watched that Cleveland go down 0-2, and you guys got a sprained toe. Another guy's got a sprained ankle, and they're sitting on street clothes. And I'm like, dude, you're already 0-1, and now you're going to sit out game 2?
Oh, okay.
Those are cowards, in my opinion. Now, they're probably really hurt, and I'm sorry about that, whatever. But that's cowards. Michael Porter's not a coward.
I agree.
So I'm going to say that. I enjoy his toughness. That being said, is it pain? Yeah. And is when he goes up and he says he's not released? Yeah. Is that because now it hurts or the fear of the hurt here? I know it's coming at any time soon. And that may be affecting his shot.
Here's what I think now with Michael Porter Jr. It ain't a slump. My whole thing about, it's 2 bad games, good game, that's based on just, it's a slump, whatever, blah, blah, blah. If the dude is hurt, then forget it. And whether he's really, really hurt or he thinks he's really hurt, it doesn't matter. If it's leaking into his brain, it's just as big as the injury itself. I mean, listen, I like DA and the whole thing, but, we're encouraged because he saw the ball go in the bucket because he played in the second half.
He was 2 for 10.
Yeah, exactly. What are we doing?
But maybe he saw his last couple go in.
Okay. Hey, we're down by 44 now. I'm feeling better.
Dante Bichette home run.
Right. What are we talking
it's
about here?
It's 14-1 in the bottom of the 9th.
I'd start Peyton Watson. I'd have MPJ come off the bench. I'd give him 6 minutes off the bench. If he can hit a couple shots, fine. If he can't, whatever, it's 6 minutes. You're not killing us, and at least I'm going to get rebounding and effort out of Peyton Watson. I wouldn't start Russell Westbrook. I'd keep him in his role. His role is perfect. Yep. Keep going, exactly. He's still playing 34 minutes a game off the bench, so we're not worried about that. Just start somebody else. Put MPJ in for 6 minutes instead of Peyton Watson for 6 minutes.
But could you, and I don't disagree with that, but could you do that now without now Michael saying I'm being punished for being hurt?
I don't even care now. I'm actually getting pissed off as we're talking about it. What are we doing here?
Well, are you being punished or I'd just sit down with him and be like, dude, are you healthy or not? And you got to be honest with us. And if he's not honest, then you got to have a tough conversation, right? But hopefully you can just make this thing mutual.
Listen, it wasn't like all Michael Porter Jr.'s fault, but he's definitely not playing well. And he's trying. Here he is talking about his injury.
It would heal. When you have a sprain like this, immobilizing the joint is the fastest way to heal it. And obviously, I haven't been able to do that with the games. I've chose to play, but that's not an excuse. Like, if I'm gonna go out there and play, then I gotta, I gotta play well. I'm just so limited out there, so I'm not able to do what I want to do. Offensively, defensively, on the glass, everything's a little hard, but that's not an excuse. I gotta play better if I'm gonna go out there and play.
Do you still plan on playing moving forward, or would you consider maybe taking a game off to get time to rest it?
I just think that it's like do or die for our team, so I don't feel the pull to really try to rest it, I think, if I'm not able to perform out there, then they put someone else in there that's able to perform better for the team, and that's what we got to do. But I'm definitely
well, you just don't stop
try,
it.
Cause
stop it.
I might
Stop
be able to make
it. Just stop it. Stop it. He just told you he doesn't want to be out there.
Yeah.
That is what he just told you. If I'm not able to perform and there's somebody else, nobody talks like that when you feel like you're the best option. You don't say that out loud. You don't say that to a microphone. You just told everybody you are giving the coach the ability to bench you if he wants to bench you.
I remember, it's a little.
Anybody else hear that differently?
Dude, little kid baseball, I know it's totally different. Go out to the mound. I said, look at a kid. I go, kid, do you want to be in this game? Because things were a little rough. And he looked up at me and he goes, I don't know. And I'm like, next. It's nothing to think about here. Whether you're a little kid or you're an NBA player, you cannot play guys that don't have the confidence to play. And he clearly doesn't have the confidence to play. He's telling you he doesn't have the confidence to play. He's getting paid to play. I mean, is that what we're talking about here?
Not right now, he's not.
Well, that's right. I don't know, man. This is what I'm frustrated about. I get it. It's just one game. You got the split, blah, 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 blah. I got all that. But this is frustrating.
Well, because he's an integral part of your team that could help you win easier.
Russell Westbrook sat out a game in the playoffs against the Clippers, and they won that game. He came back and he played good, which makes me wonder about that injury, by the way. Was that really that? Okay, whatever. It worked out. Maybe it was a little mental break for Russell Westbrook too, okay? It happens.
Because he's been good since then.
He sure has. So how about this? Let's take a load off Michael Porter Jr.'s plate. He's obviously injured to a degree. Don't even put him on the bench. Put him in street clothes. Take some time here, bro. And maybe we see you in game 4, and we go from there. We know there's going to be a game 5, and you know what? This has all the earmarks of some sort of crazy, insane 7-game series if the Nuggets have a chance. I'll go to that degree now. I was all talking about NBA championships yesterday. Now I'm saying if they don't win, like you said, if they don't win on Friday, this probably goes 7 games. Because there'll be another stinker in there because they'll take it for granted, right? They'll probably go 7 games if they win on Friday, and then who knows? But if they lose on Friday, they might not win another game. That could be it. That could be a wrap on the season.
I told you the time they went down to San Antonio, Andre Miller had 38. They went, boom, 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 got blown out game 2, beaten game 3, beaten game 4, blown out game 5. Got an extra trip to San Antonio that year, but
yeah.
Oh, boy.
I think just dismissing this game just as if it's absolutely nothing is kind of a mistake.
Well, I think overanalyzing it is a mistake, and probably dismissing it is a mistake. I think it needs to be talked about. I saw in the first 3-4 minutes, okay, Oklahoma City came out and started beating on you, and you didn't retaliate. There was nothing come back. Guys are slipping screens. Guys are bumping you and you're moving away. And really, to me, it looks just like game 3 in L.A.
Okay.
Like
well,
you weren't ready to play.
You did take the split.
Not that you weren't ready to play. You weren't ready to play physical. Hey, we're going to run the ball 45 times this game. And you come up and you ain't ready to get out there and get in the trenches. Guess what you ain't doing? Run the ball 45 times.
Paul Pierce had an interesting bet. We'll give you the details on that. And anybody got some different thoughts about Miko right now? We all
go Dallas. Let's go. Come on, Dallas.
Let's go, Stars. It's PhD on 92.5. On Twitch, Tyler, you lived this MPJ thing in 2015 with Manning. At what point did you say to yourself, we need to bench Manning? He is hurting us more than helping the team.
No.
Wow.
No. We say no dumb questions. That's a dumb question. Are we trying to compare Michael Porter Jr. and Peyton Manning and the effects that they can bring even when limited?
Homebrew 999 is, I guess.
I mean, seriously, let's talk about this for a second. What Peyton Manning brought to the field from a mental perspective was astronomical. Whether it's the audibles, hurt or not, whether he is Peyton Manning of the old physically, what he is able to do from a mental perspective, he's a literal offensive coordinator on the field that would get us into the right runs, into the right checks, into the right screens at the right time. And on top of that, there was a belief factor that just came with Peyton Manning on the field, right? Where does any of that apply to Michael Porter Jr.?
Yeah,
and I feel like I'm grinding on Michael Porter Jr. right now, and I'm going to back off because I'm almost starting to feel bad here. But it's there's no comparable here.
No, there's no. You're not comparing apples to apples because Peyton Manning's surefire. Well, he's a Hall of Famer. He's a Ring of Famer. He's going to go down the top 5 quarterbacks of all time. And Michael doesn't live in that zone, but you could compare him in the sense that just from the same sense of there was a time that Gary Kubiak finally said, listen, you're hurting, your physical play is hurting us more than it's helping us right now. We have to get you healthy for the playoff run. And they made a decision. Probably longer than Peyton wanted to, right? I mean, he was back there throwing with sunshine back in the
Jordan Taylor
in the practice facility.
It was a complicated thing because even though the Broncos started off 4-0 and pretty good, Peyton wasn't having great games.
No, he had multiple 3 and 4 interception games. And they won.
You guys just kept winning. It was crazy. And then there was the passing record, which Peyton probably shouldn't have played in that Chiefs game at all because he was hurt. But you were 6 yards away from the passing record, and you would have got it in Indy if the Colts didn't have one of the more bizarre drives of all time, a 50-yard, 6.5-minute drive to kneel on the ball, which was you guys never got the ball back on offense, and that was the Aqib Talib eye poke thing that, you got a 15-yard penalty late in the game, and it gave him a first down. They could just take a knee. Really strange. Either you score or you give the ball up, right? A 6.5-minute drive from the 50. So there was all this weird pressure on Peyton to play in that Chiefs game because he needed 6 yards to get the passing record.
So of the teams I played for, which was Washington, Seattle, and Denver, the ones that I really count.
Not Detroit.
Don't count that one. I only had one fan base that I hated, and that was Washington. I hated that fan base. It was a terrible fan base. It was just for a million different reasons. It doesn't even matter, okay? I've never had any beef with Broncos fans. I think they're phenomenal fans. But I've never been more disappointed in Broncos fans than I was that day when we played the Chiefs. Peyton breaks the all-time passing record, and then Peyton Manning gets booed off the field. We just booed Peyton Manning off the field. I couldn't believe it. The whole team was sitting there stunned. This stadium is booing Peyton Manning, but that's how bad it was getting, and that's, there was no decision to be made at that point because, fans were fed up. Coaches could see it. It was where it was. But I was disappointed that day just because I couldn't believe that we got to that point.
Yeah, you guys are down 20-0 halftime. Peyton had a 0 quarterback rating. Gary Kubiak came out later and said Gary said I shouldn't have played Peyton in that game. It just wasn't fair to Peyton, frankly. And he did get the scoring passing record, but it was lost in the wash. And then, the rest kind of is history. The rest is him with Dr. Andrews, I believe, getting the footwork done and passing with Jordan Taylor and giving Gary Kubiak the finger in the training facility like I'm ready to go and they'll be in the back. The rest is history.
Yeah, to coming in down 20-0 in San Diego and winning the game.
The whole thing. Well, no, they weren't down 20-0. They were down by 8 points. -4 in turnovers, but still in the game. Actually, I think it was maybe even only 6 points. The Chargers should have been killing you guys, but they really weren't. And then Peyton and Tyler came in the game, and you ran the ball great. Peyton really didn't even have to throw the ball all that much. You just didn't have to make mistakes. And the Chargers were just not a great team, but it was a good close game.
Yeah, we ran the hell out of the ball.
Yeah, and really well. And it was just everything just settled down. And I felt bad for Brock Osweiler in that game. It wasn't really Brock's fault. He had passes bouncing off guys and Emmanuel Sanders fumbling. The ball should have gone out of bounds. It didn't. But, I mean, it's part of Broncos lore and history. The point is, though, there's no point in playing a guy who's hurt and can't perform. And whether they're physically hurt and can't perform or they're mentally just out of it, there's no point here. So there's that. We'll get back to the game here in a little bit. Paul Pierce, did you hear about the Paul Pierce deal? It was pretty funny.
Is he done yet?
Well, I don't know. Here's what he said initially.
How confident are you?
Celtics
next tonight.
If the Celtics lose Game 2 at home, I promise you, I'm walking here tomorrow. I'm walking here.
Why you gotta do that?
Wait a minute.
I'm walking here 15 miles. I'm walking here.
I don't know, Keith. This is your friend.
In my robe.
Get your friends.
No shoes on.
Somebody's saving.
Bare feet.
No.
If what?
If the Celtics lose tonight.
Oh, my God. Oh, don't do it, Paul.
I'm walking.
Paul.
Okay. So this is Paul Pierce on the streets walking to work.
This is crazy, dog. I can't believe this. C's got me out here like this, dog. I'm sweating. So I'm about like 4 miles in right now. So I think I got like another 16 miles. I've been going for about an hour and a half right now. So, all right, I keep y'all updated. I'm a man of my word, though. All right, I'll holler at y'all.
All right, do we have an update? Do we know if he really did that or was that just like a stunt?
Did he go barefoot?
I don't know. I didn't see his feet.
I did see him in those barefoot shoes.
Well, there you go. I did see him in his bathrobe. I don't know if he did or anybody. Did he really do it or not? Or was that just kind of a...
Even if he just filmed it, it's kind of funny.
Oh, it's funny, yeah. I'm curious if he really did it, though.
Well, what was it?
He showed the map, and it was like 21 miles to get there.
Yeah, we might need some Strava data on that one to see if he really did it or not.
Wasn't the famous quote from Dick Butkus when the Broncos played the Bears, if an AFC team ever beats us, I'll walk home. And the Broncos beat the Bears in Denver, I believe, like the first AFC team to beat an NFC team.
Yeah.
And that was a big thing. I don't know. I doubt
he walked home, yeah. But at least Paul was having some fun with it.
I mean, this is his video showing he's out on the street
that's his
walking.
bathrobe. You see, he's in his bathrobe. He's definitely on the street in his bathrobe.
Bathrobe's a bad choice, I'll tell you that much.
Walking.
He didn't say anything about wearing a bathrobe, did he?
No, he did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did. He said, I'd be in my bathrobe.
Yeah, he kept adding. It was like the movie The Jerk. He kept adding, I'll walk here.
All I need is this chair.
I'll walk here barefooted. I'll walk in a bathrobe.
He hates these cans. Anyway, it's kind of a fun moment.
Pump boy.
What did Vic do? He bet something.
Him and Kiefer walked from Fort Collins to Ball Arena. Like, they really did that.
They did it over like 3 days, though.
Yeah. Well, okay, whatever. That is.
He had another one that he was going to walk to work for.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah. What was that, Dan? Do you remember that?
I can't remember. I do remember the Fort Collins walk, though.
Yeah, him and Kiefer really did that. That was hell of impressive. What was that about? Why'd they do that? Was there some purpose to that?
It was the beginning of the Avs and Nuggets seasons, and they decided to.
That's it?
Why Fort Collins?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Trying to get a bigger fan base up north.
Okay.
Okay.
Extend your fan base.
You know what? You want to hear just
You walked yesterday?
I walked because I live 2 miles down the road. And I was a sweaty.
There, get on your little Google Maps, see how far it is actually.
To my house?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that I'll tell you during the break.
Yeah.
Also, there's a hockey twist that is like it's gonna curl your stomach, and it's not Miko. There's something else to it. But there's the Miko stuff too. We're here for your feedback. We're here to have you vent or not vent. If it's just not that big of a deal, it's PHC on 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler here for the best car dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, and I know the weekend is almost here, you don't have to waste your whole weekend driving all over the state of Colorado. Just go to the best car dealership, Phil Long Ford. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You're going to get the best price, I promise you. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long. Relationships matter in life, and that's why I've been a continued customer of Phil Long Ford since my rookie year in the NFL, because I know him, I love him, I trust him. Same thing's going to happen to you after you buy that first vehicle at Phil Long Ford. Keep in mind that they've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
I just looked it up. From here to my house is 2.7 miles walking distance. Supposed to take an hour and 5 minutes. So I really, really mistimed that yesterday. I had a boogie to get here in like 45.
Well, that means you walked pretty fast.
Oh, I had no choice.
You didn't go the roads. You said you were cutting through neighborhoods.
A little bit. Parking lots a little bit, but it's like as the crow flies. It ain't, it's pretty straight. There's only so much you can really cut off.
Just walk down to Yosemite and come straight.
Yeah, that's why you don't really have much of a choice. And then I banged a left at the new Chick-fil-A. I thought that would save me a few seconds. I
think that hurt you.
It put me through some mud, and I had to put the shoes.
He's convinced that's a shorter route. That's what the whole bet came down to.
Well, I think it's shorter to the new Chick-fil-A. Oh, they're building a sidewalk too to go from the 470 pass sidewalk to the Chick-fil-A. I'm noticing all sorts of details now about the.
Did we ever get to the bottom of that bet? By the way,
that wasn't my bet in the first place. So
oh, you turned it into yours.
I was fascinated by it. I was looking for a piece of it. But
whose bet was it? Brandon and who?
Raj. Good
Raj.
Yeah. By the way, I'm looking at this, trying to look at the score of your game when you guys were down against the Chargers back in the day, and I'm getting a little confused. Like when Brock actually came out, it's like halfway through the third quarter, right?
I think it was the second series of the third quarter. If I
second
remember correctly.
series,
second or third.
It was probably 17-7 at the time.
Yeah, because there was a fumble. Oh, my God. Do you know who forced the fumble on C.J. Anderson?
No.
When Manti Te'o.
I don't even remember the fumble.
Yeah. And then that's where then the Chargers had a possession, and then here comes Peyton. You and Peyton came in. So the score was only 13-7. All those turnovers, all those mistakes, you guys were only down by 6 points. It's crazy, right? Then you came in, you had a nice long drive, got that touchdown, ran the ball a ton. Hillman, CJ, touchdown. You only threw like a couple passes on that drive when Peyton came back in.
Yeah. And they all went to the right. Just saying.
Did they really?
A lot.
That's awesome. And then away you go. You guys never trailed after that? Never. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Did you trail a little bit? No. No, you did not. You just took it from there. Close game, though. Wasn't like some sort of big blowout. 27-20 the final.
Yeah, you were down 2017.
They did come back. The Chargers did come back and take the lead.
Yeah, 80-yard pass from Rivers to Tyrell Williams.
Oh, okay. All right.
Then field goal to tie it, and then Hillman with the run.
What a game, man. What a season. Sorry, I'm going
Manny came in that game, gets
Broncos.
credit. He saved it. Mine years past now, I'd say, it was glorious. You're down 20-0. He only threw 6 passes.
Right.
He was 5 of 6.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about to the texter that was asked about Michael Porter Jr. and tried to compare the two situations. What you don't understand is the mental effect, the belief that when Peyton Manning walks into a huddle, it just changes the dynamics. It does. Whether it's him actually doing it or not, the belief factor that comes from it, it's going to work.
I got 5 of 9 for 69 yards. You got 5 of 6?
Oh, maybe it was 9.
Who cares?
I don't know.
But it wasn't many, right?
It was like nothing.
Yeah, 5 of 9, 69.
It's about belief, though, too. And I don't mean to be dumping on Michael Porter Jr. here because I like MPJ for sure. But if he doesn't really feel like he should be in there, that's got to be translating to some of his teammates, too. It's like, hey, man, I got it. You got the split. That's the most important thing. But to think that you're not going to make any changes whatsoever or make any adjustments is kind of silly, don't you think?
Well, for anybody that might have missed it, because we played it a couple segments ago, you should play that audio again of Michael Porter Jr. saying, hey, if I'm not the best option, don't put me in.
Here we go.
I think it would heal, when you have a sprain like this, immobilizing the joint is the fastest way to heal it. And obviously I haven't been able to do that with the games. I've chose to play, but that's not an excuse. Like, if I'm going to go out there and play, then I got to, I got to play well. I'm just so limited out there. So I'm not able to do what I want to do. Offensively, defensively, on the glass, everything's a little hard, but that's not an excuse. I got to play better if I'm going to go out there and play.
Do you still plan on playing moving forward, or would you consider maybe taking a game off to get time to rest it?
I just think that it's like do or die for our team, you know. So I don't feel the pull to really try to rest it, you know. I think, you know, if I'm not able to perform out there, then they put someone else in there that's able to perform better for the team, and that's what we got to do. But I'm definitely go out there and try, you know, because I might be able to make an impact. I might some shots might go down. I just got to be very selective with how I play. I got to really think and be smart out there.
Yeah, you know,
I don't know why he gets to make so many choices.
He did say it's do or die time, so I guess that's saying I got to go. But anytime you publicly acknowledge, like, hey, coach might have to make a tough decision if I'm the best option or not.
Well, then that becomes a bigger argument, doesn't it? Is there really a better option?
Okay, well, talk to me.
Is there not? Peyton Watson isn't a better option?
Let's go better option ceiling.
Okay.
Who's got a higher ceiling?
What are we trying to do? Are we playing defense? Are we scoring? What are we trying to do?
Trying to win a game.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at Joker to get 40 then, I guess, 35. I'm looking for Jamal to have 27, and I think I'm looking for some rebounds. What do I need out of what are we looking for? Do we really need 15 to 18 points out of Michael Porter Jr.
Listen,
or not?
It helps.
Listen, I think we're stuck in this like extremely optimistic point of view of what Michael Porter Jr. could be. With the reality of what he is right now, yeah, I think there probably is a better option. But if we're talking about what he could be, now, no, there's not.
Well, he had 15 in Game 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, is that
and that's where it gets confusing.
Peyton Watson ain't getting 15.
That's where it gets
tougher.
That's where it gets confusing for me on the injury, because I've had the injury and time usually makes it better, not worse. I don't really understand why it seems to be getting worse.
Well, unless you go up and somebody pulls it again.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
We have just seen that this Thunder team can be beat, but they can also end a game in the first 6.5 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
They can do both of those things. They can be beat, and you can also lose to the game in the first 6 minutes.
Which is the most disheartening thing about yesterday.
6 minutes to it was over. Yeah. So what are we going to do with those first 6 minutes? So you listen, I think you're going to get a better effort out of Peyton Watson in those first 6 minutes. You don't need 1 million points in the first 6 minutes, but you may need a rebound. You might need some hustle. You might need things that Michael Porter Jr. can't do right now.
Well, I'm not totally against it, but again, you've just shrunk a shrunk bench anyway.
Oh well, I mean.
So now who's the other body you put in? So you just play 6 guys all game?
I don't know, man.
You trust Zeke Naji to fill up 8-10 minutes?
No, DeAndre can't play 6-8 minutes?
Well, that's for Joker. I'm talking for Christian Brown, for Peyton Watson now, for Aaron Gordon now.
Strother can't play 4 or 5 minutes?
Well, you tell me.
I don't know. You tell me. Why am I yelling at you?
I don't know.
Sorry, I don't mean.
No, and listen, you got an injury. You get an injury from a starter, and now all of a sudden, and listen, benches are smaller in playoffs.
We sure you can't start Russ?
I don't start him.
Are we sure that that's not a better option?
I don't start him.
He's just been so effective off the bench, man.
It's cool. So be effective as a starter.
He ends up playing during those times where they take their guys off and rest, and he's been so effective in that role. Just, I don't know, man. He's still playing like 34 minutes a game. He's playing starter minutes.
Yeah.
It is like with Bruce Brown and KCP. It was, KCP started, but you looked at the stats at the end of the game. It was like, I don't know. It looks about the same to me.
Yeah. And Porter was in that mix too. Bruce Brown come in and play for him a lot too.
All right. Well, the game. We'll get more to it. There's actually an interesting we do have a little NFL thing, which kind of goes to the theory of, was Barron the right draft pick? Little stuff, a palate cleanser. But I got to get your thoughts on Miko getting the hat trick. What you guys thought? Is this going to just sting worse the better he plays for Dallas?
Well, I heard Andy talk about it yesterday. When they traded him to Carolina, in fact, I listened to Moser and them guys talk about it. Moser was talking about it. He was pretty good the first 25 games and then was on a drought with the Avalanche. Traded to Carolina, did absolutely nothing in Carolina. And even when he got to Dallas, he really didn't do much in Dallas. And for 5 of the 7 games in that series, did nothing in the playoffs. And then I think he had a golden assist in Game 6. He had the hat trick in Game 7. Now he comes back up, and that's kind of the Mikko of our Mikko. Is like he would disappear for 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden he'd get 15 points in 5 games, and he's on one of those benders right now. He's a good player. He's a Vic thinks he's already a Hall of Famer.
He's in the conversation.
He's in the conversation. Moj says he's not.
As long as you are viewing Mikko play hockey and you are not viewing the Avalanche play hockey, it's going to hurt. Yep. So to answer your question, yeah, the longer that he's playing out there, the more it's going to hurt. And the more painful it's going to be, the more regrets you're going to have, because that's just recency bias. And I don't know that it makes it wrong or right, but it's there. It's the only thing you can watch.
To me, it feels like it stings. It feels like the deal feels worse and worse as Mikko plays better and better. And if the Stars seriously go on to win this whole thing, which I am not.
Stars Toronto in the finals. That's what I'm thinking.
That's probably a pretty good final.
Yeah.
And then the Avalanche could have and probably should have been there if that's the case. Then we go from there.
It just really comes down to a really deep philosophical question. What makes a better overall team? Depth or stars?
Yep. And
depth or stars?
Well, I'll ask you this. Now we go back to the Nuggets conversation. What would you rather have? One more star right now or a little more depth?
Oh, that's tough. I feel like you're leading me to say depth. I don't know.
Does the star play like a star?
I think we're missing a third star.
Yeah, I
or
do
a second
too.
Star.
Well, what's Russell Westbrook, I guess?
Not a star.
What's he then?
Aaron Gordon?
What is Aaron Gordon? Awesome. The soul of the team.
He kind of took the night off too.
Yeah, well, join the party, I guess.
Yeah. Oh no, it wasn't a seat at one at that table.
Yeah.
There's about 7-8 dudes sitting at that table last night. No, they didn't go to the Shanahan's Steakhouse and said, "Can I have a table for one?"
No.
That was, "Hey, we need that big table in the back. Can we get 8 people at it?"
Yeah. How was that team dinner? How'd that team dinner go?
No. Well, they might have still been on dinner.
I don't know, man. It's a tough one. And then Mikko does what he does last night. And, I mean, if you care, you don't care. I get it. The Rockies are the Rockies, but they blow one in extra innings. And you're just like, what the hell is going on?
Can I ask, this is the only thing I'll say about the Rockies today. Would you be shocked if I said right now, a third of the way through the season, a little over a quarter of the season gone? I think it's right at a quarter, close to
6-29. Do the math. 35 games.
35, 70.
How's your math?
Not quite a quarter. If I told you right now this team wins 36 games, would that shock you?
I don't know how they're going to get to 36 games, Scott. They find a way to lose. They even play pretty competitive.
It's the most depressing segment we've ever had in the history of our radio show.
Yeah.
I mean, think about the topics we've just covered.
No depth. X-Star killing us.
Yeah.
And the
Rockies are doomed.
We haven't watched. Yeah.
Should we go back to how long it takes me to walk home?
I don't know. I think we should talk about the Mandalorian.
By the way,
season 3.
All you Rockies fans out there, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they've had enough. They fired their manager, Derek Shelton. So another major league team not satisfied with their manager and their record, whether it's his fault or not. They got rid of him. How are the Pirates doing, y'all? Not great. The Pirates have twice as many wins as the Rockies. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, I'm up for having more fun if we're just bumming everybody out. I don't mean to do that. I don't like to be all bummed out. I'd rather have fun here. So if anybody has, maybe a brighter side of things, you can text us. You can call us. 303-504-0925. Voice of the People is there. I'm up for brighter conversations. Always look at the brighter side of life. We got a new pope.
An American pope.
From Chicago.
Whoa.
Hey, Darren.
Oh, he's got to be crooked as hell. Chicago.
The crooked pope. You think the conclave was like a old school Chicago politics?
Have you guys seen that movie?
Rigged the election.
I have not seen Conclave. How is it?
Yeah.
Is it any good?
It's worth watching.
Pretty good.
Yeah. It's about voting for the pope.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there controversy in how you vote for a pope?
I thought it was kind of interesting. It gave me insight into...
Is there some politics in pope voting?
Are you serious?
I am very serious. I know nothing about voting for popes.
Yeah. Hold on.
Other than the
politics
bishops.
with the pope? Yes.
Okay, so there's the cardinals vote on pope. So there's politicking with the cardinals.
According to this movie.
Okay, I don't know anything about it. I know the cardinals vote, and then there's white smoke.
Hey, there's liberal popes, there's conservative popes. It's literally like politics.
Okay. Do they politic for themselves? Do they run for pope?
Well, one of the reasons they put them in the conclave is so that they don't get any outside interference or influence.
No phones, no electronics.
News, yeah.
All right, so we got a guy from Chicago.
Yeah.
Is this the first American pope ever?
From Chicago.
Yes, first American pope ever.
Hey, Chicago for the Bears.
Does he speak Italian?
I think he addressed the crowd, and he was speaking. I think he was speaking Italian, Italian or Greek. I don't know what to do.
Maybe Latin.
Could have been.
I don't know. I don't know nothing about him, but good for him, man. That's awesome. That's a good story. We got an American pope.
Yeah.
We're winning the pope business.
Another good pope movie, The Pope of Greenwich Village.
What's
you're going back a little
Mickey
bit.
Rourke. Oh yeah.
Oh, I love Mickey Rourke.
That's a good one.
Crazy human being.
He has turned in crazy human being. They took my thumb, Mickey. They took my thumb.
I think we've exhausted pope talk.
Well, we went about as far as our knowledge went.
Hey, didn't you used to be able to buy when the Vatican decided you could really make money? Wasn't there a pope on the rope for? You could
Pope on the rope.
Yeah, remember the soap, and
but it was a pope.
It was shaped like the Pope.
Careful where you're at.
I'm sorry, what?
Huh?
Yeah.
There was a soap that was of the Pope?
I could be wrong, but I could have sworn.
On the text line, Chicago produced a pope before a 4,000-yard passer.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's a good one there, 9962. That's a good one. Let's see. The Rockies are playing right now.
Yeah?
They're losing 2-0.
Let's do a play-by-play.
Bottom of the first rather. Beautiful day. Hey, here's some good news. If you want to go to this game right now, there's good seats for sale all over the place.
But look at that crowd. That's a pretty good crowd for a Saturday. Oh.
We're in a Billy Joel song.
Hey, people do show up, and when Coors Field has sunshine, people do show up now. Right?
Are we done with all that bad weather, by the way?
That's
that
it.
Over with?
It got kind of cold and rainy there for a while.
We have no more bad weather for the rest of the year. It's time for our 300 days of sunshine.
Perfect.
That's good news. We got a phone caller?
Oh, this could be Pope talk.
Taylor, you're on 92.5. What's up, Taylor?
Hey, DMac. Hey, everybody. How you doing?
Good.
Awesome.
Super.
Hey, I got a hot take for the Nuggets. I think the Thunder blew out all their energy last night. Nuggets are going to come back and win the next two at home.
There you go, Taylor.
It'll go 7, but I think we got it.
Okay, Taylor. Thank you. Appreciate it. So you're staying positive. Taylor's staying positive.
I mean, it's about the only hot take you could have after that game. They exhausted themselves. Yep. Those dudes are going to be tired.
When they won that game in 6.5 minutes, they were pooped.
Yeah.
Hey, man, we saw the Nuggets beat up on the Clippers in Game 7. That was fun, too. They weren't, after when you get games like that, it does not look like it's hard playing basketball. It looks like it's fun.
Yeah.
It looks like it's fun, and it looks like it's easy, frankly, when it's going in that direction.
It's like when you step on something you think it's going to be real firm and it's kind of flimsy. It's like, whoa. Yeah, they stepped down hard last night, and Denver was just flimsy.
New Pope speaks a number of languages.
Impressive.
There you go.
Yeah.
Including tongues.
What? I don't think the Pope speaks in tongues.
Really?
Am I the only Catholic here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Dan? I'm it? You're not Catholic? I'm the only one?
Yeah, we're all non-practicing.
Oh, we're a big Catholic family. Oh, boy.
Oh, have you checked in with your folks, see how they're feeling?
They'll be happy about the American Pope. They'll like that. They'll think it's cool. We had Pope pictures all over the grandparents' house. My parents didn't have Pope pictures, but my, dad was an altar boy and did all that sort of stuff, and they go to church. They go to church all the time now.
Well, now it's got to be
Well,
now it's time to get right.
I mean, they always went to church, but they're like, they're spending a little extra time there these days.
Never know what he's calling.
Just, figure it out. Oh, no. Oh, does Vic want to talk about the Pope?
Oh, Pope talk.
We got Pope talk? Oh, Vic?
Yeah. Listen, I wasn't going to call in. I'm stuck in traffic on I-70
Thank God.
West because they refuse to let people know when they're going to shut down lanes, and they just let us sit in this thing for an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you on that. But when I hear you guys talk about the Pope and the Vatican and the papacy the way you do, and you do it so ill-informed, it just makes my blood. I'm just. What the hell are you guys talking about?
What did we get wrong?
Wait,
Hey, listen, the only guy talking is a Catholic.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up with the pictures of the Pope all over the house.
Well, my first question is, Tyler, aren't you Italian? Why are you not Catholic?
Well, there you go. That's a good question right there.
I don't want to say anything offensive right now, so I'm not going to.
Okay, all right, fine. Just keep it out of your mouth. The Pope speaks 6 languages, this Pope.
Okay.
He's originally from Chicago. He went to Peru. He was a missionary for the Augustines. He ended up as one of the chief assistants for the previous Pope, and here he is, the first American Pope ever, which means Notre Dame is going to thrive.
Oh, boy. Oh, my Lord.
Turn it into sports.
Hey, I can respect that, though.
Hey, do you think that the college will reach out and give him season tickets?
He can do whatever he wants, man. I'm telling you, the NIL money that's going to flow from the Vatican to South Bend is going to be insane.
Hey, Vic, did you ever own a Pope on a rope?
I'm not sure what that is, and I probably won't go there with that. But I can tell you right now, my mother.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. My mother has been watching the entire proceedings of the conclave for the last 3 days running 24/7. And today was like a holiday at her house.
Oh, that's awesome.
Holiday.
Oh, I bet you lunch was a feast today, right?
No dumb questions. Could you bet on the Pope?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
There was betting. There was a line on the Pope.
In fact, the favorite was the Italian cardinal. No doubt about it. He was a heavy favorite. And I know half of Italy's in mourning right now that it wasn't an Italian.
Okay. And
I have a theory why it's an American Pope.
Okay.
I have a theory. There's never been an American Pope, first of all, and they want to keep them away from like superpowers. But the fact that there's an American Pope now, and we are a country of so much opportunity and so many different religions and so many different factions, I just think the fact that we have an American Pope changes the scope of the religion entirely. And I hate to go ultra religious on this show because you guys. This is not what it's about, but I'm just telling you why they chose an American Pope. It's the last frontier for the Vatican.
Well, we appreciate Pope Leo, right? He's going with Leo. Is that it?
Yes, Leo the 14th.
Okay, Leo the 14th.
So apparently there have been 13 other Leos hanging out there that rolled that office. So he's the 14th.
Wait. Okay, seriously, one more no dumb question here. Where did the names come from? Like, where does Leo come from?
Go ahead, Vic.
Well, there's many different variations of the name. Like when you get confirmed in the Catholic faith, you assume a saint's name. What did you go as, what did you go as, DMac, when you were confirmed?
Peter.
Did you get it, Peter?
Yeah.
I went as Rocco because Rocky 2 was out at the time, so I went as Saint Rocco. So you undertake a saint's name.
That's awesome. I didn't know there was a Saint Rocco.
Oh yeah.
Well, wait, hold on. What was Rocco, the patron saint of collecting milk money?
He was the patron saint of boxing. He was a big boxer. That's
Rocco.
Hey,
yeah, okay.
I do have to say this, Scott. You're from that area of the country. those big Baptist congregations. Didn't it look like an OKC, the way all those fans were sitting there with their hands on their knees wearing their shirts? Didn't it look like a big Baptist church congregation during those games?
Yeah, except they dress better. I thought it looked like a college game. They have no pro sports except the Thunder. And all they know is OU, OSU.
Do you think they give them new T-shirts, or is it just the same people in the same
I think
seats?
it's probably new T-shirts.
You think those are new T-shirts,
Yeah.
huh? Wow, man, that's a lot of terrible T-shirts they're handing out. All right, Vic, we're just looking for good things to talk about. Pope's a good thing, right? So we're good. We're happy. Congratulations to your mom and dad.
I propose a new conference: Villanova, Notre Dame, Creighton, Gonzaga. You can go Loyola Marymount. You could take Holy Cross, put them in
You
there.
better throw Boston College in there if you're going to do that.
No, I hate BC, and I hate everything about Boston, so they're not invited. But all
Wow.
of those colleges will now assemble in the new Papal Conference of the United States of America.
Thank you, Vic. We appreciate it.
Did the NM play football?
I'll talk to you later.
Like, is Notre Dame the only one that plays football?
I think a few of them play football.
University of San Diego, another one.
Does Creighton play football?
I have no idea. The Blue Jays? I've got
Didn't he say
no
Creighton?
clue. I didn't know Creighton was a religious place. I know Boston College is, though. I know my religious schools. I know where us Catholics were from. I know where the pressure was to go back in my hometown. My dad went to Northeastern, though. Rebel.
Yeah, but he went there to play hockey, though, didn't he?
He did. He played hockey and baseball. How about that? Dad was a two-time, at the same time. He was the Deion Sanders of
That's
Northeastern.
how you get to date Suzanne Flechette.
That's right.
You're a two-sport
and
star.
he was a lieutenant in the Army. How about that?
I mean, I don't want to brag about dads here, but my dad was a 3-sport star at CU, you know.
That is true. Tyler's got up to speed on that one. Golf being one of the sports. Does that still count?
Golf, football, basketball.
Yeah. That is pretty impressive, actually.
That is good.
Yeah, no, it's real good. Was best friends with Hale Irwin, right?
Roommates.
Yeah. All right, we're trying to stay positive here, or we can just go back into the rotation of the
I'm
Nuggets.
fired up about the American Pope.
Yeah, we'll just stay on the American Pope. We're happy about him. How the Rockies doing? Oh, they're trailing 3-0 now. So is this game over?
Yeah.
We can go back to Miko scoring a hat trick. How's everybody feel about that one?
Why is everybody down on Miko now? Or is anybody down on Miko?
I don't think anybody's down on him. I think they're rightfully having some pangs of regret about the deal that didn't work out.
Well, don't you have a pang of regret when you buy a new car and you get a flat tire in the first 3 months?
Sure, I guess.
You ever returned a car?
I haven't yet. No,
I have. I'm the only
Well, they have
person
the
I know.
living laws, right?
They give you that 3-day little window that you can return a car. I have returned a vehicle after I purchased one. I said, I regret this. I don't want to purchase this vehicle
within
anymore.
the 3 days?
Within the 3-day window.
How did you know?
I just knew. Nope, this was a mistake.
My dad did one.
You want to know
What
the
was
honest
the
truth?
moment?
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Here's the truth. There was a huge hailstorm, and they were put all these cars on major discounts.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I'm going to go buy a hail car.
Okay.
And I'm just going to get it fixed up and get a nice little deal out of it.
Hell yes.
So I bought the hail damaged car. I took it to go get a bid on how much it's going to cost.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I don't want to pay that. I'm returning this hail damaged car.
Oh, well, that's pretty funny.
So why wouldn't you check and see how much it costs to fix in the first
Well,
place?
because he couldn't get an
'Cause I
estimate
needed
that
to see
quickly.
it.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, what are you going to send an insurance guy out
Well,
to
take
this?
pictures of it and show the guy. Here's probably
They had a 3-day return policy.
My dad did that like 2 summers ago. He wanted to get a smaller car, just him now. Drove. It's a long drive to the thing, so a little bit better gas mileage. So he got a small SUV thing, a little small, and like an Edge or something like that,
Yeah.
a Ford SUV. He's a big Ford guy. Drives home, and to get to his house, you kind of go up this dirt road that's got a nice hill. And he said, I can barely get up there, that thing. He took it back. He called him. He said, I'm bringing it back tomorrow. I want the pickup.
There you go.
And had it for one day and then traded in for a pickup instead.
Nate's on the phone, not Nate Kreckman. By the way, Rockies down 4-0, top of the second, bases loaded, 1 out. On the way to another loss, Kyle Friedland, the hometown hero from Thomas Jefferson, struggling on the mound. Yes, Nate.
Yeah, you guys have been chatting a little bit about the Pirates firing their manager.
Yeah.
Here's a crazy – I moved recently from Pittsburgh here. Here's a crazy stat. They are in hell over there. They have not signed a player to a multi-year contract other than a rookie contract since 2016.
Why the hell would we care?
Well, he's saying a bad organization.
What are you saying?
So it's the curse of the McCutcheon. After you just let him walk and get away, you guys haven't done anything.
Listen, this is how low we are looking for news. We're getting criticism from Pittsburgh baseball talk right now.
They're in hell.
But
well, take it up with the new pope,
right? They're trying to dig out of it, right? They're trying to.
Well, they fired their manager, and I'm sure it's not all his fault.
Now, I will say
they fired him anyways.
I will say this
though.
to the caller: Pittsburgh's been notorious known as being a cheap franchise, though, right?
Listen, here's what you need to know: no matter how bad the Rockies are, none of it
matters.
Is Bud Black's fault?
He's a good guy.
He's a great guy.
Leave Bud alone.
Leave Bud alone. It's not Bud's fault. That's the T-shirt.
That's a T-shirt.
Not Bud's fault. And just put the final record.
And we should have given that to Budweiser a few years ago, right, when they had the boycott. It's not Bud's fault.
That's
pretty good.
Bud's fault. That would be a pretty freaking funny T-shirt.
Yeah. Make it red and white.
Not Bud's fault.
Not Bud's fault.
Just put the Rockies record.
Yeah.
Go Rockies. It's PhD. No dumb questions.
Hey, another hit at 6.
Well, those bases
7.
loaded, so they'll drive in at least 2, if not 3.
Is
it 2 or 3?
Well,
3.
they had a sack
runs.
fly. No, they had a sack fly while you were talking. And then
did they really?
And then a
okay.
double down the corner with first and third.
So we cleared the bases. They had the bases loaded. Now they're not. Well, there's a guy on second, but you know what I'm saying. They got the 3 RBI.
Oh.
So this game's over. It's PhD. No dumb questions is next. Hey, it's DMac for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone causes a host of problems. That includes low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, so much more. But a lot of guys just attribute those to, I'm getting older and, whatever, nothing I can do. Well, that's not true. It's time for you to treat that low T and change your life. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz on the website. Simple 10-question yes or no, takes you 2 minutes. Then schedule a consult. They'll draw the blood, get the results within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review the results, discuss your options, and then you guys can make the decision together. Cost of the appointment is only $99. T and a PSA test come with it. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. It starts with a phone call, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, we're open for business here. If you've got a no dumb question, text or YouTube, Twitch, whatever you need. You guys got anything off the top of your head?
You no dumb question?
You got something? Yeah.
When you watch a series, are you done with it forever, or is it one of those things that you want to go back? Are there series you want to
go back? I've definitely gone back and watched.
But are
really
there
good
something
series
that intimidates you?
Mainly done forever. And if I'm not done forever, I'm watching it again in like 10 years.
All right, so I had an episode last night suggested through the warden for Ellie, who's now there's you guys don't have, well, you do, there's so many shows on Netflix and all these different things of these young high school like movies, comedy type things. They're out here for 3 years, and then this one's out here for 4 years or 4 seasons, whatever. And so she's been watching them all. Some of them pretty good. I've got caught up in them. Who's she dating? I've got into it.
Okay.
So all of a sudden she's flipping through looking for stuff last night. She jumps on Fuller House. So it's
Fuller House.
House that came out a couple years
the
ago.
remake.
Same characters as Full House, or
yeah, except the girls are all like adults and have kids now.
It's the whole crew.
Yeah.
Really?
But the warden goes, if you're going to watch that, you need to start over Full House. So guess what I watched last night? The first 4 episodes of Full House.
The first season.
You went back.
The first season.
What year did that come out?
Warden looked at it. I think it was either 94 or 97. Something like that. But I was like, gosh, I kind of used to like this show. And I didn't realize how. Now, first of all the adult jokes are all pop cultures of the mid-90s. And you're like, okay, yeah. Making fun of, Tom Cruise or this guy, that, or da-da-da. But, and I'm like, oh my gosh, all this pop culture humor. But I'm like,
what's your question?
I'm going back, and now I'm like, am I in? Do I have? I mean, like, I want to go back and watch Game of Thrones again. I really, really do.
Well, go watch it.
But I mean, that's a big involvement.
But Game of Thrones, that's the type of show I would rewatch because of all the things you missed. I mean, there's no chance we caught everything you were supposed to catch the first time you watched that show.
But Full House,
you probably caught it all.
Full House.
I mean, you catch 3 episodes, you've caught it all, haven't you?
Yeah. Game of Thrones, I needed to go back and watch YouTube videos explaining what the hell just happened because I was so confused. I got a Game of Thrones map on my phone to see Eros and this island and that, the world of Game of Thrones. So I was like, where the hell are these people? Where are they? So there's I got a map. I got a map, a Game of Thrones map on my phone.
Are you being serious?
I'm being totally serious.
Like what part of the real
because
world?
they had to cross a sea, and I'm forgetting all the names now because it's been a couple years. But there's the North, the Wall, and all that sort of stuff.
So you were into it.
Oh, I was really into it. And then the last season came along, and they just believed in a mass genocide for no particular reason because the showrunners were on to the next thing.
So
it was really disappointing.
I discovered Game of Thrones book first. And so I was, in fact, the first 3 or 4 books came out before they even started the series. So I was excited. Oh, they got a series and I could actually see this. But then the guy that was writing the books decided, well, I'm going to keep writing for the show. And it took forever for the books to come out.
You know what? I've recently gotten back into reading. I took a long break. I used to read like crazy when I was playing, and then I took a break, and I've been reading again. That's a good question. I need a good fantasy series like that because I do like those.
There you go. There's tons of
them.
Who's got a good suggestion for me? I don't want to do Game of Thrones because I've already watched it. I feel like I don't know.
Yeah, but now you'll see faces and stuff like that. I mean, it's kind of.
Cool. I don't have any suggestions for you. I just say The Hobbit. But
I went back and read The Hobbit. I read Ring of whatever it's called.
Yeah,
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings. I went and read all that too.
But there's probably
the interesting about The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. Once you get done with the book, there's another novel worth of how it's like the start of Matthew. It's like this guy begat this, and explains lineage. I mean, and I'm like, dude, you went so deep in writing this book. You've got Tolkien had the lineage of Bilbo Baggins and all these people. It's unbelievable.
No dumb question off Twitch. Is Mike Malone watching the Nuggets? And if so, is he cheering for them?
They're still paying him.
Would you be cheering?
No.
Right.
I don't know if you'd be cheering.
Would I be? No. I'm really vengeful. I'm petty.
I'll tell you what. I would not.
No.
I flat out would not be watching. There's no chance I'd be watching.
Yeah, that's a good point. I remember when I got fired by the Sabres. It hurt so bad because I loved that job. And they lost in the Eastern Conference Finals. And there was a nepotism sort of deal on that one. I didn't do anything wrong. They actually just didn't renew me. But I loved that job. Didn't make any money, but and we went all the way to the Western Conference Finals. The next year, they go to the Stanley Cup Finals, and they lose. But still, I didn't watch 1 second of hockey because it was too painful, because I really missed it. And it wasn't like I was angry at them. I just really missed being part of it. I'm going to guess Michael Malone is, yeah, I get it. I'm going to guess he's on that vein. I bet you he's not angry or rooting for them to lose. I think it's probably just painful because I bet he wishes he was still part of what was going on.
He does. And it feels like he still had a relationship with some of the guys, and he's not going to think ill will or have ill will for Joker.
No. The players, no way.
Or Christian.
He'll love those guys the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Now, I've been fired for jobs where I have wished ill will upon people, and that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world to do.
That's in recent history.
Sure.
That's
I'm not doing anybody
that's
any
a recent
favors.
bias right there.
There's no doubt about it.
You guys ever heard of Red Rising? Everybody keeps recommending that book series for me. Red Rising.
Red Rising. I don't know if I have.
I don't know. I'm going to look it up.
Let me ask you a no dumb question.
Well, I'll tell you one.
Once you think of it,
yeah, I'm going to remember the proper.
Let me know when you think of it.
It's
write
a
it
3-book
down.
series.
When it comes to you, just blurt it out, no matter what. Do you think David Adelman at any point has contacted and spoken with Michael Malone since Malone's been fired about anything to do with basketball?
I mean, okay, there's the caveat.
Basketball related.
No, I don't.
Do you know he brought in, like, his high school coach was here? He still kind of leans on his high school coach, who's some sort of crazy superstar Oregon high school coach.
I did not know that, no.
Yeah. So you don't think there's nothing, huh?
No, and that's out of respect to Michael Malone. More than anything else, that's just out of respect. You don't want to put him in that position. I mean, you check in, you say, love you, man. So sorry.
Yeah.
Didn't deserve it. Glad I got the job.
Yeah, I wonder how Malone. Well, you said you.
Well, he said he reached out to him and left him a message.
I don't know if Malone's even watching NBA right now. In all honesty, it probably
Well, I
stings.
was told he's supposed to be working for a network for the second round sometime.
Are you kidding me? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. That's cool.
So let's see if he's on ESPN.
No kidding.
In the studio.
He's going to pick up some TV work during this playoff run.
I was told that.
Okay. All right.
My sources aren't here to confirm, but I was told last week that was what was going to happen.
Well, we wish Coach nothing but the best. But we're dialed in on this thing now to a degree. Although today stings, and that's why we're talking about Popes and Red Risings and
So
Fuller House.
Do you like Bud Black better or Michael Malone?
Well, first of all, nobody's a nicer human being in the world than Bud Black. But I don't like the nicest people in the world. So I'm a big Malone guy. Malone and I got too much in common, bro. Like, we really do got a lot of like interesting little personal things in common.
Short Irish angry people.
It's like you can't get over it. There's a bond there with the red-faced, angry, Catholic dudes. They're my people. That's who I grew up with.
No dumb question. Somebody called into Dan a while ago and said, Alaman's got to grow some. He should have got a technical last night. It could have changed the game.
I'm sorry, what?
And I'm like...
somebody thinks there was a moment that could have changed that game? What? Wait a second. Does anybody really seriously think there was a turning point moment in that game?
If you thought you were...
What are you talking about?
The tip-off?
If you thought you...
Did we win the tip-off?
The bus arrived on time?
If you thought you were still in the game and you were still getting kind of rough calls, then I think David Allen has is not afraid to get a technical.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But there was no time.
There was no turning point in that game.
I have seen coaches in games like that go throw me out. What? He said, I'm going to say something to you. Just throw me out. And they want. And I go, hey,
man, you're okay. I just need to get kicked out of this game right now.
You need to get me out of here. I'm done with this. I've seen coaches do that.
I know they've done it. Malone's admitted to it, so I'm sure he ain't the only one.
But it ain't going to fire nobody up.
Yeah.
Although a good coach technical will fire you up, but you've got to be in the game. They weren't in the game. As you said, the game was over in 6 minutes.
6 minutes, that game was over. We'll hear from Aaron Gordon. We'll hear from Adelman. What are you expecting now? And just a brief update, just to keep hope glowing. The Rockies are down 9-0 in the top of the third. Is PhD on 92.5?
Now going to dish to Dort for three. Short, no good. Dunked home by Andrew Wiggins. Climbed the ladder right over Jokic. Man, Westbrook three. That one rims out. Rebound down to Hartenstein. Outlet pass off over to Alexander. Alexander has it at the point. Three-pointer. Good. 71 to 41. That is a 30-point lead in game number 2.
My math right, Sweeney in his last 2 ball games has 7 hits.
Seven-time shorthanded in these playoffs for Winnipeg. That's the most in the playoffs as Duchesne gets stopped inside the line by Lowry. Made it across. Rantanen scores! The power play works for Dallas. And Mikko Rantanen has the natural hat trick.
59% shooting for the Oklahoma City Thunder, 37% for Denver. That's going to add to the percentage for OKC. The layup from the rookie out of Weber State, Dylan Jones. And now OKC can just dribble out the clock. This was an old-fashioned playoff blowout. Oklahoma City responds in a big way.
All right. Well, we appreciate you watching, listening, consuming, being with us today. It's a reminder. We'll be, gotta get this right. Friday night, number 38 in Rhino. It's another Nuggets viewing party. $20 Michelob Ultra pitchers all night, and we're giving away an autographed Aaron Gordon jersey. Berto's going to be broadcasting live starting at 6. Andy Lindahl, the host with the most. And we'll see you there. Number 38 in Rhino. The weather is supposed to be great. They have those big garage doors there. You can roll those up and just get outside a little bit. Might be like a sweatshirt, shorts sort of weather.
Might not.
We're kind of, what?
That's Colorado year-round.
Or it might not.
What do you mean, or might not? I'm telling you it is. I asked Steve Jobs. He told me that's exactly what it's going to be. Steve Jobs said it's a sweatshirt, shorts sort of weather.
Sweatshirt, shorts. I missed the shorts.
Yeah, sweatshirt, shorts. It's like what we're wearing right now.
The Colorado wardrobe.
Yeah.
Is sweatshirt like I'm wearing today.
Like Tyler doesn't own any.
You have shorts on right now?
Yeah, he does. Well,
they're
shorty shorts.
A whole lot of thought. I mean,
it's not
I'm no
much...
stranger to some short shorts, but that was something else.
They're not that short. It's just that they were eating some serious
I think I saw a little bumblebee tuna.
Yeah, well, read my lips.
All right. So that's tomorrow. Just trying to see everything else I got to read here. We have tickets to give away tomorrow.
There we go. What is tomorrow? Friday?
Yeah, tomorrow is. Yeah, I know. It's weird. It's been a weird week.
Tell me.
Yeah. Keywords on the 20s every hour.
Let it go.
we got the keywords for game tickets to game 3, 4. Got the Broncos mini camp going on this weekend.
What do we know about Broncos mini camp? What are we learning about Broncos mini camp?
I get to see how short RJ Harvey is.
You going?
I think, well, it depends on the time. They still haven't announced, as far as I know, what time they're doing. I got a preemptive Mother's Day thing Saturday afternoon. It's actually a nice deal. It's at a cool restaurant. Sierra, that place right down the street. Really cool.
Club? Missed?
Hmm?
Yeah.
Anyways.
I just found an article, speaking of RJ Harvey.
Yeah? How's he doing?
This is from CBSSports.com, ranking every running back room in the NFL by tiers. I haven't gotten to the Broncos. Where do we think they're going to land?
Oh, they'll be low.
How low?
20.
23.
Something like that. I mean, by most people's estimations, the Broncos overdrafted RJ Harvey, and their room was garbage going into this, and they did not get Henderson or Judkins, so low.
Well, there are only 3 teams worse.
All right, so that'd be 29 or 29, I guess, huh?
Yeah, the Denver Broncos found their running back of the future with the 60th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft in RJ Harvey.
Said nobody.
He ran the 4th fastest 40-yard dash, 4.4 seconds. The dude can fly among all running backs, scouting combine. He's going to inject some speed into Sean Payton's backfield. He also averaged 13.3 yards per catch. As for carryovers from 2024, well, the Broncos still have Jaleel McLaughlin and Audric Estime on the depth chart.
There you go.
Only 3 teams worse, according to CBS Sports. Those 3 teams.
Yeah, but why none of that matters? Because it's, what's today, April or May 9th?
Close.
10th?
Close enough. You're close enough. Yeah, it's one of them.
8, 9, 10, somewhere there, right?
But this is why I still feel like the Broncos are probably going to add a running back. Like,
Sure.
8.
Right.
We've been saying that for a while now, but I don't know why they haven't. It still seems like go get the best available that's on the street, and
They'll
then,
pick somebody
and then
up.
just start collecting them when they get cut.
Sure.
Well, maybe they're like Watson and Bidet, and they're going to give them legit chances to see what they can do.
Maybe.
I do think there's a fascination with Tyler Bidet. I think that they really like
Well,
him.
you start him after 7 weeks of injury over a guy that had been playing for you and had a good game in there for you.
In the playoffs. Don't need this draft pick in the playoffs. We're going to go with Bidet. Come on in here, Tyler.
Yeah, sit down.
See ya. Go put a suit on, Audric, if you can find one that fits. Very muscular. It's a compliment. All right, so that's this weekend. What am I looking for in the Broncos? I don't know. Maybe I'll go over there. Maybe I won't. Who knows? Got me. I don't know what time it's going down. It's kind of cool to. I like meeting with the rookies because they're all nice. Like, nobody's a jerk when you go to rookie minicamp. Everybody's like in a good mood.
No one's warned them about it.
No, everybody's in a good mood.
Nobody knows DMac yet?
Nobody knows DMac. It's just a real solid place. It's very, very positive. You see a bunch of rookies rolling around. My favorite one last year was the School of Mines quarterback. The guy was acting like he'd been in the league for 10 years. Like it's a miracle you're here, like you won a lottery or a contest or something. And he's rolling around with his locker and his attitude and everything like, yeah, of course I'm here. I'm like, wow. You're about to be an engineer at some sort of tech firm here in the next week, but
you're liable to make more money than the rookies that make the team next year.
There's zero doubt about that.
Yeah.
But I remember that. I remember meeting Audric Estime and being like, that dude, wow, that is a big guy for.
We got another School of Mines guy coming in for rookie minicamp.
Who do we have? Who do we got? What position?
Max McLeod. He's a wide receiver.
Very cool. They bring in some local guys. It's like Broncos fantasy camp for some of the locals just to fill out, so you can have a practice, so you can do something out there. Met Frank Crum for the first time at Broncos minicamp, which was really interesting. Like, why didn't this guy get drafted? And he's been kind of a under the radar sort of dude for them, So
Good depth for him.
Yeah, kind of a good depth, big, huge guy, Wyoming dude, blonde, curly hair, good hair. Turns out to be one of the buddies of Bo Nix. Like he was like a running partner of Bo Nix and all these offseason Nuggets and Avs things. Frank Crum. So there's little things out of rookie minicamp. It's not big deals. I remember seeing Paxton Lynch at the rookie minicamp.
How much do they work?
Nowadays?
Well.
Nowadays, they're all terrified of injuries. So
yeah, it's not as much.
It's like they really don't even practice. It's like walkthroughs. It's installs.
Was it Hireman that got hurt in minicamp?
No.
Was it rookie camp or OTA?
He got hurt. I thought he got hurt. It was a special teams drill. I thought it was like the first of training camp, but maybe it was minicamp.
You know what? I think it might have been rookie minicamp. And and it was a special teams thing. And it was the first thing they had done the whole day. And this is why they made a huge change. Because it was like you said, balls to the wall. Let's go. Like I'm going for a full-out sprint on the first drill on this special teams thing.
Yep. Says Denver Broncos tight end Jeff Hireman tore his left ACL during Saturday's rookie minicamp.
Right. And it was like full speed, go. You can't do that, man. You got to chill because it's.
But that was a non-contact drill.
You're all hyped up, man.
Yes, you can do it, DMac. Yes, you can. You don't have to live in fear of injury.
Why are you
all
yelling
the
at
time.
me for this?
Because you're the one telling me that you can't do it.
Talk to Jeff Hireman and his Achilles.
Yeah, they've gone too far. I'm being serious. They've gone way too far in the fear of injuries.
All right, well, listen, I don't know, man.
I mean, Hireman looked good too. I mean, he's one of those guys that look good in a uniform.
I think
he was never the same.
I think the whole Broncos.
That was a sad year for him because I came in. What was it? Week 4 or 5, whatever it was, when I got there. And I hardly knew the guy. He was around, but we had this little players' room that you had video games in and stuff, and a ping pong table. And I hardly ever went in there, but when I'd go in there, he'd always just be sitting in there by himself.
Oh my God, that is sad.
And he didn't participate in any of the team meetings. He just had his rehab, and then he didn't come in during, like, he didn't really hang out in the locker room. He would just kind of go over there.
Oh my God.
I really felt for the dude because you could tell he was in like it was really getting to him.
Got a ring.
Yeah.
Right? Wonder what he's doing now.
You know what? He's an analyst somewhere. He's got a decent job.
Well, Dan, we're not sad that he's got a job. I'm feeling a little sad if he's playing video games by himself. Tyler, do you ever think you should go in there and sort of hang out and play Minecraft with him?
I did go in there.
And what'd you do?
I said, "What's up?"
Okay, and?
Then I played cards with the boys.
What's up, Jeff? You're by yourself again, huh? Hey, we'll see you. You good?
You want to play cards?
Did you invite him to play cards?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Oh, you guys are mean. All right, Dan. All right. Poor Jeff Hireman. He could have been Jake Butt. That was even worse. No, it's soft. But anyways, that's this weekend. I'm seeing some photos of video of Shedeur Sanders showing up for the Browns stuff. Like
perfect timing.
Perfect timing. He walks out. It's raining. It's miserable. He's all smiling about being a Brown. He's wearing how would you like a rookie Tyler? I'm going to talk to like 5-year vet Tyler, starter Tyler. I'm the starting offensive lineman there with Washington, Tyler. Rookie comes in wearing his branded logo hoodie. His brand on his hoodie as he walks through the doors. 5-year vet Tyler thinks what?
Well, if he's no lineman, he's going to pay a bill. He's going to pay a really heavy bill.
Yeah.
It's hard to relate to today, you know?
Not a big deal?
I don't know.
Everybody's got a logo?
I think so.
Okay.
Don't they?
Tell me, man.
I mean, since I have come and gone, we've had plenty of offensive linemen with logos. We had, the bus lane selling T-shirts as a backup offensive lineman.
Elijah Wilkinson, the bus lane. How about that? You know that, Scott?
He had a clothing line as a backup offensive lineman.
He had a clothing line as a backup off Elijah Wilkinson.
I will never forget.
Yeah. Bus lane.
I was kind of feeling big, kind of proud of myself. I was putting together a bunch of charity stuff, and I made a website. It was TylerPolumbus.com.
Yeah.
And it was like, go there to read about Tyler and what he's doing.
Yeah.
Ben Hamilton crushed me so bad. That thing was deleted within 20. I paid like $2,000 to get that website made. Within 24 hours, I deleted that thing. I mean, like, nope, yep, that thing's coming down. Learned my lesson.
Why?
Oh, they kill each other.
I wasn't going to pay the bill. Every day that it was up, I had to pay a bill.
Oh.
Quinn Miners had The Belly, had a branded thing, The Belly, and T-shirts and all that. It got so bad, that got shut down in a heartbeat, and they forced him to pull the shirt over his belly his rookie year. And he really struggled with it. And you could tell that he was told to cover that bad boy up. Now, after his rookie year, he let that freak belly fly, and everything was cool, and he's fine. He's got the big contract. But it was pretty funny because he was asked about it. Because we could tell he was trying to hide his belly, which he really struggled doing. He wasn't trying to show it off, Tyler. It was just a magical belly that had to be released.
So how do guys react when Shedeur Sanders walks in the building with that? I don't even think they bat an eye anymore.
He walked in with his it's the dollar
S.
sign.
Yeah, the dollar sign and the 2.
And the 2, yeah. That's his thing. Legendary.
It was like Tim Tebow's. It was GB2. You know what that stood for? It was Go Broncos and God Bless, but he had the little 2 at the top.
Squared.
Yeah.
Well, he also had a real expensive bag.
Yeah, he also had a mansion in Cherry Hills Village to live with Robbie when he was being a rookie.
No, I was talking about Shedeur.
Oh, Shedeur. He did have a Louis Vuitton bag.
Yeah, he had a nice big, and those are expensive.
Oh, man, this could be a disaster, bro. This could be ugly for Shedeur.
It could be ugly, or it could be one of the biggest or best comeback stories ever.
Okay.
No question. Is Shedeur Sanders eligible for a comeback story?
Yeah, and you know what? And you know what?
Yes.
People will love it because they hate him right now because they love the fall from grace, and it's easy to point the finger, ha, 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 ha. And then if he does come back, He will be American. He's already an American favorite. He's the number one selling rookie jersey in the world.
All right, no dumb question. What's the best NFL story going into 2025? Or most interesting?
NFL
most
or
NFL. Most interesting, not best. Most interesting NFL
as
story.
Of May 8th, 2025?
Yes.
Pittsburgh's going to be the first team in NFL history to not start a quarterback.
That's pretty good.
That's funny.
That's a good story.
Is there a bigger NFL story than what happens with Shedeur Sanders right now?
But here's the thing. That's got a shelf life if he doesn't make it. So
I got it, but give me a better story going into this training camp in the season than that. Or more interesting, whatever.
Like, I almost feel bad for Cam Ward. Like, he's got to be the
Cam Ward, nobody even thinks about him.
He's got to be the least celebrated number one pick in the history of the NFL.
Ever. Dan, what do you got?
Can Travis Hunter be the first NFL player to legitimately play both sides of the ball?
It's a good one, but that ain't bigger that's not bigger than Shedeur.
Not right now.
That's a good one, though.
But if Shedeur makes a team and is just a third QB, that story goes away. And then once the season starts, then everybody's going to go, can he?
Right now, today, the most interesting story in the NFL is what happens with Shedeur in Cleveland. There ain't a story that's bigger than that. Can you believe it? Let's football go. Dan Tanner comes up next.
Okay, guys and gals, hey, if you're struggling with hair loss, maybe you already got a bald spot, and you're looking for solutions, don't waste all your money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. You're just going to get frustrated because it's not going to work the way that you want it to. Commit to getting your hair back by committing to call Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one. So pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to have the best of the best working with you. You're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You're going to love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration because they're the best of the best at what they do. Matter of fact, Advanced Hair, they believe in what they do so much. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. So pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, it's Let's Football Go, brought to you by MountainHighAppliance.com. Dan, Buds Quincer. I know we got a few things on the plate here. Let's go, Dan. Come on, let's have it.
All right, so do you guys remember when a bunch of reports started to surface before the NFL draft about Sean Payton, George Payton being interested in moving up into the top 10 in the draft? Those reports were everywhere. Well, there's reports coming out now saying that the Broncos contacted multiple teams with top 10 selections about potentially trading up for Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty.
Yeah.
Before ultimately selecting Jahdae Barron at number 20, the defensive back out of Texas. Now, Denver's interest in moving up was genuine, but a source indicated the asking price was deemed too heavy for the organization. The situation was obviously further complicated by the Raiders, a division rival, picking at number 6, also showing interest in Ashton Jeanty. So would you guys have been okay if the Broncos gave up future assets to move up that high to select Ashton Jeanty? So would you give up Barron and RJ Harvey in order to move up and select Ashton Jeanty?
I would. Yeah, I mean, when you put it like that specific, those two players, sure, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
Would that have gotten the deal done, do you guys think? Or would it have cost them more?
Swap
you would have
first
had
to give a second, no.
You'd had to give up a first from next year.
I agree, and that probably feels much more icky.
Yeah, I mean, to go that far.
I'm going to go say the thing I said with Harvey. Great, I'd love to have Jeanty.
You know,
that'd be great, but if he ain't rushing it 18 times a game, why are you moving up that high to get a guy?
Well, you'd like to think you would. I mean,
Right.
you make that commitment, you'd like to think you're committed to the dude.
One thing we realized about, and I think we had a good grasp on it before it happened. The Broncos were just in a sticky spot at 20. It was just too much to move up that far. They did have some opportunity to move back, but they didn't value the guys that would fall at 20 like really worthy of that pick. So they were in a tricky spot by their own standards that they set for themselves. What you have to ask yourself, that's a more realistic question, isn't moving up, but moving back, because they could have done that. And that's where, we'll take a fair look at it. Are they better off with Barron and with Harvey, or would they have been better off with Henderson and Arroyo?
Well, in DMac, there was also reports that came out saying the Broncos, if Barron was off the board by pick 20, they were in talks with the Houston Texans to move back to 25.
Yeah.
But obviously Barron was still there, so they kept the pick.
Look, here's what it's really going to come down to, and it'll be a probably 2-year deal, maybe a 3-year deal. But if Barron is the dude that everybody says he is, he's a top 10 pick, he's that good, well, you're not going to have any regrets. You won't. You will not have regrets of drafting a good football player. It's really that simple. Now, if there's a reason why he slipped and he's just kind of mediocre. Could you have had a mediocre wide receiver? Would that have been more helpful? Probably.
The cost really is the one thing that they could have gone wide receiver, but I think they were going to go Henderson because they really were out on Hampton. They just, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but we'll see him with the Chargers and we'll find out for ourselves. What you really don't have.
Harbaugh knows a thing or two about running the football.
Hey, okay.
So
what you really don't. So we'll have to watch Hampton too. But those tight ends that went, those are the interesting ones because you cost yourself a shot at those guys. Now, the defense of that is you've got Evan Engram. We're okay. It's not that big of a deal. And I would kind of agree with that to a degree. But how many years are you going to have Engram? That's all. Meaning you're going to be kind of in this tight end spot again, I think, next year. Because I don't think you got all that better in your depth at tight end. And
you got a guy that if he stays healthy, that is more special than what you had, but you still don't have a lot of depth.
Well, you got Caleb Lohner in the 7th round, who's a basketball player. We'll see how that goes. Could be a nice specialty player.
He has 5 catches this year, all for touchdowns in the red zone.
So you got that going for you. He's the Mike Vrabel of tight ends. Next up, Dan.
All right, sticking with the Broncos, the post-draft rankings are out as far as the biggest needs or holes in every NFL team's rosters. For the Broncos, their biggest position of need, according to ESPN, is number 2 wide receiver. So they say the pick wasn't easy because the Broncos are pretty deep at most of their positions on the field. Marvin Mims had 39 catches for 503 yards last season, while Devon Vele had 41 catches for 475 yards. Do you guys agree that the number 2 receiver is the biggest hole in the roster for the Broncos?
No, because they have a great number 2 receiver. Their biggest hole is they need a number 1 receiver.
They weren't interested. How about that? They really weren't. They weren't really interested in Burden or Golden. Not really. They had other priorities. They really believe in Marvin Mims, man. They really do.
They must.
They do.
I mean, you look at the stats that Dan read. I mean, not horrible stats.
No, Marvin Mims is a good football player. He's not a great football player. He's a good football player, and I'm down with that. I'm not knocking the guy at all. But you don't have a true playmaking difference maker on this team. I don't know that I would say it's the biggest hole because I don't know what R.J. Harvey's going to be yet. If R.J. Harvey's got the capability of being I don't think he could be a 3-down back, but I mean, if he can get 15 carries a game, all right, you're good at running back.
Can he pass block?
I don't know.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of it will come
stout.
down to that.
He's stout. He's a stout son of a gun.
Okay. Hey, I hope that's the case. Because if he can pass block even just a little bit, then you can keep him out in all sorts of situations and you're not tipping your hand. So cool. And the more flexible that is, the more possibilities that gives you.
Is pass blocking a little bit like being a great rebounder? You got to start with a little bit of you want to.
Hell yes.
You have to have a little want to in you to be a good one.
Absolutely.
He seems like that kind of guy. He does.
I know a lot of 4-4 guys want to pass block, though.
Yeah, but that dude is kind of built like Saquon Barkley. He's like a little mini Saquon Barkley. Like, have you seen those thighs? Like the dude is jacked.
I'll tell you, I think this Pat Bryant guy is not going to have any problems blocking as a wide receiver, which sometimes is an issue. Could Pat Harvey be Tim Patrick Part 2?
Or
Pat Bryant.
Bryant, sorry. I'm getting Pat Bryant could be Tim Patrick Part 2.
A Tim Patrick, a little Jordan Humphreys
combo meal. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the plan. I think that's what they would like to see.
Yeah.
I think that's a valuable guy, a guy who's,
no
not
question.
afraid of that.
It's just interesting because he doesn't have super speed by any means. Matter of fact, you would question the speed. And you've already got Devon Vele on the team, so how many of those dudes do you really need?
Boy, they're confident in their squad, though. The Paytons, they believe in who they got. There ain't no doubt about it. You got one more there, Dan?
Yeah, just quickly, fellas. You guys were talking about Shedeur Sanders in the last segment, but he showed up to rookie camp today. Shedeur is attempting a feat only Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott has accomplished in the last 15 years, parlaying a day 3 draft slot into becoming a franchise's week 1 starter as a rookie. He's also trying to do something only 4 men have done since 1967, doing it as a 5th round pick or later in the draft. Although history isn't on Sanders' side, his unique situation in Cleveland with the lack of clarity within the Browns quarterback room and his talent relative to his draft slot could set the stage for him to buck the trend. So what do you guys think the chances are somehow, some way, Shedeur starts week 1 for Cleveland? And if he doesn't, does he start at some point this season?
I mean, in terms of week 1, I'd put it next to 0. I think there's very, very little chance. I know we've talked about this. I've had this take before, but I still don't know where I stand on if this is like the best situation in the big picture for Shedeur or the worst situation ever. All things considered, I mean, if you're going to fall and you landed to the 5th round, well, you did land on a team that you only have to beat out Kenny Pickett and Gabriel and Joe Flacco, right? Seems feasible, okay? But you will be the 4th or the 5th quarterback on the depth chart. You're going to have very, very limited reps, and that's going to be extremely challenging for him. Scott, I know your take was he's going to be starting by week 8 or 9.
7 or 8.
7, 8.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Okay. I almost hope for his sake he doesn't. Because if he's starting by week 7 or 8, that team is a hot mess, and the odds of him succeeding are going to be pretty low.
I think there's some sneaky talent there with Cleveland, though, and Joe Flacco's going to walk in there. He's going to understand how to play quarterback on the NFL level.
Did you guys see those photos that were the Browns tweeted out? I don't know why they did this.
What?
They tweeted out a close-up shot of Joe Flacco's hand on the football and Kenny Pickett's hand on the football.
You got to be kidding me. Is it really ridiculous? Is it absurd?
I know we joke about hand size. Kenny could barely get his fingertips to the laces. Why did they? I don't know why they tweeted. I have no idea why they tweeted this out. It came from their own account.
Oh, Dan, maybe you can put that up on the big board behind us.
And Kenny's wearing 2 gloves because he can't grip the ball without the gloves. Flacco's big old mitts are just taking it over.
Flacco has huge hands. One of my biggest memories is the super cold Ravens-Broncos game. Peyton Manning, everybody was wearing clothing. Flacco's out there in warm-ups, no gloves, nothing. I don't think he wore gloves the entire game. Didn't need to. That Flacco has that going for him, man. He's got big features.
I want to go a positive spin on Shedeur.
Oh, okay.
And let's say he somehow comes out of this camp and he pulls a Russell Wilson. Instead of being a 3rd-round pick, he's a 5th-round pick, and he becomes a starter.
Okay.
Let's hold that in there.
All right.
What then should we think? And then has a good rookie year.
Okay.
What then should we think and say, and what will be the epitaph written about last year's draft and everybody's talk on him?
That the interviews don't mean as much as you think, because it looks like he blew everything through the process of the draft. The draft process and then the interviews were terrible. Interviews don't matter. So it's a lot, though, Scott. I mean, Tyler's not wrong. He's not going to get a lot of reps. And when he does, and if he does get an opportunity, it's probably not going to be in a good situation.
Yeah, he's not having to beat out Manning, Brady.
I don't think it's going to be easy to beat out Joe Flacco. I mean, Joe Flacco's going to know what to do as an NFL quarterback during training camp. Joe Flacco is going to look better than Shedeur Sanders in training camp.
I played one-on-one at 50 with an NBA player, and I knew what to do. It didn't mean my body wanted to let me do it.
I got you, but in training camp, you don't run around like a chicken with your head cut off, and it's just not how it works. They do not put quarterbacks in risky situations in training camp. It's about do you know what's going on.
They're going to have to get real creative with the way that they practice. Here's that photo.
Oh, my God.
It doesn't show up very well there. But
I get it, though.
Click on one.
I kind of get it.
Okay, look at that.
Yeah, that's Pickett.
He can barely get his fingertips to the laces.
All right, go back to Flacco, if you can, Dan. Yeah, Joe looks like a grown man, doesn't he?
Why would they put that out there? Poor Kenny.
When was it taken?
Just a couple days ago.
Yeah, they're going through OTAs. Some teams are going through OTAs and stuff.
You see why he's got to wear 2 gloves.
Yeah, that's Joe, man. Joe still looks good.
Cleveland's got to get creative in the way that they practice. One time, only time in my career that we did this, but when we drafted Robert Griffin out in Washington, Mike knew that Robert just needed reps, as many reps as you could possibly get.
Yeah.
And we actually did 2 separate practices. So we did a practice specifically for our offense where we would get twice as many reps rather than alternating back and forth between offense and defense like you usually do. We had an entire practice for the starting offense and Robert, and then everybody else was on a different field. So you got twice as many reps that were in that entire offseason. Browns are going to have to do something similar.
Well, the Shedeur story is going to be pretty interesting to follow. So we're here for it. So what?
Was there no picture of Shedeur throwing?
Well, there's the rookies. Yeah. These are the OTAs. The OTAs have been going on.
So rookies aren't allowed to go to OTAs?
Nope.
Why?
No, they will be after rookie minicamp.
After this weekend, yes. I don't know. This is just the rules of the NFL.
Why do we have OTAs without
the Broncos?
By the way,
the Broncos changed their OTAs. Sean Payton changed it. He changed it to just conditioning, not the real OTA practices. In fact, they're even doing a week less of OTA practices this year. So the spring practice for the Broncos, Tyler, it's only like 3 weeks long. Mandatory minicamp is June 12th is the final day. So the Broncos really only have 3 weeks of OTA practices. What do you think about that?
It's the day that we live in. I don't know. That's not we maximized every second we could possibly get. If you got 2.5 hours on the field, you got 2.5 hours on the field. Different day.
Yeah.
Hey, side note, unrelated, but do want to give a shout out to Travis Hunter, who's like a 4.0 student and is walking at the University.
Get out of here. Is he really?
He's walking today
That's
at
today.
the University of Colorado at the graduation.
He got his degree.
And so there's photos out there of him with the whole uniform on and everything. Cool deal. Came back for it and everything.
Dude, that gives me chills to
Well,
hear
cool
that.
on Jacksonville if they were having their rookie things too.
Yeah, they're probably having something going on.
There you go.
What should do?
That is so freaking cool. Look, he's got a little,
He's like a 4.0 student.
That is awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, that is
remember, or 3.89. He had to correct it. Remember, he had his own correction. He goes, let me correct it. I did have a B, but that's cool.
That is so freaking cool.
Yep.
You know what's interesting? You can feel it with Travis. There's separation between him and Prime, and he's becoming his own, significantly becoming his own guy.
What's interesting is
so cool.
He's wearing the Jaguar lounge pants underneath his
Oh
gown.
my God, you're right. He's wearing like Jags pajamas.
Jags
like
pajamas.
pajama bottoms.
Well, that's very typical
Look
Travis.
at that. That is awesome. Nice pickup. He's wearing Jaguars pajama bottoms under his robe. Now that's freaking cool. That's a hell of a picture right there, man. Good for him. Good for him, man. It's a hell of a thing getting your degree, man. That's nothing to be. That's hard to do as an athlete. Good for him.
Is it more amazing that you graduate? I want to say that you only have 5 graduating from, and I'm assuming these are football players. And it says student athlete on their white ribbons. That there was enough guys left around that could graduate that played football for Prime. I mean, it's not. You know what I'm saying?
I thought he did a pretty good job with all that stuff.
Yeah, we're
though.
joking, but actually, the team GPA is the highest it's ever been.
I'm not talking about the player. I'm just saying that he's moving so many guys in and out that you might have been your 3rd year and I said, I need another year of school. Oh, I'm doing it in Morgantown.
Yeah, hold on a second. Just to stay on this. Doesn't Travis have another year of eligibility left? Did he get his degree? Did he get his degree kind of early?
Well, he played 4 years.
He did play 4 years?
But
so
I thought.
Well,
did he only play 1 year in Jackson State?
I don't know.
Yeah, he only played 1 year in Jackson State.
God, did he get his degree even earlier? Did he get a 4-year degree in 3 years?
I don't know.
Well, he's an impressive dude right there, Travis Hunter, man. He is an impressive guy. That's an awesome photo. Congratulations. By the way, congratulations to all the college graduates,
Now I'll give you
man.
one more thought on that right there. Vaughn's got to reach out to him and bring him in part of Vaughn's Vision Club.
With the glasses. Yeah, he does wear glasses.
And start a segment in Jacksonville.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Let him pick up the Jacksonville area.
Yeah, Travis Hunter's the glasses guy. He is the glasses guy.
Right
yeah. Well, congrats to all of them. That's a great photo. That's really awesome. Scobuffs, right? Scobuffs. That's it. It's PhD on 92.5. Well, it worked. Breaks your heart, brother. Like it was. All right, I have to bring it back to the Nuggets just a little bit here. We've
We've actually been having a little bit of fun.
We had,
I know.
we had 50 minutes of really fun.
I was looking at the
Hour.
clock,
Well,
like,
all right,
like
all
this
right.
went by pretty quick, you know?
Because the first hour,
funny
of the-
jokes.
I know.
What do you want to do? It sucked.
All right, I don't
Hey,
have to go back to it.
Hey, don't call it a comeback. Rocky's down now.
I'll tell you this,
9-1 in the 7th.
That's it?
Yeah, come back.
Here's what happened on the show. We did a show the way we were supposed to do a show, and then we realized
everybody's down. And
this
or
is
mad.
really depressing.
Yeah.
Then it's the Miko goal. Then it was the Rockies losing in extras, which is somewhat comical.
Then
Then-
Scott asked if they could win 30 games.
And you know what? I got to give credit. There's a couple of people on the text line that were just like, this is the most depressing day of all time.
I know.
And they were right.
It was like almost worse than that Monday after the Avs lost.
We had a pretty bleak Monday
That was a
last
bleak
year.
Monday.
And then we had, I forget her name too, so I should thank, I'm sorry I don't forget your name, but like, thank you for pointing it out. And then you know what got us off the schneid? Pope Talk. We got going with Pope Talk.
We had phone calls. Phone started ringing.
Vic's calling in because he's upset with our Pope Talk. I got Frank DeAngelis from Columbine High School.
American
principal.
Pope.
He's like, here's some info on Saint Rocco.
I thought it was Leo.
Vic said his.
This is Rocco.
Do you understand like the traditions of the Catholic? Like what?
How many names do we get?
You get a couple.
Okay.
You get.
And yours is Peter. Can I start calling you Peter?
You can if you want. It's my confirmation. It's weird because it's my
You
middle.
know what? I got confirmed and I never got a name.
It was weird. Like it's my middle name already. So I'm like, well, why don't I get a new one? They go, no, you're St. Peter. You're Peter. You're confirmation. I go, I already got Peter. It's my middle name. I don't know why. I have no idea. I was 14. They just give you names left and right. I have no idea why I got.
I got confirmed in Episcopal and they didn't give out names.
Well, I can't.
Although my
speak for-
nickname in high school basketball, everybody called me Jesus.
Oh, you and Jesus.
Jesus.
We had a guy, Mike O'Flynn. His nickname was Horse.
Dan Issel.
Whoa! I don't know if that's they
We had to do a show someday.
In
on
high school, really?
Multiple
That's impressive.
nicknames.
Yeah, having the nickname Horse in high school was like, dude.
I had a guy named Carrot.
All right. Anyways,
His friend Eggplant.
here is
Funny, I
Rocco.
also had a buddy named Rabbit.
So Rocco was Vic's confirmation.
Confirmation saint.
Yeah. Here's according to Frank, patron saint of infectious diseases, dogs, and wrongly accused.
Why is that so
That's
funny?
Vic right there.
His feast day is August
Hold on.
16th.
That covered a lot of ground. Can you read all those again?
Infectious diseases, dogs, and wrongly accused.
I mean, that is a lot of ground to cover.
He had a checklist of things to do on that day.
Maybe the dogs are involved in the infectious disease.
Well, they might have spread it. I don't know. But August 16th is the feast day. There's a St. Rocco's Feast or Bazaar. Every year, it's a 3-day event in North Denver.
We should go.
Also, Rocco was big here.
So I guess it wasn't really that original if they have a 3-day feast and, Easy and Vic's mom are just naming them after the 3-day feast.
Well,
a little arrogant, actually.
I will say this: it's a little unsettling if Vic doesn't enjoy that feast every year.
I'm sure Vic enjoys everything about freaking North Denver. If we hear another story about North Denver and the real Denver and that Denver and this Denver, it's Vic and Denver. We get it.
I mean, some of the stuff he says is not wrong.
Okay. All right. How much time have you ever spent in North Denver?
Well, I went to.
You ever been up to Tennyson?
I've been north of Hampton.
Tennyson is actually a pretty cool area.
My daughter lived up. What Belmar? What's that one lake?
No, Belmar's in like Littleton area.
Lakewood. What's the one?
Yeah.
6th Avenue to Kipling. It's up that road.
That's Lakewood.
Up by Tennyson. There's some cool little shops and restaurants up there.
Tennyson is more, how do you even describe it? You kind of go up the hill there at the Highlands and you kind of keep going. It's tucked away there.
Hey, do you think cats have a patron saint?
Patron saint of cats?
Yeah, I guarantee you they do.
Sure. Saint, leave me alone. I don't know who the patron saint of cats
Saint
is.
Meow. I'll look it up.
Is this how you avoid? How do you think Nate and Andy are going to avoid talking about the Nuggets today?
I'm leaving. That's how that was.
Yeah, you've been stuck.
I know.
I tried yesterday. I don't know if you noticed. I eventually tapped out because you just didn't want to leave.
St. Gertrude of Novellus.
So there really is.
Patron saint of cats.
Okay, what about birds?
All right, here,
We're
we're
Yeah.
digging too
Yeah,
deep
yeah.
here.
No, it's okay.
Snakes? Is there a patron saint of snakes?
Yeah, they're called
Snakes?
Satan.
That's true.
Do you think the Nuggets will bounce back?
Yes.
Why?
There's no St. Francis of Assisi.
Really?
Is the patron saint of birds. Again, because I think they have the character, they're not just going to want to quit. If that was a sign last night that this season's been too long, too much drama, we're done, then this is over in 3 more games. But if they still got the character I think they've got, and I think they'll look at this and realize they were soft, dog. I saw in the first 2 or 3 minutes, you're getting banged and you're not touching anybody. And I'm like, they're in trouble. They're in trouble.
After a game like yesterday, is it better to dial in, watch film, and buckle down, or talk about popes and go swimming and just read a book and just do absolutely nothing?
I'm betting the Joker goes to the game tomorrow with a little bit of a tan. They flew after the game last night, so they were in town all day. I'm sure they'll send guys in for treatment that needed treatment.
So you think it's better just to get away?
And today, and then tomorrow they'll have a shoot around in the morning.
Would you watch film on this game?
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
I isolated moments of really basically standing there and doing absolutely dinkus.
Didn't happen often for us, but we would have ghost film games. Yep, and would it just got that bad?
Like, forget it. What's the point?
I mean, seriously, the coaches look, boys, take day off. We're skipping this one.
Do you think this is what this game calls for?
I do. Now, look, I mean, on the optimistic side, do you think the Nuggets can bounce back? Well, I guess the hope is they did this against the Clippers also.
All right.
Also, Andy's got boxers. Is there a patron saint of boxers?
What do you mean boxers?
Dogs. I mean, I guess that was
patron saint of dogs. We got Rocco.
Dog's a dog.
Rocco's taking care of dogs and infectious diseases. Are you a Catholic? Or did you grow up? You went to Mullen.
I grew up Catholic, yes.
Yeah. You got what's your confirmation name?
Great question.
Oh, wow.
Holy cow. I don't think I've been asked that since. We did it
Well, because Vic
7th
is Rocco.
grade.
Mine is Peter. I was 14.
What was mine? I don't.
You don't remember?
I
Oh,
really
wow.
don't.
Really?
Yeah, we had to make the little thing. Then you make the little cloth thing you threw over yourself or whatever.
Nah, we did all sorts of little stuff. I don't remember the little details. It was just like more Sunday school. You know what I'm saying? Although it was a big deal. Confirmation was like a big deal.
So here's my question to you.
It took weeks.
You had to have you had to have a sponsor. I'll give you a funny story. Really funny confirmation funny story. So my brother had kind of blown it off, but then he figured out, so he was in St. John's Prep. He was in a Catholic high school. And he realized in order to get in a Catholic church, you had to get your confirmation. He realized this at 16. But you really got your confirmation around 13 or 14, but you had to have a sponsor.
7th grade for
But
us.
you had to have a sponsor who was also confirmed. And usually it was an older relative or whatever, brother, whatever. So he was so old, he went back for his confirmation, and his sponsor was his best friend, who was also 16. He was just driving himself to his confirmation classes with a bunch of kids like 3 years younger than him. Like, he was the coolest kid ever getting his confirmation.
Hey, kid, you want me to go buy you some beer?
But my brother was thinking about, at 16, he was thinking about what it would take. He didn't even have a girlfriend, but like, what would it take to get officially married in the Catholic Church? And then he was living with his girlfriend, and then they just lied to the priest about, because you weren't supposed to live together. So they just lied.
We got to find out what your confirmation name was. Seriously.
Well, my sponsor's dead, so I can't tell you.
Oh, my God.
Unfortunately.
We're trying to have a light.
R.I.P. Rich Haber.
A light, funny moment.
Oh, he was awesome. I loved him. Fortunately, look, cancer's a bad thing.
What do you think you and Nate will go sideways on during your show to avoid talking about the Nuggets
Well, I've already
game?
got it. You can weigh in. I've got one of them.
All right, let's go.
We're going to have a little fun with the Rockies.
Who are down 10-1, bottom of the 7th.
All right, so Chicago. Chicago's now got a pope and a president. What do they need for the hat trick?
Whoa, that's pretty good.
What is the last one?
We got to think about that.
That's a good one.
What's the last one they need?
I mean, they got mob bosses already. They got
But world leaders, they need another significant world leader.
Else.
You got a pope and a
They're doing
president.
all right, though.
Like, what is the other world leader?
And I don't care what your politics are. Is it about the politics that you think about? You got
a pope and a president.
You got a pope and you got a president. What else you need? You need one more.
Hold on, I got one more to throw in there. And you got Michael Jordan.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. But the city.
Yeah, but like he's not. He defined Chicago, but he's not from Chicago.
He counts
you
as
know them,
Chicago.
they got Ditka. They got them Ditka.
Ditka versus God. Trick question. Ditka is God.
Yeah, but in terms of world leaders, Pope, President, what
and
number?
Ditka. It's done. I answered the question.
Ditka.
You can forget Ditka. Nothing from you? God, go home. Here, go. Just go.
I'm trying to think. I mean,
I don't know what
Obama ran for Congress in Chicago, but is he really in Chicago?
He's yes.
Yes, he's Chicago.
Hey, if the Nuggets don't lose by 50, he's not from Chicago. But you give me that, he's from Chicago. What else?
Somebody earlier on the text line said that Chicago got a Pope before they got a 4,000-yard passer.
That was a good line.
That was Annie Ajar.
Oh, yeah?
Her?
Oh,
Annie. She tweeted it. She tweeted it.
Oh, so
Probably
you're
should be
saying our
tweeted it.
texter was just
Stole it from Annie.
Wow, without attribution.
Because Annie goes after.
Wow.
She's pretty good going after that division.
She's on vacation by herself right now.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
I
noticed.
was like,
she's proud of it.
Don't you get a fatherly instinct that kicks in, and you're like, you probably shouldn't tell the world that.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be all dad on you and all that, but maybe don't inform everybody you're alone wherever you are.
How many middle-aged creeps follow her?
Oh, I'm
not
sure.
Andy.
Three.
I mean, let's keep going.
I
You follow
I
her.
wasn't lost in this conversation.
Wait,
Hey,
how
do
old?
you follow Annie Agar?
No, I promise she doesn't.
I'm sorry, who?
Okay. That's it.
Oh,
The
okay.
girl that switches all the jerseys every
Annie Agar.
and does the,
Do you even
the
know who
NFL
she is?
meeting. He would if he saw her.
Isn't that
I'm sorry we're not following the Liver King, by the way, with all his.
Oh, Liver King got
Yeah,
exposed
yeah.
last year.
Yeah, a little bit.
Turns out he does take steroids.
Oh, what do you
Who
know?
would have thought?
Oh, what do you know?
Stunning.
Hey, I asked, so you can. He didn't know I'd seen.
Well, he's the king of Chicago.
I didn't get
Let's
bounces
go.
off him yet.
Well, throw it out to me.
Yeah.
All right, I need to
It's
know.
more of a Nate question, anyways.
You got a pope and a president. What do you need for the hat trick?
The Cubs won the World Series in 2016? We already got it. We're good.
See,
I said.
we got Cubs, Jordan, Ditka.
Yeah, but
Al
you're,
Capone.
That ain't enough.
you're talking about like a world
Capone?
leader, like
Yeah.
something that's unique to the world.
So is Capone the most famous mobster?
I think so.
You don't
Probably.
know. You don't know nothing about the small dones down there at Gaetano's. You
I'm
don't
sorry?
know nothing about that.
I guess not.
Yeah.
You know what's the good news?
Look out,
They're
Polumbus.
they're going to reopen Alcatraz and stick Capone's corpse back.
That's a good idea, by the way.
Did you see he was in something else? He was in some other cell like Pennhurst or something. Capone. Yeah.
He went down the floor.
It's one of them damn ghost shows you and I like.
Yeah, you guys are
Isn't Capone? Didn't he have a hangout up in Estes Park at the Stanley?
Probably.
Yeah.
At the Stanley?
Yeah. There was something about Capone up there. I thought. Am I
I'm
making
sure
that
the
up?
man traveled.
I swear.
hey, when you're on the lam, you probably don't stay in one spot. I'm sure he wasn't just hanging out in his high-rise building waiting for the feds to show up. Was he worried about Bathtub Gin? Were they connected? Was it Bathtub Gin? Was he a Capone guy?
You know what this is? Mike Sanford said this to us. Like when we walked in. Yes, Sanford said to us off the air when we walked in. That was a weird show today. Because what do you do? What do you do with it?
Well, what are you going to break down? There's nothing to break down.
What do you do with it?
You're going to break down and cry is what you're going to break down.
Does it matter? Does it not matter? Do we care? Why is Michael Porter Jr. playing?
I don't think it matters. I really don't. You got to split. Good to go.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it is one game, but that doesn't mean it wasn't annoying.
All right, so you have.
Oh, it's here's what sucked about last night was like I was really hoping to sit down and like watch a good basketball game. I was eager for some entertainment on a Wednesday night.
Did you miss the Knicks and Celtics?
I saw it.
Oh, that was a good game.
Yeah, that was a great game. And but my night is built around watching the Nuggets game, and I'm all geared up, and the kids got all the gear on, and everyone's excited, and all right, we're gonna watch the game, and nope, it's over. Like that's what sucks.
About 4.5 minutes.
Roughly.
Yeah. At what point did you lose the kids?
Yeah. It was about midway through the first quarter. They had to go, like read books, get ready for bed, and then they came back, and I remember Lucy was just like, "Ooh, they're down 25." I was like, "Hey, good math.
Good math.
Well done."
But not the tone you wanted to hear.
Exactly. Like, good job on the math, but they're getting murdered right now.
You know how I tried to pass the time? Watching the Stars in Winnipeg.
Yeah, how'd that go?
That didn't make me feel
How
much
about that?
better.
No, kick in the pants.
You know Mikko's fourth line, don't you? He's got some of the, because they kept pointing, he's playing on the Stars' fourth line.
Wow.
And so DeBoer kept double shifting him.
Oh, double shifting him.
So
Okay,
I'm the fourth line. Like he might be the whole fourth line, but my point is he's getting more advantageous defensive matchups than he's had here. He's going to the net. He's old.
I'm a little confused by this, and I'm not paying that strict attention because he definitely was not on the fourth line in the Nav series.
No.
But DeBoer put him on the fourth line.
Well, I think it was
yesterday?
probably a good idea to get him. I think part of the thought was get acclimated to your teammates, get acclimated to what we do. Don't go messing with what they had going on in the first three, and he's tearing it up. Boy, if he wins the Conn Smythe, man, he's got to be the favorite. Well, he's got to be the favorite.
Who else would it be right now?
Yeah.
Who else would it be right now?
Leads the playoffs in goals by a mile right now.
And if you remember,
and points.
He like the first 4 games, everyone's all, he didn't do anything.
Is it fair to have harsher criticism on the deal the more success he has in the playoffs?
Yeah, if you want to. I still say you needed the depth. Now this sucks. It sucks it's working out this way, but if you would have kept Mikko, you would have had to trade Taves. Now maybe people are all right with that. Look, man, the bottom line is you're going to have to get value.
I could have kept Mikko and just all I would have to give up is Taves?
No, you would have to do some other stuff too.
Couldn't tell because I'm sold so far. What else?
Would you have shopped Taves and Val?
Yes. I'm not a Val guy.
Would you have takers for Val?
I don't know. I don't care.
That does matter because you got to have somebody that actually wants him and is going to give you something of value.
Whatever. I look at Val in a different light than a lot of people. I've come to terms with why he's on the team. Okay, fine, but I'm not a Val guy.
Yeah, they're stuck.
I'm not asking you to be a Val guy.
So, I'm saying I'm biased on that because if you tell me there's any deal on the table for Val, I'm with it.
I don't think that's an unfair. I think we're all a little. Is it going to happen again? Because it's only fair.
Yeah, well, it happened enough for me, but but I'm not going to yell about it every day because I understand why they kept him, and I know what the record is with him and without him. I get it all, but I also remember what he did to this team and this fan base, and I don't forgive him for it.
Well, but
frankly, so I'm a jerk. I
guess. Here's the other thing where I try and look. Everybody, I'll get the old "you're a Stan Kroenke man." All right, whatever, I guess. But I've said plenty of things that have made me nervous on this station. I'll tell you that. But I'll say this: where I feel for McFarland. You were trying to cling to the last wild card spot. You were not in a good position when you traded him.
Do you think? All right. Do you think you would have made the playoffs with?
You might have. I don't know.
Oh, I think they definitely would have made the playoffs had they kept Mikko.
Remember, they were struggling mightily at the time of the
trade.
They were not making a run. They were losing to. Funny enough, they were losing to teams like Chicago. They were losing to teams that were lower than them.
As it turns out, would they have been better off?
I don't know. Maybe
if they were a wild card team, would they have been better off? Who would they played? Vegas?
Does it make you feel better to know that the Hawks had the Pope on their side the whole time?
Well, there you go. You got that.
That'll do it.
You think he put out the edict? Everybody better.
I did read today, by the way. He is a Cub fan. He's from the South Side, but he is a Cub fan.
All right, well, now we got to finally see if it does anything.
I know, right?
Mr. Hotline to the man above. Now we'll see.
Does this work at all?
Now I can charge
in
cheating
their favor
if all of a sudden the Cubs go on a 10-year run.
Have you guys seen the Rockies score today?
Yeah, we've been watching all game. It was fun. They were getting blown out early.
Last night's Nuggets game was so bad that I did flip over to the Rockies game for a while.
I did the same exact thing. You know why? Because it was 6-6 in the 8th inning.
Yep.
And I was like, okay.
I'm interested.
Me too.
Okay.
And then I saw Trejo run into Jordan Beck. That was fun, huh?
Jake Bird is re-upping that all-star resume. He looks great. He's terrific. They didn't score for the last, 7 innings of that game.
You know what's funny about the Rockies this year? It's
everything.
It's easy to get caught up in how miserable things are.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, almost in every single game, maybe not this one, but in almost every single game, there are some good moments.
Oh,
it's wild.
In all seriousness, you don't get to 6 and let's see, they'll be 6-30 after they lose this one today.
Sheesh.
Okay. You don't get to 6-30 without awful luck.
6 wins.
They're an awful team. Don't get me wrong. Like, they're the worst team in Major League Baseball, but you don't get to 6-30 without combining that with terrible luck. Last night, they have the bases loaded. Brenton Doyle rips it down the line right at the third baseman, and he snags it. That would have been ball game. And stuff like that happens every game to the Rockies.
Yeah, how about this one? The Pirates fired their manager today. He has twice as many wins as the Rockies this year.
By the way, You want anybody to not notice that your manager just got fired? Do it 20 minutes after they name a new pope. Brilliant move. Brilliant move on the part of the Pirates today.
I'm wondering if they could fire Bud Black between these two games today. Like, is that a possibility? But how about that? Seriously, you fire a manager, and rightfully so. But no, I don't hear people in Pittsburgh saying, well, there's nothing he could have done. I know, Nate, it's not a major league roster. I get it.
It's not.
But I mean, symbolically. I mean, something. I mean, you got to toss. I mean, we're not
did. The hitting coach is gone.
Right, because what was his name? Bam Bam? They got rid of Bam Bam?
Hensley Mullins.
Yeah, he was the problem.
Listen, I didn't
Him
realize
and his cockpit adventures was the big problem.
I didn't realize they had 6 wins. You think I know the hitting coach's name? Come on.
Well,
Bam
that was
Bam.
the change. We know whose fault everything is.
Yeah.
It's Ray Bennett's fault, and it's Bam Bam's fault. We get it.
Get him out.
We
So how's the
understand.
hitting switch going? It's 10-1.
So who was last
They
night's
gotta run.
fault then? Who do we blame that on?
I thought it was your guy Beck.
No, the Nuggets.
Oh.
Everybody.
I
That's
don't know.
that's who it's on. In all seriousness, though, like psychologically, BFD. Who cares? It doesn't. They can beat you by 100. It really doesn't.
Yeah, but
matter.
don't you have to make a decision with Michael Porter Jr.?
What's the decision you're going to make?
To start him or not start him, to play him, give him a rest day, something.
Okay,
I mean,
so you bring him off the bench and you start Westbrook. What is that?
you can start
accomplish?
Peyton Watson, bring Westbrook off the bench. At least you got a guy who can rebound. I mean, Adelman's saying that he can't rebound because he can't get both arms
Right.
up to go strong after the ball. So
Right.
why is he there?
Because here's really what I think is going on. Because the organization knows they're big enough underdogs in this series. By the way, I want everybody to stop being like, the Thunder aren't a better team. No, the Thunder are a better team. They are way better than the Nuggets. Now, that doesn't matter. You can still win a series against a team that is better than you. You just got to beat them 4 times. Okay? That is all that is required of you. But this Thunder team is the best team in the NBA. This is the best team that this Denver group has played in the playoffs in any year that they've gotten this far. This team is amazing. And I'm not saying that means you can't win the series, but it does mean you're a severe underdog, and what you have to do is you have to take the chance. Like DMac, you were high on Porter going into that game yesterday. You have to take the chance that he's going to hit 4 threes.
Well, I was
You have to.
I was going under he's slumping a little bit or he's inconsistent a little bit. But now I just think he's hurt.
Well, the reality of it, too, is, and guys, like we've watched this out of him his entire career, is there are series where Michael Porter is made for it, and he's good, okay? Basically, like almost any time they play the Lakers, Michael Porter is really good. He just does well in that matchup. Last year against the Timberwolves, awful Porter series. It was atrocious for him. The Heat in the finals, awful Porter series. This might have been a bad Porter series anyway.
Okay.
Given the matchup that he is up against with these dudes and the physicality and the lack of space that he is getting to be able to shoot the ball, add in that he's hurt, this is not going well.
All right, why did Russell Westbrook take Game 4 off and against the Clippers?
Because he couldn't play.
Okay.
Presumably because he couldn't play.
How did he play the rest of the series after he took that off?
Fantastic.
Okay. How about this? You just sit Michael for a game.
Yeah, but different injury. Like Porter's,
Whatever.
They've said that Porter's injury is a 4 to 6 week injury. Then normally a guy would miss that much time, and he's gutting his way through it. See, here's where I disagree.
So what do
with
you want to do? You just want to keep plowing forward?
Yes.
Same thing?
Yes.
Wow, so you're just plow ahead.
Yes. You don't. I don't think
All
you have
right.
a choice because you have to take the chance that he's going to drop 16. And if he doesn't, guess
How?
what? It's a bigger Westbrook night. He did it in the Clippers series.
I got you.
Multiple times.
You got to free him up, though. They were getting him some pretty good quality. Now, the other thing he's got to do, he's got to
make
shoot
it.
right away.
Yeah, he's got to make
He
it.
also is letting guys take one more step and get on. Look, DMac, I understand your point. I completely understand your point. I don't necessarily totally disagree with it. But to Nate's point, my buddy, you know why my buddy and I watched the fourth quarter last night?
You had money on it?
No.
Okay.
Hey, we get paid to do this.
You live bet that sucker.
What would that over
No,
under
but I
be?
thought to myself, all right, the
Denver
bench is going to
minus
be in.
44 and a
Let's
half.
see who's worth the crap
Plus.
that maybe they could play.
Mm.
Won a lot of great showings. Weren't a lot of campaigns to get me in the rotation
Hey,
in that fourth quarter.
Hey, Andy, the general manager didn't get fired for no cause.
No, I know
get it.
you're right.
I
know
understand.
you're right. But like a Julian Strother, can I get a 3 out of you, my guy? You were promised the 3-point shooter when you came in here.
I got
See,
you.
if Strother could hit a few, then I'd be on your side to get Porter out of there. But they got nobody else. Zeke Najee's got,
guys.
Scotty tells us all the time, Zeke Najee's got the weakest big hand mans I have ever seen.
You're making me just have this argument. What about Jalen Pickett?
Nah. They got 7 dudes. They got 7
Jalen
dudes.
Pickett was hitting 3-pointers at the end of the regular season.
But you know that's not the same as the playoffs.
Yeah.
Well, you're asking me. I'm telling you.
They got
these
7
These are
dudes.
your choices.
I know.
Yeah.
We're finding out they don't like any of them.
Yeah. They got one chance to win this series.
Hey, you went to Furs and there were 3 different types of hamburger. They were passing off his steak. He's decided he's having the chicken.
All right, how do they win the series then?
The Magnificent Seven is going to have to take you home. I think the Nuggets get Game 3 tomorrow night. I think they come home and get Game 3.
That'd be awesome.
I think the Thunder get Game 4. You go back to OKC, and then the series comes down to Game 5. If you lose Game 5, you're going to be in a world of hurt. But that's you're gonna have to steal one more in their building.
Why? Wait, hold on. This is fun. Why do the Thunder win Game 4 if they lose Game 3?
Because they're really, really good.
Okay, is it that the Nuggets are like, wow, we just got to split even at home, we're good?
No,
we take it off.
No, the Denver will play with a greater urgency when they come back home and play tomorrow night. They will make a couple of adjustments. They'll free up Murray a little bit. They'll get better shooting. The Thunder's shooting will suffer a little bit because road teams always do in the postseason. You get Game 3. Game 4, again, the Thunder reassert themselves. One thing about this Nuggets team, guys, is, and Andy's going to go off about this today, you don't know what you get in one game to the next out of these dudes. You really don't out of this group. I think they drop Game 4 again, and I'm going to go back to this thing. The Thunder are a lot better than the Nuggets are.
Yeah.
They're a better team. If they come out and give a B+ effort, they're going to be in a position to win every single night. The Nuggets have to get an A+ effort in order to be able to win. You go back to OKC and the series is Game 5. If you lose it, you're probably done.
Did you call your kids back down to watch the end of the Rockies game, because they had tapped out?
No, they went to bed.
How early your kids go to bed? Are you like a 8 o'clock guy?
8:30-ish, somewhere in there. Yeah, they were out. But they got a whole routine. They watch, like Bluey or whatever, and they read books and the whole thing. It's a wind down with them while I just sit there and, grind my molars watching the Nuggets get murdered.
Have they hidden an iPad somewhere underneath a blanket or a mattress or something?
Not as far as I know, but I haven't gone searching for contraband recently.
When my older son was 7, he ordered $80 worth of merch from Club Penguin. And there was part of me that was like, no, that's bad. And there was another part of like, wow, at 7, you knew how to steal my wife's credit card and enter it. There's part of me that's a little proud of that right there.
It's savvy.
I mean, he got caught quickly because why are we ordering $80 of anything from Club Penguin? But on the other hand, it was like, all right, son, not bad.
DMac, well done as always.
Yes.
That's you were better than the Nuggets today. So well done. Nick Kosmider is going to come by to talk Bronco stuff coming up here in just a moment, including where do we set the expectations for one Beauregard Knicks coming into this upcoming season. Katie Wingy is freshly back from Oklahoma City. She will join us today at 5 o'clock. We have so much to do. We have concert tickets to give away today that we will tell you about. It's all happening on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Oh, you know, when the Nuggets lose by 43 in a playoff game, maybe it's time to introduce some other topics to the radio show. Joining us right now, it's our pal Nick Kosmider of The Athletic, former Nuggets and NBA beat man, now covering the Broncos and the NFL for TheAthletic.com. Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm great, guys. You know, it's an exciting day. The NFL just announced that it's going to make an announcement about the NFL schedule before the actual announcement of the schedule on Wednesday. So it's exciting times right now on the calendar.
So they pre-announced a pre-announcement prior to the announcement.
Isn't it where they leak like some national games and give us little cookie crumbs and all that?
Yeah, and it expands every year. Like if you're a network and you have a morning show and you host one of these games, you're going to get to, have Michael Strahan smile and announce one of those games that's going to be Fox's first Sunday game, whatever the case might be, right? Like each of those networks on either Monday or Tuesday, they get their piece of the pie. And I think Tuesday's when all the international games get announced. And of course, the Broncos have a possibility for, a couple different ones of those. So, it's one of those things, man. We all know who the opponents are and mostly where those games are. But it still becomes such a beast unto itself, this schedule announcement.
It's really like clearly I'm not the audience for this, and it's lost on me because we'll have that thing where it'll be like midway through the game on Sunday, and I'll be like, who do the Broncos play next week? Like I've got to go ahead and look that. It's like, like when they're just like it's winter and they're like, this movie hitting theaters August 2025, and I'm like, okay, and then I forget about it, and then like the week it comes out, I see a commercial for it, and I remember. Like you could have skipped the pre-announcement. It's lost on me completely. But again, I'm clearly not who this is for.
Well, see, I guess I'm still at times in Nick's side because, for a guy like Nick and for me once upon a time,
he's got to travel.
It's going to dictate
it
your
matters
life.
to him.
Where am I going to be?
Yeah.
What am I going to be? What holidays do I have to prep the family for that I won't be around on? But look,
99.9% of the population doesn't have that problem.
But you remember this because you were doing radio. When you had a Peyton Manning and you knew the playoffs were given, you went to look at where are these 5 games that we know we're going to play that could determine whether we have home field or not.
Mm-hmm.
So I get the fun of it for certain towns. And look, I think the Broncos are crawling closer back to that place.
Yeah, but like, is it useful for you to be like, hey, game 3 or week 3, Texans, Ravens on Fox? Thank God I knew that.
When you're on the Bronco-only station, yes.
Oh, man. Orange and blue life. That's
that's no longer. Wonder why, Nick?
Can't believe it didn't make it. Nick, let's dive in a little bit. Your mailbag. You answered an interesting question. Why do you think Bo Nix might be, if not immune, maybe less susceptible to a sophomore slump?
Yeah, and there's a lot of times we're always kind of sort of fall victim to some of the recency bias, right? Of like, okay, well, what did these quarterbacks who had good years the prior year, what did they turn around and do? And, people look at C.J. Stroud and say, hey, he took a little bit of a step back there in year 2. And, you could say a lot of things to that, right? He had injuries, significant injuries to his targets. His offensive line was in shambles much of the year. And, oh, by the way, still did enough to win the division and win a playoff game. And, just had set a very, very high bar as a rookie that was always going to be difficult to match. I just think with Nix, there's a couple things at play. Once I think I talked to you guys about this last time. The Broncos haven't had this kind of like quarterback coach scheme continuity in a long time. And I think that's a big deal, right? Bo Nix last year, even if it was a quarterback competition that was ultimately designed for him to win, he still had to split reps. He still had to try to get familiar with what he was doing while not getting a full slate of opportunities in practice to be the guy. And now that's a totally different case this year. And so I just think that the repetition, the work that he's going to get ahead of time, what he's been able to see. And then, of course, when you're talking about adding a guy in Evan Ingram who is going to be a security blanket for you, especially on third down, I think that's big. And if they can create any semblance of a run game, which it's fair to still wonder just how much that's going to come together, right? The Broncos obviously like R.J. Harvey. They like a lot of what he brings to the table, but we just simply don't know what it's going to look like yet. But if that can improve, and it really has nowhere to go but up based on last year, then I think Nix's ability as a runner will only be a little bit more dangerous because, again, you have to account for now another element of Denver's offense that wasn't really there a year ago in the traditional run game. So I just think there's more pointing toward him having some advantages over where he was at this time last year, to say nothing of just the overall experience of being an NFL quarterback, that is going to point him in a direction where I don't see, sophomore slump is kind of the most likely outcome for him. Again, that doesn't mean he's going to throw 29 touchdowns, is the completion percentage, whatever the case might be. I think in bigger moments, you're going to see a guy who's a little more prepared for some of those than maybe he was a year ago.
Well, you got to imagine having the whole off-season camps and all of training camp to not go through what was fairly worthless exercise of rotating with other quarterbacks when we all knew what the outcome was going to be. He's going to be able to get the timing down with his receivers better. They're going to be able to work on some of the fine points of things. That'll help. But, Nick, when you talk about a sophomore slump and we point to C.J. Stroud, I feel like what sometimes gets these quarterbacks is then all of a sudden, the offensive coordinator or whomever it may be wants to now add another layer or ask the quarterback to do more because he's not a rookie anymore. I don't think they need Bo Nix to do too much more than what he did last year. They just need to maybe convert some more first downs. What do you think they've added enough pieces to help him do that?
Yeah, and I think when you talk about sort of his improvement, remember, a lot of these guys that they're going to be asking to fill roles offensively and be those sort of trusted targets for him are themselves guys who are still very, young in their NFL careers. And when you speak about Troy Franklin or Devon Vele or even, Marvin Mims, certainly a guy like Audric Estime who took his lumps as a rookie last year, those guys are now all more experienced right there along with him. So I think when you talk about adding, so much of this is just having guys who got a taste last year being better. And that's one thing we've seen from the Broncos over the last couple of years, whether it's a guy like Nick Benito or Riley Moss kind of before his later season injury last year who, were bit players or just kind of more, role players and then really blossomed into impactful pieces for them a year ago. And Marvin Mims to a certain degree as well. That's going to be as much as who they added. I think that's a real part of viewing them and trying to paint what their ceiling might be, is saying, okay, these guys who got some good work last year, if they kind of follow a similar trajectory that some of these other guys have for them in the last year or two, now they're going to be a bigger part of the offense next year.
Chatting with our pal Nick Kosmider, theathletic.com. Get his Broncos coverage right there. Also, listen to his podcast, the Not Another Bucking podcast, where he's still providing you off-season content. On the defensive side of the ball, Nick, do we have any updates? What's going on with Dre Greenlaw? How is he? How's his quad, his upper leg region?
Yeah, a quadricep strain while working out, during the offseason on his own. Obviously, they had not gotten to any kind of on the field work or still haven't gotten there. That comes later this month. So this was sort of kind of on his own. Everything I understand, they're kind of viewing this as as a week to week injury, right? It's not something that they believe is going to keep him out, certainly for the start of the season, and should be able to have him ready for training camp. I do think it's going to keep him out of, it's not all of the OTA portion of the offseason schedule, at least most of it, even up through mandatory minicamp, because certainly they're not going to rush him back in any kind of way for that. Look, it's not ideal, right? I mean, this guy who's dealt with significant injuries in 2021, it was a groin injury, obviously, then had the Achilles tear in the Super Bowl that kept him out of all but 2 games last year, kind of tried to came back, played really well early, but then, kind of re-injured. Again, just dealing with some of the maintenance stuff when you haven't played a long time. So, you didn't love to see this happen right away in the offseason, but the hope is that he's going to be ready to go. And same with Alex Singleton, that his rehab from his ACL injury is going to line up with the start of the season as well. But in the meantime, they're going to get to take a nice long look at some of the guys that they have from a depth perspective at inside linebacker throughout this offseason.
All right, the hell with Nate's disdain for the schedule. Let's dig in a little bit here, Nick. Who you throwing?
I don't disdain his schedule. I just don't need to know now.
I know. Look, I've got friends that literally can't wait so they can plan their guys' trips around this stuff. But, Good for them. You and I don't get to travel as much. All right, who are you putting down as your odds-on favorite for the opener? They've got some tasty. The Bengals are on the schedule again, so maybe they open on the road and we get a rematch of what was a fun game on Christmas. The Cowboys and the Jets and the Giants. Like, there's plenty of games. I think or I should say, there's plenty of opponents that might land them. The Commanders. Could we see Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels Sunday Night Football to open the season?
Yeah, you just at the very end there, you had to steal my thing. You basically named every team, Andy, so that I had no.
Well, no, I'm giving you your options. You just need to pick one. Because you and I both know the Cowboys and the Giants. They love to have on Sunday night opening the the schedule, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you meant the Commanders one is very appealing to me. I think obviously this is a league that loves to market its quarterbacks from the very start, and when you have the guys who were the two best rookie quarterbacks in the league last year on the same schedule, I certainly think that would be a pretty appealing play. Like the Commanders, especially from like a national perspective, just have so much momentum from their stadium announcement, the NFL draft announcement, the fact that Jaden Daniels won Offensive Rookie of the Year. Like they just have a ton of buzz, and then you add that to a Broncos team that obviously itself has dug out of a long stretch of losing and has a quarterback that they're building around. I think that would be, again, you want to tell these stories if you're the networks, like, early on and have those opportunities. So that would be probably one that I would see potentially being that game for them is the Commanders, because we're gonna be up later this year, guys. Like last year we had some nice 1:00 Eastern games. There was a nice healthy diet of those, but you win 10 games, you get back in the playoffs, you have an appealing quarterback. We're gonna have a handful of primetime games this year.
How about it? There you go. Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com. Subscribe. Read Nick's stuff. It is terrific. Also, subscribe to his podcast. It's called the Not Another Bucking Podcast. And Nick will keep you updated on everything happening in Bronco land. Plus, we talk to him every week here on the show.
We'll bug him after the schedule.
That's right. We'll get his breakdown. Nick, good stuff, man. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. You would never lose by 43. Thanks a lot.
I'm predicting right now the Broncos will play national TV opening weekend. Maybe Sunday night is too. I know you're psyched.
Monday night doubleheader?
Right?
Yeah.
Come on now. You get Nixon. Because the other thing
It'll be like a Monday night doubleheader with like Stephen A. Smith and Mad Dog on play-by-play.
And they're the late game.
Yes.
But I'm serious. If you're the league, you don't want to risk either guy getting knocked out before you can feature it, don't you? Get that thing on right away.
Yeah, I would say so. I could see it.
And then they can splash all over the TV and national window all the new plans for the Commanders Stadium and all that stuff. We could make a drinking game right now. We don't even need to go through preseason.
Rockies lost.
No way.
10-2, they dropped the opener of the doubleheader. They have dropped the first two of the series against the best team in the American League, the Detroit Tigers. 10-2, your final score. Kyle Freeland today.
Who?
Andy. 3 innings pitched, gave up 5 earned, 4 unearned on 11 hits.
Kevin Freeland
struck out 2.
Look at my guy Stout on the TV right now.
Walked 1.
He does not look happy. If that dude showed up with the face he's wearing right now, you're expecting, like if I'm at Starbucks back again, he doesn't like his drink. He's very upset with how I made his drink.
It's nothing but scowls on the post-game show this year. That's really the only way. You can only talk about this team through a scowl.
What was that throw? Did you just see this relay throw?
I mean, last night,
He
Andy,
just spiked it in the ground.
Jordan Beck dropped a pop-up in the 10th.
And then we've got, was that Tovar?
This is, they're 6-30.
I cannot get over that they have 6 wins.
You asked me this question. Are they so bad that it's kind of fun?
Yeah. Yeah, because I have no emotional attachment to them right now. I feel like I barely know who's on this roster.
Like if you're just like 10 under, who cares?
Right.
Right? You're just another like forgettable bad baseball team. If you're going to be bad, be historically bad, and that's what this team is right now. Last night, by the way, Ryan McMahon kind of breaks out, homers. He actually had 3 extra base hits last night. Tolia homered last night. Like all those dudes that feels like their strikeout rate is like 75%, they all homered last night. That was good. They still couldn't win the game. Then you run Freeland out there today, and he just gets murdered by the Tigers, and they lose 10-2.
You remember when we first got this little plucky show on the air back in 2019, and you and I were the first to drop out there? Maybe you ought to think about trading Marquez. Maybe it was 2020, but one of the years we said you need to trade while the value's high.
Uh-huh.
And they didn't do it.
They didn't do it.
And now Marquez, Tommy John's later,
can't
really seem to find his groove again.
Oh, he's terrible.
And I don't even know what to put on. Like, how good is the defensive team behind Kyle Freeland?
Awful. And remember, Dick Monfort said coming into this season, this could be the greatest defensive team we've ever had.
No, that's already not going to happen.
They're atrocious. Freeland's ERA is now a robust 6.41. Rockies managed 4 hits today while striking out 11 times.
You know what makes
Tigers.
them fun? Like I said, a guy just one of
to 11.
The first baseman just got a relay and threw it right into the ground. Tovar tried to take a routine ground ball and ended up rolling around in the dirt like your kid playing in the sandbox.
They have one more game today coming up, I think, in about an hour or so. Rockies and Tigers will finish off the doubleheader. We'll take a break. When we come back, psychologically, what does it do to get your rear end absolutely handed to you the way the Nuggets did last night? We'll discuss that next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I know you've heard a lot about low testosterone. It's a popular topic anywhere where you find men gathered, like sports radio, to maybe give a listen. We like to tell you about low testosterone, but maybe you're not so sure of what the actual symptoms of it can be. Now, obviously, sexual dysfunction, sexual side effects, whatever, that could be part of it. But there's so much more. It could be bad sleep, unproductive workouts. You could have brain fog, decreased energy, just not feeling yourself. You know, for me, it was getting up and ready to attack the day, and then 3 hours later, wanting to take a nap. Nobody wants to feel that way, and you don't need to feel that way. You've got solutions waiting for you over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you'd like to take a quiz, if you're a quiz taker, I can't say I know many quiz takers except for maybe Nate Kreckman, if I had to guess, but if you like a good quiz, maybe it's like the New York Times crossword puzzle, go and stop by RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no answers, take 2 minutes, is real easy. Stop by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for your first appointment. They draw your blood. They have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider to discuss those results, and you'll make the decision on how to move forward. The cost of the appointment is $99, which includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. They have 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado. You'll find them in Fort Collins and the Springs as well. 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, but we got punked, and we didn't play well enough, and they came out with the right intensity, and we didn't. I thought we let some open shots early in the game affect us how we played defensively. And, this is a team that does that. I mean, there's a reason why they have historic plus-minus numbers throughout this season is they put people away. So you got to have a much better start than that. We can't come out like that kind of mentality.
Yeah, they didn't show last night. All right, psychologically, what does it do to lose by 43, to be down by 24 at the end of the first quarter, to be down by 30 in the first half and never really even be in that game?
All right. I don't know would be the answer. Now, it bothers me. And at points, I'm watching that thing last night, and I'm thinking to myself, does this just give back all the goodwill you built up by winning game one? But they've done this before. They went and got, what was it, 40 points, 30 whatever points to the Clippers?
Yeah.
They got smoked just a series ago.
Yep.
And it didn't matter.
Nope.
They ended up winning.
They came back and they won game 4 because that's what this group does. They last year lost game 2. Oh, sound familiar? Game 2. Last year. They lose against Minnesota by 26.
What did they lose game 6?
Went to Minnesota and beat those guys.
In game 6?
Stay with me. They lost game 2 by 26.
Okay.
They come back and win game 3 by 27 last year.
Okay.
Game 6, they lost by 45. 115-70 was the final of that score.
But then they were up in game 7 by 20. Was that even the big lead?
Yep. And then they lost, famously. They lost game 2 against Miami in the finals and then, went out there and beat those guys by 15 in one of their best performances ever in this run. They only beat the Lakers by 5 in game 2 of the Western Conference Finals back in 2023, came back and played convincingly in game 3. So does this team have a game 2 problem? Maybe that's a little bit of it. Maybe this team just has a focus from game to game problem. I think that's fair to say. I think we've watched this team long enough to know there is a game to game focus issue with this team. And also, here's the other thing about it, Andy, is like, all right, the Denver Nuggets, for all everything we put on athletes of just like the rah-rah, let's go get them, all that kind of stuff. Like, they're professional athletes. They've literally seen it all.
Right.
Okay? And these guys know the game better than anybody else, and they're not dummies. All right? It's got to be weird going into a game where in the back of your mind, we're not sweeping these guys because how good the Thunder are. Okay? That team won 68 games. That team had the best point differential per game in NBA history. Offensive rating, defensive rating, top 5 in the league, deep as hell, MVP on their team. Those guys are freaking awesome. All right? The Nuggets know that. These guys watch hoops all the time. They're aware of it. They know how good the Thunder are. Not for 1 second are these guys fooling themselves and thinking, hey, let's go get a sweep now, fellas. They know that. Now, that doesn't mean that necessarily is like outwardly discussed, but like that seed is planted in the back of their brain. How could it not be? So when you get game 1 in a series where you're a massive underdog on the road in their building, you're probably going to go out in game 2 with, honestly, some thought, conscious or not, of self-preservation. And the Nuggets, to me, played like it last night. They looked tired. They looked low energy. I knew it from the jump last night. And not necessarily the jump. There was a possession where Lou Dort had a steal and ran down the court, missed a layup, and Shea was trailing, got the offensive rebound, and dunked it. There were 4 Thunder that were past half court. There were 2 Nuggets. Murray and CB were the only ones that ran back, and Murray had to because he was the one that made the bad pass that led to the turnover. But right there, I was just like, oh, they're not bringing it tonight. Like right there, the Thunder had all the jump in the world. They were the more desperate team, and they brought it last night, and the Nuggets put it in cruise control, and they got killed.
Well, this is reminding me of a little bit of this stretch of the season, and I'll go back to the last time these two teams played on back-to-back nights. Nuggets lose on a Sunday, 127-103. Come back on a Monday, win 140-127.
Yeah.
Okay? Then they go and face the T-Wolves, another 20-point blowout, 115-95. They come back against the Lakers. They win 131-126.
Yep. That's what this team does.
Yeah, and then they go, a couple days later, you lose to the Lakers by 12. They've got, there's so many. They almost lost to the Blazers on the 21st by 20. It was 128-109. So this team knows how to maybe pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and come back from a butt kicking.
I fully expect... Not only do I fully expect a world of difference effort tomorrow night, I think the Nuggets win tomorrow night.
I hope you're right. I would agree. I hope you're right. I think it's important that they do. I think it's important to get both games in Denver if they can.
Now, that said, I think it's a close game.
Yeah, it's going to be Clipper-like.
Because I have a feeling the rest of this series, the way it's going to look is when the Nuggets win, it's going to be nip and tuck. And when the Thunder win... Not saying it's going to be 43 every time, but it's going to look more like it did last night.
Could be 12, could be 15.
Yeah.
Because they seem to have better shooters than what the Nuggets have right now.
Yeah.
A depth of them.
They have better shooters. They have more depth. They have better defenders. They have more of them. Again, I can't reiterate this enough. The Thunder just have more of everything good.
Well, it's why they're a number one seed and they had a record season.
Yep.
Here's the only thing that bothers me. You and I talked yesterday about the contributions they're getting from KCP and what Christian Brown has done to step into the shoes of both, or I'm not KCP, Russell Westbrook, and Christian Brown stepping into the shoes of KCP in the starting role, Westbrook taking on the Bruce Brown role from the bench. But what I miss, what I wish this team has, and we've not seen it the last couple of playoffs, and maybe they'll develop it, and maybe even next round it'll be fiercer. But when you've got a team, when you've got a chance to really, really kick them in the gut, they don't do it. They haven't done it for a couple years.
No,
I don't know why.
I heard this morning, Brett Kane used an expression, and I thought it was so good. He said this is a bad front-running team.
Yeah.
And it is. It really is.
They need everybody talking smack about them.
Exactly. And also... I think a part of being just a little bit of an older team, like a getting older team that is also banged up, that only has 7 dudes, is you can't put the pedal to the metal every single night. And I think this Nuggets team, they got blown out in a game against the Clippers. They got blown out last night. If they can get to the next round, they'll get blown out in a game there, maybe a couple of times. No matter how far they go, this isn't the last time that we're going to see this team get shellacked in a game in this postseason.
Could happen if they make it to the finals.
Yes.
You don't need to be Here's my one thing, though. It did irritate me. I don't think anybody was maybe totally surprised by this. You knew the Thunder were going to come out and be spicy and do their thing. And again, we've seen them play this way against Denver before.
Yep.
And Denver's always answered. But to almost give up 90 points and a half.
87.
That is.
NBA record.
You got to. Come on, man.
NBA record. 87 points. That of all the things last night, and it hurt that they came out, and the thing that was so frustrating about the first quarter of that game when they were down 45-21 after one was they were missing open looks. MPJ had open looks. Christian Brown had open looks, all right? So, number one, it's frustrating when that happens because you have to hit your open shots when you're the road team and you're the underdog and all those things. But the other thing that does is when CB and MPJ are missing those kind of shots, the other thing that it does is the Thunder will just look at it and go, oh, then I don't care about you.
We're not covering you.
And guess what? I am going to we're just going to be a cloud of humanity that Nikola Jokic is going to have to exist in. And that's what they did last night. Joker was constantly getting mugged and wrestled and rugby mauled down there in the paint, and he is getting more and more frustrated, and he's shoving back, and AG talked about it after the game, and then, boom, he's getting hit with whistles, and oh, by the way, then Scott Foster is more than happy to send Shea to the line with ticky-tack stuff on the outside or moving screen stuff. Look, It's not why they lost. The refs sucked last night.
Yeah, I want to have
that
a bigger...
game was miserably officiated. It's not why they lost in the slightest bit, but the officiating was poor, and then it just caused Jokic to get pissed to the point where he fouled himself out of that game last night. He removed himself from the game.
I want to have a bigger discussion about it. I do want people to hear the AG comments. Here's the bottom line. Come home, get these two, stay in the fight. All they have to do, whether it's a game or the series, stay in contact.
Yep.
Just stay in contact like you did.
Mm-hmm.
Because, again, Oklahoma City, they've done it again. Another easy game for them. It's like you said, I can see the Nuggets winning the close ones. It's going to be up to them to keep it close and tight and squeaky bum time.
Yep.
And as you called it, if the Nuggets are bad front runners, Oklahoma City's the opposite. So if you're going to give them an easy game, they're going to run away with it. It's your job to not make it easy.
You got to win a slugfest tomorrow night.
Good.
They have to win a slugfest tomorrow night, and then you're right. Like, getting Game 4 is so critical, because then you give yourself a chance of just like, look, we just got to get one the rest of the way.
I know.
I have a hard time, like the objective part of my brain has a really hard time seeing a world where Denver is up 3-1 in this series. And maybe I'm just a little bit scarred from last night or whatever it is. I think if Denver's going to win this series, it's going to just be a 7-game slugfest, and that's why it's quite honestly going to look like the Clippers series. I think that's what we end up seeing. Just in reverse.
See, I almost feel like they need to get both of these. They need to win all 3 home games because they've stole the one they needed to steal.
Steal. Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you can let it go 7. I know I predicted 7 earlier.
Yeah.
For them to get out of this, I think they need to get it in 6.
Well, to be fair, you did pick the Thunder in 7. So.
No, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
I don't remember half of what I said. Thursday. Today's Thursday. It already feels like next week.
Yeah.
It's been one weird, wild week.
It really has been. The highs of being up 1-0 and AG hitting that shot.
They were awesome.
To the lows of last night where if you didn't feel like watching the second half, hell, you could have turned that game over after the first.
I had a guy tweet us where he goes, I'm usually jealous of your jobs. Because I tweeted something late, and the guy goes, I can't believe you're still watching that. I go, well, I kind of get paid to. And he goes, yeah, this is one time where I'm not jealous of your job.
Oh, I was tuned out in the fourth quarter. Yeah.
It couldn't even keep you going?
No, I was fully tuned out.
I told you I watched the fourth quarter because I felt it was an audition for maybe somebody else to enter the rotation.
No, I didn't
not
even bother.
Not a great audition.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch an audition that I know the outcome of. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's a Thursday. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we do want to play Aaron Gordon's comments from last night and how Nikola Jokic can get himself into a better mental space in this series. That's next. number 2 of the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We have concert tickets to give away. And we're going to tell you how you can win those coming up here at 4:15, right before we hop out on this segment. We'll tell you how you can win those tickets to see the Menzingers Sunday night at the Mission Ballroom. Right now, we're talking about these Denver Nuggets and them getting absolutely shellacked last night. You good?
Mollywopped?
Mollywopped.
Well, no, when I hear shellacked, I'm like, what are the good words? Shellacked is a good one.
Boat raced?
I like boat raced.
Yeah, good boat raced. Got their skulls kicked in. How do you want to put it?
I mean, some you can't say.
45. It was 33-13 very quickly in that game.
Did you think I was like they're going to score 90 in this half? I'm telling you, the 90 at the half is. I don't know why the final score was just the final score, right? And I guess if you figure it out, they only added another 60 or something on, whatever ridiculous. But
glad they kept it like within 50.
I
felt
honestly,
like a win to me.
I was like, do not let them have 90 and a half. That is ridiculous.
87. They got 87 in the first, which
what was
is
the final? Did Boston and New York just score 90? Didn't one of them score 90?
Yeah, pretty much. It was like 90-88 or whatever that game ended up being.
Jeez.
How about the Celtics? Oh, this is entertaining. By the way, is this why the Knicks are having all of this success? Because all their stars are Villanova guys, and the new Pope went to Villanova. Is that what it is?
Not yet. Your Cubs will be that'll be the test.
But he's a Villanova grad. Is the Pope?
But they just voted it today.
What
are they like Adam Schefter's of the Pope vote we missed out on? Was this known to have happened or something?
By the way, somebody tweeted, the one that I laughed at was they picked a new Pope faster than Shador got drafted.
I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
When we were talking about it when you walked in, Annie Ajar had tweeted that Ager, well, I don't know how I pronounce her last name, but she had tweeted that they picked a new Pope before Chicago got a 4,000-yard passer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, saw that one.
They're all just writing themselves before the White Sox. I'm sure there's a White Sox floating around something there.
Yeah, no help for the White Sox on this one. New Pope Day, by the way.
I was expecting, wasn't the last one like drawn out?
Yeah.
I thought we were going to get like a bunch of black smoke days, and then I wake up and white smoke. I was like, wow, they want it out of there.
It's a quick one. Are you excited? Is it like you guys got a new coach today? How do you feel about it?
I don't know. Dude.
Indifference.
I'm not terribly worried about it. not affecting me necessarily at the moment.
As a Protestant, I'm just on the sideline just watching
that's
all
what
this.
I think is funny. I mean, the Mormons don't care, right? They're like, whatever. I don't need this in my news feed. The Baptists. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe they do. Somebody asked about the Malort. Are we all going to celebrate with the Malort shots now that there's a new pope?
Does that replace the wine in communion?
No. No. I think they're trying to up attendance, not chase it away with a good old Malort.
So it's the bread, the body of Christ.
Yeah.
That's a poppy seed bun.
Yeah. And some Malort.
And Malort is the blood of Christ now. A nice wormwood liqueur.
There
perhaps.
is no blessing the bad taste out of Malort.
So, okay, we digress.
I'm sure somebody's upset with us.
That's fine. They were going to be anyway.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Hey, just keep listening. If it isn't this, it'll be something else.
Shout out to the new pontiff. Well done, fella. Leo the 14th.
Leo. Yeah.
Yes, that's a fun name.
It's a lot of clothes you got to wear for that job.
It really is.
I don't even like a suit. You got layers of robes.
It's a heavy dry cleaning bill.
Now the hats, we could do the hats.
Are you is he individually responsible for the maintenance of the Pope Mobile?
I don't. No, I don't.
No, they got a shop.
I don't think Leo's getting under the hood trying to figure out if it needs a new spark plug.
They got a motor pool down there. Somebody takes care of that.
I got a feeling Leo's. I don't even think he's going by the gas station going, man, this gas is killing me.
Is he going to bring in Chicago mechanics now to take care of it? Some guy named Bill Grabowski.
Yeah. Hey, does that mean are all of the Pope workers going to be unionized now? Is that a deal?
See, this is fun. Everybody gets to enjoy the new Pope.
Sure.
By the way, shout out Monsanto Pope.
Nice.
Yeah. There
favorite
you go.
Pope.
There you go.
Contavious Caldwell Pope.
Contavious Caldwell, absolutely. Kentucky head coach Mark Pope. There you go.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like the Pope one, you're not drafting. That's not a deep pool.
Not a deep pool on the Pope draft.
No.
No, I wouldn't think so.
You know how we saw that President Obama liked to play basketball? Is there ever does a Pope, is he a flag football guy because he's from Chicago?
Great question.
A badminton dude? Is there some place he can badminton around?
He was a missionary in Peru for many years.
Do
so
they
maybe
like cricket? What do they got?
I was thinking soccer, like the football down there in that region of the world.
Just a little fresh air.
Yeah, you would think everybody needs a little exercise.
Yeah, a little softball.
Absolutely.
Little Miller Lite softball team.
Do they take a break? And do they have a softball game over there at the Conclave? I don't know.
It feels like there's enough people to get one together. That's all I'm saying.
And hey, nobody's going to have a wife calling him, telling him to be home.
No, well, he is home.
Yeah.
He's got a
so they're fine.
That's true. Yeah. No honeydews in that job.
Are all the Denver dudes complaining about Chicago transplants in Vatican City today? All right.
They're all moving.
If you like it so much, why don't you go back?
Does he get a Cubs like outfit?
I would hope so.
Just a little.
You gotta have a little something, right?
Yeah, just Sunday wear.
Just a little
weekday get up.
Pinstriped robe.
Sure.
Yeah,
why not?
It would look good. Absolutely. Aaron Gordon said this about Nikola Jokic. I have a feeling the clock was running on that riff there, Andy. I got a feeling
the Going to Hell text finally showed up. I figured somebody would warn us.
We're gonna get that one. We're gonna get that one played back to us in a meeting.
Yeah.
Don't you worry. So Aaron Gordon after the game last night talking about the issues that Nikola Jokic was having with the officiating, and they were plentiful. Let's hear AG reacting to it last night.
Yeah, they're calling the second foul almost every time. They're fouling Joker first, and then Joker's reactionary, and they do get the second guy a lot of the times, but they're fouling him. Point blank period throughout the game, and it's the thing where you can't call every foul, or you'd be calling a foul every single play, but they're fouling him. I also mentioned the joke. You got to play through it. You got to play through it. You got to be stronger, be more physical. All of us do. We all got to play through it because they're not going to call a foul every single play. It's a very handsy team.
He's been called for 11 fouls in this series, including fouling out last night.
Yeah, and I get it. Okay, I'm going to start my little soliloquy here or whatever. I understand why Joker's frustrated. I really do. Okay, it was you pointed it out perfectly. It was a frustrating game to watch last night, okay? And it felt like Scott Foster was at work. But the bottom line was, as you said, we can't make it more abundantly clear. They didn't lose because of bad officiating, and it was bad officiating.
There were 68 free throws in that game last night.
Well, the game was brutal. There was no flow, and I did feel like, again, I understand Joker's frustration. It felt like on one end of the floor, everything was a touch foul, and on the other end of the floor, frankly, let's go to the foul that he fouled out on, trying to set a pick. Few of those have been let go. Matter of fact, it was let go later on in the game. But it was a foul still.
Yeah.
So if you know they're getting...
that one was him doing it on purpose.
If you know they're getting ticky-tack...
Yeah.
This is a guy that played with 5 fouls, the entire fourth quarter of game one?
He did.
If not entire, most of it. I love Joker. There is not a lot. This might be the only complaint I have when it comes to the man's game. He's got to let some of this go. He's got to chill out about the officiating. He's got to quit getting so worked up. He's got to quit asking him about every call. He's got to quit going over it because it's not getting you anywhere.
Right.
Okay? And maybe this is where it's David Adelman's turn. David Adelman, I think, needs to see big fella's frustrated. I need to go step in. Now, that's one thing that Michael Malone...
Russ went and did it last night.
Yeah, needs to step in. But guys... You can't have him. See, what I don't want to see is it gets to the point, and Joker has to be careful about this. They went and reviewed the one with the elbow to Hartenstein's face, and it turns out that there wasn't much there. But again, you've got to be careful. You can't be picking up a flagrant a game. Can't do it out of frustration. And look, I feel like since Malone left, there's been a lot thrust on his shoulders, obviously. But I just think that David Adelman needs to pick his spots to reel him in. Just reel him in a little bit. Bro, I'll handle it. Let me handle it. Because you talking to him is not getting us anywhere. at all.
I think Westbrook tried to handle a lot of it last night. He went and got that tech. You know, he went and tried to stick up for his dude, goes and shoves Jalen Williams. It didn't do anything. And some of it was just like, oh, let me try and wake the guys up. They didn't wake up. They never got there. Okay? So it's tough, Andy. Like, first off, some of this is I don't like a Scott Foster crew. Okay, it makes for a bad viewing experience. And, you know, you look up at the end of the night and, you know, Shea's taking 11 free throws and Chet's taking 7 free throws. And, you know, Jalen Williams has taken 6 free throws. And, you know, Nikola Jokic took 5 last night. And it's also tough because, you know, AG talked about, well, they're reacting to the push back. You know, like Hartenstein is shoving a shoulder into him. Both Jalen Williams, quite frankly, they're trying to get in his space. Caruso's whacking at his arms every single time that he touches the ball. Lou Dort's whacking at his arm every single time that he touches the ball. And then the problem is that Jokic, like, one of two things happens. Number one, he gets so frustrated that he can't stop yelling at the refs, and then he doesn't run back down the floor. And then the other thing is he starts flopping.
Yep.
Because he's trying to get a whistle. He's trying to demonstrate for the officials, hey, this isn't working, when the officials, with their lack of blowing the whistle, are trying to show everybody, hey, you need to play through this. This is how we're officiating the paint. Guess what? We're officiating it different than we are outside. But the problem is just Jokic is getting whacked constantly, and he's annoyed as all get out. And to your point, Andy, I think last night was a night it took him out of the game.
Wasn't Jalen Williams the one that he got the 5th foul on that just seemed to send him, and they had to go review it?
Yep.
And
That
did
was
he jump on the back?
Right.
Now, look, Williams got the rear end out, but Nikola, just run through that. Don't try to, like you said, don't sell that call.
Yeah, he was
first off, don't
trying to fold him up like a chair.
Well, not only that, but I don't want you getting off your feet and something stupid happen. You
That
turn
too.
an ankle. You've already, you got enough injuries you're dealing with, big man. Just go play ball. See, I think the Nuggets got a little used to, in that first round against the Clippers, is it Ivica? I thought it was Ivica Zubats. But
Ivica
Zubats.
Mm-hmm.
He's a thick guy like Joker is.
Yeah.
And they let those guys bang on each other or whatever because they were evenly matched. Nobody was going to go flopping. Nobody's skinny like Chet. But Joker, you're not dealing with that same body type anymore.
Right.
And forever in the NBA, Shaq's talked about it. Pick your big man. The big man doesn't get the call the way the guards do. So he just at some point has to come to peace with that. And again, you're going to go banging against Chet. Chet's got these long limbs that are going to go flying. And I don't know if he's even flopping. The guy's not, what is he, 200 pounds? You know, I'm sure he's more than that. But the bottom line is
20, I think.
Yeah, he's not nearly as thick a person as you are.
He's given up 75 to Joker.
So Nicola's just got to understand these guys are going to go flying. This isn't last round where you're basically in a sumo wrestling match in the paint.
The other part of it is Dagenal's. He's got 9 guys that he can play. He doesn't care about foul trouble. He'll live with it because this team led the NBA in turnovers forced, and they're a high foul team. They don't care. Like somebody gets in foul trouble, guess what? You have a capable player coming off the bench and being able to go into the game. Denver doesn't have that. They can't afford to have any of their top 7 in foul trouble. So that's another aspect to all of this of they will view it as whistles are the cost of doing business, and we'll get enough turnovers out of it and runouts and better opportunities on the other end of the floor. Plus, we'll frustrate them. Plus, our physicality will wear them down because they're not as deep. What do we care? That's how they should play it, and that's what we saw. Honestly, it's what we've seen out of them the first 2 games in this series.
Well, and the only guy if they frustrate Joker, they've won.
Yeah.
So they can focus it all on one guy.
Yeah.
They're not worried about frustrating Murray. They're not worried about frustrating Gordon.
Mm-hmm. And some of it, too, was like last night. They were just getting killed so bad. Like, it comes down to game situation, right? Of like, they're down 30, so Jokic is going to become hyper-focused on the whistle instead of being hyper-focused on the game.
Well, I also don't think he was thrilled with how his teammates were playing. He was throwing some passes that I think were, this is where you're supposed to be, and you're not there.
They were missing open shots all over the place last night. The Nuggets came out and shot 2 of 10 from 3 in that game. By the time it was all said and done last night, Porter was 2 of 8 from 3. Brown was 1 of 4. Westbrook was 1 of 4. Like, you need those guys to hit. Jamal actually had a good 3-point shooting game. AG was 2 of 3. All in all, you look up at the end of the night, like 15 to 37 you'll take, but it was awful in the first quarter of the game, and that's basically where the game was decided. And the Nuggets aren't a good enough shooting team to shoot themselves back into a game where they're losing by 30. 149 to 106, your final score last night.
Unbelievable.
Unreal.
I thought it was
Unreal.
going to be bad, but boy, I didn't think.
Hey, you want to go have some fun on Sunday night?
Everybody does.
Punk rock legends, the Menzingers, are playing out at the Mission Ballroom on Sunday night. Scranton, PA's own, the Menzingers, will be playing the Mission Ballroom on Sunday night. Fantastic venue, excellent sound, comfortable, great sight lines. If you've never been to a show at the Mission, it is absolutely top-notch. But the Menzingers are going to be playing Sunday night out at Mission Ballroom, and we have 5 pairs of tickets to give away to this show, and this is how we will give them away. Andy, the Menzingers, 5 of their albums, including their most recent, were released on what legendary punk rock record label? 303-504-0925. Text in your answer, 303-504-0925. The Menzingers, 5 of their albums released on what legendary punk rock record label? Text in your answer to 303-504-0925, plus your first and last name. The first 5 listeners that chime in and get it right, you're winning a pair of tickets to go see the Menzingers on Sunday night at the Mission Ballroom. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid. Check out all of the auctions that they have, both to bid right now and coming up. By the way, they got that June 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction coming up here in just a few weeks. For over 20 years, Roller Auctions has been the place to find Colorado City, County fleet vehicles and equipment. And if you're looking for well-maintained vehicles and equipment, this is the public online auction for you. So go to roller.bid right now and register. Make sure you hit that drop-down menu. Let them know that you heard this on Altitude. Great auction available to bid right now. Complete business liquidation of Long's Peak Cabinet Works. Auction including a CNC router, forklifts, edge banders, air compressors, dust collectors, woodworking tools, equipment, and more. If you do woodworking in your home shop, there's a great selection of tools available at great deals. After 10 years in business, the owner decided to shut down and offer the remaining equipment at public auction. Great deals available, some great tools in there. If you like doing some woodworking at home, go to roller.bid right now and check out this Long's Peak Cabinet Works auction. You can bid on it right now at roller.bid. Epitaph Records, Andy. Epitaph Records.
Hey, I do want to shout out because I know there's a huge fan base here.
Shout it.
Lucero is opening for them.
All right.
Now, I'm buddies with, well, one of the guys left. He played horn, but John Stubblefield. John C. Stubblefield plays bass there. I got to know some of the guys in Lucero one time because I invited them down to my nighttime KOA show, and they were doing a sound check before a show with Social Distortion, and they're big Memphis Grizzly fans.
Okay.
So they were like, yeah, we'll come talk sports with you instead of doing the 15th. I'm sure your brother-in-law would tell you about the mindless sound checks, so they don't really want to bother with it anymore, so they went and did that. But I know there's a lot of fans of Lucero here as well. It's a great bill for a show, so go see it if you don't win these tickets.
Yeah, so
although quite a few of you want to go to this show.
Well done, everybody. By the way, a lot of people got it absolutely right. Epitaph Records, the Menzingers, everybody. All right, Andy, you ready for your playoff playback? You ready to relive last night's game number 2?
Now, for anybody that says no, stay with us. This is a very special Nate Kreckman edition.
Nuggets, Thunder, game 2 last night. We bring you the highlights. We bring them to you as only we can. Jason Kosmiski on the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And Andy, as always, we begin in the first quarter, 30 seconds into the game.
Denver moves it left to right, looking to crack the scoreboard first. Murray, little floater for the baseline, rattles in, and Denver's on top here 2-0.
And we're done with playoff playback right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Yes.
Let's go, y'all.
That was the last Nuggets lead of the evening.
All right, here's what I want to do now. In K&L fashion, let's Michelle Branch how long the recap lasted. Spring, please, with the highlight and your favorite. What was she, a 90s songstress?
90s aughts songstress. Yeah. She was not on Epitaph Records, by the way. Yeah, the guy from Bad Religion, I don't think was going to her shows. But let's hear. Here we go. From Michelle Branch. Actually, let me do the math really quickly. They had the lead for 21 seconds last night. 21 seconds.
All right.
Of that game.
Yes.
How long did playoff playback last, Spring?
8.4.
8.4.
Right in the meat part of the curve.
Not bad. Here we go. Do we got it ready to rock there, Spring? Andy's.
What do we want here? I've got 21 seconds of Michelle.
You got 21 seconds?
Let's go and do the lead then. Might as well. Huh?
This is how long the Nuggets had a lead last night. Roll it.
'Cause you're...
That's your longest taste of Michelle Branch I think we've had.
That's more of the song than I think I've heard in years.
Yeah, and that was the length of the Nuggets lead in the game.
21 seconds. Because the Murray floater technically went down at 11:26, then Lou Dort hit a 3 at 11:05, and that was ball game. The Thunder would lead literally for the rest of the game. In fact, let's see. It got to double digits. All right, got to 11. Nuggets cut it to 9. And then Jalen Williams made a 3. That was a J-Dub 3. Pushed it back to 12, and the lead was double digits the rest of the night. Did they, let's see, in the second quarter, did the Nuggets ever get it under 20?
No, I don't think so.
No,
did they?
No.
There's no way.
No, they didn't.
I walked the dogs, and that bled into the first quarter.
Yeah.
By the time I got home, that thing was ugly.
Yeah.
Ugly.
Bad basketball game last night played between the Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Something David Adelman said after the game kind of struck me a little bit. He said, I think for these guys, sometimes it's hard when you rotate them in and it's Nikola's rest minutes and you're saying, hey, go make an impact when our whole system is based around playing through him. Okay? Number one, Yes, we all know that, and I appreciate David Adelman for saying it out loud. But also, if DA is the guy that gets this gig going forward,
there's your challenge.
He has to solve a problem.
Well, here's where, let me ask you this as the basketball nerd.
I represent that comment.
Well, you've called yourself that, or I wouldn't have used that exact term.
It's okay.
You almost need two players to replace Nikola when he goes out of the game. You need a big man, and then you need a point guard. And they don't have a point guard that they trust terribly, it doesn't look like, in that role. And with DJ and Zeke playing, I guess, the way that they're playing, they don't have a big man they trust either.
Well, they got Russ, who they trust Westbrook. Right now they trust him. By the way, real quick, and just apropos of nothing, Westbrook played well last night again.
Yeah, he's just got the fire.
He does.
He's just a competitor.
He's locked in.
This is a playoff version of Westbrook.
I thought the Nuggets' energy was putrid last night, not his. I thought he was great. He tried to get a motivational tech early on in that ball game last night. I thought he played great.
Tried to stand up for his guys.
Absolutely. No, I have no complaints about Russell Westbrook's effort last night. He was sticking up. He was getting after Scott Foster, getting after the crew, sticking up for Jokic as much as he could. I got no problem with the way that Westbrook played in that game last night. You're right about that. Like, it does kind of take two players to replace him, but also,
how have we not figured it out by now?
Okay.
How long have we been on this quest? 5, 6, 7 years?
And this is where...
Go ahead.
I'm not... It's a dumb thing to revisit because it was, I don't even know how real a topic it was, but we talked about it. Everybody talked about it, okay? And again, I didn't hate the idea of trading for Zach LaVine. And I'm not here to make this about Zach LaVine, but I am here to talk about a Zach LaVine type of player that you can play with your second unit, that you can count on getting buckets. Like, the hardest thing about what happens to this team when Nikola leaves the floor, and non-Jokic minutes were not the problem last night, like
it was the minutes.
Yeah, it was all 48 of them.
It was the game time minutes
were the problem last night, but also when Adelman says that right there, it's like, okay, like you have to figure out a way. And for whatever reason, Jamal Murray has just never fully clicked as I am the captain of the second unit, because he is in the regular season as well. Like, they stagger his minutes and he gets those opportunities to go out and play. And I wish there was a world where it just all clicked and like Jamal Murray just had like excellent chemistry with Peyton Watson and with Julian Strawther. Whomever it may be that you're putting into the game. And honestly, this is a bigger conversation than just what we saw last night. I just happened to see this comment from Adelman, and it struck me of just like, for whatever reason, it's never happened. All right? And I'm sure Jamal Murray's detractors will be glad to text into us and say, hey, is it Jokic creation and all those things? And my response to that would be, you're not necessarily wrong. His numbers with Jokic versus without Jokic are vastly different. Guess what? That's also every basketball player in the world. They're always better when they play with Jokic versus without. But Jamal has never taken on the role of being just a great leader of the second unit. The Nuggets don't have that guy.
Well, not only do they not have that guy, you also have, and I wish, and if they were easy to find, everybody would have one. But there are times where it feels like all the good teams have one and the Nuggets don't. Just Mr. Come off the bench, and this goes back to Zach LaVine. Come off the bench, heat up guy, look out. Look out, he's hot.
Right.
Look out, you're in trouble.
Westbrook can be that guy sometimes, but he can also be a dude that comes into the game and,
well, you know what
launches
I think about?
Bricks.
I think about McDaniel for the
Jaden McDaniel,
Jaden McDaniel or Naz Reid for the Wolves in particular.
Yeah.
Those two guys, if Naz Reid gets hot, heck, sometimes he doesn't come out of the game when it's time to sub the starters back in. They have nobody like that. That was supposed to be Strawther.
This goes back to my rant from last round about Nick Batum.
Yeah. No, there's another great example.
And the Thunder they're ridiculous. Like last night, Caruso made 5 threes in game 1. He didn't make one last night. But Isaiah Joe made 4 threes last night. Case and Wallace hit 2 threes last night. Aaron Wiggins hit 2 threes last night. So they found that production from somewhere. The Nuggets simply do not have it. And, it's Adelman right there it was almost like DA was saying the quiet part out loud. Well, everything we do is built around Jokic, so it's hard when he's not in the game. Also, like, and this is, I think, a challenge for this team going forward, and it will be a challenge because I don't know how they fix it because of the cap situation, but, like, some of this is you also have to find a way to be able to have successful offensive possessions when Jokic is on the floor, but he's not the focal point of the set. They also don't have that, and they've pretty much never had that.
Do you realize, this is amazing since you brought up the threes. So Jalen Williams was 1 for 2, okay? Your guy Isaiah Joe went 4 for 4 from 3 last night.
Yeah.
2 for 4 for Aaron Wiggins, 2 for 3 for Kason Wallace, and 2 for 2 for Ajay Mitchell. Now, Mitchell looks like he probably played a little later, but again, you're not
that was
getting
a lot of garbage time, but yeah.
You're not getting that kind of shooting out of your starters most nights for the Nuggets from 3-point land.
That too. And it wasn't there last night. Like, the Nuggets had cracks at staying in that game. I don't know if they would have, not that I don't know. I know they wouldn't have won anyway, but they had cracks at staying in that game and at least stressing the Thunder last night. But they missed every open look that they got.
Okay, but how did we get to where? Because that was, unfortunately, this Nuggets team. This is what they do this year. They, like we mentioned last hour, they've been blown out, and what I give them a ton of credit for is they forget about it. It doesn't bleed into the next game usually.
No.
Right? And again, losing by 20-something to Oklahoma City on March 9th and coming and winning 140-127 on March 10th is an example of it.
Game
and
3 against the Clippers.
Have Aaron Gordon
and then
that.
Game 4.
Yeah.
That's what this team does.
So they flush these things pretty quickly. I just am a little surprised. They had to know. The buzz saw that Oklahoma City was going to try to start up last night. It looked like they just were indifferent to it, and that's what surprised me.
So one of the things that I think happened, and we're playing sports psychoanalysts here.
Classic Monday morning quarterback.
Right. One of the things that I think happened was, the Nuggets lose by 43 last night, but the Thunder coughing up Game 1 the way that they did, like, to me, the series is 1-1, but you're 1-1 in inflicting severe damage psychologically to your opponent. The Nuggets did it via stealing a game. The Thunder did it via blowing your doors off. But either way, like, the Thunder, and they responded massively last night. Shea said it after the game when he was talking to Stephanie Reddy, like, we were the desperate team and we came out and played like it. That's what has happened so far in this series. Like, now it's on the Nuggets to respond. I think they will. I don't think anything that you saw last night carries over to Game 3. I really don't.
I'm with you, and I think, guys, you say it all the time, and it always proves to be true. The role players will shoot better at home.
Yep.
Peyton Watson's probably feeling himself. And look, MPJ, I know everybody wants him benched. I'd put him out there at the start of the game. Now, if it's going terribly, you got to get him out of there. But you and I are also requesting who are you going to put in. Now, I'd get another look at Julian Straw there again. He wasn't necessarily fantastic last night.
Yeah.
But, he looks like he's healthy. He is a guy that did play regularly for you, and he's a guy that at least I could have a hope maybe finds his three-point shot.
Let's have a longer discussion about Michael Porter when we come back, and I will tell you exactly what the Nuggets need to do about Michael Porter and why it should be nothing. That's next. All right, Kreckman and Lindahl, second round of the playoffs. We're raising the stakes on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tune in tomorrow for your chance to win tickets to Game 3 or Game 4, your choice. Keywords will be given 20 minutes past the hour every hour on the 20s. So be listening for your name to be called and then claim your tickets. Winners will have 5 minutes to call in. If they don't call in time, we'll call another name. That's Friday on your home for the Nuggets, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, Andy. So Michael Porter, not having a great series so far. He is 3 of 18 from the field, 2 of 11 from behind the arc. That's bad. He's averaging 5 points per game. Last night, by the way, the wrap on the shoulder, he didn't have like the big pad thing on there last night. It just appeared to be taped. I don't know if that's a good sign that they're putting less stuff on there or if it's merely just, well, we got to try something different because it's really not working. But Mike had another bad game last night. And again, 2 of 10 from the field, 2 of 8 from 3, and he was missing open looks early on in that game. After the game, David Adelman talked about the toughness of Michael Porter Jr.
It is. And, it's funny. You can tell when he shoots it, he's having a hard time with a full release at the top of his shot. It's almost like it's stopping at 90%, 85%. And the other thing with Mike, and he's giving great effort, the two-handed rebound against this team is so important. You can't go up with one. And tonight, I mean, when I say punked, I'm talking in a basketball term. 24 fast break points, 20 second chance points. They dominated the paint, and part of that is the rebounding. And it is a team effort thing. It's not just about blocking out. It's about meeting the ball at the highest point, and he is affected that way. But again, I think it was really good, and I know I'm not trying to throw a positive out there, to see the ball go in for him in the second half. That's kind of why I left him out there. I want to see if he could find a rhythm. He had a couple shots rim out, but that's such an important thing for us if they're going to double and triple and shrink the floor and all those things. Michael has to eat on that weak side. So if he can see the ball going, that's really going to help us.
Yeah, when the ball doesn't go in, that's just more bodies that are crammed in around Nikola Jokic. And so, yes, Mike absolutely has to hit those shots. He has not been effective so far in this series, and the physicality of the Thunder are giving him problems. Andy, it has led some to ask the question, we talked about it with DMac before, should Westbrook be moved into the starting lineup right now? Should they move Peyton Watson into the starting lineup to keep Russ coming off of the bench? Should Mike take a game off right now at this stage of the series? And my answer to all of those questions is no, no, and no. Michael Porter Jr. needs to stay in your starting lineup because you need his shooting, and it's going to be really hard to beat these guys without it. In the 2 games that you beat them in the regular season, Porter made 3 threes and 6 threes. 9 combined threes in the 2 victories you had against these guys in the regular season. We can dig up the numbers. The Nuggets record, if Porter makes 4 or more threes, is vastly different than if he makes 3 or fewer. His shooting is absolutely required, and what the Nuggets have to do is start him, hope that he makes shots quickly, gets into a rhythm. Adelman talked about it right there. His shooting form is compromised. Okay. He is a good enough athlete, a good enough player, and a good enough shooter that I know that he can make that adjustment. And I don't think it's going to be consistent for every game of this series, but you got to roll the dice that he's going to make buckets for you because that only adds your probability of winning the game. If you don't get anything from Mike, and I know that detractors will say, well, you didn't get anything from him in game 1. So what are you asking for right now? I'm telling you, they have 0 chance to win this series if Michael Porter Jr. and his 3-point shooting are not a factor in the games that they win.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I'm not as passionate necessarily about it as you are, but the problem is I don't have – if you're going to say take him out, you have to have an answer as to who's going in.
Right.
And I have no answer as to who's going in
exactly.
right now. Vlatko Čančar got 7 minutes last night. He came out with zeros.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Zeros.
Garbage time.
And as far as moving Russell Westbrook into the starting lineup, look, I guess it's an option, but have we all forgotten how that went beginning of the year?
Right.
Or what, middle of the year where he had to go in there for a while because Jamal had the hammies and all that stuff? He is your force off the bench. He is your changeup pitch.
And
he's really your only bench scoring.
He's your other ball handler, too. And remember, in this series, you've got Lou Dort and Alex Caruso making life miserable right now for Jamal Murray. You need Westbrook in secondary ball handling possibilities. So, like, again, they've got 7 dudes. There's nobody magically is going to appear for this team. Okay, it isn't going to happen. They've got 7. They got a little bit of straw there in game 1. They played DJ and non-Jokic minutes last night. They got 7 guys. That's it with this team. And if there was any other option, trust me, I'd be advocating for it. I'm telling you, number one, you don't have it, so you have to hope that it's going to be like game 4, game 5, game 7 against the Clippers, that it's just a night that he gets buckets for you. And you have to live with the fact of his rebounding isn't going to be great and his defense isn't going to be great because he's battling through something, but you've just got to pray that he can make those threes. They don't have another option.
If forced into a corner, do you try a Hunter Tyson to see if he can get going with a little bit of his shooting? See, to me, I keep throwing out the Strothers and Tyson because they're guys that in theory should be able to shoot. Tyson at least brings a little bit of size at 6'8". You may get forced to try something if Mike gets to a point where he's, because here's my thing about Mike. I don't disagree with you about the shooting.
Yeah.
But he keeps adjusting his shot form. Like last night, he really wanted to get sideways before. Yeah. He wants basically that one good arm as the one to the side. He doesn't want anybody touching the shoulder.
Nope.
It looks like it's more in his head the more we go along, which I get it. I'm sure it's messed up. But he may get to a point where he cannot use the left hand. It's not even an option for him. So if you get forced to where he's got to come out because he simply can't keep going like this, who do you even try? To me, Tyson or Strother is about it.
Yeah. I guess Strother would get more minutes then. I don't think Tyson's an option.
But Strother only got, what he got you? Where to go? 9 points at least. Oh, yeah, Tyson less minutes got you 8.
Again, this is why I continue to. They have 7 dudes.
I know
they have 7 dudes. This is.
But you can't just steal a game out of a guy.
The GM, no, not against the Oklahoma City Thunder. No.
God, this is frustrating.
In the second round of the NBA playoffs, no. This is why the GM got fired.
I know.
Like, look at what a Sam Presti built team looks like versus what a Calvin Booth built team looks like on the other side. That's the world that we're living in right now. The Nuggets don't have another option. Again, if they had a better option, not even a better option, even just a warm body they could throw out there, I'd be in favor of it. Because if you could try to find a game of rest, here's the other thing we don't know about it, okay? And again, they haven't showed me his MRI results. We don't get invited to those meetings here at KSC. But would a game off, would it even make a difference right now?
No, I understand where you're coming from. It's a bad shoulder injury that I'm not going to be shocked if he has surgery on it by the time it's all said and done.
It's a pain tolerance thing.
And he's just trying to get through it. But, is there even something to be done with, and I bring up DJ because I don't at all trust the hands of
Zeke,
even though maybe I don't know which is. Could you use this? Could you do a little fouling on them for their own medicine? Could you give a little of that back? Could you give Hartenstein a few hard ones from DJ? Just to kind of maybe even the frustration level. Because right now, Jokic is having to endure all of that.
Right.
Just something to change it up a touch. And just tell them, if they get near hack the hell out of them. Because frankly, they're hacking you. Go at it.
You got 211 out of DJ last night. It was a solid -3.
I'm just saying.
What does that accomplish, though?
Well,
ultimately,
trying to pass the frustration onto them, maybe get them thinking about something else and buy Jokic some. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what any of this accomplishes because you can't get a bench while you're in the middle of the playoffs.
The problem is they kick it out to Shea or J-Dub and they just run circles around a guy like DeAndre Jordan. There's no good answer. Again, the Porter thing is frustrating as hell, and he's playing with one arm. And I give this guy all the credit in the world. I think this dude is so tough, man. That is a hard-nosed basketball player doing his absolute best out there, battling through injury. He always battles through injury. Right now, he's battling through one arm. He's severely compromised, but compromised Michael Porter with his one arm is better than any other option that you have. And that's an indictment of bigger things going on with this team, and that's a larger conversation, but keep starting him. Keep starting him and hope it's a night where he hits 4 threes. Maybe he'll hit 5. Maybe it's just going to be one of those nights where he finds a little bit of a rhythm. It happened against the Clippers a couple of times, and they were physical too.
Okay, he played 25 minutes. Russ played 22.
Mm-hmm.
Can you maybe try to slide the scale? Get him under 20 as we talked
some
about.
of it's messed up because the entire fourth quarter was garbage time.
No,
really,
you're
the
right.
entire second
You're
half
right,
was
but,
garbage time. So, yeah, that got a little bit messed up last night. But, yeah, I see what you're saying right there. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the Denver Nuggets and this series. We're going to do that next hour, plus Katie Wingy is going to stop by after this break. She was there in Oklahoma City to see the slaughter at Paycom. Hey, it's a split. This is the thing. Again, it's a split. If we would have told, what if they had lost? What if game 2 was game 1 and game 1 was game 2?
You're still where you need to be.
You're exactly where you need to be.
You would feel better because it was yesterday that we got to feel good.
Yeah. And quite honestly, Andy, what we saw last night, that's what I thought game 1 would look like.
Well, I didn't expect 47, but yes, to your point, I thought the Thunder would come out and do all their stuff.
Yeah.
Then last night, the Nuggets would reel them in again.
They'd be clapping or whatever. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Nuggets dropped a squeaker last night to the Thunder, 149-106. Ooh, just barely. They did win the fourth quarter, though, last night. Series tied at 1. Game 3 tomorrow night back in Denver. Obviously going to be huge, and I expect a big-time bounce back out of the Nuggets tomorrow night. Joining us right now to discuss, she is freshly back from Oklahoma City, and she covered practice today for our friends over at Altitude TV. What up, Katie? Katie Wingy is with us on the show.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
We're doing okay. Katie, how was it broadcasting a game that basically was out of reach in the first quarter last night?
Yeah, those are the hardest ones to do. I won't even lie to you guys. It's tough because you walk this line between keeping it entertaining and keeping it light in a way that's like, okay, this is a 7-game series, so if you take it for the big picture, what it is just a loss. You're leaving Oklahoma City 1-1, but you also want to make sure that you're taking it seriously and recognizing that that was a painful loss, that was embarrassing in a lot of ways. So very difficult game to call. I hope everybody on Altitude Sports Radio still felt like they had a good time with me and Kaz despite the outcome, but we did our best, right? And now it's time to regroup and move forward here in Denver.
Where are you on the court? Only one time have I had to do a football game where it was so quiet in the stadium I felt like people could hear me, or you get the people, whipping their head and looking at you as you make your commentary. Were you courtside while you had to talk through that, or was it too loud the coaches couldn't hear you?
You know what's funny is we're actually at the top of the lower bowl, so we're way away from the bench. But Kaz was telling me for game 1, I had to leave radio early because I have post-game interview responsibilities for TV. So the Nuggets are making the comeback that they made. I'm running down the stairs, and Kaz told me that when he made the game-winning call on that Aaron Gordon shot, the amount of Oklahoma City Thunder fans that turned around and gave him death glares, it was incredible. So they can hear him. The coaches and the players can't hear us, but the fans can hear us.
You know what's funny, too, and I was thinking about this last night, during the game, for all those Thunder fans last night there in their free T-shirts, yes, I bet the early part of the game was really fun when the Thunder are just pouring it on, but by the second half of that game, it was so non-competitive. It's almost like, we already know that the game is in hand. I almost feel like those people would have been a little bit bored, happy, but bored with what they were watching.
A lot of people left.
Yeah.
I was mind blown. Both games in Oklahoma City, when the game has tipped off, there has not been an empty seat in the house. And that's kind of what you expect from a city that has grown and really dived right headfirst into just having basketball in their city. I know some other things are coming to Oklahoma City, but they are all in. It is everybody wears their T-shirt. There was not an empty seat in the house. But I would guess third quarter, it started to really empty out. There was this trickle effect for sure of people being like, okay, cool, we get it. We won. It is in the same way that it's a loss for the Nuggets. It also is just a win for Oklahoma City,
All right, you've been around this team all year. And Katie, we're going to talk about it at some point, but I don't remember a team where inconsistency, I guess, is maybe just the identity. I don't even know how to put it. I'd be worried about this kind of blowout if we haven't seen them just come right back and be fine so many times the very next game. I ask you, what was the mood last night? How did they feel after that, and how did it compare to other scenarios like this in the past here?
I think it was the way that I should probably describe it is a poised embarrassment. They kept their composure. They were very calm about the reality of the situation, but their pride was definitely hurt. It wasn't like there was laughing in the locker room or even the idea of just flushing it and moving on. That wasn't something that I felt was happening. And David Adelman mentioned after the game too. He was like, we're not just going to let this one go. There are things that we need to take and learn from. And we saw it in the Clippers series where they got punked too. And the Nuggets bounced back and responded with the proper professional mentality. And I have a feeling that that's probably the blueprint for this as well. And you think about the situation in general, you're back at home. When you look at it, you're 1-1. You got one. You got the first one that no one thought you would get in Oklahoma City. So you have to hang your hat a little bit on that and recognize that, okay, they came out exactly how you expected them to in game 2. And it really did feel like everything was going right for the Thunder and nothing was going right for the Nuggets. Like, Kaz and I were talking about this on the radio, and it was like we gave them an A, maybe an A+, and the Nuggets were sitting at like a D. There was nothing that we could look at the stat sheet and even the game and be like, yeah, this is something that they can take away from this game. And so the team responded in the way that you would expect them to. And now today, after being around David Adelman at practice, it very much feels like, okay, we know what we need to do. Guys took ownership of the loss. They took ownership of the mentality. They all knew individually that they needed to get better and be better. And I think that's what you'll see tomorrow.
Katie Winge of Altitude, our guest. She was there calling the game last night with Kaz here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Katie, what end of the floor did you think was a bigger issue for Denver last night, offensively or defensively?
I always am going to say defense because I feel so strongly about the offense and have such confidence in it that, like, okay, sometimes you just don't have it, but usually they figure that out. And defense is something that you can control in terms of effort and intensity, energy, mentality, that sort of thing. I mean, just look at the rebounding battle from game 1 to game 2. And granted, the Nuggets did not shoot well in game 1, so there were a lot of second chance opportunities. I believe they had 27 second chance points in that first game. But they also didn't win the battle of the boards in game 2. And that was very obvious. They were just getting beat to the ball. 50-50 balls for the Thunder. I just feel like when you're looking at physicality and mentality and the way that you want to punch back, the way that you do that is defensively. And the offense will come around. The offense they can always get back to as long as they can get organized and be intentional about what they're trying to do. I think the physicality on the offensive end will come from setting really great screens, owning your space. That's something that Aaron Gordon talked about in the locker room with me after that game. So look for those little things. But if you're asking one way or the other, I think it's always going to be the defense for me.
What can they do to try to quell some of Nicola's frustration? Because I said it earlier, Katie, we all love Nicola. There's nothing to complain about in the man's game, but I felt like maybe too much time spent focused on the refs last night. How can they help him get out of that mindset?
Well, you know what? There's only so much you can do, right? Like, you're not going to change anything with the way that the game is being officiated. The only way that I can think you maybe have more of a say in that part of the game is coming out early and being more intentional about your physicality from the jump. Everybody around this team, David Adelman, has said that game was very reactionary. Everything was reactionary. And then it was officiated that way too. Aaron Gordon in the locker room last night, I thought it was so transparent when he said they're calling the second foul every time. And if that's what they're going to do, that's what they're going to do. But I think you can avoid putting yourself in that situation by being the more physical team from the jump. In terms of helping Nicola, you have to be smart about the way that you're getting him the basketball, schematically, strategically. He's got to use screens. He's got to set great screens. I noticed him having multiple conversations with a few of the officials last night, and it's not like he's telling them how to call the game. He's genuinely asking them questions as to what they're seeing, and I think he kind of changes the way that he plays based off of that. So we'll see how he comes out in game 3. I'm anticipating that, now that he knows that this is the way that the physicality is going to go, he's so smart. He's going to watch game 1 film, watch game 2 film, and the guards have been so physical with him. It's ridiculous. But now he knows that might not be called in the way that he wants it to. So what adjustments is he individually going to make to avoid putting himself into situations where it is most compromising for him?
Katie, and again, Katie Winge joining us, breaking down game 2 last night where the Nuggets lose by 43 points. In the course of Michael Porter's NBA postseason career, some series just aren't good for him. They're just bad matchups, and he struggles. Shoulder injury or not, is Oklahoma City a bad matchup for Michael Porter Jr.?
I don't know if that's a fair question. Because he is clearly so injured.
Right.
And I know a lot of Nuggets fans are like, well, he shouldn't be playing then. And I think you have to honor and respect his toughness. And let me just say this. Whether he is shooting the basketball well or not, Oklahoma City is going to defend him the same way regardless. Like, the spacing of the Nuggets offense when Michael Porter Jr. is on the floor is significantly better. And it's a selfless act for him to be out there playing through it for that reason alone. You free up Nikola Jokic a little bit more. You free up Jamal Murray a little bit more. You free up Aaron Gordon, Russell West, whoever he's on the floor with, Christian Brown for cuts. The spacing offensively is just so much better because they're going to treat him as a knockdown shooter because you never know when he could get hot. I think listening to him talk in the locker room after the game last night, he basically is like, look, I can't do what I usually do, and I know that can't be an excuse. I need to find other ways to contribute in this series. But, guys, like, every time he shoots it, he's thinking about it. It doesn't look as fluid, as in rhythm as he typically is. Where he would make up for not shooting the ball well is typically rebounding, and he can't go up and grab the ball in the way he wants to because he can't lift his shoulder or lift his hands above his head and go and get it in a physical way. So it's hard for me to say, hey, if he's 100%, would this look differently? Would this be a bad or a good matchup for him against the Thunder? I don't know. Obviously, it would be super helpful if he was even working closer to 80-90%, could mix in a few more three-point looks and a few more offensive rebounds for Denver. But right now, this is what you're going to get, and I think the most important thing is for him to take advantage of the spacing, for him to cut when he's open, and for him to try and find little ways, diving on the floor for a loose ball, if that's something that he feels, comfortable with, going up and get rebounds when he can, but setting good screens. Like, there's so many other little things that you can do within the flow of a game that contribute to winning that hopefully won't make his shoulder hurt worse, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. No, Katie, and it echoes a lot of what I said earlier. Katie, last thing, and we got about a minute here. And I know we're all altitude homers here, but what kind of response do you expect to see tomorrow night?
I mean, I expect the same thing that we saw in the Clipper series. I think it's going to be a physical game. They're going to come out and set the tone very early in that regard. They feel very confident to me. It just feels like a team that's been through adversity, a team that understands the challenge and the task at hand. They're so experienced at handling these types of situations. I would be shocked, especially in front of the home crowd and the way they feed off of Nuggets Nation. I would be shocked if it wasn't a super competitive game tomorrow.
Yeah, I see it exactly the same way. I think the Nuggets win a close one. Katie Wingy, everybody. Watch her on Altitude. Great job calling those games down in OKC. Katie, keep up the good work.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate the time.
All right, Katie Wingy stopping by on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. You can join Altitude Sports Radio tomorrow night at number 38 in Rhino for another great Nuggets viewing party. There will be $20 Michelob Ultra pitchers all night. And we're giving away an autographed Aaron Gordon jersey.
We got some pictures to give away, too.
All right. Mark Bertinoli going to be broadcasting live starting at 6 o'clock. And say hi to Andy Lindahl while you root on the Nuggets at the best patio in Denver, number 38 in Rhino, where we will see you tomorrow. You're going to hear from David Adelman, Nikola Jokic, Aaron Gordon talking about the officials, Michael Porter on his shoulder, and yes, we will hear from the Thunder as well. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander will reflect on the Thunder's victory from last night. That is all coming up next. Top 5 right now over at Coors Field, 6-1. Tigers leading the Rockies. They took the first game of the doubleheader 10-2 after winning 8-6 in extra innings last night. So the Tigers appear to be well on their way to sweeping the Rockies over the course of this midweek series. Rockies, by the way, now 6-30 on the year and likely on their way to 6-31. It's not going great, guys. It's not going great for the Nuggets either, who lost by 43 points last night. Time for the high five, the 5 biggest stories of the day. From around the Denver Nuggets is really what we're doing today. You didn't want to sneak in a Miko had a hat trick last night story, Spring?
We can sneak it in.
I mean, I guess
well,
we just
there it
did.
is. You told the story.
He had a hat trick last night. He scored all 3 of his goals in the second period, and he appears to be right now on his way to a Conn Smythe. All right, go ahead, Spring.
All right, it's Tesh time. It is the high five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Nuggets got pounded last night. David Adelman talked to the media today after practice. He was asked, what is the prevailing thought from the team following the loss?
Yeah, I don't want to say we weren't ready to play. I think we weren't ready to play at that level. And when they came out the way they did it, I thought our reaction to it took a really long time to understand what the kind of game it was. And I said it last night. I can watch the tape and say, man, I thought Nikola, I thought he got hit. I thought people, whatever. But we reacted to them. And I mean that in the NBA playoffs, a lot of times the whistle and the way the game is played is who hits first. And I thought they hit first, second, and third. Like we did not react well after the first timeout. I thought we were sustaining. We were down 6-7 there at the start. And I thought, okay, we're all right. But we weren't. And the amount of timeouts I had to use early in the game really put us in a tough spot because now you can't stop the game. And when it got really out of control, I can't control it. Yeah, I just thought the first hit, we didn't react well to it. And tomorrow we have to be the aggressor. I expect us to be. And just like in the Clippers series and times in the past, we've had tough losses. And like I said last night, just because we've been through that doesn't mean it's going to happen tomorrow. You have to actually go and do it. But at least we know we've done that before. Flip the script a little bit of how the game was played.
2 minutes into the game last night, Andy, there was a possession where Joker is at the nail. Jamal tries to make an entry pass to him. Lou Dort jumps the passing lane. He steals Jamal's pass, and he's out in transition. He's out on the break. Jamal Murray and Christian Brown were the only Nuggets who even bothered to get back in transition defense. Dort missed the layup, but SGA got the putback dunk. There were 4 Thunder players.
The Thunder.
There were 4
Lightning and the Thunder.
4 Oklahoma City dudes had gone back and been out in transition. There were 2 Nuggets. That was one I knew. Okay, at 7-2, I was like, oh, they didn't bring the right energy tonight, and you can't do that against a team that's desperate, that absolutely has to have a game, who, by the way, just watched the Celtics wet the bed again on their own home floor and blow that game against the Knicks and find themselves down 2-0. Like, they had that game on. Like, they were and they were looking at each other going like, we cannot allow that to happen tonight in our building. And they had the requisite energy, and the Nuggets just didn't.
You like the Thundermans? Can I offer you the Thundermans?
The Thundermans.
Look, yeah, we all knew they didn't have the right energy, and then you wondered would they play their way back into it? Because here's the one thing I thought when they jumped out to the early big lead. It is tough to keep that energy, and we've seen it a number of times. They were talking about it on SportsCenter this morning. All of a sudden, it's a wild thought, but in the modern NBA with all the three-point shooting, a 20-point lead isn't really as safe as it once was. And guys, teams come back from it all the time if you have enough time to do it. And certainly the Nuggets had plenty of time to do it last night because that thing got blown open right away. I am not necessarily upset that they lost the game. I was a little upset they didn't look more interested in trying to compete their way back into it at points. But is what it is. Game's over. It's a 1-1 series. It's only one game. You don't worry about it till you see any carryover. And as Katie talked about and you and I talked about earlier in the show, we've yet to see a bad game carry over to the next game for the Nuggets. As long as that continues, then it's a stupid score, but go get the series. But if you look like you don't have the answer come tomorrow, then we've got issues.
Which, by the way, like stupid scores and then teams still winning the series happen all the time.
Yeah.
And there is, like, I'm not excusing losing by 43 points. You're down 24 at the end of the first quarter. At no point do you hit enough shots to even make a run. Like, they never even, like, cut it to, like, 17 or 15 or anything else like that. Like, once it hit 20, I don't think they got it back within 20 the rest of the game. So at that point, it just becomes self-preservation of just like, okay, this is an L and there's nothing we can do about it. So let's garbage time this thing. Nobody plays the fourth quarter. Jokic fouls himself out of the game. All right, save your energy. Get ready for game 3 in your own building.
How about I do an overly positive spin for you
I'd love it.
You just talked about it. At no point were the Nuggets even competitive in that game. So the Thunder got their Scott Foster game. They got it on a night they didn't need it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That thing's out of the way.
Nuggets didn't really show
He'll
up.
move on.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to win no matter the ref crew last night.
Pretty much. And given the Nuggets' effort and everything else, yeah, that was kind of preordained to be a Thunder victory. The Nuggets did their job. They got a split in Oklahoma City.
High five.
All right, we just heard from David Adelman. Let's hear from Nikola Jokic after last night's loss, talking about how David Adelman has handled now the Nuggets' second blowout loss overall of the playoffs, Game 3 to the Clippers. In that series, they got blown out. Here's Jokic.
I mean, he handled how it's supposed to be. You know, we need to get better. We need to be better. It's not his fault. I think it's everybody's fault. I mean, it's a little bit his fault too. I mean, but collectively as a group, we need to be much better to not react to attack them.
Yeah, not much yelling is going to change what happened last night.
No.
You probably just burned the tape. I think Tyler was talking about when I got in here today, he had plenty of film sessions where the game is just so bad, you're like, just never mind. We're not even going to watch the film.
I wouldn't do that. There's a lot the Thunder did that they need to look at. There was a lot that the Thunder are doing with the guards coming to the weak side that I think they need to, that specifically Nikola needs to look at. But like in terms of like emotional hangover, there doesn't need to be any of it. And this Nuggets team is, and again, Spring mentioned the Clippers series right there, but like this team is not unfamiliar with getting blown out and then coming back and winning the very next game. It happened in Game 2 against Minnesota in 2024. Sometimes you're just going to get your butt kicked, but you just leave it where it is. I don't think there's going to be massive carryover, and I think being back in the Nuggets' own building is going to be huge. And kind of, again, you got 2 games of sample size to see what the Thunder are doing to you. So I think the Nuggets are just going to be a hell of a lot better tomorrow night. They'll come out with a better energy. It's not going to look anything like it did last night. Knock on wood, famous last words.
High five.
All right, we'll hear from Aaron Gordon here after the loss on Nikola Jokic and the refereeing, the officiating against him.
Yeah, they're calling the second foul almost every time. You know, they're fouling Joker first, and then Joker's reactionary, and they do get the second guy a lot of the times, but they're fouling him. Point blank period throughout the game, and it's the thing where.
Yeah, they are. He's absolutely right about that. They are fouling him. It is that second foul, and there's a ton of bodies that are crowded around him. All right, there's a lot here. There's a lot of meat on this bone, Andy. Let's start off first off with the officiating. Jokic is frustrated. You yelled about it earlier in the show. You're right. He's frustrated. He's got to not let it impact him so greatly. A part of that game not being competitive last night is that he just turned all of his ire onto the officials, and it
for a whole half.
Yeah, it really took him completely out of the game. They're putting a crowd around him. They're using both their guards, and they've got big, strong, physical guards. The Thunder are just they're good. Okay, they're really good, and they're big and they're nasty. All right. And they put those guards around Jokic, and Hartenstein and Chet don't have to carry as huge of a load physically, but they confront him. They can use what Marlo calls the hugger mugger, and Jokic gets frustrated. Okay, he doesn't get whistles. He starts to flop. He gets mad. He's not effective inside the paint. Obviously, Chet's long arms and the shot blocking are a factor. But one of the other things that hurt him last night was they didn't make outside shots. Christian Brown didn't hit his threes early on. Michael Porter didn't hit his threes early on. Russ didn't hit his threes early on in that game. So there was nothing to spread the defense out. I looked this up on NBA.com. This is just their kind of shooting chart data, all right? And I just tracked shots less than 5 feet, so essentially at the rim. At the rim. Last night, the Nuggets were 5 for 15. Whew. The Thunder, by the way, were 14 of 15 at the rim last night. If you extend it out to 9 feet, from 9 feet to the rim for the game, the Nuggets were 12 of 32, and the Thunder were 23 of 31. All right? If nobody is going to hit shots, if they can leave all those bodies around mugging Nikola Jokic, this series is going to be done in 5. There's just nothing the Nuggets can do about that. Like, they have to do something to be able to space the floor and get the Thunder out of there and get everybody from hacking away at Jokic and then having him begging for whistles.
Yeah, you're going to need I think I said this to you yesterday. I think you're going to need 2 of those special Jamal Murray games that Berto talked about in his show the other night. You need 2 where he's just free-flowing, free-shooting, free-feeling at Jamal Murray. Because he's their best chance to get the floor spacing that you're talking about. With the compromised MPJ.
Yeah.
And look, you're right. I'm looking at the numbers for three-point land. MPJ and Christian Brown combined 3 of 12.
Yeah.
Can't have it.
Awful.
Not going to be good enough. So, and Aaron Gordon, what did Aaron Gordon go? He was 2 of 3
AJ
from
was
three-point land.
but he was really bad from 2 last night.
Right.
God, he had a shot. He damn near put it over the backboard.
You're right. 3 of 12 overall from field goal range.
Yeah.
So
yeah, his mid-range stuff just was not effective
take
last
out
night.
the 3. Yeah. So he was 1 of 9.
Awful.
Is that true?
From
That's
2.
got to be 1 of 9 from his field goals.
Awful from 2. Yeah, it was a bad AG game last night, and it looked like
nobody had a good game looking at this score.
no, flat
chart.
out no.
Ugh.
I thought Westbrook was the only one who I was okay with how he played last night.
High five. Michael Porter Jr. talking after the loss about his left shoulder injury.
I think it would heal, when you have a sprain like this, immobilizing the joint is the fastest way to heal it, and obviously I haven't been able to do that with the games. I've chose to play, but that's not an excuse. Like, if I'm gonna go out there and play, then I gotta, I gotta play well. I'm just so limited out there, so I'm not able to do what I want to do, offensively, defensively, on the glass. Everything's a little hard, but that's not an excuse. I got to play better if I'm going to go out there and play.
Here's to me the goal. They need to get these next 2 games, get a 3-1 lead, and maybe he can take Game 5 off to just try to rest it and immobilize it for a few days and just see if it has an effect.
Yeah.
But you can't afford, and we're getting a lot of text bagging on the guy. Guys, they have nobody else on the bench. They've got nobody to put in that's going to help them space the floor.
Also, can we chill on bagging on Mike? Seriously, like, he should be, to his point, off the floor and braced up, and instead he's gutting it out and he's playing because he knows they don't have anybody else. That's why they only play 7 guys. He's fighting through this thing the best that he possibly can, and I think him playing and hoping, if you can get 3 games of double-digit points out of Mike the rest of the way, I think the Nuggets can win this series. That, to me, maximizes their chances of winning the series, which right now I think are 50-50 at best. He's got to play.
Yeah, you just don't. We've talked about
and
it over
and over. And he's willing
to
do it, by the way,
just don't have
too.
Anybody.
Yeah.
So this is the flaws of the roster.
Yeah, he's willing to do it, and he's got to play. And you know what? Like, credit to a guy. It's, we talk about heavy as the head all the time with Nikola Jokic. Mike knows what he earns. Porter knows what he knows his importance to this franchise, and right now he's going out and he's pushing through it. I seriously give the guy an awful lot of credit, but I also recognize there's just going to be some nights where he flat out can't do anything out there, in which case it's going to be a heavy Westbrook night. But lest we forget, in that Clipper series, post-injury, he still had a 17, a 14, and a 15-point game. You can't win this series against the Thunder, who are a better team than you, unless you get those kind of performances out of Porter.
What he needs to adjust that I think is realistic, he's got to just catch and shoot. He's letting guys get near him, take a step. He wanted to step over from a couple guys.
Yeah.
He's just got to shoot quicker.
He also just had a few last night where he just missed.
Well, he did. But, I mean, there were a couple where he had to pass up shots because he hesitated. Then the guy got on him where he's not comfortable.
Right.
And that's the tactic you talk about that OKC steals
from Minnesota.
Steals from Minnesota.
Yeah. That's why I asked Katie about it earlier in the hour of, like, is this just a bad matchup for him, healthy or not? Because that happens to Michael Porter.
It does, but that's why if he could shoot the minute he gets it, frankly, it's probably better for everything.
That's what he did against Clippers. Yep. I think the shoulder injury forced him into having a quick trigger against the Clippers. It's possible also it's just getting worse, which is...
Oh, I'm positive it's not getting better.
Yeah.
There's no way it's getting better. He's getting knocked around inside.
It's got to hurt like how you have to assume okay, I'm not trying to baby the guy. I'm assuming he's not sleeping for crap.
Oh, he's probably going to sit up to sleep.
Yeah, if your
If he's
shoulder's
a side sleeper, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, if your shoulder's killing you,
I've dealt with it. I'm a side sleeper.
any movement that you make in the middle of the night is going to wake you up.
Weight on the rib cage may be bothering him right now.
Yeah.
He's probably up in a chair trying to sleep all night. But
Yeah.
whatever. It is.
He's compensated well, and guess what? He's trying to go out and earn it.
High five. And finally, let's hear from the Thunder. Let's hear from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander after their win last night.
We knew what was at stake tonight. We came out desperate. We wanted to just take care and control the things that we knew we could, and we did a pretty good job of that, specifically to start the game, and that start carried us through the rest of the night.
Well, there you go. Don't let it happen again.
Everything was just first quarter energy last night out of the Thunder. Let's see. First quarter last night, points in the paint, 16-6 in favor of the Thunder. Fast break points, 7-0 in favor of the Thunder. Second chance points, 4-1 in favor of the Thunder. They did everything better early on in that game last night, and then they didn't let up. And also, by the way, this team led the NBA in wins of 20 or more points this season. So, also, this is a team that knows how to get a lead and maintain a lead. And also, let's not forget the part where the Nuggets got down big last night, knew they already had a split, and basically packed it in.
Yeah, well, the reality is we've seen the blueprint. Put them in a tight game and see how they respond, because they've not been in enough of those this year.
I tell you, man, Shai last night, 34 on 13 shots. He was a plus 51. I repeat, a plus 51 when he was on the court. Dude, that shot where he gets baseline and then stops on a dime and pops, that thing is lethal. Whew. That dude's a player, man. He is a really, really impressive basketball player. It's, again, is Jokic the best player in the world? Yes, he is. Shai going to win the MVP? Yes, he is. And you got reminded of it last night. Why?
So does Game 5, where they give him the old nod?
Probably. Yeah.
They're not doing it while they're in Denver.
No, they
right?
won't do it in Denver. Back in OKC, and they'll hand him the trophy, and Silver will be out there and the whole thing. Yeah.
That's why you need to be up 3-1 when you go there.
That would be nice. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. We're rolling with you here on a Thursday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, yes, there was a Mikko Rantanen hat trick last night. Plus, we'll get you the latest on the Rockies. And one more thing that bothered me from last night's Nuggets game. We'll tell you what that is next. Big Lou Dort game last night. He was a plus 34. Only scored 12 points, but defensively, he is clearly giving Jamal Murray some fits right now and playing with extreme physicality. You got to hope that the whistle is going to shift when it gets back to Denver right now, Andy, because like Lou Dort is, I know Shea's their best player, and Shea was amazing last night, and I know Jalen Williams played really well. He scored 17 on 11 shots, but I thought one of the big keys early on in that game was Lou Dort. First off, I thought there was an adjustment made by OKC that honestly they were doing a lot of what the Clippers were doing. If you meet Jamal Murray closer to midcourt, force the two-man game of the Nuggets further away from the basket, it's not nearly as effective. If Denver can go into that action like 28 feet and in, it's good. If they have to do it out further, like between the circles, they're going to be in trouble. And you could tell that the Thunder made an emphasis of that last night. That and like they're not afraid to jump passing lanes. They're not afraid to go over the back. They don't care. They'll do it on every single possession. There was one with Chet reaching over Jokic last night, knocking one away, but the guards, especially Caruso and Dort, are doing a ton of that right now. That physicality, first off, you need the whistle to shift a little bit, but also the Nuggets they have to be cleaner with the basketball. They played sloppy last night.
Well, and here's the sad reality for me. Now, again, I think you've got the guys get past this round, but as you look at roster construction, you need some scrappy players. You need a couple more Russell Westbrooks out there.
Mm-hmm.
You need somebody that just brings that kind of that junkyard dog mentality that he just sort of brings, and I, as you said it, I loved it last night. He saw what was going on. He saw the frustration of Jokic. He tried to get some of the attention on him. He tried to get Jokic to quit talking to the refs so much. But that thing was that was a flood. There's just not much you could do about it. But they're going to need a couple more guys like this.
Yep.
And they just don't have that defensive stopper that they can put in the game,
Or one that's trustworthy in the slightest bit on the offensive end of the court.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You there's so much that they need. But you know what? Again, it's one game. That's the good news.
Andy, I know
149 or not, it's one game.
And I want to wrap up on this point because, like, we've been down on the Nuggets all day long. Yes, they just lost by 43 points, okay? Like, I don't think that this is burn it all down. It's over. They're losing in 5 or anything like that. I don't think that's what's happening here, okay? I think the Nuggets can win this series. Again, I didn't pick them to win the series. I'm still not picking them to win the series. I think the Thunder are a lot better than they are. The Nuggets just have to be better 4 times. That's it, okay? And I think they're capable of being able to do that. They've got to get Game 3. They have to have a better energy and win a snug one in Game 3 tomorrow night. If they do that, to your point, Andy, it's got to be balls to the wall, go and get Game 4 and take a 3-1 series lead. It's going to be really tough to beat these guys twice in a row. Honestly, like if Denver is going to win this series, this is what I think it looks like. I think they get Game 3. I think Game 4, the Thunder respond and win a game in Denver. You go back and you drop a Game 5. You're going to be down 3-2. You get Game 6 back in your own building, again in a tight one, and then you hope you got to steal a Game 7 a la what you did in Game 1.
Yeah, my hope is they get 2 in a row and give themselves 3 cracks at closing this out.
That'd be sick.
We'll see.
I'd love that.
Now, well, yeah, and the problem is, other than what is it, games 4 and 5 of the Clippers series, this is how the other one went.
Yep.
I just want to see them get back to a little bit of that killer close it out instinct. When they won the title, and this is now the second playoff run that we're witnessing since that happened. And I felt they did a little of this. Like last year, they ended up dispatching the Lakers, right? But they still kind of played with their food a little bit.
Right.
There wasn't that killer instinct to just get things over with as quickly as possible as they had in the championship run. Somewhere I'd like to see that somehow return. Because to your point, to what Katie talked about, all of us knew that this game, everybody knew the Thunder were coming for blood last night, and it just felt like at no point was the competitive ire up for them to care.
They didn't get,
and that kind of bums me out.
They didn't get close to it last night. No, they didn't get close to what they had to have, and to your point, hopefully it wakes something up in this team. Top 7 right now over at Coors Field, 8-1. Tigers leading.
All right, we need a vote. 303-504-0925. Because I know there's still some Rocky fans out there. Is this a fun, bad team to watch? Because, again, some of the stuff that they do is just so mind-blowingly bad that I can't do anything but chuckle. Again, I don't know a lot of the guys. Like, had this been going on with Story and Arenado or Cargo and Arenado or some of those great
It'd be distressing.
heydays, yeah, I'd be bummed out or irritated or whatever. You don't have Charlie Blackmon anymore. I had forgotten. I told this to Nate earlier. I'm dead serious. Spring, I haven't even told you this. Till you sent us the tweet of the update of how Chris Bryant is going to get whatever thing he's trying now for the back. I'd forgotten Chris Bryant. I forget Chris Bryant is a Rocky. I don't know who half these guys are.
He exists.
And it's hilarious to watch how bad they are.
Bryant kind of exists more as like a concept than an actual player.
He's a dude that you're paying. He just is never on the field or in the lineup.
He is headed to L.A. Today to undergo an ablation procedure to ease the pain in his lower back. Wasn't that what the cornfield said in Field of Dreams? Ease his pain.
Is that what it said?
I think it was one of them.
Yeah.
You know, it started with "If you build it, he will come."
But did it say ablation? Because I've never heard of that.
Ablation procedure for $127 million guaranteed.
Who wrote it? Somebody, was it Kliss? Was it Saunders? Somebody put out, maybe it was Rank. Somebody put out there they're just trying to get to where they can cash the insurance policy on him, probably. This back thing just doesn't clear up.
He's just hanging out making $127 million. By the way, it's Tigers. They can't drop this game now that they're up 8-1. They're playing for Chet Lemon today. Andy, 3-time All-Star Chet Lemon won a World Series with the 84 Tigers. Died today at the age of 70. The legendary Chet Lemon.
Oh, that's too bad.
84 Tigers. Passed away. Chet Lemon, part of that team, Alan Trammell, Lance Parrish, Lou Whitaker. Great 84 Tiger team. Hojo was on that squad. So, Andy, years ago, as you know, when I was first starting in sports radio and I was interning, I worked at Comedy Works, the downtown comedy club, and I was on the door staff. And I want to say it was the 03 I think 03 Tigers. They won like 43 games. They were like 43 and 119 or something like that. Like they were the worst team before the White Sox last year, before the Rockies of this year. The Tigers were in to play the Rockies in a weekend series, and they played on Saturday night. They lost, and not all of the Tigers team, but probably, 12, 15 dudes, huge batch of Detroit Tigers. They came into the Saturday Late Show. The comic was Greg Proops. You know Greg Proops?
Remember him.
Whose line is it anyway?
Yeah.
Yes. Who, by the way, phenomenal comic and like an awesome dude. And he was one of those guys, by the way, like when he was coming in, he had never played the club before. And we were like, improv guy, this weekend's going to suck. And then he just turned out to be awesome. And he was super cool to everybody. And he was a great time. So he's headlining. The Tigers come to the Saturday Late Show. Proops finds out the Tigers, the 03 Tigers, who suck. He finds out that they're in the crowd. He must have done 15 to 20 minutes of material on the Tigers. He's a huge baseball fan. So he started, and I think of it because he was doing Chet Lemon jokes, joking about the 84 Tigers and everything like that. But he's just ripping these dudes because they were the worst team in baseball. To their credit, these guys were laughing their asses off. They were having a great time with it. They didn't care, And even like from stage, he's like, "Did you guys win tonight?" They were like, "No," And he's just shredding these guys. And after the show, like he hung out and he talked to all of them. And he took pictures, and they were all super cool about it. Like they had a sense of humor about knowing how bad they were. But whenever I think of Chet Lemon, I think of Greg Proops just doing like 15 minutes of improv material that was just like all Detroit Tigers jokes that he had never tested out before that were just killing. With the Tigers themselves.
Yeah, well, hey, you got to admire, you got to respect the game.
Yeah.
It's probably like being in the locker room for them at that point. Hey, can I give you a couple quick notes?
Give them to me.
Okay, one real quick. The Desmond Ridder experience is already over. According to Parker Gabriel, the former Atlanta and Vegas quarterback, Desmond Ridder, who is supposed to be at minicamp this weekend, will not work out after all.
So I guess the Desmond Ridder experience never started.
Not really.
Okay.
But
so it was reported he was going to be at rookie minicamp, and now he's not
as
coming.
A tryout, and I guess they're going to roll with Quinn Ewers. And also, I've had a bunch of people send me this spring the latest.
Okay.
Tweet from Bleacher Report Open Ice.
Okay.
Mikko Rantanen wanted to come to Dallas to, quote, jam it down Colorado's throat, end quote, by making them face him multiple times in the regular season and the playoffs, per Real Kuiper. So,
is this something that he said?
Yes. But I'm not shocked to hear it. Look, guys, I don't know. You know what? When I came over to start working with Nate, I had the same attitude about the old place.
Revenge is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, dude. You can't. And I don't think he has any animosity towards any of his old teammates.
Nope.
I don't know. He may not be loving Josh Manson after that series, but if you don't think he doesn't want, if any Colorado fan is going to be shocked by this, then you haven't been following sports. So I don't think most of you should be too shocked to hear that's what he wants to do.
I don't think he appreciated getting traded to the Carolina Hurricanes.
He said he was blindsided by it.
Yeah. I don't think he appreciated that all that much. Not saying that he was like, trade me to Dallas so I can play Colorado.
Right.
And maybe they'll give me $96 million.
Florida, too. The report was,
Yeah.
he said, I think it was Toronto, Florida, and Dallas is what he approved.
Yeah. Those are motivated.
And
By the way,
Carolina's like, we're not giving you to Toronto or Florida.
Those
No.
are all good teams, too.
Yeah.
You wanted to go somewhere to
what
win.
a shock. A bunch of cup contenders.
Yeah.
Vegas might have been in there as well. I wouldn't be shocked if you wanted to go to Vegas.
Hat trick last night for Mikko.
He's on a roll.
The Moose is very, very loose right now.
It is. There's a long way to go, though.
You hate the Stars
I
so
do.
much.
I really do. I don't hate Mikko, though.
I know that's
really
just
don't.
it. Like I'm conflicted because like I haven't run out of liking Mikko Rantanen.
Yeah, it would have been pretty cool if you had the guys you added and Mikko. Just wasn't fun.